Qian, help me. Hocheng leaned against the sofa, overwhelmed by a fever, his skin covered in countless red rashes. His eyes glistened with moisture. Burning with intensity, his tie was hastily undone, and several buttons of his shirt had burst open, presenting a picture of longing and disarray. Qian. Xia Yunqian recoiled from Hocheng's grasp as if it were a plague, stepping back a few paces. Disgusting. Hocheng's face contorted in pain. I feel terrible. I swear not lying. Xia Yunqian cast a disdainful glance at the glass of water nearby, her contempt deepening. Hocheng, I never anticipated that you would resort to such despicable tactics to possess me. You are truly wicked and malicious. She gritted her teeth. If you wish to pay, then do so. If not, I bear no responsibility to accompany you. With that, she turned to leave. Wait. As Xia Yunqian turned back, she noticed Hocheng holding a check, her expression softening slightly. Approaching to retrieve the check, Hocheng, however, did not release it. He gazed at her with profound affection. You know I only love you. For 9 long years, he had devoted himself to her, loving her with fervent obsession. Perverse love holds no value. Xia Yunqian snatched the check away. I saved your life. Yet you are responsible for the death of the man I cherished most. This is what you owe me. She pocketed the check and departed without a backward glance. Hocheng slumped helplessly on the sofa, feeling a searing discomfort within him, as if he were about to explode. Years ago, he had been in a car accident while racing. The vehicle overturned, leaving him unconscious until Xia Yunqian, passing by, dragged him from the wreckage. The car had caught fire and was obliterated. Had it not been for her, he would have perished alongside it. She was so beautiful, kind-hearted and gentle in speech, excelling in her studies. Under the weight of her life-saving grace, he fell for this radiant girl. Yet, Xia Yunqian did not love him. Even when he helped her ascend the social ladder, smoothing her path at every turn, love remained absent. Hocheng believed time would prove everything. Yet at their engagement banquet, Xia Yunqian fled, and in the wake of Su Ze's death, she directed her ire at him. When her family's business faltered, she also blamed him for the pressure. Xia Yunqian did not believe in his love for her. Hocheng considered ending this one-sided affair. Yet deep affection is a poison. He could not resign himself to the thought of unrequited longing that lingered for 9 years as a solitary performance. He was convinced Xia Yunqian harbored at least a modicum of feeling for him. Thus, he resorted to self-sabotage, wagering on the faintest flicker of her affection. It ended in ruin. It was time to confront reality, to release himself and Xia Yunqian. Due to the drug's potency, Hocheng endured a tumultuous night at the hospital. This time, he was truly ready to let go. Henceforth, Hocheng refrained from contacting Xia Yunqian or monitoring her social media, filling his life with work. Even when his family arranged a business marriage for him, he acquiesced, meeting his prospective bride for dinner. She inquired, "Young master, are you certain you will not maintain any ties with Miss Xia after marriage?" Hocheng's love for Xia Yunqian was well known throughout the city. Although it was a business union, one could not ignore past affections once married. It would be unacceptable. He answered without hesitation, "Of course not, I have my dignity." The two enjoyed a pleasant conversation, and the families quickly settled on a wedding date. The gossip mill buzzed, declaring that the young master of the Hua family had finally been cured of his romantic delusions. Hocheng merely smiled at the rumors. That evening, while dining with his betrothed, the atmosphere was splendid. Suddenly, his fiancée rose and approached him, her finger playfully lifting his chin. "How about we spend the night together?" "That might not be appropriate." Hocheng instinctively recoiled. She smirked. "The wedding preparations are already underway. It's a done deal." "Surely, you wouldn't wish to remain virtuous for that woman?" Hocheng leaned back. "I am rather traditional. I prefer to wait until after marriage." "What are you doing?" She attempted to kiss him, prompting him to push her away. Her expression darkened. "Hocheng, are you truly prepared to marry me?" Hocheng's countenance soured, and he retorted sharply, "If you continue to act so frivolously, I will indeed reconsider this marriage. How dare you treat me like a fool?" Before she could finish, Hocheng's phone rang. She noticed the contact, which bore a single character, her. Hocheng was surprised that Xia Yunqian had reached out to him. He felt a strange mix of excitement and anticipation. In a battle with himself, he hung up. Moments later, another call came in. This time, Hocheng chose to answer. As soon as the phone pressed to his ear, he heard Xia Yunqian's anguished cries for help. Hocheng, save me. There are so many of them, I'm going to die. His body reacted faster than his mind, and he sprang to his feet, rushing outside, even shaking off the grip of his fiancée, who tried to stop him. Enraged, she nearly lost her balance and shouted, Hocheng, if you dare to find that woman, I will call off the engagement. Do as you wish. In the dark of night, in a secluded alley, Hocheng draped his coat over the trembling Xia Yunqian. Behind him lay 7 or 8 individuals, some convulsing, others motionless. Xia Yunqian struggled, attempting to push him away, and in her panic, slapped him across the face. Hocheng remained unfazed, patiently soothing her. Qian, it's me, Hocheng. I won't harm you. Hearing his name, Xia Yunqian paused, then collapsed into his embrace. Hocheng, help me. They violated me, let them die. Let them all die. All right, I will sue them. I will ensure they pay. Hocheng responded fervently, lifting Xia Yunqian into his arms. First, we need to get you to the hospital. I won't let them get away with this. At the Spring He private hospital, as he watched doctors come and go, Hocheng's heart raced. It was just past 4 in the morning when he finally saw Xia Yunqian, who lay unconscious. He inquired about her condition from the attending physician, who shook his head. We need a surgical plan, but her injuries are too severe. I fear no one here can perform her surgery, and she has also been poisoned. Before the doctor could finish, Hocheng declared, I will assemble a team of specialists. This was not a challenge for him. He was determined to save Xia Yunqian. Hocheng acted swiftly, leveraging his connections and pouring funds into the effort. He quickly assembled the expert team required for Xia Yunqian's surgery. With a top-tier medical team convened, they would surely be able to save her. By afternoon, as the medical team took their positions, Xia Yunqian stirred awake, her complexion as pale as parchment. Hocheng was in the midst of comforting her when suddenly, Hocheng burst into the room. Hocheng's elder brother, had never approved of Xia Yunqian. He believed that her family background and education were insufficient to match Hocheng. In this day and age, a life-saving grace need not be repaid with one's body. He was baffled as to how Hocheng, with such a romantic disposition, had emerged from the whole family. It infuriated him. As Hocheng entered, Xia Yunqian trembled in fear. Hocheng was about to speak when Hocheng seized his collar, lifting him off the ground. With a loud thud, Hocheng's back collided with the wall. Hocheng scolded, Hocheng, what the hell are you thinking? You agreed to the engagement with Miss Li and nodded at the wedding preparations. Now you come running back to this woman, and the Li family wishes to call off the engagement. You're making a mockery of Hua family's dignity. What do you truly want? This matter had already stirred public discourse. Just days ago, the circle was abuzz, claiming Hocheng had finally been cured of his romantic delusions, and the wedding preparations were in full swing. How long had it been? Just a month since the engagement, and Hocheng seemed to have lost his mind, dating Miss Li while simultaneously pursuing his first love. Has he lost his mind? In response to Hocheng's inquiry, Hocheng pressed his lips together and stated, Qian is in danger. If I do not go to her, she will perish. His tone suggested that it was a matter of course. He simply could not let go of Xia Yunqian. Hocheng's anger intensified, and disregarding Xia Yunqian's presence in the hospital room, he bluntly retorted, if she dies, so be it. What connection do you have with her that compels you to assist her? Is your support justified? He thought it best that Xia Yunqian remained far removed from their lives. Initially, the Hua family had considered accepting her. The extravagant engagement ceremony had been marred when Xia Yunqian foolishly fled. The Hua family had extended her an opportunity, yet she failed to grasp the chance to elevate herself. He could not fathom what allure she possessed that could ensnare Hocheng so completely. Hocheng could not abide anyone speaking ill of Xia Yunqian, and neither could Hocheng. He forcefully pushed Hocheng aside, his expression darkening with displeasure. This is my affair. Your words regarding Qian are utterly excessive. What? Am I to apologize to her then? Hocheng pointed at Xia Yunqian, who lay in the hospital bed. Observing Hocheng's silence, Hocheng gritted his teeth. What is she that warrants your expenditure of such connections and wealth to assemble a top-tier medical team within such a short span? That's none of your concern. Hocheng, having lost his patience, declared, my matters require no oversight from you, elder brother. Hearing this, Hocheng narrowed his eyes, Are you intending to sever ties with me? Shouldn't you consult our parents' opinions? He was astounded that Hocheng would create such turmoil over a woman he deemed unworthy. Hocheng fixed his gaze on his elder brother, his eyes deep with a resolute determination. Elder brother, return and expel me from the whole family. Hocheng, have you lost your senses? Hocheng's expression shifted dramatically. What did Hocheng mean by that? Hocheng glanced at Xia Yunqian before turning back to Hocheng. I wish to marry Qianqian. This proclamation reverberated like thunder, shattering Hocheng's consciousness. Hocheng, repeat that. Who do you intend to marry? He had heard whispers of the events from the previous night, where Xia Yunqian had been intercepted by drunken men and dragged into a dark alley, assaulted and violated. If Hocheng truly intended to marry Xia Yunqian, the very backbone of the whole family would be shattered. To demonstrate his resolve, Hocheng approached and gently grasped Xia Yunqian's hand. My thoughts are consumed by her. I love her, and I will marry her. No one can obstruct this. She is Hocheng. Hocheng's voice rang with authority, now addressing his brother by his full name. In the face of Hocheng's astonishment, Hocheng asserted, I care not for anything else, so long as she is my wife, that is sufficient. Hocheng, incensed, felt blood rush to his head as he pointed an accusatory finger at Hocheng, finally uttering, You will inevitably perish because of this woman. If death is to come, then so be it, Hocheng replied nonchalantly. He added, My life was saved by Qianqian in the first place. Stubborn and unyielding, I shall no longer concern myself with you. Go wallow in her company. Hocheng departed in a fury, casting a cold, piercing glare at Xia Yunqian, a woman with a remarkable ability to ensnare Hocheng. That evening, Hocheng retrieved a long-prepared ring and, kneeling by the hospital bed, proposed to Xia Yunqian. As he held the ring aloft, he was met with her pallid face, which bore a solemn expression as she shook her head. I will not marry you. Her voice was frigid, akin to the frost of winter, capable of freezing all warmth. Hocheng was momentarily taken aback, his expression momentarily frozen. Yet he forced a smile, speaking earnestly, Qianqian, do not burden yourself with guilt. I will not think less of you. Moreover, I have been cast out from the whole family. My reputation tarnished. No one will claim we are mismatched. You are mistaken, Xia Yunqian replied, shaking her head. Hocheng did not comprehend, until she continued, Even if I am sullied, I will not be with you. In that instant, Hocheng felt the sensation of a snake being stripped of its sinews. He felt weakened, his mind blank, nearly dropping the ring he held. Just then, Xia Yunqian's phone rang. Upon glancing at it, a smile crept onto her pale face, one that radiated an unsettling chill. She held the phone up for Hocheng to see. Hocheng, I want you dead. The news on her screen reported an altercation from the previous night, resulting in 5 minor injuries and 3 severe ones, 2 of whom had succumbed during rescue efforts, while the assailants remained at large. The location was precisely where Xia Yunqian had been ambushed. Hocheng could not finish reading the news before his gaze shifted back to Xia Yunqian's face. A terrifying thought expanded within his mind. Xia Yunqian retrieved her phone, smirking as she whispered, Surprised? You provided me the inspiration. Hocheng was rendered speechless, unable to even ask why. That day, you drugged yourself in hopes I would join you. If you could do that to yourself, why couldn't I use myself as bait to ensnare you? I was aware that the place was dangerous. I merely wagered that you would come. I won. Xia Yunqian leaned closer to Hocheng, her voice lowering. I also know that with the Hua family's resources, they can easily secure leniency for you. Therefore, I will testify against you, standing firm against your Hua family's capital. As her whisper faded, the box slipped from Hocheng's grasp, the ring rolling into the corner beneath the bed. Hocheng, rendered incredulous, found himself speechless, as if struck from behind, utterly stripped of his capacity for thought. Xia Yunqian's delight surged, her confidence soaring. Surprised? I entered the fray, gambling your life. With that, she dialed the authorities. I report. Hocheng did not flee when the police arrived. The cold handcuffs locked him in place, and he remained silent. In front of the officers, Xia Yunqian identified Hocheng, emphasizing that he had not ceased his actions even after she had been rendered defenseless. It transcended legitimate self-defense, qualifying as excessive. She wept as she recounted to the police that Hocheng was a pervert, intent on possessing her, resorting to any means, even poisoning her with threats. Hocheng was led away in silence, and the whole family was notified. Hocheng arrived with a lawyer, but did not meet Hocheng, as the nature of the case prohibited family visits. The lawyer reported that Hocheng was in a dismal state, refusing to speak, resembling a mute. Hocheng, his expression stern, left the police station for the hospital to confront Xia Yunxian. Facing Hocheng, Xia Yunxian exhibited no signs of guilt. Instead, she resolutely stated, "The fact that Hocheng killed someone is undeniable. What concern is it of mine?" Hocheng inquired, "If you had not called for help, would he have come to rescue you only to beat someone to death?" Chapter 003. Yes, it is my fault. In response to Hocheng's inquiries, Xia Yunxian scoffed disdainfully. "I did call for help, but I never intended for him to kill anyone. He didn't have to come personally. He could have called the police or contacted my family. It's his own foolishness that led him to come here and resort to murder." Young Master Hua, is it because your family is affluent that you believe such unreasonable actions are justified? Why do you think this is my fault? I am not the one who killed anyone. Xia Yunxian fixed her gaze on Hocheng, enunciating each word with clarity. This is all Hocheng's fault. He is the one responsible for the deaths, and this is not the first time. Hocheng pointed at Xia Yunxian, warning her to remember that if anything happened to Hocheng, she would not escape unscathed. Is that so? Xia Yunxian retorted, picking up her phone to call the police. "Hurry and come save me. The young master of the Hua family is threatening me here." "Well done, Xia Yunxian." Hocheng, infuriated yet amused, turned on his heel to leave. Behind him, Xia Yunxian's proud voice rang out, "Young Master Hua, this time I shall confront capital with unwavering resolve. I refuse to believe I will lose." The incident involving Hocheng's violent actions became a hot topic, garnering widespread attention from various sectors. Online, public outrage surged, and discussions about seeking justice against capital intensified, with demands for severe punishment for Hocheng echoing throughout the internet. Some fervent individuals even called for the death penalty, aiming to strike a blow against the arrogance of the wealthy. 3 months later, the case went to trial. As Hocheng's defense attorney presented his arguments, Hocheng suddenly spoke up, declaring, "I plead guilty." His reputation in shambles and his family shamed, he felt utterly disappointed in himself. Even if he were to be released, there would be no place for him in Kyoto. His stubborn yet absurd life seemed destined for an end, and he thought, if death is the solution, then so be it. A voice in his mind screamed in agreement. Death is preferable. Living with such a tainted existence is meaningless. To die would mean to incur no one's disdain, a conclusion to everything. The attorney stood in shock. "Mr. Hua, what are you doing?" He had confessed to murder, admitting to intentionality. Surely, he would be sentenced to death. On the witness stand, Xia Yunxian pointed at Hocheng, her foredrip shaking violently. The doctor beside her urged her to calm down, but Xia Yunxian, more excited than the plaintiff, shouted for the judge to sentence Hocheng to death. The judge rapped the gavel, demanding silence, and then turned to the defendant, Hocheng, for questioning. The long-standing voice in his mind roared in chaos as Hocheng's gaze shifted from Xia Yunxian's face, his voice calm and devoid of emotion as he stated, "I intentionally killed someone. It was not an accident. I had a knife on me. I acted with premeditation. What right did those who bullied the woman I desired have? I did purchase illegal drugs, which I administered to Xia Yunxian. I wanted her heart as well as her body, but she was too stubborn to agree. Had I not been caught, I would have resorted to force." The voice in his mind laughed with glee, praising him and offering suggestions. Hocheng smiled at the judge. "Recounting what I have stated is true. My intentions were clear and my methods despicable. I am not insane. I confess to all of it. I am guilty of heinous crimes that are unforgivable. I implore the judge to sentence me to death." Through Hocheng's relentless insistence, he was ultimately sentenced to death. Before his execution, he encountered Xia Yunxian once more. As on the day of the trial, she lay in a hospital bed receiving treatment. For 3 months, Xia Yunxian had been undergoing treatment due to the poison coursing through her body, causing her surgery to be postponed. The pain had transformed the once beautiful woman into a frail shadow of her former self, her skin pale and her body emaciated, constantly receiving 4 fluids to prepare for surgery. "Hello, Miss Xia. Che spoke, his voice hoarse as if he had wandered in a desert for ages. And he had finally altered how he addressed her. The once privileged young master of the Hua family now appeared sunken, his cheeks gaunt, and his unkempt hair shorn away, stripped of all former charm. In response to Hua Che's greeting, Xia Yunxian smiled triumphantly. I am indeed well, for you are about to die. Congratulations. You have triumphed over capital. Hua Che remained unfazed, the long quiet voice in his mind advising him to ignore Xia Yunxian. Yet, Xia Yunxian's eyes sharpened as she declared, the greatest regret of my life is my misplaced compassion in dragging you from that car. You should have perished in the explosion. Indeed, Hua Che nodded, offering no rebuttal, heeding the voice within that advised brevity. Xia Yunxian ground her teeth. You have killed the man I loved most and sought to force your affection upon me. You're not only mad, but also legally ignorant. 1,000 deaths would not suffice for your crimes. Hua Che nodded, yes, that was my fault. No longer did he argue as he once had, the voice within him commending his growth. Hua Che recognized this as growth. His life had devolved into a farcical joke due to his own stubbornness. Faced with Hua Che's calm demeanor, Xia Yunxian suddenly lost her power to mock. She stared at him, finally stating, if I could turn back time, I would never again interfere in your affairs. With that, she hung up the phone and turned to leave. Hua Che held the phone aloft, watching her retreating figure, and spoke to the now silent device. If time were to reverse, I too would cease my futile entanglement. As the bullet shattered his heart, Hua Che felt as though his soul was being torn asunder, enveloped in silence. Even the voice that had accompanied him for so long became mute. A protracted fear and a fleeting pain marked the conclusion of his absurd existence. He felt utterly humiliated, unable to face the Hua family, scorned by the world. The game of life, which began with such promise, ended in utter defeat. In the depths of the mountains, Ukifit a curious lightness. I had become a wisp of spirit. Below lay his lifeless body. To his surprise, the Hua family retrieved his ashes and discreetly organized a funeral. His spirit lingered, hovering around the Hua family, perhaps burdened by guilt towards his kin. As the ancients said, the souls of the departed remain tethered by unresolved attachments. On the 7th day after his death, a sudden whirlwind enveloped him, and his vision darkened as his essence was pulled away. When he reappeared, he found himself in the office of the director of Spring He Hospital. Xia Yunxian was arguing vehemently with the director. After listening for a while, Hua Che grasped the situation. The poison in Xia Yunxian's body was nearly eradicated, and today was supposed to be her surgery, but it had been canceled. The reason? The expert team he had previously assembled had been disbanded. Xia Yunxian protested. On what grounds have you disbanded the expert team? What about my surgery? The director replied, the expert team was established by Mr. Hua Che. After his passing, there was no one to continue funding it, so it naturally disbanded. Hua Che, again with the Hua Che. Even in death, he continues to vex me. Xia Yunxian seethed. Ordering the director, I will not allow this. You must bring those doctors back. Hovering in the air, Hua Che observed the frenzied Xia Yunxian, and perhaps due to his transformation into a spirit, he felt no excess emotion. There was no sadness, no heartbreak, nor profound compassion. Even the guilt he had felt while surrounding the Hua family dissipated. Perhaps a soul is inherently devoid of emotion, drifting in numbness. The director glanced at Xia Yunxian, stating, if you wish to reassemble the expert team, you must prepare over 50 million in funds. Each doctor is an expert of the highest caliber, without Hua Che's financial backing. How could such a minor figure as Xia Yunxian receive their collective treatment? Upon hearing the staggering figure of 50 million, Xia Yunxian's expression shifted. This is all Hua Che owes me. Chapter 004. It is all Hocher's fault. The dean, with palpable impatience, interrupted Xia Yunxian's elaborate theories, bluntly stating that Hocher had already descended into hell, and the debts he owed her were hers to reclaim from the underworld. At present, she owed the hospital over 3 million yuan, and if not settled promptly, all medication and treatments would cease. Do you dare? Xia Yunxian exclaimed in a fit of rage. This is a hospital. If you dare to expel me, I will expose you. Miss Xia, you must understand that this is a private hospital. Our primary obligation is to treat and save lives. But we must also turn a profit. We are not a charitable institution. The dean, having lost his patience, instructed his assistant to escort Xia Yinxian out. That very day, her medications were halted and her surgery postponed. Desperate to survive, Xia Yinxian stormed to the Ho family estate. Hocker followed her to the grand residence, witnessing her brazen outburst. Hocker promised he would cure me. Your family has no integrity. You cannot treat me this way. Hocker will die in unrest. You must summon those specialists back to perform my surgery. If I perish, Hocker will resent you from beyond. Suddenly, the Ho family's servants doused her with a foul, murky liquid, shoving her out the door. Our young master fell for a heartless wretch. You willingly offered yourself to be mistreated, yet now you testify against the wrongdoers. How we wronged you? Be gone with your ill fortune. Despite being expelled, Xia Yinxian did not leave, waiting for the return of the eldest Ho brother in the afternoon. When Hocheng arrived, fully aware he could not see her, Hocker drifted toward him. Xia Yinxian blocked Hocheng's path, demanding the expert team was established by Hocker for my sake. What gives you the right to disband it? I saved Hocker's life. Your family owes me, and you should provide the finest doctors and medicine to cure my ailment. Hovering behind Hocheng, Hocker slapped himself in disbelief. Huh, that didn't hurt. Hocheng, with a cold gaze like a blade, replied to Xia Yinxian. You saved Hocker, yet did you not also take his life? This remark did not deter Xia Yinxian. She retorted venomously. If he dies, your family will not perish with him. You must. Slap. Hocheng struck Xia Yinxian sharply across the face. As she stood dazed, Hocheng's chilling voice echoed, setting aside the vast amounts Hocker spent on you, which is sufficient to repay your life debt. Consider this. You intentionally calculated to be ambushed, and in the process, Hocker inadvertently caused a fatality while trying to save you. He loved you deeply, assembled a medical team for you, and even wished to marry you. What have you done in return? You even went so far as to accuse Hocker of intentional murder. Hocker, that fool, truly confessed. Xia Yinxian held her face in shock, staring at Hocheng. He did kill someone. Shouldn't he bear the responsibility? He has already taken responsibility. Hocheng's expression was frigid. You saved Hocker's life, and he lost his for you, yet you seek to leverage gratitude against him. Go to hell and find Hocker. I, Hocheng, owe you nothing. The Ho family owes her nothing either. As Hocheng turned to leave, Xia Yinxian lunged, clutching his pant leg. You cannot leave. Call the doctors back. I cannot die. Get away. Hocheng kicked her aside without hesitation. Xia Yinxian, do you truly believe you have triumphed over capital? You have only defeated Hocker, who loved you deeply. His confession was merely Hocker's way of letting her go, a self-inflicted punishment born from utter disappointment. Before entering, Hocheng added, You caused Hocker's demise. I shall watch you without him and see how you fare. Hocker desired to follow Hocheng inside. He was his elder brother, after all, and it seemed he ought to accompany him. Yet, as he entered, an invisible force pulled him back. He could only hover beside Xia Yinxian, unable to leave. Not irate or anxious, Hocker found the situation rather dull, swirling aimlessly in the air, repeatedly attempting to evoke the familiar voice that once accompanied him, but to no avail. Perhaps it was now engaged elsewhere. Meanwhile, Xia Yinxian, disregarded by Hocheng, collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. In the following month, Hocker remained bound to Xia Yinxian's side, devoid of negative emotions or fatigue. Conversely, her life became increasingly arduous. She was broke and had severed ties with the Xia family, seeking medical help to no avail, her health deteriorating. A fine drizzle persisted for several days, unrelenting. Xia Yinxian, dragging her ailing body, stumbled into a cemetery, pausing before a gravestone. Hocker glanced over, realizing it was the tomb of Su Zizhou, the man Xia Yinxian loved most dearly. Hocker circled Su Zizhou's grave, calling out twice, but received no response. How peculiar that Su Zizhou's spirit was absent. Had time elapsed too long for him to have reincarnated, or were souls simply invisible to one another? When would he also vanish? This endless drifting in the air, akin to the sensation of being alive after death, grew wearisome. Leaning against the cold gravestone, the rain soaked her completely. She reached out to caress the damp stone, her vision blurred by tears. Zizhou, I avenged you. Haker is dead, and you may rest in peace. But Zizhou, I cannot live either. I once saved Haker's life, and the whole family, ungrateful, seeks my demise. They are all wicked. Capitalists are despicable villains. Xia Yinxian lamented, wiping the rain from her phone screen, opening an app. Online, many still praised her as the awakened heroine who triumphed over capital. Indeed, she had vanquished capital, severed ties with Haker, and avenged Su Zizhou. Had she not intervened, the whole family would have whisked Haker abroad, returning years later, still thriving. She accomplished what ordinary individuals could only dream of achieving in a lifetime. After all, he was the young master of the Ho family, and it was due to her defiance that he faced execution. Yet, why, after conquering capital, must she still face death? Why did those who elevated her to the status of a goddess of defiance not come to her aid? Everything stemmed from Haker. Had she not encountered him, had he not persisted in pursuing her, she would not have been reduced to this plight, and her beloved Su Zizhou would still be alive. It was all Haker's fault. If there were a next life, she would ensure to prevent any acquaintance with Haker from the very beginning. Xia Yinxian slowly lowered her head, her voice a whisper. Zizhou, I do not wish to die. Knock, knock, knock. The incessant knocking jolted Haker awake. Opening his eyes, everything before him was a blur, and his arm felt inexplicably numb from prolonged pressure. It was an odd sensation. Touching his face, the warmth conveyed he was indeed alive. Could it be that he had merely experienced a horrid nightmare? The dream had been terrifyingly vivid. Even a moment when a bullet shattered his heart felt strikingly clear. Reflecting on it, Haker sensed a persistent dull pain in his chest, as if the experience was not a dream, but a personal reality, an agonizing chase resembling a moth drawn to flame, culminating in a dismal finale. In the end, he became a specter, witnessing Xia Yinxian succumb against Su Zizhou's gravestone, muttering her wish to live. Unfortunately, Su Zizhou could not resurrect to save her. Even in death, Xia Yinxian lamented that it was all his fault. In the dream, transformed into a spirit devoid of emotion, he now recalled the memory, feeling as though his heart had been pierced by bullets countless times. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking continued, and the door was suddenly flung open as an assistant rushed in. Upon seeing that Haker was unharmed, Yimo let out a sigh of relief. My apologies, second young master. You did not respond, and I feared something had happened to you. Chapter 005. Have you also reborn? Hocheng regained consciousness, his throat raspy as he inquired. What happened? Yimo repeated. Miss Xia has been brought back. Yimo's expression was somewhat conflicted. After a pause, he continued. On her way back, she kept insisting that she had come from the future, claiming you would harm her, and it seems she has attracted something sinister. At that moment, Hocheng was certain of one thing. He had indeed been reborn, returning to the day after his engagement to Xia Yinxian. Of course, at the grand engagement ceremony yesterday, Xia Yinxian had fled, leaving him the laughingstock of the entire city. In his previous life, he had sent people to find Xia Yinxian, leading to a fierce argument followed by a cold war that lasted over half a month. Eventually, it was Xia Yinxian who came to seek reconciliation. However, her so-called reconciliation was not about rekindling their romance or resuming their engagement. It merely involved her gifting him a bouquet and uttering an apology, leading him to believe he could still sway her heart. Throughout his previous life, Xia Yinxian had insisted that he forced his love upon her. Yet he had respected her wishes, cherishing her for 8 years without even daring to touch her lips, as she had been unwilling. He stubbornly desired her to willingly be with him. In retrospect, his persistence now seemed utterly absurd. Yet, according to Yimo, could it be that Xia Yinxian had also been reborn? Hocheng, you lunatic, come out. The hall was in disarray, with Xia Yinxian having shattered a large antique vase. Hocheng entered the hall, still clad in the wrinkled suit from yesterday's engagement. Upon seeing him, Xia Yinxian picked up a shard of the vase and pressed it against her neck, threatening, if you push me any further, I will end my life right here. Hocheng halted, his gaze fixed on Xia Yinxian's face, remaining silent for a long while. She recounted the myriad ways he had harmed her in their past life. She declared that all her pain and sorrow had stemmed from him, expressing remorse for her past kindness that had saved him. She lamented that the 8 years of their acquaintance had been a colossal disaster for her. The woman before him mirrored the hysterical figure he had seen after becoming a spirit. Walk aside, I am sorry. His words took Xia Yunxian by surprise. What did you say? I deeply regret the distress I have caused you. Hocheng produced a check and extended it toward her. What are you trying to do now? Xia Yunxian assumed he was attempting to bribe her to stay by his side. This is merely compensation for you, allowing us to part ways amicably and sever all ties. Hearing this, Xia Yunxian paused, quickly realizing the implications. She set down the shard and accepted the check, asserting, "You better keep your word." Hocheng raised his hand, and Yimo promptly stepped forward, presenting a document to Xia Yunxian. Sign this, and you may leave. What is this? A release agreement, Hocheng replied. Xia Yunxian scoffed. What is there to sign? Hocheng emphasized. I want to ensure that you cannot later claim I owe you my life. You truly disgust me. Xia Yunxian expressed her disdain, picking up a pen to review the document. Just as she was about to sign, Hocheng cautioned her, read it carefully, and if there are no issues, please write, I have read this thoroughly and all stated is true, before signing and providing your thumbprint. Xia Yunxian stared at him in disbelief, but found his expression devoid of emotion. She hesitated, asking, Are you certain that once I sign, you will never harass me again? After you fled from our engagement yesterday, I felt as if my spine were being shattered. I would not dare to pursue you even a fraction more. Hocheng's voice was flat, yet tinged with unmistakable fatigue. Then why did you send so many people after me? Xia Yunxian retorted, feeling increasingly agitated. Hocheng, please sign this agreement so we can part ways decisively. Very well. That suits me perfectly. Xia Yunxian meticulously read through the document, confirming its accuracy. After signing, she inquired, Can I leave now? Take a copy of the document with you. As she prepared to depart, she turned back to Hocheng, narrowing her eyes. You have also been reborn, haven't you? The Hocheng of her past life had never been so amenable. He had refused to let her go until his dying breath. Hocheng did not respond, turning to ascend the stairs while instructing Yimo, see her out. News outlets were broadcasting the incident of the female protagonist fleeing from the Hua family's engagement banquet, making Hocheng the subject of ridicule in the capital. His phone buzzed incessantly with calls, primarily from family, as well as some friends and business associates. It was uncertain whether they were calling to console or mock him. Opening WeChat, he found a flood of messages. The content was unbearable. Hocheng, where have you been? Hocheng, you have 1 hour to return. Hocheng, I heard you had that woman brought back again. Are you determined to see her dead? Hocheng, stop pretending to be dead. If you're not home before dark, I will send someone to fetch you. Hua Mingjian, get back here, or I swear I will beat you to death. Lu Hui, son, please do not associate with that woman anymore. She is truly not suitable for you. She does not love you at all. A forcibly picked fruit is never sweet. In addition to his family, there were messages from his close friends. Duan Xiao, buddy, this is getting ridiculous. So many women dream of marrying you, yet she, Xia Yunxian, is oblivious. If you don't give up, I'll cut ties with you. It's disgraceful. Lu Jing, brother, there are plenty of women out there who are more suitable for you. If you can't have that stubborn stone, perhaps it's time to let it go. This whole situation is just tiresome. Cheng Yuxiu, the world won't end without anyone. You won't perish without Xia Yunxian. Can you wake up already? If not, I might really have to teach you a lesson. Seeing Cheng Yuxiu's message, Hocheng was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. In his previous life, Cheng Yuxiu indeed had beaten him. However, it had not awakened him, and their friendship had ended in a fallout. After becoming a spirit, although Cheng Yuxiu did not attend his funeral, his spirit witnessed Cheng Yuxiu placing flowers at his grave and cursing him for over half an hour. In that moment, he had felt little emotional impact. Now, reflecting on it, guilt surged within him. For Xia Yunxian, he had gradually distanced himself from these brothers. Yet, at his understated funeral, they had all shown up, with only Cheng Yuxiu resorting to curses. Hocheng opened the group chat with his friends, which was eerily quiet. He typed and sent, Let us meet at our usual spot for drinks tonight. Cheng Yuxiu, will you cry and cling to us if you get drunk? Duan Xiao, will you sob and produce snot bubbles? Lu Jing, if you cry, will you then cut ties with that woman? Hocheng agreed. Lu Jing, no way, have you been hacked? Duan Xiao, absolutely not. Our young master Wu Ti say something so straightforward. Cheng Yuxiu, Huiche, are you serious? Huiche, indeed, I have signed a release agreement. Chapter 006. Turning back is for dogs. At 7 o'clock in the evening, on the left bank of the gorge, the bar was alive with a cacophony of voices, buzzing with excitement. Cheng Yuxiu had reserved a private room, but Huiche insisted on sitting in the bustling hall, claiming he preferred the liveliness. Think carefully. It won't be pretty if you end up crying later, Lu Jing warned. Huiche nudged him playfully. Who do you think I am? I won't cry. Lu Jing chuckled. Indeed, young master will wound cry in public. But Duan Xiao might shed a tear in secret. Huiche scoffed, then in front of them. He took out his phone and deleted all traces of Xia Yunqian from his device. He then posted a status on his social media. Turning back is for dogs. Quite juvenile indeed. Yet the other three immediately pulled out their phones to like and comment, screenshot taken, cherish it. The four gathered around a table amidst the din, frequently interrupted by acquaintances coming over to chat and toast, occasionally approached by nightclub ladies. It would be disingenuous to say Huiche was in high spirits. He had consumed the most alcohol, feeling slightly tipsy but not drunk. He leaned on Cheng Yuxiu and Appo's shoulder, saying, Yuxiu, do you believe that if I die, you would cry? Duan Xiao and Lu Jing burst into laughter, teasing that Huiche was merely setting the stage for his upcoming tears. Cheng Yuxiu disdainfully brushed Huiche's hand away, calling him a lunatic. What is there to cry about? Huiche chuckled, rising to his feet. I'm in a good mood today. Let us dance. Despite their efforts to dissuade him, the three accompanied him to avoid any embarrassing incidents. The music throbbed like a heartbeat, pulsating through the crowd with a rhythm that exuded freedom and vitality, the very essence of life. For someone who had experienced death, being alive was truly a blessing. Huiche indulged in a carefree abandon he had never displayed before. After dancing for a while, they finally left the dance floor. As they passed by the edge, the deafening drum beats reverberated in their ears, threatening to burst their eardrums. Huiche glanced at the drummer, a woman dressed in a button-up shirt and tailored trousers, her hair tied back in a ponytail. What initially seemed like a professional appearance turned captivating as she deftly played, the movements of her drumsticks causing her shirt to rise slightly and reveal her slender waist. In this setting, it was an extraordinarily alluring sight. Huiche was pulled back by Cheng Yuxiu, returning to their seats. Just as he settled in, he glanced back at the drummer again. Her drumsticks danced with fervor, each strike echoing her strength, making her ponytail sway with every impact. The drumming was invigorating, and she exuded a striking presence. Hey, come back to reality. Lu Jing waved his hand in front of Huiche. Duan Xiao chimed in. How can you be so observant? Can't you look at someone else? She is quite impressive, Huiche remarked, lifting his glass for another sip. Do you know who she is? Duan Xiao asked, quickly answering. The illegitimate daughter the Pei family brought back 3 months ago. Lu Jing added, her wedding is next week. Born out of wedlock and raised outside of society, her return was destined to place her on the fringes. If she were to be favored, the Pei family wouldn't allow her to be in such a public entertainment venue. After all, which noble daughter would dress like that to play the drums? She would be ridiculed by other ladies of high society. Moreover, she hadn't even changed her surname upon returning to the Pei family. Most significantly, she was about to get married. A girl like her was trouble personified. Oh, did you understand? Are you joking? Besides Xia Yunqian, do you know any other women? Lu Jing asked incredulously. Huiche replied, Meng Shichu, the one the He family is publicly pursuing. Duan Xiao was astonished. You really know her? How rare. Cheng Yuxiu interjected. The Pei and He families are among the 4 great families. Now that they are forming an alliance, the dynamics among the elite will surely shift. It's no surprise that young Master Hua is aware. He then cast a half-smiling glance at Duan Xiao. Does your family not feel any sense of crisis? Duan Xiao rolled his eyes. What can I do about it? Should I marry into the Hua family to solidify our position among the 4 great families? Hua Pei Duan and He, the 4 eminent families of the capital. With the Pei and He families uniting, it was indeed a cause for concern for the Hua and Duan families. As they discussed this, Huiche muttered through his drink that marriage won't happen. At present, Everyone looked down on the Pei family's illegitimate daughter, Meng Shichu. The upper crust ostracized, mocked, and gossiped about her. Who would have thought that a few years later, she would evolve into a legend within the capital? She was a formidable woman, resourceful and influential, with an astonishing background. In his previous life, he had collaborated with Meng Shichu on a project, which had gone smoothly. However, her marital life had been tumultuous. Her engagement to the He family was called off on the wedding day, followed by a hasty marriage 6 months later, only to end in divorce a year later due to infidelity, which led to her ex-husband spending 6 months in the hospital. "What did you just say?" Lu Jing asked, having not caught it clearly, and the other two also turned to Hocheng. "It's nothing. I'll just join the fun later." Hocheng shook his head. "Forget it. It has nothing to do with me." In this life, he was determined to focus on making money and building his career. He found women perplexing. Eventually, he would find a suitable wife for a business marriage and be done with it. Before long, Hocheng grew tired of the clamor and insisted on heading to the private room. Lu Jing laughed, suggesting he was preparing to cry. The four left their seats, making their way to the private room. As they passed through the corridor, they encountered Meng Shichu again. She was cornered by a man who was groping a nightclub girl, making lewd remarks. The man leered at her and provocatively said, "The drumming was quite spirited. Come play with me, and I'll pay you 5 times what you make on the drums." "Step aside," Meng Shichu replied calmly, unflinching and resolute, showing no sign of fear or retreat. The man raised an eyebrow, smirking. "Are you this cold in bed too?" "Your words are filthy," Meng Shichu retorted coldly, glancing back momentarily. When she turned again, she found herself flanked by 4 men. The most inebriated among them pushed the man who had been harassing her, asserting, "Can't you see she doesn't want to? Are you blind?" Recognizing Hocheng and his friends, the man's face turned pale. "It's a misunderstanding. I was just joking with her. I meant no harm." "Is the Pei family's daughter someone you can joke with?" Cheng Yuxiu's voice turned icy, causing the man to break into a cold sweat. Lu Jing laughed. "You said such filthy things, and you don't consider it harm? Should we stab you twice for it to count?" Duan Xiao was more direct, pulling out his phone. "I know the eldest son of the Pei family. Let us see if he'd be amused by you joking with his sister." The man, now terrified, dropped to his knees, but before he could plead for mercy, a hand grasped his collar and dragged him away. He attempted to shout, but in the next moment, his mouth was covered. There was no chance for him to beg for forgiveness. Hocheng looked at Meng Shichu, and the other 3 were equally stunned. Meng Shichu merely nodded at them with a calm expression, thanking them softly before walking away. "Wow, she is so aloof." Duan Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. Lu Jing nodded in agreement. "Her aura is regal, like a queen, energetic while drumming, yet poised and stunningly elegant when still. Truly extraordinary." Chapter 007. The best at fighting. Management. The 4 of them partied in the private room until the wee hours of the morning. Lamentably, the young master did not shed a tear. Even in his drunken stupor, he failed to mention that certain someone. Instead, he was engrossed in plotting how to explore new business markets and save her life. In his plans, that woman was conspicuously absent. Cheng Yuxiu intentionally mentioned Xia Yanqian, but as soon as he uttered her name, Hocheng frowned and interrupted. "Don't bring her up. Will you cry if I do?" Cheng Yuxiu asked. The young master did not cry, but slapped himself and muttered, "I am such a fool." The other 3 exchanged glances, realizing that the young master had genuinely come to terms with his situation, which was splendid news. As friends of the young master, they were finally spared from the embarrassment of having to cover their faces when others mentioned his romantic entanglements. In the end, Hocheng was so intoxicated that he fell into a deep slumber, and the 3 of them carried him back to the Hua family mansion. Hocheng wore a stern expression as he greeted them. Even in the presence of Lu Jing and Cheng Yuxiu, his countenance did not soften. "Thank you," he said curtly. Duan Xiao nudged Lu Jing, who then urged Cheng Yuxiu, "Say something on behalf of the young master." The Duan family was also among the 4 great families. But unlike Lu Jing and Cheng Yuxiu, who belonged to an illustrious lineage, their family seldom appeared in public and operated at a different echelon. Their words carried more weight. Cheng Yuxiu cleared his throat and spoke. "Hocheng has severed ties with Miss Xia, so perhaps Mr. Hua could be lenient with his punishment. Hocheng sighed and invited the three to stay for tea, but they politely declined, citing the late hour, and departed together. O que feinst, no penalties. For upon awakening from his drunken stupor and after a refreshing bath, he went to the ancestral hall to kneel in repentance. Noticing his sincere attitude, he even swore before the ancestral tablets that he would never again maintain ties with Xia Yinxian. He pledged to abide by his family's arrangements, stating that whoever his family deemed suitable for him to marry, he would comply, prioritizing the honor and future of the Hua family above all else. His expression was exceedingly earnest, causing the whip raised by Hua's father to lower once more. Hocheng pulled him up. Remember what you said today. I will. Huoke replied. Subsequently, Huoche immersed himself in work. During his university years, he founded a tech company that was thriving, and he was also the vice president of Hua Shi Rongqing Group, making it effortless for him to occupy himself. After observing for a few days and seeing that Huoche had indeed refrained from contacting Xia Yinxian, Hocheng sighed in relief. One afternoon, Huoche was called for a meeting at Rongqing Group, and as he was leaving, Hocheng stopped him. You will attend the wedding of the Pei and He families next Monday. All right, Huoke replied. It felt peculiar for Hocheng to witness the rebellious youth suddenly turning obedient. He patted Huoche on the shoulder. If your company needs any assistance, just let me know. Understood, brother. Huoche smiled and waved. I'm heading back. Last life, Hocheng had sent him to attend the wedding of Meng Shichu and He Xingyi due to a business trip. He had initially agreed, but on the eve of the wedding, he encountered Xia Yinxian on a date with Su Zizhou, resulting in him kicking Su Zizhou and having a fierce argument with Xia Yinxian. They parted on bad terms, and he drowned his sorrows in alcohol, ultimately missing the wedding. Although that wedding never took place, the absence of the Hua family at the Pei and He family wedding sparked considerable gossip, leading to Huoche receiving a sound reprimand at home. This time, he was determined to witness the grand wedding that caused the He family to fade from the four great families. On a weekend afternoon, Huoche received a call from Duan Xiao inviting him out. Huoke declined outright. Why not? Duan Xiao asked, puzzled. I might encounter someone I do not wish to see, Huoche replied. After a brief silence, Duan Xiao remarked, You seem quite informed about where she is spending her weekend. Never mind, I'm hanging up. Wait, Duan Xiao interrupted. Let us change the venue. Where should we go? Huoche, feeling bored at home, agreed this time. 40 minutes later, Huoche and Duan Xiao arrived at a countryside farmhouse atop the southern mountains. As soon as they stepped out of the car, they spotted Xia Yinxian and Su Zizhou walking hand in hand, a handsome couple indeed. Huoche facepalmed, realizing he had forgotten that Xia Yinxian had also been reborn. She, who most wished to avoid him, would surely steer clear of places where they had previously encountered one another. Yet here they were. Duan Xiao clicked his tongue. Did you come here specifically to meet someone? Please be quiet, Huoche replied, utterly exasperated, as he hesitated whether to retreat and find another place. Xia Yinxian caught sight of Huoche and immediately approached. Her expression twisted in displeasure. Huoche, what are you doing here? We've already drawn the line. Are you still stalking me? Do you wish to harm Zizhou? She did not allow Huoche a chance to respond, her voice rising in anger. If you lay a finger on Zizhou, I'll one T let you off. As if fearing he might doubt her resolve, she emphasized, You know I am capable of it. Originally, Huoche had intended to politely explain, but Xia Yunqian's threats silenced him. He was well aware of her capacity for malicious deeds. She had proven herself adept at such actions in their previous life. Huoche reflected that it must have been his own madness that had transformed that initially gentle and poised woman into a figure of hysteria. He acknowledged his faults and sins. Regrettably, he had not been reborn earlier. Had he been, he would never have forced Xia Yinxian into an engagement. I'll go take a look. You two continue your conversation, Duan Xiao said, fully aware of Huoche's tendencies and doubting he could truly let go of Xia Yinxian. So he planned to give them space. Suddenly, Huoche threw his arm around Duan Xiao's shoulder. I'll join you. Ignoring her was the best form of explanation. As they brushed past Xia Yinxian, Duan Xiao was taken aback, silently mouthing, Playing hard to get? Huoche chuckled and asked, Is there any way to completely sever past ties without allowing others to misinterpret? His voice was not low, and Xia Yunqian overheard. She also caught Duan Xiao's reply. It's simple. Just find a suitable partner and get married. Once you have a new family, the past will be entirely behind you. That makes sense, Hocheng mused, recalling how the Hua family had arranged for him to prepare for a wedding with Miss Li in his previous life. Unfortunately, he had been foolishly led astray by Xia Yunqian. Duan Xiao continued, if you ask me, you need a strong and assertive partner. No offense intended, but a gentle and delicate girl won't be able to keep you in line. Hocheng nodded in agreement. Very reasonable. Hocheng promptly pulled out his phone and dialed Hocheng, stating, brother, I want to get married. Arrange a business alliance for me. The bride should be a bit fierce. The best would be someone who can fight, as I need to be managed. Hocheng fell silent for a few seconds. You're insane, and hung up. Duan Xiao erupted in laughter. Meanwhile, Xia Yunqian stood rooted in place, overhearing their conversation. She found it utterly ridiculous. She had never believed that a dog could change its habit of eating excrement, and thus, she did not believe Hocheng would truly let her go. In her previous life, she had been the one to cause Hocheng's demise. Chapter 008. I will not allow you to harm Zizhou. Xia Yunqian felt that if Hocheng did not possess a pathological desire to possess her, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance against her by any means necessary. His current demeanor likely aimed to lower her guard. Whether he had altered his strategy to ensnare her or had set a trap for her to unwittingly fall into, it mirrored the way he had previously manipulated her in her past life. Countless possibilities swirled in her mind, and her heart began to race with apprehension. As she turned to retreat, she was startled to see Hocheng and Duan Xiao approaching Suzhou. A sense of dread washed over her. On this very day in her past life, Hocheng had seen her on a date with Suzhou and, in a fit of rage, had assaulted him, resulting in a fractured rib. Okay, you shall not lay a finger on Zizhou. Xia Yunqian sprinted towards Suzhou, calling out urgently, Zizhou, run. At that moment, she wished fervently for wings to soar to his side. As she ran, she shouted, Hocheng, stop. Do not approach Zizhou. Her voice was laced with reproach, threats, and fury. Finally, she reached Suzhou ahead of Hocheng, spreading her arms wide to shield him. Her cheeks flushed from the exertion, yet her gaze burned with intensity. I will not permit you to harm Zizhou, she declared fiercely. In the next moment, Hocheng drew near, casually chatting and laughing with Duan Xiao as they walked past. Once they had moved away, Xia Yunqian stood there, arms still outstretched, her mind momentarily blank. A hand rested on her shoulder, and she turned in shock to find it was Suzhou. A wave of relief washed over her. Qianqian, what is wrong? Suzhou inquired with concern. Young master who merely passed by here. There is only this one exit from the parking lot. Xia Yunqian had been acting strangely in recent days. Today, they had not intended to come here, but she insisted on changing locations, claiming they would encounter Hocheng, who would then injure him. They had changed venues, yet they still crossed paths with Hocheng. A few days prior, she had made an absurd claim that she had died once and was now reborn. She even suggested that he might be harmed by Hocheng, though Suzhou found her assertions hard to believe. Suspecting that she had either attracted some malevolent force or had been driven to madness by Hocheng's relentless pursuit, he felt powerless in the face of her convictions. After all, young master Hua hailed from a prestigious family, and had it not been for Hocheng's infatuation with Xia Yunqian, he would never have had the opportunity to engage with him up close. It was precisely because Xia Yunqian had saved Hocheng's life, coupled with his deep-seated affection for her, that she could acquire greater resources, allowing both the Xia and Su families to shine in recent years. However, it seemed now that Hocheng's feelings for Xia Yunqian had waned. This shift implied that her chances of relying on Hocheng for resources had significantly diminished, if not entirely vanished. Observing Xia Yunqian's dazed expression, Suzhou's countenance grew grave. Qianqian, do you think you may have misunderstood? Young master who did not intend to harm me. In fact, he did not even glance my way. In the past, Hocheng would have reacted with anger, only to later seek to appease Xia Yunqian. His indifference now spoke volumes, more eloquently than any words of rejection. Perhaps Hocheng not only withheld resources, but would also retract what had been previously granted. What would become of the Xia and Su families then? This grim prospect deepened Su Zizhou's seriousness as he addressed Xia Yunxian. I mean, might your misunderstanding of young master who was intent to strike me leave him feeling uncomfortable? That is of no concern, Xia Yunxian replied dismissively. Rest assured, Zizhou, I will not allow him to harm you. That is not what I meant. He began, the one I cherish most is you. Now that I have completely freed myself from Hocheng's entanglement, when will you visit the Xia family to discuss our engagement? Xia Yunxian deftly shifted the topic, dismissing any thoughts of Hocheng. In her previous life, Hocheng had caused her immense suffering, and she had ensured he paid dearly for it. If he were wise, he would keep his distance in this life, should he fail to learn from his past mistakes. She possessed ample means to make him regret it. She would confront him once more if necessary. So Thitho Saif, you have yet to graduate. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait. Now that I have been booked by a production team, the longer you delay proposing, the less likely it will be feasible for me to pursue a relationship or marriage once I fully enter the entertainment industry, as my fans will certainly object. Xia Yunxian insisted eagerly. In her previous life, she had achieved monumental success in the entertainment world, only to retreat after Su Zizhou's demise at Hocheng's hands. It was this vast fan base that had facilitated her later confrontations with the Hua family. Reborn, she resolved to live powerfully and intended to re-enter the entertainment sphere. Meanwhile, Hocheng and Duan Xiao had moved further away. Curiously, Duan Xiao asked Hocheng if he had intentionally spoken to Xia Yunxian to instill a sense of crisis or if he was genuinely serious. I've already contacted my brother. What do you think? Duan Xiao mused, scratching his nose. I confess, I had previously held a rather rigid impression of you. What are your intentions, Hocheng? I thought you were employing the tactics of ambiguous allure to provoke her. Duan Xiao chuckled. Do I appear idle to you? Hocheng retorted, exasperated. If I were to maintain any lingering connection with her, you all would gradually sever ties with me. This was the undeniable truth. In his past life, his distorted perceptions had alienated his friends, causing a rift in their relationships. Except for the estranged Cheng Yuxiu. Both Duan Xiao and Lu Jing had gradually distanced themselves from him, as having such a friend was rather embarrassing. Moreover, Cheng Yuxiu and Lu Jing hailed from illustrious families and looked down upon his obsessive romantic pursuits. Duan Xiao chuckled lightly, but offered no reply. The embarrassment of Xia Yunxian fleeing after their engagement was palpable. If Hocheng remained oblivious to this, and still harbored hopes of rekindling their relationship, it would reflect a humiliating willingness to debase himself, rendering him unfit for deeper camaraderie. True friendship, after all, is founded on shared values and mutual interests. Suddenly, Duan Xiao pointed ahead. Look, Xiao Yunshuo is also here. Let's greet him. Xiao Yunshuo, a scion of the prestigious Xian family, was known for his low-profile demeanor. Though he had ventured into the business world, he shunned the limelight and refrained from scandalous affairs, serving as a role model for many heirs of affluent families. Mr. Xiao, what a coincidence! As Xiao Yunshuo was grilling meat, he turned to see Hocheng and Duan Xiao approaching. Good afternoon to the young masters. He greeted with a smile. At that moment, a woman seated beside him, sketching in a notebook, glanced up briefly before returning to her work. In the distance, another woman was flying a kite, her laughter echoing as the kite soared high. Hocheng remarked, "It is rare to see Mr. Xiao enjoying leisure time." "Not at all. I am merely accompanying my fiancé, Yi, and friends," Xiao Yunshuo replied, gesturing towards the artist. "This is Meng Shichu, a friend and business partner. You must have heard her name." "I have indeed," Duan Xiao acknowledged. "Good afternoon, Miss Meng." Meng Shichu turned her head slightly, offering a polite nod. "Good afternoon to you both." Their exchange was brief, courteous yet distant, and she resumed her sketching, capturing the image of the woman flying the kite. The lines flowed, both thick and thin, evoking the essence of traditional ink wash painting. "She is simply reserved. Please do not take offense," Xiao Yunshuo explained, indicating the kite-flying woman. "That is my fiancé, Yi Gusheng." Hocheng remarked, "Mr. Xiao is indeed fortunate." Chapter 009. Does young Master Huan not wish me joy on my wedding day? Xiao Yunshuo's smile brightened his brow, and his spirits were high. If the two of you have no other companions, would you care to join me for some grilling? I hope I'm not intruding. Huiche felt somewhat reluctant about this arrangement. Xiao Yunchuo replied, I lack sufficient hands. I can't possibly have the ladies do the work. If you two young masters would deign to assist, I would warmly welcome your presence. His words were quite eloquent, and Huiche and Duan Xiao, who were merely there to enjoy themselves, had no objections. With two primary laborers, the preparation of food progressed swiftly. Huiche's culinary skills were not exceptional, but he managed to follow along, asking questions as needed, and the three men worked harmoniously together. An hour later, a lavish spread adorned the long table, complemented by refreshing beverages. Xiao Yunchuo called to have Hocheng return and inquired of Meng Shichu, Shall we open that bottle of wine? Meng Shichu replied yes. Duan Xiao, curious, asked, Didn't you all drive here? How will you descend the mountain after having a drink? How unfortunate that your family doesn't employ an assistant. Xiao Yunchuo teased with a smile. Duan Xiao chuckled awkwardly, nudging, okay. I have 2 bottles of red wine in my car. Shall we open one? Huiche promptly went to retrieve it. Finally, it was no longer merely a matter of mooching off food and drink, which felt somewhat embarrassing. Hocheng returned after collecting her kite, her cherubic cheeks flushed like apples, beads of sweat trickling from her temples as she caught her breath. Strands of hair danced lightly in the breeze, making her appear as sprightly as an elf, a stark contrast to the poised Meng Shichu, who was absorbed in her painting. Xiao Yunchuo offered his handkerchief, and Hocheng accepted it, wiping her brow as she leaned closer to Meng Shichu. Chubao, how is your painting coming along? Meng Shichu set aside her colored pencils and handed the sketchbook to Hocheng for her to peruse. Wow, it's beautiful. A masterpiece. Hocheng exclaimed. You've depicted me so adorably. Meng Shichu smiled slightly. You are inherently adorable. I want to give you a kiss, Hocheng declared. And before Meng Shichu could protest, she planted a kiss on her cheek. Meng Shichu did not evade it, feeling quite helpless. Your fiancé will be upset. He won tea. Hocheng retorted, turning to show the sketchbook to Xiao Yunchuo. Look, Chubao has made you quite handsome as well. It is indeed well drawn, Xiao Yunchuo affirmed, nodding in approval. The sketch exuded a solemn grace, showcasing Meng Shichu's profound skill. As Meng Shichu packed her art supplies and approached Hocheng, she said, This sketchbook is for you. It's brand new, just used today. It features your fiancé, she added. Thank you, Shichu. This sketchbook looks rather exquisite, Xiao Yunchuo remarked. Meng Shichu replied, It's only fitting that I give something of value. At this moment, Duan Xiao returned with the wine, greeting Hocheng before uncorking both bottles. The group settled down, enjoying the food and wine, and the conversation flowed naturally. Xiao Yunchuo was eloquent and charming, while Hocheng was vivacious. Huiche and Duan Xiao, both seasoned in the business world, contributed plenty of topics. Meng Shichu, however, remained quieter, enjoying her meal without fuss, occasionally chiming in, seemingly lost in thought. As the wine flowed freely, Duan Xiao suddenly turned to Meng Shichu. Miss Meng, you are to be wed tomorrow. Why do you appear so glum? Meng Shichu smiled faintly. Tomorrow's matters can wait until tomorrow for joy. Hocheng leaned closer. Chubao, others who are about to marry are usually swamped with preparations. Why you seem so unfazed? It was indeed odd. Meng Shichu did not exhibit the typical excitement or anticipation of someone on the cusp of marriage. Meng Shichu shrugged. I will simply change my clothes and do my makeup. There is nothing else to be done. I envy your calmness. I wish to emulate you, Hocheng remarked. Don't try to be like me. Meng Shichu shook her head. I'm rather dull. I find you intriguing, intelligent, composed, and graceful. Even if the sky were to fall, your demeanor would remain unchanged. If I were a man, I would certainly wish to marry you, Hocheng declared. Just then, Xiao Yunchuo pretended to cough. Meng Shichu laughed. Perhaps in the next life, you could be a man and marry me. Deal. The atmosphere lightened considerably. Duan Xiao leaned toward Huiche and whispered, Miss Meng has quite the capacity for alcohol. Let us not speak of others, Huiche replied. I'm not commenting. I'm merely surprised, Duan Xiao insisted. Meng Shichu, with keen ears, caught wind of their conversation and raised her gaze. You may speak freely, it matters not. No, we weren't speaking ill of you, Duan Xiao hurriedly clarified. Meng Shichu lifted her glass, I'd like to thank you both for your assistance last time." Her tone was formal. Duan Xiao raised his glass. "Miss Meng, you're too polite. You would have managed without our help." Hocheng added, "Miss Meng's drumming skills are impressive. You are particularly admirable. I thought young Master He would say something about being tainted by the mundane." Meng Shichu joked, finishing her glass of red wine. The sunset painted the horizon crimson, resembling a blazing inferno. The group tidied up, returned the equipment to the farmstay owner, settled the bill, and proceeded to the parking lot. They bade each other farewell, wishing Meng Shichu joy on her wedding day. Only Hocheng remained silent. Meng Shichu took the initiative to ask young Master Hua, "Why do you not wish me joy on my wedding day?" The other three were taken aback, glancing at Meng Shichu, although they had only recently met. Duan Xiao did not perceive Meng Shichu as one prone to jest. It was she who had initiated the playful banter. Hocheng hadn't anticipated her question, but he remained unfazed. "Since everyone has wished Miss Meng joy on her wedding day, I shall wish you a flourishing career and a life of ease." Upon hearing such a blessing, a smile spread across Meng Shichu's face, illuminating her with a soft glow. "Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Hua." Each took their leave, with Hocheng and Duan Xiao sharing a vehicle, departing first from the back seat. As they approached the mountain-esque descent, Duan Xiao remarked to Hocheng, "Xia and Su have intercepted Meng Shichu's vehicle. What could they want?" "Perhaps they wish to discuss business," Hocheng replied, half closing his eyes, unconcerned. In her previous life, Meng Shichu had indeed had brief business dealings with Su Zizhou. Duan Xiao leaned against the car window, but soon lost sight of them. "About that Xia," Hocheng interrupted. "Brother, must you always bring her up? Being reborn is a divine gift. I intend to cherish this life. As for Xia Yunqian, I have no intention of maintaining any ties." He had no desire for vengeance, nor would he retaliate against Xia Yunqian. After all, she had once saved his life. Moreover, the unfortunate end he faced in his past life was largely of his own making. Presently, the situation was quite favorable. He chose not to entangle himself with Xia Yunqian. The past debts of gratitude were settled. Su Zizhou was still alive, and Xia Yunqian had not descended into hysteria following Su Zizhou's death. He stood at the starting point before the impending turmoil, where all harm had yet to occur, and he had no cause for revenge or blame. Timely cessation of losses would lead to mutual happiness. Later that evening, Hocheng attended to some work matters and lay down, finding it nearly 11 o'clock. Upon picking up his phone, he noticed several missed calls from unfamiliar numbers, accompanied by a slew of messages. "Hocheng, you actually blacklisted my number. Did you say something to Miss Meng? Why would she refuse to let Zizhou finish speaking? I saw you sitting with him this afternoon. If you seek revenge, just come after me. Why target Zizhou? He hasn't wronged you. Answer my call. Respond to my message." "Cool, kid. I never imagined you to be such a petty person. You should have perished in that car explosion. Don't forget, I saved your life. Answer my call." At last, a message arrived, and the phone rang again the next moment. Hocheng abruptly ended the call and replied to the message, blocked the number. His phone notified him of intercepted calls, and moments later, it alerted him to blocked messages. Hocheng paid no heed, placing his phone aside in preparation for slumber. Just as he extinguished the light and closed his eyes, his phone erupted into a cacophony once more. A new, unfamiliar number appeared. Hocheng answered, only to be met with the frantic voice of a woman. "Hocheng." He disconnected the call, blocked the number, and configured his phone to reject all unlisted calls and messages. The world fell silent, allowing Hocheng to finally drift into sleep. That night, he plunged into a deep dream. He found himself transported back to a past life, engaged in a courtship with Miss Li, when he once again received a distress call from Xia Yunqian. Strangely, within the dream, he was acutely aware of having experienced this scene before, fully cognizant of the inevitable outcome, and repeatedly admonished himself not to seek out Xia Yunqian. Yet his body seemed to act independently of his mind, irresistibly drawn to her. The conclusion, of course, was all too evident: to die once more. Chapter 010. He has a love interest, and it is a man. The wedding of Meng Shichu and He Xingyi was held at the Diamond Supreme Hotel. By the time Hocheng arrived, the venue was already bustling with excitement, and he was quickly approached by a number of guests. After a considerable time, he managed to locate Duan Xiao. Such a lively scene. Do you think there will be this many people at my wedding in the future? Duan Xiao inquired curiously. You won't know until you get married, Hocheng replied nonchalantly. It's not guaranteed. Unless your future wife hails from one of the 4 prominent families or has a background that surpasses them. This is a union of 2 of the 4 prominent families. After all, there are even some individuals from higher circles present. Indeed, among the crowd, they soon spotted Xiao Yunxua. Not long after, they encountered him. Where's Miss Gu? Hocheng asked with a curious smile. Xiao Yunxua explained. She is one of the bridesmaids. As the auspicious time arrived, the wedding officially commenced. The MC's eloquent opening remarks set the tone as the ceremony unfolded with flowers and red envelopes flying. And images of the bride and groom in their wedding attire adorned the screens, extravagant and grand. Hocheng lost count of how many glasses of wine he had consumed while observing the proceedings. He felt a twinge of nostalgia. In his previous life, he had longed for a true connection with someone and wished for a grand wedding, yet it had ended in calamity for all involved. Now, standing in such a setting, he felt little of that initial fervor. He merely thought that if one could find a willing partner to share this ceremony with, it would surely be a fulfilling experience. Alas, the world rarely offers such exquisite moments. As a waiter passed by, Hocheng returned his empty glass and exchanged it for another flute of champagne. No wonder it's wedding wine. It's delightful, he remarked. Duan Xiao, noticing, nudged Hocheng's arm. Drink less. Don't get drunk at someone else's wedding. If I do get intoxicated, you must carry me back, Hocheng jested. I wouldn't mind carrying you home, but I fear you might burst into tears. And I would be embarrassed too, Duan Xiao responded. Soon, the bride began her walk toward the groom. Under the floral archway, the bride donned a wedding gown resembling soft white clouds, holding a bouquet in one hand while being escorted by her father, Pei Guangyin. As she made her way down the red carpet, on stage, the groom, He Xingyi, looked like a prince from a grand castle in his white suit, smiling as he awaited his bride. The MC's voice flowed smoothly, guiding the proceedings. At the end of the red carpet, Pei Guangyin placed Meng Shichu's hand into He Xingyi's, leading the couple to the center stage. Facing each other, the guests were captivated by the beauty and happiness of the moment. The MC inquired if the groom wished to take the bride as his wife, to which He Xingyi promptly replied, I do. The MC then turned to the bride. With a smile, the bride responded, I do not. A hush fell over the crowd, caught off guard by her unexpected declaration. The MC's expression shifted as he quickly attempted to salvage the situation, but before he could finish his sentence, the microphone was snatched away by the bride. Taking advantage of the stunned audience, and before the families could intervene, Meng Shichu released He Xingyi's hand, stepped to the edge of the stage, and proclaimed, I do not wish to marry him, and you have not misheard. The reason is that my fiancé has a love interest, and it is a man. The room erupted in chaos as the guests processed the bride's audacious declaration. The Pei family stood frozen, while the He family appeared equally paralyzed. He Xingyi, the groom, attempted to rush forward to stop Meng Shichu, but was unexpectedly restrained by 2 bodyguards who emerged from backstage. A group of bodyguards surrounded the stage, blocking anyone attempting to approach. At this moment, Meng Shichu continued, Please, everyone, calm down and allow me to explain. Last Monday, after working overtime, He Xingyi urgently called me to his residence, claiming there were urgent matters regarding the wedding to discuss. When I arrived at 10 o'clock, I witnessed him in an intimate encounter with his boyfriend, a rather shocking scene. I must state that I do not discriminate against such relationships. When 2 people deeply in love happen to be of the same gender, it is merely another expression of love that is divine and equal. However, our He Xingyi deliberately timed it for me to see, conveying this message in such a direct manner, even threatening me, which I personally find quite distasteful. Meng Shichu, be quiet. He's mother shouted angrily from the audience, while others from the He family joined in the uproar. Meng Shichu swept her gaze across the crowd. Her voice booming, silence. The authoritative tone silenced the commotion. He's mother, undeterred, struggled to rush forward, but Meng Shichu warned, if you continue to cause a scene, I will reveal even more scandalous details. With a calm yet threatening demeanor, she mentioned a few names. Xiuhua's family name is Su, and the young lady from Lianqing is Miss Zhao. Upon hearing this, the faces of his parents turned ashen. Meng Shichu continued, "Now, let me focus on He Xingyi." She resumed her narrative, stating, "He Xingyi informed me that the wedding must proceed. I would enjoy the title of his wife, but his body, heart, and love would only belong to his boyfriend. He also mentioned that the arrow has been drawn and it must be released. If I dared to cancel the wedding, it would bring shame to both myself and the Pei family. He also stated that I am merely an illegitimate child, unworthy of him due to my upbringing and lack of connections, making me the perfect cover for him and his boyfriend. He insisted the wedding must go on, or I would face dire consequences. Oh, and He Xingyi also mentioned that as the only heir of the He family, I must bear him child. And after the wedding, I would undergo in vitro fertilization, after which he would find me a man to satisfy my physical needs." How considerate of him. As Meng Shichu recounted her story in a calm and measured tone, the audience gasped in disbelief. The Pei family was seething with anger, as was the He family. On stage, Meng Shichu glanced back at He Xingyi, whose mouth was covered by the bodyguards, and asked with a smile, "The wedding went on as you wished. Are you happy?" He Xingyi's face contorted in anguish as he struggled against his captors, but to no avail. Meng Shichu approached him, her wedding gown trailing behind her. "He Xingyi, have you ever considered that perhaps my lack of support allows me to act without restraint?" He Xingyi continued to writhe in despair. Meng Shichu smiled coldly. "Tell me, from which little alley did you hear that I am inherently insecure and easily manipulated?" His struggles intensified, yet Meng Shichu maintained her icy demeanor. "Rest assured, if I intend to strike, I will ensure you cannot rise again." With a snap of her fingers, the screen displaying wedding photos shifted. It showed He Xingyi entangled with another man. The latter's face blurred while He Xingyi's remained visible. A short video played, followed by numerous stills depicting He Xingyi in various compromising positions, all without censorship. Finally, a 3-minute audio recording commenced, revealing Meng Shichu attempting to call off the wedding while He Xingyi refused, resorting to threats and manipulation. Though the recording lacked visuals, He Xingyi's condescending tone was unmistakable, illustrating his disregard for Meng Shichu. This revelation shattered the facade He Xingyi had constructed, where he professed that he would marry no one but Meng Shichu. Though Meng Shichu was an illegitimate child, she was still a member of the Pei family, a family that matched the He family in status. Yet, the stigma of being an illegitimate child cast her in a lesser light, leading others to believe she was easily controlled. However, they had not anticipated her explosive temperament. "You wanted to hold a wedding. It has indeed taken place, but you have also set off a tremendous bombshell for He Xingyi." Of course, He Xingyi was not blameless. As the audio concluded, the screen went dark. Meng Shichu waved her hand, and the bodyguard dragged the struggling He Xingyi away. On the stage, only the stunned host and the still stunningly elegant Meng Shichu remained. With poise, Meng Shichu expressed her apologies and announced the cancellation of the wedding, declaring the union with the He family a complete failure. For a fleeting moment, the guests perceived her as regal, akin to a queen. Below, Hocheng downed another glass of red wine, the rich aroma lingering on his palate. It was potent. Beside him, Duan Xiao marveled, remarking on her impressive demeanor. Hocheng nodded, acknowledging her fierce presence, a formidable individual not to be trifled with. Just as Duan Xiao finished speaking, he noticed the young master beside him rush forward, exclaiming, "Wait a moment." Meng Shichu, still holding the microphone, smiled and inquired, "Is there something you need, young Master Hua?" Chapter 011. How about I become your groom? Hocheng aspired to ascend the stage, but was obstructed by his bodyguards. He halted, gazing up at the bride, and called out, "Miss Meng, how about I become your groom?" His voice resonated throughout the venue, unassisted by a microphone. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence once more. Meng Shichu, momentarily taken aback, hesitated for 3 seconds before responding. "I recall that young Master Hua is deeply infatuated with a certain lady. If you were to become my groom, what would happen to your beloved?" Her tone was casual, yet bore the weight of contemplation regarding Hocheng's proposition, possessing a calmness honed by experience. "Okay," succinctly and resolutely severed the connection. Meng Shichu smiled and queried, What grounds do I have to trust that you won't backtrack? At this moment, young Master Hua was slightly intoxicated, his cheeks flushed, fully aware of his actions, and adopting a determined demeanor. In the face of her inquiry, Hocheng pondered before replying. I am a virgin. My first kiss remains intact, and I offer it to you. If I maintain contact with her after our marriage, you have my permission to strike me, and I will not retaliate. After a brief pause, he added, a union between the Hua and Pei families is a formidable alliance. I will offer you fivefold what the He family provided. We shall support each other and face challenges together. Miss Meng, please consider. The audience remained utterly silent. Duan Xiao covered his face, attempting to retreat to a less populated area, feeling utterly embarrassed. The young master was clearly inebriated and acting foolishly. He took out his phone and messaged the group. He's lost it. He's attempting to elope. No, this isn't an elopement. It's a public proposal. Actually, he is auditioning for the role of groom. Is this what they call a shortcut? I can't find the words to describe this. He is utterly mad, and I can no longer face him as a brother. Cheng Yuxiu? Question mark. Cheng Yuxiu. What is he saying? Lu Jing. I have no idea. He might be out of his mind. At that moment, the entire venue was silent, all eyes fixated on the elegantly dressed bride. Meng Shichu pondered for a few seconds before gesturing to Hocheng to approach. With her command, the bodyguards stepped aside, and Hocheng leaped onto the stage to stand before Meng Shichu. Just as he was about to speak, she interjected, Hocheng, I am willing to marry you. Do you wish to wed me? Hocheng took the microphone and declared, I do, with equal gravity and conviction. Meanwhile, Gu Sheng, who had been anxiously waiting at the back, approached with a tray containing wedding rings. These should be returned to the He family, Meng Shichu stated. She then removed a white jade ring from her thumb, clasped Hocheng's left hand, and slipped the ring onto his ring finger. The lady's ring, not overly wide, fit perfectly onto Hocheng's finger, creating a unique charm. Meng Shichu lifted her gaze to Hocheng and said, Husband, congratulations on our marriage. Taken aback by the term husband, Hocheng momentarily froze before responding, Hello, wife, I look forward to your guidance in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Shichu tightened her grip on his hand. They approached the edge of the stage, and Meng Shichu took back the microphone. Apologies, everyone. The wedding will not be canceled, and you cannot leave just yet. Please enjoy the food and drinks while I step away to obtain our marriage certificate and return for a toast. After her words, she glanced toward a corner of the hall and nodded slightly. There, Xiao Yunxiu nodded in return and moved to a secluded spot to make a phone call. Director Ren, could you please have those obtaining marriage certificates wait a moment? A friend of mine is coming to collect one. Thank you. On stage, Meng Shichu led Hocheng away. As they exited backstage, she instructed a bodyguard, please escort the He family members out. Once in the car, Meng Shichu asked Hocheng, do you have her ID on you? Yes, but I left my household registration book. There is a window for household registration at the Administrative Service Center. Obtaining a new one is not a hassle. Oh, Hocheng marveled at Meng Shichu's decisive style and remarkable efficiency. As the car started, Meng Shichu remarked, during this journey, young Master Hua may reconsider. Hocheng shook his head, no regrets. Duan Xiao was right. Other young ladies might not be able to control him, as exemplified by Miss Li from his past life. In Meng Shichu's words, if she were truly provoked, he would surely suffer. He resolved to sever all his escape routes and extinguish any potential possibilities he deemed improbable. Moreover, he intended to make it clear to Xia Yunxian that his words about cutting ties were no jest. Certainly, he would not lose out. Meng Shichu possessed exceptional abilities and an impressive background, and marrying her would signify a formidable union between two prestigious families, offering nothing but benefits. As long as he did not act irrationally, Meng Shichu would not impose much upon him. When they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, it was nearly 12:20, well past closing time. Yet, someone awaited at the entrance and welcomed Meng Shichu and Hocheng. This way, please. Hocheng used his ID to reprint a household registration book, filled out the necessary information, posed for a photograph, and after a brief wait, they received their marriage certificate. Outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, Hocheng said to Meng Shichu, may I borrow your marriage certificate? Meng Shichu handed it to him. He then opened both marriage certificates. overlapping them, covering the personal information on the top one with his thumb, and took a photograph. "Would you mind if I share this on social media?" he inquired. Meng Shichu raised her hand. "Please do." Since the wedding had been disrupted half an hour ago, the news had likely spread within their circle and would soon be known throughout the city. Whether Hocheng posted on social media was inconsequential. Hocheng shared the marriage certificate on his social media, captioning it, "Married. My wife is a bit fierce. Please do not disturb." Meanwhile, Meng Shichu was on the phone, reassuring her father, "Don't worry, I'm fine. The marriage was unexpected, but when I return from my business trip, I'll arrange for you and Godfather to meet my husband's family in Kyoto." Hocheng overheard, "Father? Godfather? Not in Kyoto." "All right." Meng Shichu had a stepfather. After hanging up, Meng Shichu called for Hocheng to get in the car. Inside, she said, "I believe your decision to marry me was impulsive. But now that we are wed, the alliance between our families has been established. I will handle matters on the Pei family side. You should manage the Hua family." Hocheng nodded. "No problem. If the Pei family proves difficult, I will accompany you to speak with them." "No need. It won't be necessary." Meng Shichu shook her head. Instead of returning to the hotel immediately, they visited a nearby shopping mall. Meng Shichu changed out of her wedding gown into a fitting red dress, while Hocheng donned a suit selected by her, a white shirt with a burgundy pattern tie, topped with a black suit, looking exceptionally dapper. Upon returning to the hotel, they completed the final rites of their wedding. Hocheng's phone had been inundated with messages, but he intentionally silenced it, undisturbed by any interruptions. By 5 in the afternoon, things had finally calmed down. If he were to describe his feelings, it would be that he felt somewhat fatigued. Meng Shichu handed him a bottle of water. "I have taken care of matters with the Pei family. Arrange things on your end and let me know so we can have both families dine together." "Thank you." Hocheng accepted the water, took a sip, and proposed, "How about we have dinner alone tonight to get to know each other?" "Not possible." Meng Shichu shook her head. "I have a flight at 7. I need to go on a business trip for about 10 days to half a month." Hocheng was somewhat taken aback. Chapter 012. The young master faces punishment. Hocheng's lips twitched in disbelief, momentarily stunned. Which bride embarks on a business trip on her wedding day? Is she a mere machine for work? The itinerary had been set the previous week, and marrying you was unexpected. Altering this trip is simply unfeasible. Meng Shichu offered a brief explanation, adding that if it bothers you, you might need to endure it, treating it as the price to pay for a successful impromptu proposal. Hocheng stared at Meng Shichu, marveling at her remarkable composure, devoid of any internal conflict. Surely, other young ladies of the affluent class would never utter such words. The idea that a successful impromptu proposal requires a price to be paid with a logic he had never considered, yet seemed entirely acceptable. After all, it was he who had taken the initiative. "Thank you for the compliment," Meng Shichu replied, picking up her phone. "What is your phone number?" Hocheng provided it, and Meng Shichu saved it, stating, "I must take my leave now. I will handle the remaining matters upon my return from the trip." Hocheng waved goodbye. "Farewell, Miss Meng." Her response was, "Goodbye, my husband." As Meng Shichu departed, Hocheng felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. "I say, buddy, are you serious about this?" "Heeding your advice, I've decided to marry. How about that? Am I efficient or what?" Hocheng felt a sense of pride, yet he hesitated to return home. After all, only he, who had experienced reincarnation, understood Meng Shichu's situation. The wealthy families value their reputation and are quite sensitive to the stigma of being a love child. Thus, Hocheng invited Cheng Yuxiu and Lu Jing out for dinner, seizing the opportunity to drown his sorrows. The three of them escorted him back home once again. The entire Hua family was present, including members from the second branch, and every face wore an expression of utmost displeasure. In a state of drunken stupor, Hocheng was completely oblivious, unable to comprehend the conversations around him. "Let us leave it at that. We should take our leave," Cheng Yuxiu suggested. Although he hailed from an esteemed family, he understood that this was a domestic affair of the Hua family and felt it inappropriate to intervene. The Hua family members were seething with anger, a reaction Hocheng had anticipated. He had intentionally intoxicated himself and sought someone to plead on his behalf. What a scheming mind! The angriest of all was Hocheng, who dragged the inebriated Hocheng to the ancestral hall, mercilessly administering a few lashes. Drunkenly, Hocheng howled in pain, pleading for mercy. Hocheng berated him, claiming his madness was worsening. Within a month, he had made headlines twice, both for outrageous incidents. The entire city was abuzz with discussions centered around Hocheng, and he had utterly tarnished the family name. His reckless behavior, devoid of foresight, led him to pursue whatever whims struck him, believing himself to be a mere child. This infuriated Hocheng, who had returned in a huff from a business trip. Yet, Hocheng had deliberately intoxicated himself to evade scrutiny. Was he out his mind? What a misfortune it was for the Hua family. When Hocheng awoke, he found himself in the ancestral hall, his nose congested. He deserved this. Rising unsteadily, he stumbled toward the exit. His back burned painfully, the hangover leaving him dizzy and weak. In the front hall, the family doctor awaited him, and the butler approached, stating, "Young master, the family has requested that you refrain from going out for the next few days." The butler conveyed this delicately. Hua father and Hocheng intended for him to kneel in the ancestral hall for 3 days without food or drink. "Oh," Hocheng replied listlessly, his voice hoarse. Grabbing his phone from the table, he turned and headed upstairs. On his white shirt, several red streaks stood out glaringly. The butler urged him on, and the family doctor hurriedly followed. The wedding debacle between the Pei and He families had spawned numerous scandals. Whether it was the He family's only son as preference for men, or the young master of the Hui family seeking to marry an illegitimate daughter, or the unexpected union between the Pei and Hua families. All were topics of fervent discussion. As the situation escalated, the He family was increasingly exposed to scandal. Chairman, he had 3 mistresses and 4 children outside wedlock, his wife supporting a young man under the pretense of charity. And He Xiao's long-term relationship with his current boyfriend spanned a decade, coupled with secret dealings within the He family. Each revelation served to bury the He family deeper into disgrace. Hocheng had not left his room for 3 days, not even stepping out of his bedroom, causing Hocheng to grow concerned. Before dinner, he entered Hocheng's room with a stern expression, only to find him writing. Upon closer inspection, he realized Hocheng was practicing calligraphy. Each stroke was meticulously penned in a neat script, a stark contrast to Hocheng's usual style over the past few years. "Are you truly willing to calm yourself to write this?" Hocheng's tone was icy, recalling how Hocheng typically favored cursive. Hocheng turned with a smile. "How does it look?" "Not suitable for you," Hocheng replied, taking a seat on the nearby sofa. "Have you not left this floor in days? Are you sulking?" "Not at all." Hocheng set down his pen, turning his chair to face Hocheng. "If one has erred, one must bear the consequences of confinement." Hocheng scoffed. "Do you possess such awareness?" "Brother, people can change, and so can I." Hocheng sneered. "Last time you made similar claims before our ancestors. How long did that last?" "Brother, this time is different." "It is indeed different. A love-stricken fool, and—" "The Pei family members seem quite well suited," Hocheng remarked, choosing his words carefully. After all, Meng Shichu could not choose her lineage, and it was not her fault. Moreover, it was Hocheng who had taken the initiative to propose. However, the current association between the Hua family and Meng Shichu was drawing unflattering remarks from their social circle. Hocheng leaned forward in his chair, earnestly explaining, "Brother, Miss Meng is not as dreadful as people portray her." Seeing Hocheng silent, Hocheng continued, "Her background is predetermined. She had no choice in the matter. Yet, she is by no means unworthy of respect." "Have you known her for long?" "Only met her twice before," Hocheng clarified. "The crisis facing the He family is largely a result of retaliatory actions from the Pei family. Chairman Pei treasures this daughter, and the eldest son of the Pei family would not suppress her. My marriage to Meng Shichu is not merely about severing my retreat. It is more about uniting our families to ascend to greater heights. It is a quintessential business alliance, devoid of emotional entanglements." Hocheng narrowed his eyes. "Are you certain this marriage will yield such benefits?" "Absolutely. O que afirmed." Meng Shichu's stepfather is one of the founders of the leading security group in the country. Hocheng's gaze intensified, skepticism evident in his scrutiny of Hocheng. Currently, Meng Shichu was labeled as an illegitimate daughter, a weighty stigma overshadowing all else. Few sought to learn more about her. with a biological father from one of the four prominent families and a stepfather from the foremost security group. Those two facts alone eclipsed many in the elite circles of the capital. Hocheng rose, heading toward the exit, reminding Hoche, "Come down for dinner." As Che descended the stairs, he suddenly called out, "Brother, do not investigate Meng Shichu." Why? The information channels of the security group are intricate. If discovered, it could jeopardize our union. Hocheng paused, looking back. How do you know she won't pose a threat to you? Regardless of the union, one must exercise caution. One must never be complacent, Hoche insisted. Brother, trust me just this once, I beg you. Meng Shichu is resourceful, yet her demeanor is forthright. A fact I have learned from our previous collaboration. Hocheng chose not to respond and continued his descent. Chapter 013. A bit of enthusiasm, yet not much during dinner. An oppressive silence enveloped the room. After the meal, Hocheng was summoned to remain in the living room, where he was subjected to an interrogation regarding his relationship with Meng Shichu. Holding a teacup, Hocheng recounted, Miss Meng mentioned that she had already communicated with the Pei family, and upon her return from the business trip, arrangements would be made for both families to meet. Just look at the mess you've created. For such a significant matter as marriage, not a single member of the Ho family was present at the wedding. You took it upon yourself to finalize everything. My spine feels as though it has been twisted. Hocheng's father fumed at the thought. His mother attempted to soothe her husband, feigning a reprimand towards Hocheng. Fortunately, after a prior heart-to-heart with Hocheng ultimately chose to trust his younger brother one more time, with Hocheng providing support. Hocheng faced no further difficulties and returned to work the following day. After 2 busy days, the weekend arrived, and Hocheng gathered with friends for dinner, during which he mentioned his newlywed wife, Meng Shichu. With a smile, he stated she left for a business trip that very afternoon. Did you not communicate in between? Lu Jing inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. This truly is a purely transactional marriage, devoid of any emotional ties. Neither family has even shared a meal together. Hocheng replied with a shake of his head. Before she left, she requested my number, yet she has not reached out to me. It seemed Meng Shichu felt indifferent about the situation. A driven businesswoman, she would not allow marriage and family to dominate her life. Duxia Sudoniste Tretend, questioning. Aren't you supposed to take the initiative to contact her? Did you not pursue this marriage yourself? I do not possess her number, Hocheng responded, believing Meng Shichu would reach out, but she did not. Could it be that you intercepted her attempts? Duxia Probed. Did you not mention that Miss X kept changing her number, and you set up a block? Prompted by this reminder, Hocheng paused, hastily picking up his phone to check his spam folder. In recent days, he had blocked numerous numbers and messages, some of which were immediately recognizable. Among them was a message, I am Meng Shichu. The timestamp indicated it was sent on Monday at 6 in the evening, the day of their wedding. Upon reviewing the block call log, he noted 2 calls from the same number, occurring 10 minutes apart from the time of the message, after which there were no further records. Hocheng slapped his forehead, realizing his oversight. He quickly removed the number from the block list, saved it, and replied, Apologies. I had set my phone to block unknown numbers. As he sent the message, he heard Cheng Yuxiu's voice cautioning him, Be careful. If someone like Xiao Yunxua can befriend her, she must be remarkable. I understand, Hocheng replied, nodding. Lu Jing added, This marriage was your own pursuit. Take responsibility. And that is what makes a man. Hocheng nodded again, acknowledging their words. However, once he sent the message, it seemed to vanish into the void. After returning home, showering, and lying in bed, he found no reply. Has she blocked me? Hocheng pondered, deciding to call her. After a few rings, the call connected. A soft female voice greeted him. Good evening, husband. She appeared to say husband with ease, and Hocheng found no objection. I apologize. I had been receiving calls from unfamiliar numbers, so I set a block and inadvertently included yours. Yes, I received your explanation message. Meng Shichu's voice was calm, lacking both joy and anger. Hocheng struggled to find a topic, finally mustering the question, When will you return to Kyoto? I'll come and pick you up. Meng Shichu responded. It will be a few more days. I wanted to inform you in advance. All right, Hocheng replied, but silence fell again. There was rustling on the other end, akin to the sound of a pen gliding across paper. Are you still working? Hocheng inquired. No, I'm painting, Meng Shichu replied. Hocker understood. Don't paint too late. It's not good for your eyes. She acknowledged before continuing. I need to finish a piece for tomorrow's charity auction. I'll complete it soon. Oh, he responded. But the conversation soon hit another lull. This time, it was Meng Shichu who asked, has the whole family reprimanded you regarding our marriage? Hocker was taken aback. How did you know? Meng Shichu, not concealing her knowledge, replied, I have friends in Kyoto. They mentioned that my newlywed husband had been missing for a few days and hadn't even gone to the office. Hocker chuckled awkwardly. I was grounded for 2 days. Meng Shichu responded, wealthy families often engage in such antics. Did they give you a hard time? Hocker laughed awkwardly again, realizing that Meng Shichu seemed to understand the situation. She must have considered the alliance between the Ho and Pei families and thought having a wife who was principled and less troublesome was not a loss. Indeed, that makes sense, she concluded. Her manner of offering comfort was unique, a testament to the unwavering confidence she possessed. The call continued, and after a brief silence, Meng Shichu spoke again. I've finished my painting. I'm going to rest now. You should also get some sleep. Oh, I've added you as a friend. Please accept. All right, Hocker replied, ending the call and opening WeChat, where he indeed found a new friend request. Meng Shichu's profile picture featured her in a striking red outfit, leaning against a sleek black SUV, her hair tousled by the breeze as she gazed into the distance, her profile sharp, as if her ambition encompassed the entire world. Both beautiful and formidable, her nickname was simply M, a clear indication of her decisive nature. Curious, Hocker explored Meng Shichu's moments, which were filled with glimpses of her life, albeit with infrequent updates. The latest post was from that past Monday. Married. My husband's surname is Ho. It was accompanied by a photo of their wedding, where she placed a ring on his finger, complete with a watermark from a news agency in the corner. At that moment, his phone alerted him to a new message. Pulling it down, he found an image sent by Meng Shichu, a uniquely conceptual watercolor painting, vibrant in color, resembling a spring garden or a galaxy adorned with twinkling stars. Scrawled across it were some words, hastily written yet aesthetically pleasing. Though Hocker was not an artist and lacked understanding of art, he felt compelled by Meng Shichu's desire to share, and thus replied with a thumbs up and a compliment. Beautiful. Thanks for the compliment. I'm off to sleep. Good night. Taken aback momentarily, Hocker replied in kind. Good night, sweet dreams. She exhibited a hint of enthusiasm, yet it remained measured. Another week passed. The scandal surrounding the He family had yet to settle, with internal turmoil and significant market value evaporating, leaving them precariously balanced. The Pei family continued their onslaught against the He family, exacerbating their already dire circumstances, giving rise to numerous opportunistic rivals. One wedding had tarnished the He family's reputation, casting them out of the ranks of the 4 prominent families. The peculiar He young master had become fodder for gossip within their circle. Hocker kept a close watch on these developments. The unfolding events bore little difference from those of his previous life. The He family's downfall left no room for recovery. As the workday concluded, Hocker exited the elevator only to find Xia Yinxian waiting for him. Having received no responses to her calls and messages, she had resorted to intercepting him. In the past few days, Hocker had slipped out through the back door. Today he intended to do the same, but with a barrage of calls since he had forgotten. His first instinct was to turn and leave, but Xia Yinxian, sharp-eyed, spotted him and rushed over, calling out, Hocker, stop! You can't walk away. Chapter 014. The fractured white moonlight filter Hua Che halted his steps as Hocheng's voice resonated through the phone, inquiring, who is calling you? Have you rekindled something with Xia Yinxian? She has been blocking me for several days. I must hang up. As Hocheng ended the call and turned around, he was met with the sight of Xia Yinxian standing before him, prompting him to instinctively retreat to maintain distance. Believing he was attempting to flee, Xia Yinxian pursued him, only to hear Hocheng raise a hand to halt her, saying, Miss Xia, please maintain your distance. What exactly do you intend to do? Xia Yinxian's lovely face flushed with anger, her eyes narrowed and brows furrowed in fury. Hocheng gestured towards the security personnel before countering her inquiry. What is your purpose in blocking me, Miss Xia? Did you think I longed to see you? Through gritted teeth, Xia Yinxian retorted, I have told you before. Come at me directly for any grievances, Why are you targeting the Xia family and the Su family? I have no idea what you're talking about, Hocheng replied, bewildered by her accusatory tone and with no intention of probing further. When the security arrived, he instructed, please escort this lady out. Do not allow anyone outside of company clients to enter. The security guard hesitated momentarily before approaching her, stating, Miss Xia, please leave. Unwilling to depart, Xia Yunqian rushed toward Hocheng, frantically demanding answers. Hocheng, answer me. What is your motive in pressuring me? You're already married. Do you still intend to coerce me? Are you even a man? Hocheng's expression darkened, storm clouds gathering as the security personnel swiftly restrained Xia Yunqian. Let me go. You are the one who wronged me first. You severed numerous collaborations between the Xia family and the Su family, attempting to force my compliance. You are married yet still disingenuous. Hocheng, you are a despicable person. Her desperate outburst grew increasingly vitriolic, prompting the security to cover her mouth. Hocheng pressed his fingers to his temples, feeling a headache coming on, when Yimo rushed in. Young master, have you encountered Miss Xia? Arrange for it. In the future, do not let individuals who do not fit my social or professional circles appear before me. He had assumed that signing the document, severing ties, and marrying would conclusively end matters with Xia Yunqian. Yet her unexpected appearance before him shattered that expectation. Contemplating the unpleasant events that had yet to unfold, and recalling how Xia Yunqian had once saved his life, he acknowledged that the best outcome would be for them to coexist without interference, especially considering her evident affection for Su Zizhou. Unfortunately, reality proved contrary. Measures needed to be taken. With his mood soured, he was relieved when Duan Xiao invited him out for a late-night meal. Noticing Hocheng's low spirits, Duan Xiao inquired, and Hocheng could not help but vent his frustrations. I just feel a bit agitated. Duan Xiao chuckled. Love and indifference are often a fleeting moment. When you find her presence irritating, it indicates a struggle between affection and apathy, with the latter ultimately prevailing. You understand? Walker nodded. When one loves another, their flaws become invisible, and even anger can seem beautiful. Yet, his deep-seated affection for Xia Yunqian had begun to unravel long ago, and now, little remained of it. Seeing that Hocheng had genuinely moved on from Xia Yunqian, Duan Xiao felt a sincere happiness for him and swiftly shifted the topic. Let us discuss your distant wife. Distant? Wife. What difference does it make if she is on a business trip on the first day of marriage? Hocheng replied, exasperated. It has been half a month. Is she still not back? She is busy with work. Duan Xiao sighed. What a workaholic, leaving her newlywed husband alone at home. How cruel. Realizing the implications of Duan Xiao's words, Hocheng retorted, what do you mean by that? Did you not say in front of so many people, I am a virgin. My first kiss is yet to be. Half a month without seeing your wife. And still a virgin? I am concerned for you. Hey, why are you hitting me? Hocheng exclaimed as he punched Duan Xiao, who collapsed onto the sofa. Save your strength for your wife. Get lost, Hocheng muttered, feeling utterly foolish for having uttered such words in the first place. Now, they have been broadcasted by the media, inciting speculation that the young master of the Hua family was a virgin, forever chasing after his unattainable ideal, which elicited sympathy from onlookers. Many commented on his inadequacy, claiming he could not even force love from a domineering CEO. Currently, Duan Xiao's teasing only heightened Hocheng's embarrassment. Expected to arrive in Kyoto at 5 o'clock. After finishing his tasks at Hocheng, Hocheng noticed a message from Meng Shichu, sent over an hour ago. It was nearing 4 o'clock. He picked up his phone and exited, while his secretary reported on work matters. I must step out, Hocheng interrupted. The secretary reminded him. Vice President, you have a client meeting in half an hour. I will have my brother go. In a rush, Hocheng called Hocheng. Brother, you meet the client. I need to step out. Hocheng caught a glimpse of Hocheng's hurried figure disappearing into the elevator and casually asked, why the rush? Okay. Meng Shichu has returned. I'm going to pick her up. Hocheng paused for a moment before responding. Go ahead. Hocheng arrived early at his destination and, while purchasing coffee, noticed a flower shop and decided to buy a vibrant bouquet of red roses. While waiting, he received another call from Hocheng. Have you picked her up? Are we having dinner at home tonight? Not yet. I will check in a moment, Hocheng replied. Let me know the outcome. Understood. Before long, Hocheng spotted Meng Shichu exiting, clad in a white t-shirt and black denim shorts, wearing white sneakers. One hand swung a white backpack while the other pulled a small suitcase. Hocheng quickly approached, taking the bag from her and presenting the roses, saying, "Welcome back." Meng Shichu accepted the flowers, expressing gratitude for his gesture. "It is only right to pick up my wife. If you hadn't returned, I might have thought I was in a sham marriage. It is quite unusual to be married for over half a month without seeing my wife." He then took her suitcase, handing it over to his assistant. Meng Shichu asked, "Are you blaming me?" "Do not misunderstand. That is not my intent." Hocheng shook his head. "My brother knows you are back today and suggested dinner at the whole family." "No, thank you." Meng Shichu declined without hesitation. "I have some work to attend to, and it would be impolite to show up unprepared." "Very well." Hocheng messaged Hocheng. "Miss Meng just returned from a business trip. She will rest for 2 days before visiting. I will inform you in advance." The two walked side by side towards the car, their assistants trailing behind. Suddenly, an enraged voice pierced the air. Meng Shichu. A furious man charged towards them. It was Hocheng. After a long absence, Hocheng no longer wore the proud and arrogant demeanor of the past. He appeared significantly thinner, his entire being exuding despondency and defeat. Even dressed in a suit, he lacked any trace of charm. With gritted teeth and eyes blazing with fury, Hocheng approached, brandishing a pen he had drawn from his pocket, uncapping it with malice as he lunged toward Meng Shichu. Chapter 015. The flowers are beautiful. Perhaps I shall gift them more often. A sharp intake of breath and a cry of agony resonated simultaneously. The injured party was Hocheng, while Hocheng's screams filled the air. The incident unfolded unexpectedly. Hocheng raised his hand to push, only to be pierced in the arm by a sharp pen. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he witnessed Hocheng being kicked away forcefully. As Meng Shichu launched Hocheng into the air with a powerful kick, Hocheng couldn't help but gasp, both in pain and astonishment. What ferocity! Such quick reflexes! This was certainly beyond the capabilities of someone who merely trained at the gym. Looking at Hocheng, who lay on the ground unable to rise, Meng Shichu's assistant swiftly discarded everything he was holding and pinned Hocheng down. Struggling, Hocheng cursed vehemently, declaring, "You wretched person, you are the reason I am suffering. You have killed Ahuai. You must pay for this." He continued, "It is all your fault, you illegitimate child, the stain of the Pei family. You should never have been born into this world, you harbinger of misfortune." Meng Shichu's assistant, Jiang Wu, tightened his grip, pressing Hocheng's head harshly to the ground, silencing the tirade. "You handle this," Meng Shichu instructed, before picking up her bag from the ground and turning to Hocheng. "Let's go to the hospital." In the vehicle, Meng Shichu pressed a tissue against Hocheng's wound, teasingly remarking, "After only a few meetings, you are already defending me from harm. One might think you are utterly enamored with me." Hocheng forced a smile, responding that it was instinct to protect those close to him, and that safeguarding his wife was a natural obligation. "Indeed," Meng Shichu acknowledged, but then added, "Next time, do not act so rashly. He cannot harm me." "How was I to know he posed no threat to you? I grew up in a security training facility. You cannot outmatch me," Meng Shichu asserted confidently. Upon observing the tremor in Hocheng's eyes, she questioned the meaning behind his expression. Hocheng awkwardly chuckled. "If we ever have a disagreement, please refrain from resorting to physical confrontation immediately. At least allow for a chance to argue your case." "Rest assured, I am quite reasonable," she replied. Upon arriving at the hospital, the doctor treated Hocheng's injury, administered a shot, and provided a few days' worth of anti-inflammatory medication. While Assistant Zhou Yi went to fetch the medicine, Meng Shichu and Hocheng found themselves outside the hospital. Noticing her gaze, Hocheng moved his arm, assuring her that the injury was not severe and that the pain had subsided. Meng Shichu remarked, "Indeed, it does not appear as grave as the scars on your back." Though time had dulled the pain from the wounds on Hocheng's back, the marks remained. When the doctor had bandaged his arm, he had removed his shirt, revealing the scars that Meng Shichu had inadvertently seen. She had not anticipated speaking so candidly about it. "Did you not say that I successfully proposed on site? There is always a price to pay." "Quite true. What shall we dine on this evening?" Meng Shichu inquired, not dwelling on the matter nor feeling pity for him. To a man of his stature, such an injury was insignificant. I have made a reservation at a restaurant. Hocheng suggested, glancing at the time. It is not far. Shall we walk? Certainly. The brief walk of a few minutes was filled with light banter. Hocheng posed a question. Are you always this busy? More or less. Meng Shichu mused before adding, I could choose to be less occupied. Curios, Uoki asked. What do you mean by that? Meng Shichu clarified, if you seek my company, I shall make time. Her straightforwardness prompted Hocheng to nod in understanding. I shall invite you often. Should it become bothersome, feel free to tell me. Are you attempting to cultivate feelings with me? Meng Shichu teased. Let's give it a try, Hocheng replied candidly. Now that they were married, sharing a life devoid of warmth seemed unwise. Instead, they might as well endeavor to understand one another, infusing their lives with affection and camaraderie. What if genuine feelings do develop? He mused. That is a valid point. She concurred, reaching out to take his hand, surprising Hocheng with her boldness. Yet he instinctively tightened his grip in response. Then, Meng Shichu remarked, the flowers are lovely. Perhaps you should gift them more often. Understood. This was their first formal dining experience together, where Hocheng exhibited grace and chivalry, while Meng Shichu embodied poise and elegance, resulting in a delightful evening. Due to Hocheng's injury, he abstained from alcohol, and Meng Shichu opted for juice instead, toasting to our marital bliss. Cheers, Uoki replied, clinking glasses with her from distance. As their meal concluded and they prepared to leave, Meng Shichu's phone suddenly rang. I shall settle the bill, Hocheng stated. Stepping outside first, Meng Shichu nodded and answered the call, prompting Hocheng to overhear her exclaim, Brother, what is the matter? After Hocheng completed the payment, he stepped outside just as Meng Shichu finished her conversation. He inquired, was that the Pei family? Meng Shichu nodded, confirming that the He family had indeed gone to the Pei residence. Hocheng quickly deduced the reason. Is it regarding the airport incident? The He family scandals had been tumultuous. He Xingyi's boyfriend, Tang Huai, succumbed to the pressure and committed suicide. He Xingyi's appearance at the airport was meant for departure, but fate intervened when she encountered me. Meng Shichu's tone remained flat, and now she cannot leave. The He family's visit to the Pei residence was undoubtedly a plea for mercy. Will you forgive them? Uoki inquired, intrigued. Meng Shichu retorted, do I appear to have pure kindness written on one cheek and easily deceived on the other, with foolish stamped on my forehead? Hocheng chuckled. I merely asked casually, it is likely the He family will seek you out at the Hua family residence. Will you forgive them then? In that unexpected turn of events, only Hocheng had bled and suffered injury. His smile faded. If you cannot forgive them, I have even less reason to do so. Meng Shichu stated, let us go. Do you have accommodations outside, or shall we return to the Pei residence? Uoki queried, to which Meng Shichu skeptically replied, do you have a hidden canary at home? Certainly not. Hocheng shook his head, clarifying, I simply feel we do not know each other well enough yet, and I worry you may not wish to stay with me. In a union devoid of emotional foundation, nurturing feelings would indeed require time. Moreover, Meng Shichu was not a woman to be easily trifled with. Meng Shichu clasped his hand, asserting the need for opportunities and space to understand one another. Should you have no objections, then neither shall I. Hocheng responded with a smile, though his ears burned with heat. As they strolled along the street, they paused outside a supermarket. This time, Hocheng initiated the conversation. Shall we cook tonight? Are you able to? Meng Shichu gestured towards his injured arm, indicating his limitations. It is nothing serious. Hocheng dismissed. Let us purchase some supplies. They both stepped into the supermarket, where 2 minutes later, they stood before the shelves. Overwhelmed by a kaleidoscope of choices, Hocheng was unsure of his own emotions, an amalgamation of anxiety and excitement. But he faced a dilemma in selecting the right items. Having never used such products, he was uncertain of the appropriate size and was bewildered by the myriad of styles, scents, and even glow-in-the-dark options. Surrounded by bustling shoppers, he felt increasingly flustered, tightening his grip on Meng Shichu's hand unconsciously. Ultimately, Meng Shichu selected a box from the shelf and placed it in his hand. At the register, Hocheng glanced at the box, size medium, ribbed with a rose fragrance. Chapter 16. May I have your first kiss? As the car rolled into the Haidang courtyard, Meng Shichu was already drifting into slumber. We've arrived, Hocheng announced, stepping out to open her door. Meng Shichu pressed her temples, taking a moment to gather herself before alighting from the vehicle. You look quite exhausted, Hocheng observed. Meng Shichu replied, I haven't slept in nearly 30 hours. Huh? Uoki exclaimed, astonished. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Had I known, I would have taken you straight home to rest. Before Meng Shichu could respond, he added, I blame myself for not asking. You appear so alert, unlike someone who has been awake for so long. It's nothing, Meng Shichu dismissed, a shower will help. And I have a brief meeting to attend. You're quite the trooper, Hocheng remarked, retrieving her suitcase from the trunk. He led her upstairs to the master bedroom and asked, would you prefer to shower first or attend a meeting? Meng Shichu glanced at the clock. I'll shower first. She retrieved her personal items and clean clothes from her suitcase and headed to the bathroom. Hocheng began making calls to arrange for some women's clothing and jewelry to be delivered the following day. Although the marriage was rather absurd, he had no intention of treating it flippantly. Since she had readily agreed to cohabitate with him, he felt he should be more considerate. Meng Shichu was surprisingly quick in the shower, emerging in a beige silk nightgown. Where's the hairdryer? She inquired. Hocheng paused, momentarily taken aback. Oh no, they're ISNT1. Really? Meng Shichu was incredulous. Hocheng explained, there used to be one, but it broke. I don't use it often, and since I don't stay here regularly, I didn't replace it. He quickly added, I'll have someone bring one over. That's unnecessary. It will dry in a while. Meng Shichu replied, picking up her phone to check messages. You should be cautious. Your hair is long, and you might catch a cold, Hocheng said, already dialing a number. Meng Shichu chose not to press the matter further and began working on her computer. After finishing his call, Hocheng approached her. Shall we go to the study? Is it convenient? Rest assured, there are no other women hiding in there, Hocheng joked, leading her to his study. It had been a while since Hocheng had visited this space. Upon entering, he spotted a contract on the desk, the words Mutual Release Agreement glaringly prominent. He picked it up casually, while Meng Shichu glanced at it without asking further questions. It's an agreement I signed with Miss Xia, Hocheng stated calmly. Oh, Meng Shichu replied, acknowledging his words without probing further, maintaining a respectful distance. Would you like to take a look? He inquired. No need. She shook her head. Hocheng awkwardly waved the document, feeling a bit embarrassed. Meng Shichu put down her computer and turned to face him. I'm not someone who enjoys causing unnecessary trouble. I don't care how close you were with Miss Xia or what you experienced. That is all in the past. You're now my legal husband. And as long as you don't put me in an awkward position during our marriage, I won't create issues for you. You can rest easy about that. That's not what I meant, Hocheng chuckled helplessly, explaining, I just feel that since we are married and living together, I don't want us to argue over such matters. Even if it's just a relationship tied to mutual interests, it could still affect our partnership. Don't overthink it. Meng Shichu lightly patted his chest. You don't mind my less than glamorous background, and I won't hold your past affairs against you. It balances out. All right, you focus on your work, Hocheng said, leaving the study with a slightly hurried stride. In truth, Meng Shichu's words were quite gracious. His past with Xia Yinqian was hardly a romantic escapade. It was filled with embarrassing and foolish actions. Meng Shichu refrained from stating this outright, preserving his dignity. In the study, Meng Shichu watched Hocheng's hurried exit, a smile tugging at her lips. Her husband was quite easily flustered, turning red at the slightest provocation. How daring he had been to propose to her in public. As the door gently closed, Meng Shichu settled into her chair, quickly immersing herself in work. Just as she was wrapping up, a knock echoed at the door, followed by Hocheng's entrance, clad in a gray bathrobe, holding a hairdryer. I'm almost done. Just a moment, Meng Shichu replied, addressing her computer. I will discuss this proposal with headquarters, and we can review it later. Good morning to everyone, goodbye. The participants on the other end wished her good night as she exited the video call, shutting her laptop and rising to leave. Hocheng still lingered at the door, freshly showered, exuding warmth and the scent of body wash, his damp hair hanging over his forehead. The once dashing young man now appeared even more like an endearingly soft and obedient boy. Having studied art, Meng Shichu perceived a unique beauty in Hocheng that others might overlook. He was a man of striking features, both in bone structure and appearance. Upon returning to the bedroom, Meng Shichu accepted the hairdryer from Hocheng, who pointed out the available power outlets. She approached and asked, "Would you like to help me dry my hair?" "At your service," Hocheng replied, taking the hairdryer once more, his ears flushing with heat. He could clearly sense that Meng Shichu, while appearing aloof, was actually quite warm and flirtatious. At least in her deliberate gestures, he felt compelled. The fact that he was drawn to her only confirmed his normalcy as a man. The sound of the hairdryer filled the air as Hocheng awkwardly maneuvered it through her hair. Occasionally, his fingers would get caught in her long strands, prompting him to set the dryer down gently to untangle them. Meng Shichu teased, "You're quite unskilled at this." "It's my first time," Hocheng replied. "I was worried I might pull your hair out." Meng Shichu's hair was already half dry, and Hocheng quickly finished drying it, finding a comb to smooth it out. Finally, he asked, "Do you need to apply anything to your hair?" "Not necessary," she replied, using a hair tie to loosely gather her long locks behind her. Hocheng returned the hairdryer to its place, and by the time he sat on the bed, Meng Shichu was already propped against the headboard, engrossed in her phone. "Hold on. I need to respond to a few messages," she said as he pulled back the covers and settled beside her. All right. With a woman in his bed for the first time, Hocheng felt a bit out of his element, his mind racing with thoughts of what to do next. Perhaps Meng Shichu would take the lead. She appeared to be experienced. Lost in such thoughts, Hocheng felt an undeniable warmth rise within him, his body responding with a slight discomfort. The tension was palpable. Suddenly, he felt her warmth press against him as Meng Shichu leaned closer, wrapping her arms around his chest. The heat radiated through the thin fabric, causing his muscles to tense. "Are you done?" he asked, his voice deeper and more restrained than before. "Yes," Meng Shichu replied, then boldly straddled his waist. Her audacity took him by surprise, causing him to gasp as his hands instinctively circled her waist. She felt so warm, like a gentle yet searing flame. Leaning in, Meng Shichu cupped Hocheng's neck, her voice barely above a whisper. "Husband, may I have your first kiss?" "All for you," Hocheng replied, his voice hoarse. As her lips met his, he instinctively tilted his head, kissing her back. The warmth of their lips intertwined, igniting a fervent desire that surged like a tidal wave. Meng Shichu was assertive and passionate, leading him to initially believe she was well-versed in such matters, until he felt her nails graze his arm, awakening him to the realization that he was mistaken. She was in pain, her brow furrowed and her body tense, exuding an aura of discomfort. Hocheng had no choice but to pause, planting kisses along her neck and whispering by her ear that it was all right to stop for now. Promising a revisit, Meng Shichu tilted her head, bestowing a kiss upon his lips. Their connection was akin to a fine thread binding them together. She playfully challenged him, asking if he could endure, warning that he might get hurt. As Meng Shichu tightened her grip, Hocheng inhaled sharply, her command echoing in his ears. "Come on." He felt his rationality slip away entirely, and although he told Meng Shichu to call it off if it became unbearable, he was, in truth, losing control. The sensation was peculiar, not entirely pleasurable, yet akin to unlocking a mysterious box filled with treasures that captivated the mind. That night, two individuals devoid of emotional foundations explored the riches within, ultimately reaching a state of blissful euphoria. Meng Shichu, having gone a long time without rest and lacking any inclination to be picky about beds, soon succumbed to slumber after their cleansing ritual. Hocheng, however, was not as fortunate. With another presence in the bed, he found himself wide awake. Glancing at Meng Shichu, who slept soundly beside him, he shifted closer and enveloped her in his embrace. The sleeping Meng Shichu was far from her usual aloofness. She felt soft and fragrant. It was then that Hocheng truly comprehended the reality of his marriage. With his wife nestled in his arms, he now possessed a small home of his own, one that he must endeavor to nurture. Perhaps this home would not withstand the test of time, but he was determined to care for it was his responsibility. Chapter 017. Since I am good, you must cherish it well. When Meng Shichu awakened, she found herself nestled in Hocheng's embrace. The man lay with his eyes closed, appearing to be in a deep slumber. She attempted to extricate herself slowly, only to be interrupted by Hoche's voice. It's still early. Why not sleep a little longer? I need to use the restroom. Meng Shichu replied softly, her voice resembling that of a delicate kitten. Upon hearing this, Hoche quickly loosened his hold. Upon her return from the restroom, she noticed Hoche extending his arms, and without hesitation, she lay back into his embrace. Have you been awake for long? She inquired. Hoche offered a rueful smile. I haven't slept at all. Really? Aren't you tired? Hoche did not conceal the truth. Having a person beside him for the first time, especially a young lady, rendered him unaccustomed to sleep. You'll need to get used to it, Meng Shichu murmured, closing her eyes again. We can't be married and still sleep apart. What's the difference from having a fling? Give me some time. It won't be long, Hoche promised, acknowledging that this was indeed his issue, one that was more trivial than Meng Shichu's sensitivity as a young lady. I want to sleep a bit longer. When you get up, be gentle. There's no need to call me. I should manage to sleep until noon or even the afternoon. Hoche inquired, what about breakfast? Don't worry about it. If I get hungry, I'll get up myself. She had not rested for a long time and naturally required more rest than usual. All right, Hoche replied, tenderly tucking a stray hair behind her ear. Sleep. I won't disturb you. However, it wasn't long before Hoche inadvertently roused Meng Shichu from her slumber. With bleary eyes, she felt Hoche's lips on her neck and softly asked, Are you wanting more? Her direct question ignited a fire within Hoche. Yes, he mumbled in a deep voice, his fervent kisses intensifying. He was aware that this was inappropriate, yet he could not restrain himself. Having never indulged in such pleasures before, he was now acutely aware of their allure. His body seemed to disconnect from his rationality, developing desires of its own. He found it impossible to suppress these burgeoning thoughts. Nor did he wish to. It was perfectly legitimate, after all. Why should he hold back? Meng Shichu wrapped her arms around his neck, stating, Since we didn't use protection last night, you'll need to fetch me some medication. This was her tacit acceptance of his current advances. As for last night, due to inexperience, protection had not been utilized. Hoche nodded in agreement. All right. Meng Shichu remarked, Let us make the most of it. There's no need for protection right now. Hoche turned, leaning closer to her neck, his voice husky as he asked, How can you be so wonderful? Since I am good, you must cherish it well. Indeed, I will, he responded earnestly, sealing his words with a profound kiss. Perhaps owing to their prior experience, Hoche found this encounter even more pleasurable, and Meng Shichu's responses were filled with greater joy than before. Despite the absence of emotional foundation, their bodies unexpectedly harmonized beautifully, bringing mutual delight. After their intimate moments concluded, Meng Shichu engaged in a brief conversation with Hoche before slipping back into slumber. Hoche, devoid of sleepiness, quietly rose from the bed, washed up, dressed, and stepped out. When Meng Shichu finally awoke, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Having replenished her sleep, she felt significantly lighter. After a quick wash, she grabbed her phone and headed downstairs, discovering several WeChat messages from Hoche. Hoche, the medication is in the bedside box. There's warm water in the kettle. Hoche, I've arranged for a few people to help with daily needs. They won't disturb you. Feel free to communicate your needs with Steward Zhao or with me. Hoche, I had some of your clothing and accessories sent over. Remember to choose what you like, or feel free to keep them all. Don't be shy. Hoche, make sure to eat something. He had sent 4 messages, all from 3 hours prior, indicating he had left home rather late. Meng Shichu replied with a simple bunny emoji before returning to retrieve the medication from a box, also finding a handwritten note. It was Hoche's assurance. Only this once. I promise to use protection in the future. His name followed. Hoche's handwriting reflected his personality, scruffy yet distinctive, with a hint of madness. Meng Shichu chuckled softly, placing the note back in the box before heading downstairs. Upon reaching the first-floor hall, Steward Zhao promptly approached. Madam, a gentleman is here. He claims to be your assistant. All right, Meng Shichu replied as she walked outside, informing Zhao, Hoche and I will not be home for dinner tonight. There's no need to prepare our meal. Understood, madam. Wanhai Group. Everyone who encountered Meng Shichu addressed her respectfully as Second Mississippi. although she held no formal position at Wanhai. The eldest young master had already indicated that she would eventually join the company. The elevator ascended to the top floor, and as Meng Shichu passed by the secretary's office, she paused, asking, "Is President Pei available?" "President Pei is in a meeting. Would you like me to assist in contacting him for you?" Meng Shichu nodded. "Yes, please." The secretary called Pei Jinhai, then led Meng Shichu into the president's office, offering her a fine tea while they waited for Pei Jinhai's return. Pei Jinhai, the president of Wanhai Group, was the eldest son of the Pei family and Meng Shichu's half-brother. Initially, there had been speculation within the company that the eldest young master would undermine this unexpected sister, but to everyone's surprise, Pei Jinhai subsequently ordered the staff to refrain from gossip. Thus, when Meng Shichu appeared, she was greeted and respected as second miss throughout the company. After sitting for over 10 minutes, Pei Jinhai returned. Upon entering, he immediately asked, "Have you moved in with Hocheng?" Chapter 18. The comfort safety when faced with inquiries. Meng Shichu candidly admitted that they were married but not cohabiting, which often drew ridicule. Upon receiving such a response, Pei Jinhai paused, scrutinizing Meng Shichu for a few seconds before resuming his stride, remarking, "Hocheng is somewhat eccentric, notoriously infatuated. His mind is consumed by one ideal. I cannot fathom how he could sever ties with Miss Xia. You must keep a close watch on him. He's quite a decent fellow." Meng Shichu replied nonchalantly, her calmness almost unsettling. Pei Jinhai, taken aback once more, directed his gaze at her. "You just returned yesterday, and today you are already defending him. Have you harbored feelings for him for some time?" "Not to such an exaggerated extent," Meng Shichu retorted, shifting the conversation to serious matters. "After careful consideration, I have decided against joining Wanhai. Please refrain from persuading me further. Do you find the position I offered you too low?" Pei Jinhai approached her directly, taking a seat on the opposite sofa. "Vice President, an external appointment, is hardly a lowly position." Meng Shichu sipped her tea and shook her head. "I already have a multitude of responsibilities on my plate, and now that I am married, I do not wish for my time to be consumed entirely by work, leaving no room for enjoyment. Why not delegate some of your tasks?" Pei Jinhai countered, referring to her stepfather's affairs. Meng Shichu was at a loss for words. "Brother, you are being unreasonable. Is it not the case that he is your father, while this matter does not concern you?" Pei Jinhai continued to press. Seeing her reluctance to engage, he added, "Father asked me to persuade you. If you are unwilling, you should address him directly. He feels indebted to you, and I owe you nothing." "Very well, I shall speak to him myself," Meng Shichu declared, rising to leave with a determination that could drive anyone to madness. Pei Jinhai blocked her path. "When do you plan to arrange a discussion between the Pei and Hua families? You entered this marriage rather abruptly. Has Hocheng fulfilled his promise of a 5-fold betrothal gift? What is the Hua family stance? If they harbor any reservations about your background, who knows how Pei Guangyan might react?" This time, his father was resolute in his desire to confront the He family, blaming He Xingyi for bullying Meng Shichu. Meng Shichu responded, "Tonight, Hocheng will accompany me to the Pei residence. I've already informed my family in advance." Pei Jinhui's interest was piqued. "Perfect. I shall meet him." Meng Shichu raised an eyebrow. "You have lived in Kyoto for 30 years without meeting him?" "Kyoto is fushed. And given the age difference between Hocheng and me, we do not share the same social circles. To me, he is merely a child, though I occasionally encounter his elder brother, Hocheng, at social gatherings. In such a large city, the 4 prominent families each have their distinct spheres of influence, and it is entirely normal not to cross paths." "Very well. Just ensure he is not made uncomfortable," Meng Shichu advised, nudging Pei Jinhui's arm to make him move aside. "Wait a moment." Pei Jinhui grasped her arm gently. "Father asked me to inquire about something." Meng Shichu looked up, and before he could speak, interjected, "They intend to meet separately with the whole family. Are they not your elders? Why not arrange for them to meet together?" Pei Jinhui suggested. Meng Shichu chuckled. "Do you truly believe that my stepfather and your father meeting would be a pleasant affair?" Without allowing Pei Jinhui to respond, she continued, "Do you expect my mother to mediate, having to choose sides? This is indeed an awkward situation. I shall discuss it with my father," Pei Jinhui remarked, rubbing his nose. At the last wedding with the He family, Meng Shichu's mother and stepfather had suddenly announced their absence, likely due to Meng Shichu's warnings that the wedding would be ruined. Thus, they did not come to Kyoto for such frivolities. Pei Jinhui understood that Meng Shichu's failure to inform the Pei family was a test for them. Initially, she was reluctant to return to the Pei family, and even less inclined to establish ties with them. This was only made possible by her mother, Meng Ling's, reassurances. Meng Shichu smiled and asked, "Is there anything else you wish to inquire, dear brother?" "Nothing further. Then I shall take my leave," she said, departing quickly as though pursued by a ghost. Pei Jinhui settled into a chair and called Pei Guangyan. "Father, Hocheng is coming over for dinner tonight. Please do not put him in a difficult position. Xiao Chu is quite protective of him." Pei Guangyan inquired, "Has Xiao Chu gone to the company? Is she willing to take over the shares and join Wan Hai?" Pei Jinhui replied plainly, "She is not willing. She expressed a desire to enjoy life. I suspect she harbors feelings for Hocheng and wishes to cultivate their relationship," he added. His father sighed, "What is it about that boy? His reputation is hardly superior to Hocheng's." Pei Jinhui advised, "Let us refrain from discussing this further to avoid upsetting Xiao Chu." Pei Guangyan pressed, "Have you inquired about the situation on her end?" Pei Jinhui massaged his temples. "Father, Meng Yi made her choice years ago. Let it go. She is quite happy now. So please do not complicate matters further. It would not reflect well." Pei Guangyan retorted angrily, "What is there to be ashamed of? My relationship with her was a free love affair. If it were not for your mother." The line fell silent. "Forget it. You too are a victim," followed by a disconnection tone. Pei Jinhui noticed a message notification from WeChat, sent by his mother. "Pei Jinhui, I have shared so much with you. Did any of it resonate? That woman is merely after your family assets. You must be wary of her. Your father is nothing but a scoundrel. You must seize control of everything. Your mother, as a seasoned individual, will not harm you. Now that illegitimate child is marrying Hocheng, with the whole family aiding her in seizing assets, what will you do?" Numerous similar messages cluttered his inbox, all read and left unanswered, ultimately resulting in him muting her notifications. Meng Shichu parked outside Sizhout Technology and messaged Hocheng, "I have arrived." No reply came. Yet, 5 minutes later, Hocheng emerged. Meng Shichu did not exit the vehicle and asked, "Are you off work?" Hocheng shook his head, "Not yet. Would you like to come up and sit for a while? Would that be inconvenient?" Meng Shichu inquired with a playful smile. Without hesitation, Hocheng slid into the passenger seat and guided the car inside. Under his direction, Meng Shichu parked in the garage. The garage was separate from the office building, with an elevator that provided direct access, but Hocheng opted to walk through the lobby. Moreover, before entering, Hocheng took Meng Shichu's hand, personally welcoming her and holding her hand as they walked in, as if to publicly declare the harmony of their marital bond. Throughout their journey, everyone they encountered referred to Meng Shichu as Madam Boss. Upon reaching the office, Hocheng brought Meng Shichu a cup of warm water, explaining, "My intentions are not to boast of my virtue, but to ensure you feel secure." "It is quite thoughtful," Meng Shichu said, accepting the cup and taking a small sip. "You may attend to your work. Then please stay for a while," Hocheng suggested, handing her a tablet from his desk. "There is no password. Feel free to watch shows or play games to stave off boredom." "Very well," Meng Shichu replied, taking the tablet as Hocheng left the office to tend to his work. She utilized his tablet to review design proposals. As 5:30 approached, Hocheng returned, holding a cup of milk tea. "I am off work now," he announced as he approached Meng Shichu, offering her the milk tea. "I heard this place has excellent milk tea, so I had someone fetch it." Meng Shichu was pleasantly surprised. "Do you enjoy this?" "I do not typically drink it. I merely heard that sweet beverages can uplift one's mood." "I don't believe I mentioned being in a bad mood," she replied. "Perhaps a taste of sweetness might brighten your spirits?" "O que suggested, inserting gastro." 5% sugar should not be overly sweet. Meng Shichu took a sip, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, it tastes delightful. Would you care to try?" Upon seeing the milk tea, she offered. Hocheng hesitated momentarily before leaning in, taking a deep sip through the straw, swallowing a significant amount of the ingredients. After swallowing, Hocheng nodded, confirming it is indeed delicious. Chapter 019, Shouldn't I Be Responsible for You? Hocheng had arranged for some gifts in advance, all placed in Meng Shichu's car. "You bought too much," Meng Shichu remarked, though she too had prepared gifts for the whole family, albeit not as many. Of course, none of them are cheap, she added. Uoki replied, it's my first meeting with my father-in-law. I find it insufficient. You seem to be quite adept at this husband role, Meng Shichu teased, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Hocheng straightened up and gazed intently at her. You are the one I pursued openly. Shouldn't I be responsible for you? Seeing her only smile without responding, he took a sip from her milk tea and then asked, since I've drunk from it, you must think poorly of me now, having kissed you already. What else could I possibly disdain? Meng Shichu retorted, directly handing him the car keys. Are you driving? Of course, Hocheng replied cheerfully, taking the keys, but opting not to sit in the driver's seat immediately. Instead, he opened the passenger door for Meng Shichu. Madam, please get in. He was quite gallant. And Meng Shichu, not one to shy away, gracefully entered the vehicle. Upon arriving at the Pei family garage, they saw Pei Guangyan and Pei Jinhui approaching. The two greeted Meng Shichu first before acknowledging Hocheng. Hocheng was exceptionally warm, effortlessly calling them dad and elder brother. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face, and given Hocheng's numerous gifts, Pei Guangyan and Pei Jinhui treated him with courtesy, welcoming him with smiles. As they settled in the hall and were served tea, the butler unexpectedly entered, announcing the arrival of the He family once again. The smile on Pei Guangyan's face vanished instantly. There was no room for negotiation. What could they possibly want? The butler, aware that Pei Guangyan's demeanor stemmed from Hocheng nearly injuring Meng Shichu at the airport, lowered his voice to inquire whether they should see how Miss Meng felt about it. After a moment of silence, Pei Guangyan decided to invite the He family in. He understood that his daughter's stance mattered in this situation. Soon, the guests entered, Hocheng's mother, carrying expensive wine and rare medicinal herbs. Upon seeing Meng Shichu, He's mother approached her. Eyes reddened. Shichu, Aunt begs you to save Shingy. He is not at fault. That Tang Huai committed suicide. He never intended to harm you. He's mother knelt before Meng Shichu, desperate. With the He family's decline, she had only this one son, and with her husband severing ties, she had to find a way to save him. Otherwise, Shingy would face imprisonment. She had learned the entire sequence of events from the previous day, where Hocheng had encountered Meng Shichu at the airport while planning to leave the country, leading to an emotional outburst linked to his losses. Shichu, at that moment, Shingy was not in his right mind. He was simply overwhelmed with grief. I know you were not seriously harmed, and neither was Xiaohua. Aunt pleads with you. Spare him this time. I assure you, he will not trouble you again. She wept earnestly, her attitude sincere. Before Meng Shichu could respond, Pei Jinhui stepped forward. Madam, to kneel upon entering my home and threaten us is excessive. His voice was cold, clearly displeased. Pei Guangyan shared the same stern expression, unhappy with He's mother's actions. You raise a child only to have him turn out this way, and now he seeks to harm my daughter, whom I have only just reclaimed. He deserves punishment. Pei Guangyan growled, his voice low but forceful, mindful of Meng Shichu's presence, refraining from fury. Seeing Meng Shichu calmly sipping tea, unaffected by the turmoil, Hocheng felt an admiration swell within him. She was unlike many women he had encountered. There was a serene composure within her, unyielding even amidst chaos. Her tranquility and poise accentuated her inherent grace, reminiscent of a queen, unafraid of any adversities. Pei Jinhui summoned the servants to remove He's mother, but she clung to Meng Shichu's leg. Shichu, I treated you well before. You cannot be ungrateful. Everyone makes mistakes. It is unjust to condemn someone to death for a single error. Pei Jinhui, irate, ordered, hurry and drag her out. Are you waiting for me to do it myself? The servants forcibly pulled He's mother away, yet her cries grew louder. Madam Meng Shichu suddenly spoke up. He's mother thought Meng Shichu had softened, and her tone became gentler. Shichu, I knew you were kind-hearted. Do not flatter me. Meng Shichu interrupted. I have no intention of helping Hocheng. I merely wish to state that this entire situation has been entirely fair. She rose and approached. Hocheng's initial pursuit of me was driven by ulterior motives, and thus, the He family's current predicament is a consequence he must bear. His madness at the airport was also a result of his own actions. Facing legal repercussions is his rightful fate. There is nothing unfair about it. His mother was taken aback, expecting empathy, but instead received such words. No, Shichu. He is not without guilt, she stammered. This time, Hocheng interjected, standing beside Meng Shichu. Yixing's preferences are not the issue. However, his malicious deceit and attempts to intimidate are. He instigated this situation from the beginning, and indeed, I was injured yesterday. If we were to forgive him now, it would be irresponsible towards my wife and a failure on my part as her husband. Hocheng grasped Meng Shichu's hand. Let's not forgive him. It is not worth it. Meng Shichu met his gaze. Indeed, we cannot let your suffering be in vain. Merely for causing trouble, Yixing deserves significant consequences. She was no pushover. In the end, his mother was expelled amidst her cries and shouts, her gifts of herbs and wine discarded. Pei Guangyan and Pei Jinhui were relieved that Meng Shichu had not softened her stance and forgiven Yixing. Girls are often soft-hearted, prone to excessive compassion. However, with Hocheng's support, Meng Shichu remained resolute. Soft-hearted individuals often fall victim to deceit. Only those who clearly distinguish right from wrong and uphold their principles can avoid being wronged. The atmosphere during the Pei family's dinner was exceedingly harmonious. With Hocheng genuinely sensing Pei Guangyan's affection for Meng Shichu, an overwhelming sense of guilt and obligation that seemed to compel him to offer her everything he possessed. Not only was Pei Guangyan gentle with Meng Shichu, but even Pei Jinhui treated her exceptionally well. Hocheng found this rather peculiar. Logically, Meng Shichu, as a daughter born out of wedlock, would likely be resented by Pei Jinhui, the legitimate heir. Yet, it appeared that Pei Jinhui was a remarkably magnanimous individual. After dinner, Meng Shichu took Hocheng for a stroll outside to aid digestion. Their fingers intertwined as they walked beneath the silver glow of the moonlight. Meng Shichu suddenly spoke. Do you have something you wish to ask? I fear it may be somewhat intrusive. About my father and mother? She guessed correctly. Hocheng nodded. I see that my elder brother treats you well. It does not seem feigned. Anyone observing his kindness towards you would likely share the same curiosity. Meng Shichu paused for a moment before continuing. He feels indebted to me. Chapter 20. Falling in love with her is a matter of time staying at the Pei residence. Meng Shichu and Hocheng were not arranged to sleep separately. Although Hocheng lacked marital experience, he was aware of certain customs. It was said that a husband and wife should not reside together in the wife's parental home, as it might adversely affect their fortune. Wealthier families tended to be more superstitious about such matters. Given the Pei family's considerable stature, why would they adhere to such a practice? In response to Hocheng's curiosity, Meng Shichu explained that they were testing their relationship. They are probing into the nature of my connection with you, she continued. Of course, aside from attempting to please me, they are relatively pragmatic and do not put much faith in the supernatural. Then perhaps you should find me another room? Hocheng suggested, considering it was the Pei family and certain decorum should be observed. You can stay in my room. I will take the adjacent one, Meng Shichu replied, bringing Hocheng new toiletries and sleepwear, stating that the items in the bathroom were all new and available for his use. Do you not usually stay here? Hocheng inquired, as the room felt fresh and fragrant, as if it had just been prepared. Meng Shichu shook her head. I prefer solitude. When I came to Kyoto, my stepfather purchased a detached villa for me. I am quite independent and often live alone. The Pei family respected her wishes and did not interfere. Upon hearing this, Hocheng suddenly pondered whether relocating so many people to the guest house might make Meng Shichu uncomfortable. Should I withdraw some of our staff? He asked. It's fine. Do you feel uncomfortable with so many people around? Meng Shichu shook her head. You are different from them. You're my husband. If all goes as planned, we will spend our lives together. A life for two should be lively, and those people are merely here to work. They will not affect me. In contrast, her feelings towards the Pei family were somewhat awkward. With her biological father and half-brother present, both of whom had never been part of her life, she felt a certain emotional dissonance. Ultimately, her position in the Pei family was unique, and both Pei Guangyan and Pei Jinhui seemed to feel indebted to her, always trying to compensate, which only contributed to her discomfort. The dynamic with Hocheng was entirely different. In this business marriage, devoid of emotional foundation. Fostering feelings naturally required mutual investment. The interests of both families intertwined, creating a relationship based on equal give and take, free from debts or compensations, which was far more comfortable. Meng Shichu's candor was something Hocheng greatly admired. She spoke her mind openly, never leaving room for speculation. Their communication was effective, making their interactions quite pleasant. Hocheng took Meng Shichu's hand and said, "If anything about our marriage makes you uncomfortable, please express it. I will do my utmost to accommodate." "And you as well," Meng Shichu replied. "If you have opinions or thoughts, speak them directly. I detest trying to understand someone through guesswork." "Understood." Meng Shichu patted Hocheng's hand. "Go wash up and sleep. You were sleepless last night, and after a long day in this unfamiliar environment, I fear you may struggle again tonight." She left the room to fetch a glass of yogurt from downstairs. As Hocheng was in the washroom, she knocked on the door. "I've placed a glass of yogurt by your bedside. It's said to aid sleep." The door opened to reveal Hocheng shirtless, water glistening on his face. "Thank you for your kindness. Good night." As Meng Shichu prepared to leave, Hocheng grasped her wrist, pulling her back into his embrace. He captured her lips in a gentle kiss. "Good night," he whispered. "Sweet dreams," she replied, as he released her and she departed. Hocheng was acutely aware that he did not yet love Meng Shichu, but as her husband, both his kiss and her teasing were entirely natural. He wished for their marriage to progress normally, engaging in all the customary actions of a married couple: embraces, kisses, and mutual exchanges. He sensed that Meng Shichu, who was at ease with the situation, did not harbor any aversion. Perhaps this was the advantage of a union based on practicality. As expected, Hocheng found himself sleepless again. Exhausted, his mind felt like mush, yet the unfamiliarity of his surroundings rendered slumber elusive. Unable to sleep, he decided to rise and enjoy the moonlight. He was not alone in his wakefulness. Pei Guangyin sat beneath a flower rack and, upon seeing Hocheng emerge, asked, "Are you struggling to sleep alone? Or is it the strangeness of the environment?" "Father," Hocheng approached, "why are you still awake?" "I wanted to gaze at the stars and the moon." Pei Guangyin indicated the chair opposite him. "Sit down and have some soup." The aroma of fruit tea wafted through the air from the kettle on the table. Hocheng took a seat and explained, "Shichu just returned yesterday. I have only recently begun to interact with her, and I am not yet accustomed." The word temporarily conveyed his attitude that this state would not last long. Pei Guangyin poured Hocheng a cup of fruit tea, observing the young man intently. "Hocheng, have you completely severed ties with that girl named Xia?" His tone was serious as he scrutinized Hocheng under the light, awaiting a response. "I have," Hocheng replied firmly, without hesitation. Pei Guangyin remarked, "To be honest, I find that hard to believe, and so does Jinwei." "Father, you need not be anxious." Pei Guangyin raised a hand to halt him. "Shichu has a rather peculiar disposition. She is unambitious and goes with the flow, as if anything would suffice. I do not truly believe she is particularly fond of you." Hocheng was at a loss regarding what his father-in-law was implying. Pei Guangyin took a sip from his teacup and spoke gravely. "Hocheng, do not mistreat my daughter. You would not wish to discover what a father, burdened with guilt over his daughter, is capable of doing." He understood he had only recently welcomed this daughter into his life, and her upbringing had been exceptional, surrounded by caring individuals. His position as her biological father felt increasingly superfluous, amplifying his sense of inadequacy. Hocheng nodded. "Father, rest assured I will not let Shichu down. She has a wonderful character and is truly exceptional. It is merely a matter of time before I fall in love with her." He had no doubt that he would eventually love Meng Shichu, for he had already glimpsed her unique charm. Love, he believed, simply required the passage of time to unfold its best answer. Pei Guangyin regarded Hocheng with newfound approval. "I will remember your words. Do not go back on them." "Certainly." They shared tea and engaged in light conversation, discussing Meng Shichu, business matters, and literary topics. As night deepened and the moonlight waned behind clouds, Pei Guangyin suddenly remarked, "In this lifetime, encountering someone you truly love is an exceedingly rare fortune." Hocheng replied, "It is indeed fate." Fate had conspired to keep Pei Guangyin and Meng Ling apart, to grant Hocheng a second chance at life, and to embolden him to propose to Meng Shichu while slightly inebriated. Perhaps it was all just a dream, and rather than reliving the past, fate had guided him to meet another wonderful woman. In that moment, he firmly believed in the existence of such destiny. Chapter 021. Your Excellence. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Hocheng and Meng Shichu were set to head to the office. Pei Guangyin called out to Hocheng and handed him a large red envelope. Hocheng had not received a red envelope in many years and felt somewhat uneasy, glancing at Meng Shichu. However, Pei Guangyin spoke first. Just accept it. For now, I acknowledge you as my son-in-law. Thank you, Dad, Hocheng replied, accepting it with both hands. Treat Xiao Chu well, Pei Guangyin urged, then addressed Meng Shichu. If you don't wish to join Wan Hai, I won't force you. However, you must accept the 5 shares. It is your dowry from your father. Please do not refuse again, or I will be saddened. Meng Shichu remained silent for a moment before nodding. All right, that's better. Pei Guangyin finally sighed in relief. He took Meng Shichu's hand, saying, If you feel wronged, come back and find your father. Meng Shichu nodded. We will be on our way now. In a couple of days, I will arrange a meeting with the whole family. Good. Pei Guangyin had no objections. His daughter had always been quite mature, with a strong sense of independence. Her personal opinions dominating, clear-headed and powerful. It was a stroke of luck for him to have such an outstanding daughter. Pei Jinhui accompanied Meng Shichu and Hocheng out. As they got into the car, he reminded Meng Shichu, remember to come back and complete the formalities when you have time. I know. Meng Shichu waved as they departed. Hocheng drove, first taking Meng Shichu to her office. Linshin Design was her own company, established as a studio at the age of 18 and transformed into a company with her stepfather's support at 20, now gaining some recognition within the industry. In addition to her own firm, Meng Shichu also held shares and positions in her stepfather's technology company and security group, having recently been on a business trip for the latter's overseas affairs. Her life was busy and fulfilling. Upon arriving outside Linshin Design, Meng Shichu inquired, Are you going back to rest or heading to the office? To work, Hocheng replied. Do you have other plans? Just asking, Meng Shichu said. Last night, I saw you and my dad still stargazing at dawn. Huh? Hocheng was taken aback. You saw that? Why didn't you say anything? Meng Shichu calmly replied. It would have been rude to interrupt your conversation. She did not pry into the details of their chat. Yet Hocheng volunteered. We just chatted casually. Dad told me not to bully you, or he would deal with me. Upon hearing this, Meng Shichu reassured him. No need to be tense. It's not as exaggerated as that. What do you mean? Hocheng asked curiously. Meng Shichu explained. Firstly, you cannot bully me. Secondly, I will defend you. Hocheng's mood suddenly brightened, adding, I told Dad that I will eventually fall in love with you. Meng Shichu raised an eyebrow and stared at Hocheng, asking, What makes you think that? We are already husband and wife. You are impressive in every aspect. If I don't fall for you, the issue lies with me. But I don't believe I have many significant flaws. After hearing his reasoning, Meng Shichu couldn't help but smile. Then do your best. If you truly fall for me in the future, you must tell me so I can celebrate for you. And you? What about me? Will you fall in love with me? Meng Shichu pondered this question for a moment before shaking her head. I have never loved before, so I cannot provide you with a definitive answer or guarantee. But rest assured, as long as you treat me well, I will reciprocate even more. Since she had not yet fallen for him, Hocheng felt neither sadness nor discomfort regarding this outcome. Instead, he was curious about another matter, wanting to understand why she had agreed to his proposal that day. Although that wedding had concluded rather hastily, the outcome with the He family was already determined, and it wouldn't greatly affect Meng Shichu. In the past, it had been that way. This time, he had intervened, altering the course. He was curious how she had agreed to marry him after just a few exchanges. Because there are benefits, Meng Shichu answered without hesitation. A strong alliance with the He family and a strong alliance with the Hua family. There's much to gain for me. Hocheng understood. He had not misjudged her. Meng Shichu's acceptance of his proposal was never about seeking validation from the He family. Her intentions were clear. At this moment, Meng Shichu spoke again, of course. My impression of you is that you're a decent person. Why do you think that? Hocheng asked, puzzled, as he was well aware of his poor reputation within the circle. People often labeled him as infatuated or foolish. Meng Shichu replied, that day at the bar, you stood up for someone in need, and your friends displayed elegance and gentlemanly behavior. Like attracts like, you are indeed a good person. There are benefits involved, and you are impressive in your own right. You have not caused me any discomfort, and you have answered all my questions sincerely. Marriage is not an issue. Hocheng had not anticipated that within such a short span, Meng Shichu had even considered his character. She did not reject his proposal based on the gossip circulating in their social circles. Instead, she believed he was a genuinely good person. That day at the bar, when she was cornered by unsavory individuals, his friends had each spoken up, and she had formed her judgment in her heart. The principle of like attracting like was a powerful theory. All his friends were exceptionally outstanding. How could he possibly be a bad person? This also indirectly illustrated Meng Shichu's remarkable nature. Hocheng grasped Meng Shichu's hand in his palm, stating, "If one day you also come to like me, you must tell me, and we shall celebrate together. I'll take your car. I'll come and pick you up after work." Hocheng lowered his head, kissing the back of Meng Shichu's hand. Having not slept well for 2 consecutive nights, Hocheng's mental state was at an all-time low. After downing several cups of coffee, he forced himself to work. Hocheng called, requesting him to attend a meeting at Hocheng. Upon meeting, Hocheng immediately asked, "Have you been stealing cows at night? Why are your dark circles this bad?" Hocheng raised 2 fingers, "Brother, I've gone 2 nights without sleep and still have to work during the day. What meeting are we having? Let's get on with it." Not hearing Hocheng's voice, Hocheng turned to find Hocheng staring at him with a look of profound understanding. Realizing Hocheng had misinterpreted the situation, Hocheng clarified, "I just haven't gotten used to living with someone. I spent last night at the Pei family, so I didn't sleep well." Hocheng retracted his shocked expression, asking, "You've already visited the Pei family? When are you bringing someone home? Let us wait, at least until I've rested." After the meeting, it was already noon. Hocheng picked up his phone and messaged Meng Shichu. "Have you eaten?" Meng Shichu replied, "No." Hocheng, "Still busy with work." Meng Shichu, finishing some work handover. Hocheng, "Make sure to eat on time." Meng Shichu, "You too. If you can't hold on, go home and rest. Your health is the foundation of everything." Okay, sure right. Arriving at Rongchen's cafeteria, Hocheng had just taken a bite when he picked up his phone again to message his assistant. After finishing a video call with her stepfather, Meng Shichu suddenly said, "Dad, I need to hand in my work." The man on the other side of the video, wearing glasses, looked up at the camera upon hearing her words, as if he could see through miles to Meng Shichu. He asked, "Is it your own choice to give up your job, or is he asking you to stay home full-time?" The latter half of his question held a hint of anger. Meng Shichu explained, "I need some extra time to enjoy life. Hocheng wants to cultivate our relationship, and I plan to give it a try." The man on the video slightly relaxed his expression. "That's fine, but don't lose your reason for the sake of love. Marriage may be a necessity for you, but love does not always have to be." Meng Shichu nodded, "I understand. For the upcoming meeting with the Hua family, you should still come." The man removed his glasses, "Arrange the time and inform me. Your godfather and the others cannot come. They're traveling abroad." After concluding the video call with her stepfather, Meng Shichu stood up and headed to the cafeteria. Assistant Jiang entered carrying a bag. "Miss, Assistant Hua has sent you a cup of milk tea." Chapter 022. I take my family with me. Hocheng left work early to pick up Meng Shichu. Before entering the lobby, he had already dialed Meng Shichu's number. "I'm downstairs. Which floor are you on?" Meng Shichu's voice came through the phone. "7th floor. Come up. I'll be waiting at the elevator." Linshan Design Company was not based in Kyoto. It was only because Meng Shichu had come to the city that they rented an office space here. As soon as Hocheng stepped out of the elevator, he spotted Meng Shichu, who handed him a small cake. "Thank you," he said. Meng Shichu led Hocheng to her office, where she mentioned, "The gift I prepared for you has also arrived." Hocheng was pleasantly surprised to learn that Meng Shichu had prepared a gift for him as well. Upon entering the office, she introduced him to the others present. "This is my husband, Hocheng. Good afternoon, Mr. Hua." "Hello, young Master Hua." "Good day, Mr. Hua." "Greetings, everyone." Hocheng nodded in response as Meng Shichu retrieved a bag from her desk and handed it to him. Inside the box lay a custom-designed watch from a renowned designer, its value apparent upon holding it. Hocheng removed the watch from his wrist and put on the one Meng Shichu had gifted him. "I truly like it," he remarked, extending his hand to ask Meng Shichu, "What you think? Do I deserve it?" "It looks great," she replied. The others, preparing to leave the office, chimed in. The boss has excellent taste. Mr. Hua looks handsome. A match made in heaven. As they spoke, they exited, seemingly complimenting both the watch and Che himself. Che felt a rush of warmth at their words. His ears flushed crimson, and he forced a smile to mask his embarrassment. Your team is quite lively. If it makes you uncomfortable, I can ask them not to speak like that next time. It's perfectly fine. No need to stop them. Che replied, while putting away his previous watch. Before our wedding, I met some of your friends. I'd like to introduce you to mine. Can we have dinner together tonight? Tonight? Yes, if you don't mind, I'll invite them. Meng Shichu organized her documents. I'm fine with it, as long as your friends are available. They are all free, Che said, picking up his phone to send a message to the group chat. Che, I'm hosting a dinner at Lin Yuan Hotel tonight. Duan Xiao. A formal dinner at such a hotel? Is there a special occasion? Che, I'm bringing my family. The group fell silent for a few seconds. Lu Jing and Cheng Yuxiu replied almost simultaneously. What time? At 6:30 p.m., Che arrived at Lin Yuan Hotel, holding Meng Shichu's hand as they entered, guided by a waiter to the reserved private room. Cheng Yuxiu and Lu Jing were already there, with only Duan Xiao yet to arrive. After introductions, Cheng Yuxiu and Lu Jing presented gifts, wishing them happiness and eternal unity. I want to be polite, then Che accepted graciously. Soon after, Duan Xiao arrived with a substantial gift as well. Che's intention was to introduce Meng Shichu to his friends, and throughout the meal, the conversation remained centered around the newlywed couple. Meng Shichu felt neither isolated nor out of place. Even when she mentioned she didn't drink, no one insisted otherwise. Cheng Yuxiu even ordered warm beverages for her. They were a very amiable group, reminiscent of their brief acquaintance at the bar that night, despite only exchanging a few words. It was evident they were all highly cultured gentlemen. The saying birds of a feather flock together held true. After dinner, just before 9, Che asked if they wanted to go karaoke since he was the host. Let us save that for another time, Lu Jing replied. I have guests at home tonight, so I must head back. Farewell, brothers, and goodbye, Shichu. Cheng Yuxiu offered no reason, simply saying, goodbye, both of you. I want to give you the chance to show off in front of me. I'm going home. Duan Xiao joked. Shichu, let us gather again next time. Yes, goodbye. Meng Shichu smiled and waved. As Che had been drinking, Meng Shichu drove them home. Perhaps due to the alcohol, it wasn't long before Che began to doze off. Having barely slept for 2 nights, he found it increasingly difficult to stay awake. Meng Shichu raised the car window and played soft instrumental music at a low volume, creating a soothing atmosphere in a confined space. A stoplight. Che leaned against the window and fell asleep. Meng Shichu reduced the car's speed, trying to minimize any jolting to ensure Che was comfortable. Upon returning to Haidang Courtyard, Meng Shichu gently tapped Che's shoulder. We're home. It's more comfortable to sleep here. Having been in a deep slumber, Che stirred, somewhat disoriented. Upon forcing his eyes open, he realized they were in their garage and sleepily apologized. I'm sorry, I fell asleep. It's all right. Please get out. Meng Shichu's voice was calm, though not overly tender. It provided a sense of reassurance. Meng Shichu opened the car door for him as Che stepped out, and she offered him a steadying hand. The servants had already retired for the night, so Meng Shichu and Che returned to their room. She suggested, you should wash up and rest first. Che inquired, do you have work to do? He held the stereotype that Meng Shichu was a workaholic. No, you should wash and sleep. I'll rest in the next room. Hearing this, Che furrowed his brow. Meng Shichu added, it's not good for you to keep sleeping poorly. Your health is important. I'm fine. Che shook his head. We can't keep doing this with you sleeping in the next room or me doing so. We must adapt eventually. Forcing adaptation can also be a method. Meng Shichu said, lack of sleep for extended periods is detrimental to health. I know my limits, Che said, encircling Meng Shichu's waist as he leaned closer. Squinting his eyes and asking, can we, tonight? He hadn't deliberately thought about it, but at that moment, with his wife before him and her unique scent enveloping him, it acted as a catalyst, sparking his desire. Meng Shichu shook her head, no. Che was taken aback by her unexpected refusal. He pressed his lips together in silence for a few seconds, not insisting, all right. because they were so closely entwined. Meng Shichu could sense Hocheng's intense yearning. "It's my time of the month," she interjected, linking her arm with his. "I believe it was the medication that caused it to arrive a few days early." Hocheng paused, realization dawning upon him. No wonder Meng Shichu had been drinking during their wedding, yet declined today, opting for warm beverages. He chided himself for not noticing sooner. After just 2 sleepless nights, his mind felt sluggish. "Are you feeling unwell?" Hocheng asked with concern, aware that some women experience discomfort during their periods. "No," Meng Shichu replied. "I'm among the fortunate ones, so I experience no discomfort." Hocheng nodded, and then he heard Meng Shichu's voice again. "If you really want, I can help you." Suddenly, her hand moved down. Chapter 023. Your ex is causing a scene before me. You handle a Hocheng felt as though his face had been scorched by fire, a burning sensation enveloping him. His cheeks must have turned a deep crimson. Grasping Meng Shichu's hands tightly, he expressed his remorse. "I will exercise restraint next time." "You needn't," Meng Shichu replied, shaking her head. "I have always believed that spouses should communicate openly about their needs. There is no need for suppression or endurance. Our relationship is legitimate and honorable. Marriage, after all, is meant to address physical needs in a reasonable and compliant manner. To desire is to desire, and she has never been one to obfuscate her intentions." A warmth blossomed in Hocheng's heart. He pressed a gentle kiss to Meng Shichu's forehead. "Once you are ready, I will ensure your comfort." Perhaps due to sheer fatigue, or perhaps buoyed by a sense of ease, having largely accepted his new wife, his guard lowered significantly, and that night, Hocheng fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening the following morning, he found Meng Shichu's absence beside him. After washing up and dressing, he inquired of butler Zhao. "Has Shichu already departed?" "Yes, sir," Zhao replied. "Madam mentioned before leaving that you did not sleep well at the Pei residence last night, and advised that you should rest adequately to restore your vigor, requesting we not disturb you." During breakfast, a smile lingered on Hocheng's face. What harm could there be in such a life? Caring for one another, both striving to maintain their relationship. This surely epitomizes the essence of a healthy marriage. Even if feelings had yet to blossom, with time, affection would inevitably follow. On his way to work, Hocheng spotted a flower shop and instructed his assistant to pull over. He selected a vibrant bouquet of yellow roses. Yellow roses were his favorite, symbolizing luck and blessings, while also embodying anticipation and longing for love. At Lin Shen Design, Meng Shichu was in a meeting with a rather special guest, her husband's former flame. As she closed the documents, Su Zizhou eagerly inquired, "How does it look, General Manager Meng? Are you interested?" However, in the next moment, Meng Shichu pushed the documents back toward him. "This project is quite commendable, but I lack significant interest." "Why not? Didn't you say the project was good?" Su Zizhou's expression froze. Summer Yinxian had sent her to meet Meng Shichu, claiming that she would surely collaborate with him and that this project would yield substantial profits for the Su family. Initially skeptical, he could not fathom how Meng Shichu, being Hocheng's wife, could possibly work with him, especially since Hocheng had distanced himself from Summer Yinxian. Yet, with Summer's fervent assurances, he felt compelled to seek a partnership. Meng Shichu replied courteously, "Mr. Su, please take your leave. But if we collaborate, I can," Su Zizhou began. But before he could finish, Meng Shichu stood up. "Jiang Wen, please escort our guest out." Meng Shichu exited the meeting room, and Su Zizhou was similarly ushered away by assistant Jiang Wen. Upon returning to her office, Meng Shichu discovered a large bouquet of yellow roses on her desk. "Who sent these?" she inquired. "They were sent by Mr. Hua's assistant," Jiang Wu replied. Meng Shichu noticed the card attached to the bouquet, penned in Hocheng's handwriting, "Wishing you courage to forge ahead, unafraid." Signed, Hocheng. A smile graced Meng Shichu's lips, uncertain whether it was inspired by the flowers or the card. Holding the card in one hand and her phone in the other, she captured a photo with the heartfelt message in the foreground and the yellow roses in the background, posting it on her social media. The caption read, "He said." After posting, she noticed a new update from Hocheng on her feed, featuring a photo of a watch, captioned, "A gift from my wife." Meng Shichu liked the post and responded with a yellow bean smile emoji. In the afternoon, Meng Shichu received a call from Pei Jinhui, requesting her presence to finalize the process. The 5% stake in Wanhai held considerable weight. She intended to delay her visit, but with calls from both Pei Guangyan and Pei Jinhui, she could no longer postpone. "I'll be there shortly," Meng Shichu conceded. Having completed her tasks, she prepared to head to Wanhai. Just as she descended the stairs, someone blocked her path. "Miss Meng, I wish to speak with you." Meng Shichu responded calmly. "I have no business dealings with Miss Xia. If you wish to discuss my husband's past entanglements with you, I have no interest in knowing." With a glance, she signaled Jiang Wu, who promptly stepped forward. "Miss Xia, please leave." Taken aback, Summer Yinxian had not anticipated being rebuffed so swiftly. It felt as though she could not surmount that societal barrier. "General Manager Meng, I only wish to have a conversation." "Are you so anxious? Do you harbor resentment towards me?" "Miss Meng, we are both women. Why should we complicate matters for one another? Do you know what kind of person Hocheng is? He is a deviant." Meng Shichu stepped closer to Summer Yinxian. "Your words strike hard. Why must women make things difficult for one another?" "What a heavy accusation." Summer Yinxian retorted. "Your reluctance to collaborate with the Su family is merely a result of my connection with Hocheng. I'm not familiar with you, nor with the Su family. My disinterest is simply a matter of avoiding unnecessary complications," Meng Shichu stated, dialing Hocheng as she spoke. His voice came through the line. "What's wrong? Avoiding what?" Hearing only the last part of her comment, he was left puzzled. Meng Shichu replied, "Your ex is causing a scene before me. You should handle it." Her tone remained calm and detached, devoid of emotional fluctuation. Silence lingered on the other end for a few seconds before Hocheng responded. "I will be there immediately." Meng Shichu's actions caused Summer Yunqian's complexion to shift dramatically. "Miss Meng, I sought you out. What do you mean by summoning Hocheng?" Calmly, Meng Shichu countered, "Your grievances with Hocheng belong between you two. Our acquaintance is minimal. What business do you have seeking me out? How unreasonable you are." Summer Yunqian exclaimed in frustration, turning to leave, but Jiang Wu blocked her path. With no way to escape, Summer Yunqian turned back to Meng Shichu. "Miss Meng, understand this. Before marrying you, Hocheng was infatuated with me. He desired me. Now that he is your husband, how can you summon him to meet me?" Meng Shichu replied nonchalantly, "If you can bring your disputes before me, why shouldn't I have him address them?" Summer Yunqian fell silent, feeling as if her punches were landing on soft cotton. She believed Meng Shichu's reasoning flawed. Whether in this life or the previous, she had excessively scrutinized Meng Shichu. How could a child born out of wedlock, who should not exist in this world, rise so high? It infuriated her. On one hand, she was consumed by jealousy, while on the other, she set it as her ambition to surpass this illegitimate daughter. Unfortunately, she had failed in her previous life, while Meng Shichu flourished like a queen, and her own life was ruined by Hocheng. In this life, the man she loathed most had married the woman she envied most. The situation was absurd and tragic. Meng Shichu had no desire to engage with Summer Yinxian further, instructing Jiang Wan and Jiang Wu to block her. Arrived Dynasty. Bypassing Summer Yinxian to approach Meng Shichu directly. Before he could speak, Meng Shichu interjected, "Handle this matter. If she disturbs me again, I may find it difficult to spare your dignity." Chapter 024. No friends below the status of the Hua family. Hocheng hoped that Meng Shichu could accompany him, but Meng Shichu had to go to Wanhai, stating that Pei Jinhui was already waiting for her. After Meng Shichu left, Hocheng sought a nearby tea house and chose a seat by the window in the main hall. Xia Yunxian sat opposite him. Hocheng poured himself a cup of tea and began to drink it quietly. "Are you trying to force me to surrender, or what? Why can't you just let me be?" Xia Yunxian spoke first, her voice laced with the strain of near collapse, a state Hocheng had witnessed many times before. Yet now, it stirred not a single ripple within him. "I have already let you go." Hocheng leaned back in his chair, his gaze drifting lazily to Xia Yunxian's face. Just as she was about to say something, Hocheng interjected, "Miss Xia, it is now you who seeks various means to attract my attention. It is quite overstepping to approach Meng Shichu when you cannot appear before me." Hocheng interrupted, countering, "Is it truly I who cannot let you go? Or is it you who cannot let me go?" "Mr. Hua, I'm not that familiar with Miss Xia. Please refer to me as Huazong or Huashao." Huoche's voice bore an air of calm indifference. You, with a sharp sound, Huoche slammed his teacup down on the table, cutting off Xia Yunqian's words once more. I am married now, Miss Xia. Your repeated entanglement with me, even before my wife, is quite unbecoming. His casual reminder felt more like a displeased warning. Having her words interrupted repeatedly left Xia Yunqian in a daze. She stared blankly at the man across from her, realizing that something had fundamentally changed. Yet, she remained convinced that Huoche was merely seeking revenge against her. You are preventing me from seeing you. Uokichakuld lightly. Had it not been for my prior affection for you, given your family status, you would never have had the opportunity to enter my circle, and you would not be able to see me at all. He had merely reclaimed some privileges. So why did Xia Yunqian speak as if he had committed some heinous act? But I saved your life, and I, Miss Xia. Huoche's tone turned colder, his voice rising slightly, drawing the attention of several other patrons in the tea house. Under the scrutiny of numerous eyes, Xia Yunqian's face flushed with embarrassment, and she couldn't help but raise her voice. If it weren't for me saving your life, you would have died long ago. Would you have had a chance to threaten me then? Her preemptive strike transformed the gazes directed at Huoche into something deeper. Someone recognized him and whispered to a companion. That is the romantic little young master of the Huo family, still entangled with an ex despite being married. How excessive. He thinks he can do as he pleases just because he is from the Huo family. That girl must have saved a foe. Huoche's reputation was well known in social circles, and at that moment, he appeared as nothing more than an unfaithful husband. A glimmer of triumph flashed in Xia Yunqian's eyes as she seized the opportunity. Lowering her voice, she warned Huoche, Huoche, I fear nothing as a person with nothing to lose. If you continue this way with me, I will ruin your reputation. Seeing the calculating look on Xia Yunqian's face, Huoche's slightly furrowed brow relaxed. Why not speak louder, Miss Xia? He asked. Xia Yunqian replied, I'm not being quiet. Huoche, I am your savior. Had it not been for me, you would be dead. She intended her words for those around them to hear. Others may act unreasonable and create a scene. So why should she suffer in silence when she was in the right? Huoche chuckled softly. Indeed, Miss Xia saved my life. But did I not reward you for it? Not allowing Xia Yunqian to interject, he continued, from the very day you saved me, I provided you with money and resources for the Xia family's development. You even leveraged my affection to assist the man you favored. Miss Xia, while I have no objection to your helping those you care for, why should I be obliged to assist your chosen partner? From the outset, you have taken tens of millions, if not more, from me. Shall I calculate the specifics for you? Huoche's inquiry was straightforward and blunt. Xia Yunqian's complexion gradually darkened. She had not anticipated Huoche's words would be so public. She opened her mouth, but could not form a response. To be candid, Huoche stated, his voice growing sharper, the one who has suffered a loss is I. I not only offered monetary compensation and resources for your life-saving act, but also wished to marry you. I pursued you openly, and you agreed to our engagement, only to back out at the last moment, leaving me without a fiancé at our engagement banquet, thus tarnishing my reputation. Huoche was not one to dwell on past grievances, but Xia Yunqian, trapped in her own turmoil, always perceived him as indebted to her. Huoche was unwilling to bear that burden. You deceived me. You knew I did not love you. Yet you insisted on our engagement, she retorted. Huoche scoffed. Must I say it plainly? You agreed to our engagement to obtain the 30 million for Su Zizhou's project, did you not? Xia Yunqian's expression stiffened. You, once the money was in your hands, you turned your back on me, leaving me with nothing but a hollow joy. I lost money, ruined the engagement banquet, and sullied my reputation, while you emerged as the victim of forced affection. I initially overlooked it because I genuinely liked you, and later, I allowed it due to your life-saving grace. I was merely wealthy enough to absorb the loss and did not care much for my reputation. I was not foolish. Huoche's voice grew increasingly sharp. He was aware of the truths from their past. Love can cloud one's rationality and lead to an unwillingness to keep score. Xia Yunqian's face, no longer pale and awkward, was now a mixture of rage and despair, though a thread of reason kept her from completely unraveling. Huoche met her gaze, a smile playing on his lips as he asked, Why are you silent now, Miss Xia? Xia Yinxian pressed her lips together, finding herself without words. Perhaps Miss Xia had forgotten that we had signed a mutual release agreement, which clearly outlined what I had done and not done in my pursuit of you over the years. Hocheng's voice was crisp and deliberate. My affection for you was genuine. I never forced you to love me. You would often reject my hand, and I never coerced you into kissing or engaging with me. I never harmed you physically or emotionally. Our interactions were built on your willingness. My pursuit was predicated on the fact that you were unmarried, as was I. Xia Yunxian finally found her voice, but I do not love you. Hocheng replied, yet your parents and brother conveyed to me that the Xia family would never allow you to marry Suzhou. Xia Yunxian countered, they do not understand me. Then why do you come before me seeking attention, giving me the illusion that with a little more effort, I could win your affection? O que presta? Xia Yunxian replied, I thought we could be friends. Absurd. O que escoved? You know I have feelings for you, yet you wish to be friends? Are you jesting? That is exactly what I mean. Xia Yunxian believed she had regained some ground. Then she heard Hocheng scoff again. I do not lack friends, nor do I require those beneath the status of the Ho family. Chapter 025. Not as leisurely as you think a remark about not needing friends beneath the Ho family's standing struck Xia Yunxian like a slap to the face. Hocheng's words were starkly clear, implying that with the Xia family's background and status, she was unworthy of friendship with a young master of the Ho family. The bluntness of it sent a shiver through her. She recalled how Hocheng had asked her to address him as Ho Zong or Ho Shao. His previous willingness to accommodate her had made her forget the insurmountable chasm between them: social class, background, strength, and even knowledge and refinement. Both she and the Xia family found it nearly impossible to transcend that social divide. The Ho family was once one of the 4 great families and remains one of the 3 great families today. Xia Yunxian's face turned pale and rigid, devoid of any expression. Yet, Hocheng's voice rang out again, suggesting that he was reluctant to sever ties because of the background and resources he could provide her. Desiring wealth and resources, she could not bring herself to end their relationship, and now that he truly intended to cut ties, she found herself in turmoil. Miss Xia, I no longer harbor feelings for you. I will not linger around you any longer. The debt of gratitude you believe I owe has been sufficiently repaid with money and resources. As he spoke, Hocheng rose from his chair but did not immediately leave. You saved me once, and I have given your family decades of unachievable profit. One must learn to know when to stop, should you continue to entangle yourself with me. It would be seen as demanding repayment for kindness. With that, Hocheng filled Xia Yunxian's teacup, advising her not to cause trouble in front of his wife, for she owed her no debt of gratitude, and angering her would yield no benefits for Xia. After setting down the teapot, he turned to leave. Xia Yunxian sprang to her feet and blocked his path. But your revenge is undeniable. She opened her arms, intending to escalate the scene for the onlookers. I wronged you, yet you retaliate against the Xia family and the Su family. Our families have lost funding on numerous projects, and many partners have chosen not to renew contracts. All of this is your revenge against me. I assent it. Hocheng, you should hold me accountable for my actions alone. In my past life, I was the one who wronged you. It suffices to target me. I implore you, do not harm the Xia family or the Su family. Their innocent Xia Yunxian had once loved Su Zizhou and understood the depths of affection, which allowed her to perceive that Hocheng held no feelings for her anymore. His gaze was frigid and indifferent, sparing her no semblance of kindness. His lack of love meant that the debt of gratitude would not compel him to offer her anything further. Hocheng's desire for revenge against her was now all too easy. As she spoke, Xia Yunxian suddenly sank to her knees before Hocheng. Her eyes reddened with pleading. It's all my fault the surrounding guests were taken aback by the display. Kneeling in public was a desperate move. They had initially thought Hocheng was merely a lovesick young master entangled with a former flame, but it was clear now that the former resources had vanished, leaving her disoriented. The onlookers viewed Xia Yunxian with a hint of disdain. Hocheng stood there, looking down at her, his voice cold and dismissive. Miss Xia, awaken to reality. My tarnished reputation stems from being a lovesick fool, and it has nothing to do with my character. The resources and finances I provided were given willingly, with no expectation of repayment. Your family's current predicament is a result of my marriage to another, not you. Those who once sought to please you in connection to me now find it futile, leading them to withdraw from cooperating with the Xia family. Hocheng's words left Xia Yunxian in a state of shock and disbelief. She refused to accept it, clinging to the notion that Hocheng was indeed retaliating against her. No, that's impossible. In my past life, I caused your downfall. You must despise me. I am not as idle as you think. Hocheng retreated a step, leaving her prostrate on the ground. His eyes held no trace of pity as he circumvented her and departed. As Hocheng exited, murmurs arose in the tea hall. Miss Xia's display is rather unbecoming. Hocheng has rescinded those privileges. It's clear how well he treated her before. This must feel like a fall from grace. Who could she blame? Once, the young master had adored her, yet she had squandered his affection. Such is the harshness of reality. No one waits indefinitely. The notion of using gratitude as leverage is indeed reprehensible. Xia Yunxian found herself unaware of how she left the tea hall. She arrived at the Su family to meet Su Zizhou. How'd it go? Did you meet Meng Zong? What did she say? Su Zizhou was consumed by thoughts of their project. Many of Su's partnerships had fled, leaving several projects stagnant. He was anxious, seeking collaborations, but repeatedly facing rejection. Previous partners now avoided him, even denying him a meeting. All hope rested on collaborating with Meng Shichu. He had considered Lin Shin design, but was well aware that Meng Shichu was Hocheng's wife, which diminished the likelihood of a partnership. It was only because Xia Yunxian had assured him of a successful collaboration with Meng Shichu, promising substantial profits, that he had mustered the courage to approach her. Unsurprisingly, he was turned down. Xia Yunxian, unwilling to accept this, sought out Meng Shichu herself. However, her expression was grim, and she remained silent. Qianqian, why are you not speaking? Did it work out? Su Zizhou was becoming frantic. Please, say something. Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Slowly, Xia Yunxian regained her composure and grasped Su Zizhou's hand tightly, her voice hoarse. Zizhou, Hocheng will no longer assist me. How can that be? Su Zizhou was incredulous. Hocheng was so fond of you, and you saved his life. The bond between you two cannot simply be severed. It is over, and it will not return. Xia Yunxian shook her head. I am reborn, as is Hocheng. I cause him to be imprisoned and executed. He will not pursue me anymore. I have truly freed myself from him. What on earth are you saying? Su Zizhou found her words nonsensical, continually mentioning reincarnation. It was utterly bewildering. Xia Yunxian felt frustrated, questioning why Su Zizhou could not believe her. Hocheng will not retaliate against us. From now on, we must rely solely on ourselves. Rely on ourselves? In their small company, many sought to destroy them. Without a strong backing or supportive connections, growth was an uphill battle. After pondering, Su Zizhou suggested, Qianqian, you and Hocheng have simply misunderstood each other. Apologize to him. If he forgives you, the Xia family will no longer pressure you. Xia Yunxian stared at Su Zizhou in disbelief. Zizhou, what are you suggesting? You want me to appease Hocheng? You know I do not like him. Su Zizhou replied, Love cannot be eaten, but if the company collapses, everything will be lost. I intend to marry you. You know what Hocheng's feelings are for me. And yet you want me to humble myself before him? Enraged, Xia Yunxian slapped Su Zizhou across the face. Su Zizhou gently touched his face and took several deep breaths. Xia Yunxian, you must understand that all talk of love is mere illusion. Only money holds true substance. And what about your feelings for me? Are they also false? We shall not marry. Su Zizhou turned away. Xia Yunxian, in disbelief, exclaimed, What did you just say? With a heavy exhale, Su Zizhou replied, Xia Yunxian, we will not wed. The Xia family believes you can ascend to Hocheng's status. They will never permit me to marry you. Should you fail to secure Hocheng, they will arrange for you to wed another wealthy man. Our relationship has always been confined to this boundary. You may leave now. I must attend to my work. With that, Su Zizhou waved his sleeve and departed. Chapter 26. I do not like him emerging from the Su residence in a state of desolation. Xia Yunxian meandered along the pavement, resembling a mere shell of her former self. As she crossed the street, she failed to heed the traffic lights and narrowly escaped being struck by an electric scooter. The rider, infuriated, shouted at her, accusing her of recklessness and imploring her to stay away. Xia Yinxian stared blankly at the individual, her pallid face marred by tear streaks, causing the rider to recoil in surprise and hastily ride away. She appeared ghostly, with reddened eyes that brimmed with sorrow, as if she could extract a life with her mournful gaze. Unconsciously, she returned to the Xia household, collapsing on her bed like a marionette devoid of strings. Her mind fogged and her thoughts stagnant. Suddenly, the door swung open. "Xia Yinxian, have you reconciled with Hocheng?" Came the inquiry from her mother. Receiving no response, her mother yanked her from the bed, demanding, "What's the matter? Why aren't you answering me?" Noticing her daughter's ashen complexion and swollen, reddened eyes, her mother paused, asking, "Did Hocheng do something to you?" Each time Xia Yinxian cried, it was due to Hocheng's relentless pursuit, which left her feeling aggrieved. Her mother, believing this to be yet another instance of such turmoil, smiled brightly, insisting, "What's there to cry about? If he ignores you, it only means you can make more demands. Now, don't cry." To her mother, this was a positive development, a chance to extract more from Hocheng. Gently, she retrieved a tissue to wipe away Xia Yinxian's tears, saying, "All right, your eyes are already red enough. We must go find Hocheng." Xia Yinxian's pitiable state was enough to tug at a man's heartstrings, particularly Hocheng, who regarded her as his lifeblood, ensuring she would gain even more advantages. Her mother rummaged through the wardrobe for a fresh, delicate dress for her to wear, confident that Hocheng would be heartbroken upon seeing her. Xia Yinxian remained motionless, prompting her mother to grow impatient. "Hurry and change. Don't dawdle. You'll catch Hocheng just as he gets off work." Still, Xia Yinxian did not budge. "What are you doing? I told you to change." Losing her patience, her mother continued, "While you and Hocheng have been at odds, our business partners are fleeing. If you don't reconcile soon, the Xia family may not survive." As her mother's voice turned less gentle, Xia Yinxian began to regain some awareness. She lifted her gaze to meet her mother's. Her lips moved, but no sound emerged. Perhaps there were questions she lacked the courage to voice. The words of Su Zizhou echoed in her mind, churning relentlessly. Did she truly have no future with him? If that were the case, what had her sacrifices for Su Zizhou amounted to in her past life? If she and Su Zizhou were not destined to marry, then what was the significance of her severing ties with Hocheng in this new life? In both her past and present, she had fought tirelessly for true love. Yet, true love had revealed to her that the relationship she shared with Su Zizhou was akin to that which she held with Hocheng. She sought the endless benefits that Hocheng's affections provided, just as Su Zizhou maintained an ambiguous relationship with her to extract the advantages she could offer him. Seeing her daughter's expression, her mother grew increasingly displeased. "What are you staring at? Hurry and change your clothes. Hocheng will be home soon." "Why?" The simple question was laborious for Xia Yinxian to ask. "What do you mean, why?" "Quickly, change your clothes. You need to intercept Hocheng before he leaves the office. Don't you know how to maximize your benefits?" Her mother urged her to change immediately. Suddenly, Xia Yinxian's anger flared, and she tossed the clothes onto the floor. "I want to change. I have severed all ties with Hocheng." "Xia Yinxian, don't act crazy," her mother scolded. "Hocheng cares for you deeply. He couldn't even bear to speak harshly to you when you fled your engagement ceremony. How could he truly sever ties with you?" Her mother paused, then added, "Moreover, you owe him your life. That debt can never be repaid. As long as Hocheng is alive, this relationship cannot be broken." Xia Yinxian was taken aback by her mother's assertion, which bound Hocheng to her for a lifetime. Her mother picked up the clothes and urged her again. "Hurry and change." Determined, Xia Yinxian threw the clothes onto the ground once more. "Hocheng is already married. What would it mean for me to see him? Am I to be a mistress?" Her mother quickly interjected, "Silly girl, what do you understand? Hocheng has no feelings for that illegitimate child. Men possess inherent flaws. His actions are merely to provoke your jealousy and concern. The more he pretends not to care, the more he desires your attention. I, as a woman of experience, understand the impact of a white moonlight far better than you. If you turn back, Hocheng will only ever have you by his side." "Xia Yinxian, enough." She interrupted loudly, startling her mother. "I do not like Hocheng. The person I love is Su Zizhou. I have always loved him, in both this life and the last. Why do you all insist I see Hocheng? Why? In response, her mother slapped her across the face. Xia Yunqian's head turned to the side, her ears ringing, her mind clouded. Yet her mother's voice rang out fiercely, "You insolent child. Do you dare to raise your voice at me? You still fancy Su Zizhou? What value does your affection hold? What contributions can Su Zizhou make to the Xia family's progress? I'll tell you this. Su Zizhou will never marry you. We will not permit you to wed him. Do you think Su Zizhou is unaware? He merely provides you with emotional support. He wouldn't dare to touch you. Do you think he treasures and respects you? No. He fears Hocheng will confront him. Change your clothes immediately and come with me to see Hocheng. Because of your quarrel, our company is on the brink of collapse. And if anything happens because of you, I will not spare you. Change now. The truth, sharp as a blade, sliced through Xia Yunqian, leaving her wounded. With a spine of steel, she resolutely declared, "I will not go." "You have no choice," her mother replied curtly. Seeing her daughter's unwavering resolve, her mother gritted her teeth and stated coldly, "Think carefully. If you fail to appease Hocheng, you may have to marry another CEO. I cannot guarantee their age, marital history, or peculiarities." Xia Yunqian could hardly believe such words were spoken by her mother. "What do you think I am to you?" she asked. "A tool for your brother to manage the company," her mother replied ruthlessly. Xia Yunqian's eyes widened in shock. "I am a person, not a mere tool." Her mother dismissed her protest. "The only reason we didn't abandon you at birth was to ensure you could support your brother. Otherwise, why have we raised you for so many years?" Chapter 027. He did not bully me after leaving the tea house. Hocheng instructed his assistant to leave and drove to Wanhai himself. Instead of entering, he found a spot in a nearby CAF and shared his location with Meng Shichu, sending her a message. "I've finalized the discussions here, waiting for you." Approximately 2 hours later, Hocheng's phone rang. To his surprise, it was his assistant, Yimo, calling. "Young master, Miss Xiao's mother has arrived, saying that Miss Xia is seriously ill." Before Yimo could finish, Hocheng interrupted, dismissing him and instructing them not to disturb him again, then abruptly hung up the phone. Shortly after, Hocheng received a WeChat message from Meng Shichu. "I'm coming down." He rose to collect the snacks he had previously requested to be packed and hurried outside. After waiting for 2 minutes at the entrance of Wanhai, he finally saw Meng Shichu walking out with her assistants Jiang Wen and Jiang Wu. Meng Shichu approached him, asking, "What brings you here?" "There was nothing pressing at the office, so I came to pick you up," Hocheng replied, handing her the packed snacks. "They're from a CAF over there. I had them packed separately, so they're not leftovers." She accepted them with a gentle smile. "Why didn't you come in? Pei Jin we wouldn't have stopped you. I didn't want to interfere with your work." "Waiting outside is fine," Hocheng said, opening the passenger door of his car. Meng Shichu turned to say a few words to Jiang Wen and Jiang Wu before getting into Hocheng's car. Once the car was in motion, Meng Shichu glanced at the snacks in her hand. Hocheng suddenly remarked, "You can eat in the car. I don't mind." Meng Shichu laughed. "Have you studied psychology? How did you know what I was thinking with just one glance?" "I haven tea." Hocheng shook his head, then added, "And don't misunderstand. Xia Yunqian has never sat in my passenger seat. It's not her influence." Of course, it wasn't he that he forbade her. It was Xia Yunqian who was unwilling. "You don't need to explain. I want to pry into the past," she replied. "All right," Hocheng acknowledged, then continued, "I apologize for today's events. If it happens again, feel free to handle it your way without worrying about me." "Got it," Meng Shichu said, tasting some of the snacks. They were indeed delightful, albeit slightly dry. She then said, "Pull over. I need to buy a bottle of water." The dryness was not solely from the snacks. She had forgotten to drink water during her argument with Pei Jin Hui at Wanhai. As the car came to a stop, just as Meng Shichu was about to unbuckle her seatbelt, Hocheng said, "I'll go." He swiftly exited the car and walked toward a shop by the street. Watching his brisk figure, Meng Shichu's smile grew more radiant. Her phone vibrated. It was a video call from her godfather, Chun. She answered, adjusting the front camera. "Godfather." Meng Shichu greeted, and there's someone else. He's fishing. The camera shifted to reveal a man sitting by the shore, holding a fishing rod. He turned and waved at Meng Shichu. "Xiao Chu, congratulations on your marriage. We'll make it up to you with a gift when we return." "Okay," she replied. and the camera returned to the initial man's face. He asked, "Didn't you say you weren't getting married? What made you change your mind? Hocheng doesn't have the best reputation in Kyoto. Don't let him use you to attract his white moonlight." Meng Shichu reassured him. "Hocheng is quite nice. So far, the marriage seems worthwhile. Don't let yourself be taken advantage of. If he bullies you and you can't handle it, call your godfather. I have ways to make him regret it," the man warned. Meng Shichu replied, "It's not that serious. He hasn't bullied me." The man nodded. "All right. I thought you might be off work by now, so I wanted to check in on you." Suddenly, he asked, "Are you in the car? Why isn't it moving?" Meng Shichu explained, "I'm a bit thirsty. Hocheng went to buy me some water." The man paused, then said, "Okay, once our trip is over, we'll visit you in Kyoto." After the conversation ended, Hocheng had still not returned. Meng Shichu wondered if he had gone abroad to buy water. Just as she was about to get out of the car to check on him, she finally saw Hocheng approaching, holding a cup of instant milk tea. As he drew near, he handed the milk tea through the car window. Meng Shichu accepted it. The tea was warm. After taking a sip, she found it no longer scalding hot. Hocheng, having settled into the driver's seat and starting the car, explained, "You shouldn't drink cold water now." It took some time to prepare the warm milk tea. Meng Shichu took another sip. The temperature was just right, with a hint of sweetness and a pleasant aroma, making her feel sweet both in her mouth and heart. Being with this man felt remarkably easy. Suddenly, Meng Shichu realized they were not heading home. "Do you have another dinner appointment today?" She assumed Hocheng was taking her to meet some friends. "No, we're going to the jewelry store," he clarified. Meng Shichu turned to him, and Hocheng continued, "We haven't purchased the necessary wedding jewelry yet, and your finger is still bare." She opened her hand, saying, "I had forgotten about that." Previously, she wore a signet ring gifted by her godfather, which was now on Hocheng's ring finger. Given Hocheng's demeanor, it seemed he had no intention of removing it. "I've already worn the wedding ring you gave me. You should wear the one I prepared for you. Don't you think?" Hocheng asserted. Meng Shichu nodded. "Yes, I'll wear it." Before long, they arrived at the jewelry store, and seeing the manager personally greet them made Meng Shichu realize that Hocheng had arranged everything in advance. In the VIP room, the manager displayed a selection of rings on the table. "Mr. Hua, these are the limited editions you mentioned." Meng Shichu glanced at the rings. They were all women's designs, with no men's options. As expected, Hocheng did not plan to remove that signet ring. "What do you think? Is there one you instantly like?" Hocheng inquired. "Please choose a simpler style for me." Meng Shichu entrusted the decision to him. Hocheng gladly accepted the task. Since Meng Shichu preferred minimalist designs for ease at work, he quickly eliminated 2 overly extravagant diamond rings. He picked up a ring with intricate carvings. But before he could speak, Meng Shichu offered her left hand. The ring fit perfectly on her ring finger. "How does it look?" He asked, deliberately revealing his left hand. The signet ring on his hand matched the ring on Meng Shichu's finger unexpectedly well. "It's beautiful," Meng Shichu replied. "I like it. Shall we go with this one?" "Yes." Next, Hocheng retrieved a simple gold band and placed it on Meng Shichu and Appo's left index finger. It was the most straightforward and narrow band, perfect for accentuating her finger. Hocheng was pleased and told her, "Wear this. Don't take it off." "Is there significance to it?" she asked. Hocheng explained, "Worn on the left hand, it symbolizes that you will always have abundant wealth and prosperity throughout your life." Meng Shichu was momentarily taken aback, her smile blooming like a flourishing rose. Chapter 28. "You are truly wonderful," as he emerged from the gold shop. Hocheng's smile radiated more brilliantly than the setting sun. Meng Shichu, recalling the items Hocheng had requested to be packaged, remarked, "You have purchased too much. The practicality is minimal. It's all gold, and you've poured nearly 10 million into it, calculated by weight. I promised you 5 times the amount. I cannot go back on my word," Hocheng responded, grasping Meng Shichu's hand. "Even if it's not needed, it can be stored. These assets can be liquidated. Spending this money brings me joy, and that is worth it. I shall ponder what gift to present you." Meng Shichu felt it essential to reciprocate. Even if he was her husband, "Have you not already gifted me?" Hocheng raised his wrist, showcasing a watch. "This is quite an expensive piece. My friends are envious. I only just noticed that the dial bears HC, which are my initials. You are truly thoughtful." since their marriage lacked a foundation of affection. He had not initially recognized the initials as his own. It was only when Hocheng pointed it out in jest that he realized the significance. At that moment, he felt Meng Shichu's thoughtfulness deepen the positivity of their relationship, making him increasingly aware of his indebtedness to the wife he had hastily married. Meng Shichu suggested visiting the Hua family over the weekend, to which Hocheng agreed and informed his family in advance. Meng Shichu proposed that they, as the younger generation, should visit first, followed by a meeting between their parents, allowing the younger ones to navigate the discussions. Hocheng appreciated her meticulous planning, but noted that her situation was unique and would require separate meetings with her family and mother. Hocheng was already aware of Meng Shichu's familial dynamics and assured her that he would communicate with his family to avoid any inappropriate inquiries. After a restful night, Hocheng retired early, leaning against the headboard to read until Meng Shichu completed her work and joined him, whereupon they embraced and fell asleep. He dreamt peacefully through the night, awakening refreshed. After breakfast, they departed in different directions. Hocheng's car was intercepted outside the company by Xia Yunshin's mother, an unwelcome presence. She approached, knocking on the window, and pleaded, "Mr. Hua, Yunshin is gravely ill in the hospital. Could you visit her? I assure you, she is delirious and has been calling your name. Please, I beg you to see her." Hocheng instructed his driver, Yimo, to call the police. The nearby officers arrived promptly to educate and disperse Xia's mother, who protested vehemently, claiming, "Mr. Hua is my daughter's boyfriend. You cannot touch me." At Hocheng's signal, Yimo exited the vehicle to engage with the officers. Xia's mother assumed Yimo was intervening on her behalf, exclaiming, "Assistant Yi, please tell him who I am. Isn't my daughter Mr. Hua's beloved?" Yimo replied to the officers, "Mr. Hua is already married and has severed ties with this lady's daughter. Yesterday, her daughter harassed Mr. Hua's wife, and this afternoon, she caused a scene at our company. We ask that she be removed. Her actions have adversely affected Mr. Hua's life. You are lying. It is Mr. Hua who cannot let go of my daughter. Everyone knows this," Xia's mother retorted, but Yimo remained unfazed, urging the police to manage the situation. Xia's mother, in distress, attempted to approach, insisting, "No, it's not like that. Hocheng dreams of marrying my Qianqian." After Yimo concluded his discussion with the officers, he turned back to Xia's mother, stating, "Indeed, Mr. Hua once wished to marry Miss Xia, but she fled from the engagement. Mr. Hua has publicly announced their separation, a matter widely known. Our Mrs. Hua is an exceptional individual. Please refrain from further harassment." With that, he left Xia's mother wailing and drove into the company parking lot. Upon returning to his office, Hocheng contemplated and sent Meng Shichu a message. "The Xia family is loitering outside the company. I've called the police." Meng Shichu, just arriving at the office, chuckled upon reading the message and replied, "Handle it. You need not inform me." Hocheng responded, "I worry that these matters might reach your ears in a distorted manner." Meng Shichu assured him, "Rest easy. I am not one to believe hearsay." Hocheng complimented her, "You are truly wonderful." Meng Shichu replied, "Thank you for the compliment. It's time for a meeting." Hocheng then sent another message, "I will come find you for lunch." Building their relationship required some earnestness and effort. In just a few days, he had begun sleeping soundly beside Meng Shichu, a testament to the comfort her presence provided. With her, he could forget many of his worries. After a nearly 2-hour meeting at Lin Shin Design, Meng Shichu returned to her office to find a message from Hocheng. At that moment, he had already arranged for a cup of milk tea to be delivered to her. Today's tea seemed considerably sweeter than the previous days. Meng Shichu snapped a photo and sent it, received it's very sweet. Half an hour later, Hocheng replied, "I added 7 extra spoonfuls of sugar today." Meng Shichu sent a smiling emoji and teased, "Are you planning to fatten me up with sugar?" Hocheng playfully responded, "I'll accompany you to the gym this weekend to help you slim down." Meng Shichu replied, "Sounds good." Hocheng then inquired, "What would you like for lunch?" Meng Shichu answered, "You decide." "All right." Hocheng agreed. At 11:30, just as Hocheng was preparing to leave, Hocheng arrived unexpectedly. "Brother, how do you have time to visit me?" Hocheng was taken aback. Hocheng looked around Hocheng's office, Am I coming at a bad time? Yes. I was about to head out, Hocheng affirmed bluntly. Hocheng smirked. I heard the Xia family is looking for you? He had come specifically to check on his brother after hearing about the situation. He was all too aware of Hocheng's obsession with Xia Yunqian and feared that any sign of weakness from the Xia family might lead Hocheng to relent. Previously, it had been manageable since Hocheng was unattached. However, the circumstances had changed. Hocheng's schemes against Meng Shichu had seen the He family ostracized from the four prominent families. Meng Shichu had formidable backing. Hocheng, acknowledging the situation, nodded, yes. They caused a scene at Meng Shichu's place yesterday. I went to handle it, and they came to my office this afternoon, but I sent them away. They returned this morning. What did you do this morning? Hocheng inquired. Hocheng weighed his coat. The police handled it. This outcome surprised Hocheng, his expression shifting from shock to admiration as he patted Hocheng's shoulder. In that case, I can rest easy. I was worried you might act recklessly. I'm airy now. Just worried you might forget that. Hocheng sighed with relief. Hocheng smiled. Rest assured, brother, I will not become a second Hocheng. Hocheng nodded, asking, would you like to have lunch together? Hocheng shook his head. I'm going to have lunch with Meng Shichu. Did she invite you? No. I invited her. Hocheng's surprise was evident. How proactive of you. Building a relationship requires initiative. One must engage more to understand better, Hocheng replied. Hocheng felt a sense of relief. At last, you seem to have come to your senses. As the two individuals ventured out, before Hocheng could enter the vehicle, Hocheng detained him, emphasizing that nurturing a relationship requires more than mere words. Actions must accompany them, and gifts should be given with genuine thoughtfulness. Acknowledged. Having devoted himself to his affections for many years, Hocheng certainly understood how to win a woman's heart. On his way to collect Meng Shichu, he procured a bouquet of fresh flowers. Familiar with the location of Meng Shichu and Appo's office, he took the elevator directly, knocking on her door. Come in, came her response. To her surprise, it was Hocheng who entered, proudly presenting a bouquet of flowers, exhibiting an air of confidence, as if she were indeed a wife of great distinction. Chapter 29. The little creatures raised by Meng Shichu on Saturday morning. Meng Shichu rose early as if heading to work. Why so early? Hocheng, who preferred to linger in bed on weekends, playfully pulled Meng Shichu back, preventing her from getting up. Before she could speak, Hocheng inquired, are you dealing with work today? No work, just a couple of laps, she replied. Hocheng, with sleepy eyes, questioned, aren't you on your period? Can you run? It's nearly over. Light exercise is fine. Nothing strenuous, she assured him. Hocheng released her, allowing her to get ready. When Meng Shichu emerged from her bathroom, she found Hocheng already dressed. Before washing up, he had said, wait, I'll join you. Okay. The two set out together, jogging lightly. They left the Hocheng courtyard, following the sidewalk until they reached the riverbank to continue their slow run. The morning exercise crowd was abundant. Young and old, men and women. Some practicing martial arts, others leisurely strolling, creating a lively atmosphere. Meng Shichu wore headphones connected to her phone, playing music. Noticing that Hocheng maintained her pace, she asked, would you like to listen? I was just thinking if I offered you one of my earbuds, would you accept? Sorry, I didn't realize, she replied, handing him one of the earbuds. With this, their strides synchronized even more as they remained on the same wavelength. After completing a lap, both were glistening with sweat, and they slowed as they approached the courtyard, walking back gradually. Once their breathing steadied, they began to converse. Hocheng asked, do you exercise regularly? Yes, I have a yearly membership at a boxing gym. I go on weekends and occasionally during the week, depending on my schedule. You box? Hocheng was momentarily taken aback, wondering if he had misheard. Was boxing a fitness activity for a lady? Indeed, it's great for strengthening the body and self-defense, she explained. Hocheng chuckled awkwardly, replying, I can't compare to you. How so? She prompted. I've never boxed. My workouts are just basic exercises to maintain my figure, he admitted, slightly embarrassed as he mentioned maintaining figure, his ears reddening with perspiration. After breakfast, Meng Shichu began changing clothes, prompting Hocheng to ask, where are you going? I need to return to my place to pick up some things. I can't go to the whole family empty-handed. We're going to the whole family for lunch today. I've already prepared everything. Hocheng replied. I gathered it beforehand. Let's take it all together. Sound good? Hocheng didn't refuse. He was aware that his parents were somewhat dissatisfied with Meng Shichu, primarily due to her background. However, the situation was set in stone now. Hocheng knew that since Meng Shichu arrived in Kyoto, she had hardly stayed at the Pei family home, but he was astonished to discover how luxurious her residence was. The villa complex in Xiangshan Meiyuan was quite famous in Kyoto, predominantly inhabited by the affluent and influential. For instance, Xiao Yunxua, a descendant of a prestigious family, resided there. In comparison, Hocheng's place felt significantly inferior. The distinction between the wealthy and the powerful was evident. As the villa's door swung open, a dark creature suddenly dashed towards them. Before Hocheng could react, it landed on Meng Shichu's shoulder, a raven as black as coal. The raven hopped around on her shoulder, calling out and nudging her cheek with its head. They interacted playfully, and Meng Shichu affectionately named it Thunder God. Hocheng was left speechless. He had not expected someone of Meng Shichu's age to keep a bird, let alone a raven, with such a commanding name. After engaging with Meng Shichu, the raven noticed Hocheng's presence. It turned towards him, spreading its wings slightly, making a sharp sound, as if confronting an intruder. Meng Shichu called out, Thunder God, reaching out to pet its back. The raven seemed to accept this gesture of comfort, relaxing and taking flight. You actually keep a raven? Hocheng finally regained his voice. I enjoy raising small animals, she replied. Many people consider ravens to be omens of misfortune, such a misconception due to cultural biases. As they walked inside, Meng Shichu elaborated. Ravens are intelligent. They merely possess the ability to sense impending disasters and alert us, not bring about calamity. I've heard that. Hocheng nodded, though he acknowledged that some beliefs were deeply ingrained and difficult to alter. Meng Shichu had no intention of changing anyone's perspective. She had simply acquired a pair of ravens and decided to care for them. Unfortunately, the female had passed away 2 years prior, leaving only the male. She had considered finding a female companion for him, but Thunder God was unwilling, as ravens are monogamous creatures, having only one partner for life. Hocheng had never kept pets himself, aside from the koi in the pond behind the old residence. Thus he was unfamiliar with the habits of birds. Hearing Meng Shichu speak about it, he felt a newfound respect. Upon entering the hall, Hocheng was greeted by a large dog and several cats of various colors, alongside boxes containing ants and unidentified insects. Meng Shichu had a remarkable assortment of small animals, which he had previously been unaware of. It was also his first time witnessing a girl caring for such creatures, especially considering how busy she always seemed. What he did not know was that apart from her business trips, Meng Shichu made it a point to visit and feed these little beings each day she was in Kyoto, always managing to carve out time for them, no matter how busy she was. Her assistants, Jiang Wen and Jiang Wu, also resided there. The butler, Uncle Chio, greeted them warmly, young miss, young master. Meng Shichu introduced them. This is Uncle Chio, and you know Jiang Wen and Jiang Wu. They live here. Uncle Chio turned to Meng Shichu, saying, Young miss, 2 falcons have arrived. Jiang assistant mentioned they were raised by you and Yuqing. So I've built them a large nest. I'll go check it out, Meng Shichu replied, heading towards the backyard. Hocheng was once again taken aback. He looked at Jiang Wen and Jiang Wu. Falcons? They nodded, with Jiang Wen explaining, previously, the young miss saved a female falcon, and later, the female, accompanied by her mate, came to thank her, laying eggs on the rooftop of the young miss's house. She built them a nest, and every summer, these 2 falcons come back for food. Over time, it seemed as though they had become Meng Shichu's pets. Since these creatures were protected, Meng Shichu had reported them, but they returned repeatedly, as if they were claiming her, leading to the forestry and fisheries departments, including the zoo, losing interest in managing the situation. After hearing this, Hocheng felt his thoughts were out of sync. He still couldn't fully comprehend Meng Shichu's affinity for small animals. Was she perhaps the head of a beast-conjuring sect, animals flocking to her for care? Following her to the backyard, Hocheng indeed spotted the 2 falcons. These fierce raptors spread their wings wide, allowing Meng Shichu to scratch their armpits. The scene was so surreal, it could easily be mistaken for a digitally manipulated video. Hocheng knew falcons were predatory birds and kept his distance to avoid any potential attack. Meng Shichu too was surprised. How had these two found their way to her after moving to Kyoto? Uncle Chiu explained from behind. Thunder God was missing for a few days, and when he returned, these two appeared. It was evident that Thunder God had led them from Meng Shichu's former residence in Hocheng. After playing with the small animals for a while, she brought Hocheng to collect the gifts she had purchased. Upon seeing the mountain of items, Hocheng exclaimed, "Why did you buy so much? Not only in quantity, but their prices aren't cheap either." Upon closer inspection, he asked, "Did you inquire about my family's preferences?" "I asked Xiao Yunchuo for a little help," she replied. Meng Shichu did not conceal the matter. In fact, it would have been more straightforward to inquire with Hocheng. However, at that time, she was not in the capital and had yet to establish contact with Hocheng. Thus, she sought assistance from Xiao Yunchuo. Given that it was a gift, it was essential to convey sincerity from the heart. Hocheng grasped Meng Shichu's hand and said, "I apologize. I have not shown the same level of thoughtfulness as you. I shall pay more attention to this in the future." Chapter 030. The targeting of the second house due to the abundance of items. A single vehicle could not accommodate them all. Meng Shichu decided to have the Jiang brothers accompany him for the trip. Traditionally, Saturdays were reserved for family banquets at the Ho residence, and today marked Meng Shichu's inaugural visit, resulting in an unusually lively atmosphere at the Ho mansion, which had been meticulously arranged to exude a sense of festivity. As their vehicle entered the premises and navigated through the courtyard, it came to a halt outside the garage. The butler promptly approached to open the door, expecting to see Meng Shichu stepping out from the passenger seat, only to find Hocheng emerging instead. Looking up, one could see Meng Shichu alighting from the driver's seat. Truly, he was the young master, allowing the young mistress to drive while he enjoyed the ride. Quite remarkable. Hocheng and Huamu approached with warm greetings. Meng Shichu cordially called out, "Mother, elder brother, hello. I apologize for arriving so late. I've been quite busy." On their first day of marriage, he had been sent on a business trip for over half a month, returning just in time for a weekday, accumulating a backlog of work that delayed his visit by another week. "Not at all, not at all. Xiaoche has informed us that your work keeps you occupied," Huamu replied, holding Meng Shichu's hand. This was her first encounter with her youngest daughter-in-law, who appeared even more radiant in person than in photographs, exuding an exceptional grace. Hocheng had already opened the trunk, and the butler summoned the servants to retrieve the items. As the Jiang brothers unloaded the goods, Hocheng could not help but remark, "Why did you purchase so much?" Meng Shichu had come thoroughly prepared. "Ke glanced ati Meng Shichu," who was conversing with Huamu, and added she even took the time to inquire about the preferences of everyone in the Hua family. Hocheng also observed her, noting her poised and gracious demeanor, which set her apart from other young ladies raised in affluent households focused solely on the arts. It was not that other heiresses were lacking, but rather that Meng Shichu possessed an undeniable charm. Hocheng subtly shifted closer to Hocheng and lowered his voice, saying, "Brother, she is quite remarkable." Hocheng shot him a glance, reminding him to cherish this relationship and to refrain from causing any turmoil, as their family had endured enough. "I understand," Hocheng replied. The group made their way to the main hall, with Hocheng reassuring Meng Shichu in a hushed tone, "Do not feel anxious. My family will not make things difficult for you, and I will not allow them to." "All right," Meng Shichu replied, though she felt no apprehension. Having encountered a myriad of individuals, both good and ill, she felt equipped to handle any situation. Xiao Yunchuo had also mentioned that the Hua family was generally amiable, though they might harbor some reservations about her background due to unfamiliarity. Meng Shichu was prepared for the possibility that if the Hua family did not take to her, she could simply limit her interactions. Having already wed Hocheng, there was no immediate prospect of separation, and the Hua family would not demand a divorce for the sake of their reputation. The hall was bustling with guests. The Hua family was flourishing, with Hocheng's father having 3 brothers. Aside from Hocheng, Hocheng had 2 cousins and a cousin sister present, including a renowned actor who unexpectedly found himself home from filming. Hocheng introduced Meng Shichu to each of them, reassuring her that it was perfectly acceptable if she could not remember them all at once. They would have ample opportunity to become acquainted. Most of the Hua family members were warm and welcoming, with the exception of the second uncle and his wife. The second uncle was taciturn, his gaze tinged with disdain, while the second aunt, more outspoken, felt that as a member of an esteemed family, the idea of the young master marrying an illegitimate daughter was beneath their dignity, and she expressed that sentiment vocally. However, with Hocheng's cousins and Hocheng's steadfast support for Meng Shichu, the situation remained controlled. The lunch spread was lavish, with Hocheng attentively catering to Meng Shichu's needs, which did not go unnoticed by the others. Then suddenly, the second aunt interjected, "Xiaoqi is such a caring person. He must have learned it from that Xia girl." "Mother." Second aunt. The simultaneous outcry from four voices filled the air. Hocheng abruptly dropped his chopsticks, and Hua father expressed his displeasure. "Second, control your wife. If she cannot behave at dinner, we will cancel the Saturday family banquets and each manage our own affairs." Hua Mu joined in, questioning the need to dredge up past grievances. "Are you intentionally trying to create discomfort for Xiaoqi and Shichu?" The atmosphere at the dining table grew tense, and seeing everyone turn against her, the second aunt grew increasingly agitated. "I am merely stating facts. The Hua family is replete with illustrious lineage, and regardless of her shortcomings, Xia Yinxian at least holds legitimate status. What does this say about our family's history, tainted by such a mark?" Hocheng was not swayed by the second aunt's assertions. "You have severed ties with Xia Yinxian. Even if you wish to marry, there are countless eligible young ladies from reputable families. Why would you choose someone like her?" "Mother, please stop." The second aunt brushed aside her daughter's attempts to quiet her. "Do not restrain me. I must voice my opinion." Hocheng stood abruptly, and at that moment, Meng Shichu's calm voice pierced through the tension. "It's all right. Let the second aunt speak." Her tone was serene, as she gently set down her chopsticks and leaned back in her chair, her expression tranquil as she fixed her gaze on the second aunt. An aura of composure enveloped her, heightening the tension in the air. There was no anger or agitation in her demeanor, as if the words directed at her were not meant for her at all. Hocheng's face darkened, grasping Meng Shichu's hand. "This is my issue. Let's leave. I have no desire to participate in this banquet any longer." He had always been the rebellious type. "It's nothing to concern yourself with." Meng Shichu replied with a gentle smile, causing Hocheng's heart to tighten. "Then I shall speak plainly." The second aunt interjected hastily, fearing Meng Shichu might reconsider. "There is no noble family that disregards its reputation. In this circle, nothing is more despised than an illegitimate child, a lifelong stigma that cannot be erased, no matter how accomplished you may be. As one of the four prominent families in the capital, the Hua family is under constant scrutiny. Many are waiting to see us falter. When Xiaoqi marries you, everyone will associate the Hua family with an illegitimate daughter-in-law." "Meng Shichu, do you deny this? Have you never considered that marrying Hocheng would invite scorn upon the Hua family? Do you not realize that you and Hocheng are mismatched? I tell you this, you are unworthy of him, and you now represent a blemish on both the Pei family and the Hua family. If I were in your position, I would lack the dignity to step foot in the Hua residence, and I certainly would not have returned to the Pei family, inviting ridicule upon myself and others." The second aunt grew increasingly animated, her voice rising. Her daughter tugged at her sleeve, attempting to halt the tirade, but to no avail. At the table, aside from the second uncle who maintained his stoic demeanor, the rest of the guests buried their faces in their hands, wishing for an escape from the embarrassment. Conversely, Meng Shichu remained composed, unfazed by the vitriol directed at her. After the outburst, the second aunt turned to Meng Shichu, demanding, "You tell me, did I speak incorrectly? Whether I am right or wrong, I will address that later." "Madame, Meng Shichu responded, her tone steady, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, though her address had shifted to the formality of Madame. When she spoke again, there was a subtle edge to her voice. Chapter 31. Do you need me to calculate? I have heard that the Zheng family, tracing back 3 generations, originally bore the surname Feng. They welcomed a son-in-law with the surname Zheng, and within a decade, the son-in-law lost his wife. After 16 years of widowhood, the Feng family's company adopted the Zheng surname, marking the rise of the Zheng family as a prominent household. Meng Shichu spoke with a calm demeanor. Yet her words widened the eyes of those present in astonishment and disbelief. This was largely due to the fact that only the second aunt, Zheng Mengwan, bore the Zheng surname. Zheng Mengwan reprimanded. Meng Shichu, you speak nonsense. Madam Hua, please do not be hasty. I have yet to finish my thoughts. A true lady from a prestigious family ought to know that it is basic decorum and politeness to allow others to finish speaking, correct? Meng Shichu's light retort struck like a heavy blow to Zheng Mengwan's face. In an instant, Zheng Mengjuan's complexion turned ashen. The history of the Zheng family, reaching back over a century, was a tale long buried in the river of time. How could such a forgotten narrative be so suddenly unearthed in public? The atmosphere was thick with tension, rendering everyone silent, as if a storm were brewing. His father attempted to intervene, but Meng Shichu continued. The first generation of the Zheng family saw the son-in-law abandon the Feng family after losing his wife and sought a new partner. Outside, there were 2 sons and 1 daughter. One of the illegitimate children, prioritizing reputation, did not return to the main family, but established a new ancestral hall, creating a new Zheng lineage. Zheng Wenxin, the elder, was a notable figure, yet he faced years of criticism for marrying his true love while his first wife was still living. Meng Shichu, be quiet, Zheng Mengwan shouted, her voice sharp and trembling. Meng Shichu tilted her head slightly, gazing at Zheng Mengwan. The matriarch of the Zheng family had long been reclusive, yet her recent lavish birthday celebration was a testament to the affection she received. Meng Shichu, Madam Zheng. Meng Shichu's tone suddenly sharpened, addressing Zheng Mengwan differently. Her demeanor changed, her expression no longer gentle, her gaze sharp as a blade. Your mother ascended to her position less than 6 months after giving birth to you. Time is indeed terrifying. It has only been a short span of 60 years, and not only have outsiders forgotten, but even those involved seem to have erased it from memory. To put it delicately, Zheng Mengwan's mother ascended through true love. To put it less delicately, she was a mistress who was legitimized while pregnant. By this reckoning, how different is Zheng Mengwan from an illegitimate child? You, Meng Shichu. You. Zheng Mengjuan's face drained of color, and she swayed, unable to articulate a complete thought. Yet Meng Shichu pressed on, so Madame Zheng, since we share the same origins, how can you justify ostracizing the daughter of the late Mr. Zheng? What audacity allows you to marry into the Hua family? Beyond the affection of a father who loved both you and your mother, what do you have to boast about? Currently, aside from belonging to a declining Zheng family, if you set aside your identity as the wife of the second Master Hua, what grounds do you have to act with such arrogance? Despite the calmness in her voice, Meng Shichu's words were laced with an aggressive undertone. Zheng Mengwan could not respond. Meng Shichu chuckled lightly now. I shall answer Madame Zheng's earlier question. I believe you are mistaken. Firstly, it was Hocheng who sought me out. I did not chase after him. Secondly, Hocheng and I are indeed a suitable match, as I assert. Lastly, allow me to enumerate what I possess. Meng Shichu sat up straight, her voice resonating with clarity. My father is Pei Guangyan, one of the 3 great families of the capital. My mother is Meng Ling, the largest shareholder and chairwoman of a prominent media company. My stepfather is Ning Chuan, the founder of the renowned security company Boyang Group. I have 2 godfathers, Li Nancheng, the richest man in Hocheng, and Chen Yi, the founder of Shanghai Technology. I hold shares in the companies they manage. Additionally, I have been friends with Xiao Yinshua for many years. I also have shares in his company, and his fiancée, Yi, the daughter of the Gu family, is my close friend, treating me as an esteemed guest. Finally, I'm the owner of Lin Shen Design. Meng Shichu rested her chin on her hand, her fingertips lightly caressing as she continued. My capabilities are on par with Hocheng's, and my background does not pale in comparison to the Hua family. If I were to roughly calculate my personal assets, she did not finish, instead smiling and posing a question to Zheng Mengwan. Madame Zheng, do you need me to calculate? The room fell into a profound silence. Zheng Mengwan stared at Meng Shichu, her face pale and her eyes filled with horror, as if her throat had been constricted, rendering her speechless. All her hidden truths had been laid bare, revealing that the one who appeared to be an illegitimate child was, in fact, a young lady of extraordinary lineage. Zheng Mengjuan's mind was a haze, her heart racing uncontrollably. She felt darkness engulfing her, on the verge of collapsing. "Mother!" Zheng Mengjuan's children cried out, rushing to support her. At that moment, Meng Shichu also stood up, nodding slightly to Hua's parents. "I apologize for disrupting this family gathering. My mother, stepfather, and godfathers did not teach me to endure humiliation. My father and brother advised me not to suffer indignities. If I lost my composure, that was my fault. I will seek another opportunity to apologize." With that, Meng Shichu turned to leave. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Hua's expression notably grim. Hua's father exchanged glances with him. "I'll take my leave first," Hua declared, swiftly pursuing Meng Shichu. With Hua's departure, the air in the dining room grew increasingly somber. Zheng Mengjuan, now unconscious, was assisted away by the butler, while the family doctor attended to her. Hua's father slammed his chopsticks down on the table, exasperated. "Now look what has happened. This has turned into an unhappy affair. Despite my countless reminders not to stir trouble, all we aimed for was a simple meal together, yet someone had to assert their presence." Furious, Hua's father glared at his younger brother. "Hua is my son. What grievances do you have? At least he has refrained from creating a scene after his marriage. Unlike the chaos surrounding Xia Yinxian." The second uncle grumbled. "This Meng Shichu is no ordinary person. Look at the words she spoke. Is that the manner in which a junior should address their elders? How could she even say such things?" Hua's father slammed the table again. "If it weren't for your wife's passive-aggressive remarks provoking her, would Meng Shichu have dredged up the past?" The third uncle sighed. "The younger generation will find their own fortunes. As elders, why should we worry so much? When Hua caused such a ruckus before, we remained silent. This marriage was sought by Hua himself. It has nothing to do with Meng Shichu." The second sister-in-law overstepped today. The second uncle fell silent. Hua's father rose from his seat, took a few steps, then paused. "From now on, this weekend in Appo's family gathering is cancelled. No more gatherings." Hua's mother also stood to leave. What was meant to be a pleasant meeting had turned sour. She had quite liked Meng Shichu, but the uproar caused by the second branch made her realize that her son, Hua seemed unworthy of such a remarkable background. Jiang Wu drove, while Jiang Wen assisted Meng Shichu into the car. As soon as Meng Shichu settled in, Hua rushed in after her. "Why did you come out?" Meng Shichu inquired. Hua replied, "This situation arose because of me. I cannot let you take the blame alone. If you're leaving, then so am I." Ultimately, it was his initiative to propose, which led to Meng Shichu facing difficulty today. Yet, he noticed that Meng Shichu did not seem angry. Her expression remained calm and her tone steady. He, on the other hand, found it impossible to maintain composure. Anger would inevitably manifest in his expression and tone. The car started, departing from the Hua family residence. Meng Shichu instructed Jiang when to choose a dining venue, while she busied herself replying to messages on her phone. Beside her, Hua read messages from Hocheng, stating that his father had expressed his anger, reprimanding the second uncle and canceling the weekly family gatherings. Hua conveyed this outcome to Meng Shichu, attempting to console her, urging her not to be too upset and saying she could scold him if needed. Meng Shichu smiled. "I'm no longer angry. The individuals who displeased her have become even more discontented. She has already vented her frustration before fully swallowing her indignation, with her grievances avenged. What further cause for discontent could there be?" Suddenly, the phone in Hua's hand vibrated. Upon checking, his expression shifted dramatically. "Grandmother has descended the mountain." Chapter 032. Striving to keep you uninvolved after lunch, Hua suddenly suggested to Meng Shichu, "Let's go out for some fun." "Where to?" Meng Shichu, not particularly keen on leisure, nevertheless refrained from dampening Hua's enthusiasm. "Is there a city you particularly wish to visit?" Noticing her silence, Hua proposed. "How about Hocheng?" A flicker of surprise crossed Meng Shichu's otherwise calm visage. Hocheng was the city of her birth and upbringing, the place where her mother had settled. Had it not been for Pei Guangyan's sudden appearance last year, she might have also made Hocheng her home. It was a warm city indeed for her. Hocheng remarked. Let's visit my mother-in-law. All right. Meng Shichu nodded, realizing she hadn't returned in months. Arrangements were soon made, with her bodyguard Jiang Wu accompanying them. While waiting to board, Hocheng received a call from Hocheng. Upon answering, Hocheng inquired, "Where are you?" "Grandma is home and wants you to bring Meng Shichu back." Hocheng glanced at Meng Shichu, who was engrossed in her phone, and replied, "Shichu and I are in Hocheng. I will visit Grandma on Monday." A silence ensued on the other end. Hocheng, speechless. You moved quite swiftly. After their grandfather's passing, the grandmother had become the sole authority in the whole family. Eventually, growing weary, she retreated to the mountains for ascetic practice, allowing his father to take charge. The old lady's return at this juncture was likely linked to his marriage to Meng Shichu. Hocheng's most vivid memory of his grandmother was her strong-willed nature. A matriarch from a scholarly lineage who had once kept his grandfather firmly in check. He felt trepidation towards her, especially given her strict adherence to family status. It was said that had it not been for their grandfather's insistence on allowing his uncle and aunt to marry, the grandmother would never have accepted the latter into the family. Now, following in his uncle's footsteps, embarking on this impulsive venture, which had nothing to do with true love, he feared his grandmother might unleash her wrath upon him. Hocheng acknowledged that he had brought this upon himself and resolved to make amends once Meng Shichu resumed her work. As he hung up the phone, Meng Shichu, without looking up, asked, "Is the whole family calling you back?" Hocheng feigned nonchalance. "It's nothing, just that Grandma has returned." Meng Shichu paused her typing, glancing up. "Hasn't she been in the mountains for many years? She knows everything about the second aunt's family." Hocheng, not surprised that she was aware of his grandmother's situation, replied, "She is getting older. We have been persuading her to come back, as life in the mountains is too harsh. I suppose she has practiced enough now." "Indeed." Meng Shichu smiled softly. "I have heard that the Hua family matriarch comes from a scholarly lineage, yet her temperament is quite formidable. If she has returned because of our marriage, you must handle it yourself." Their gazes locked, and Hocheng's expression faltered momentarily. He rubbed his nose and nodded, "Yes. I will manage it. Rest assured, I will strive to keep you uninvolved." Meng Shichu gently patted his hand. "If you're feeling down, I will comfort you, but I may not be very inclined to face your grandmother. She could not bear the tension, and neither could the elderly matriarch. Avoiding direct confrontation could lessen the friction. Otherwise, if the grandmother were to become truly upset, the situation could become quite complicated." Hocheng took hold of Meng Shichu's hand. "I will handle it well. Then I shall trouble you, dear husband." Meng Shichu smiled, marking the first time she called Hocheng husband since returning from her business trip. It came naturally to her, yet it sent a ripple of emotion through Hocheng's heart. It was a curious feeling, as though the weight of his responsibilities as a husband surged in response to her affectionate address. As they emerged from Hocheng Airport, it was already past 5 o'clock, and those there to greet them had been waiting. Upon spotting Meng Shichu, they immediately rushed forward. "Miss, the car is over there." Once in the vehicle, Meng Shichu's phone rang, only to be hung up immediately. Initially thinking it was a nuisance call, she soon realized it was Hocheng beside her. Hocheng pointed to her phone, prompting Meng Shichu to notice unread WeChat messages from him. "Hocheng, where are we going now?" Meng Shichu, "Home." "Hocheng, I need to stop by the mall first to buy some gifts. It would be impolite to arrive empty-handed." Meng Shichu, "I've already arranged for it." "Okay." Meng Shichu pulled up another chat page to show him, and Hocheng let out a sigh of relief upon seeing that she had already arranged for gifts to be sent to the Ning family in her name. Hocheng returned the phone to her and sent another message. "How should I address your stepfather later?" Since their visit to Hocheng was a spontaneous decision, he only knew that Meng Shichu had a good relationship with her stepfather, as she often referred to him as such, leaving him unsure of how to address him. "Meng Shichu, call him whatever you wish." "Hocheng, what do you call your stepfather?" "Meng Shichu, I call him Dad." "Meng Shichu, you can call him Uncle. Either is fine." "Okay. Oh, understood." The car finally arrived at Standalone Villa and came to a stop. The butler approached to open the door. "Miss, welcome home, and welcome, son-in-law." Meng Shichu stepped out. "Uncle Chi, it's been a while." "Indeed, miss. It has been quite some time since you last returned. The young master has asked about you many times." Uncle Chi replied with a warm smile as he led them inside. Continuing, the items sent by your husband have all arrived. Upon reaching the hall, Uncle Chi promptly served tea. Sir is on his way back. Madam is still abroad for a conference, and the young master will finish training in about an hour. While Meng Shichu was already aware of these details, Uncle Chi meticulously informed them nonetheless. Meng Shichu turned to Hocheng. Would you like me to show you around? Sure, he replied. The front yard of the villa was adorned with a plethora of vibrant flowers in full bloom. Meng Shichu remarked, My mother is a romantic at heart. My father planted this garden for her, ensuring there are flowers throughout the seasons. My parents share a wonderful bond. Hocheng tightened his grip on Meng Shichu's hand. What flowers or plants do you like? I could plant some for you. Although their relationship was not founded on love, he believed that as long as they both strived towards the same goals, a loving and fulfilling future awaited them. The age-old wisdom of love blossoming over time had been validated by many. Before Meng Shichu could respond, Hocheng reconsidered. You enjoy keeping small animals. Perhaps I should create a home zoo instead. Meng Shichu laughed, sensing that Hocheng was learning to engage with her and navigate their relationship. Despite having pursued another woman for several years and occasionally displaying considerable experience, he sometimes exuded an aura of being a novice, which was quite amusing. Meng Shichu led Hocheng to the backyard, where he was taken aback. Aside from a few young trees, the backyard was devoid of flowers and plants. There were no extravagant features typical of villas, such as rockeries or ponds. Instead, the area was divided into sections growing lush vegetables, some of which had already been harvested. This is your mother and Appo's hobby? Hocheng was surprised to see a vegetable garden in the villa and Appo's backyard. Meng Shichu explained, This is my father and Appo's passion. In his spare time, he tends to the land and grows green vegetables to share with my mother. He even enjoys planting cabbages in the flower pots in his study. Just then, a voice interrupted them. Hocheng turned to see Meng Shichu approaching a man, calling out, Dad. The newcomer was her stepfather, Ning Chuan, who approached with a plate of fruit and handed it to Meng Shichu. Didn't you say you would be meeting with the Hua family elders today? Did they give you a hard time? Chapter 033. I'm quite surprised when Ning Chuan spoke to Meng Shichu. His gaze was directed towards Hocheng. The situation was indeed unjust, and Hocheng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, awkwardly called out, Dad, without daring to meet Ning Chuan's eyes. Ning Chuan, over 50, stood tall, exuding an aura of authority that set him apart from ordinary businessmen. He bore the demeanor of a seasoned general, as if he had weathered countless battles. It was only fitting, as the founder of a security company, that his presence was anything but ordinary. At this moment, Meng Shichu interjected, Dad. It has nothing to do with Hocheng. Very well, Ning Chuan chuckled. If you say it has nothing to do with him, then it shall be so. He then turned to Hocheng, saying, Young Hua, if you have the courage to seek my daughter's hand, you must also have the ability to protect her and fulfill your duties as a husband, lest you bring shame upon us men. Rest assured I will. Hocheng nodded confidently. Noticing Hocheng's slight awkwardness in addressing him, Ning Chuan suggested, If you're not comfortable, you may call me uncle. I am not particular. Hocheng explained, It's not that I'm uncomfortable. It's just that I have two fathers-in-law, which feels a bit strange. The trio then returned to the parlor for tea and conversation, and before long, guests arrived. Even before they entered, their voices echoed, Brother Chuan. I heard that Xiao Chu has brought her husband back. Is he here yet? Moments later, a tall, handsome, middle-aged man appeared, radiating warmth and friendliness. Upon spotting Meng Shichu, he broke into a wide smile. Xiao Chu. Uncle Yao, it's been a while. I was just saying that I would come and visit you with Hocheng tomorrow, Meng Shichu replied, already on her feet, turning to introduce Hocheng. This is my godfather's younger brother, the second master of the Li family. The second master of the Li family, the wealthiest in Hocheng, now the head of the family. Hocheng followed suit, greeting, Hello, Uncle Yao, I am Hocheng. Good to see you, young man. You've married the girl we watched grow up. You've struck lucky, Li Jinyao remarked, raising his hand as people behind him stepped forward, each carrying a box filled with priceless treasures. Wishing you both a happy marriage. Li Jinyao said to Meng Shichu. Last time you mentioned that scoundrel tried to ruin your wedding. I thought these gifts wouldn't reach you in time. I'm pleasantly surprised the wedding took place after all. I should have attended. Meng Shichu responded, I was quite surprised myself. Her intention had been to ruin the wedding, but Hocheng had unexpectedly stepped in. Initially driven by self-interest, she had found herself looking forward to the marriage after spending time with him over the past week. As they chatted, Hocheng gradually shed his earlier reservations. Just before dinner, Meng Shichu finally arrived home. Meng Shichu, Meng Shichu's younger half-brother, was a lively 16-year-old who bounded into the hall, holding a beautiful bouquet. "Sister, oh sister," Meng Shichu dashed to Meng Shichu, thrusting the flowers into her hands. "Sister, congratulations on your marriage. It's a pity I'll miss your wedding night." Turning to Hocheng, Meng Shichu flashed a grin. "Hello, brother-in-law." "Hello," Hocheng replied, pulling a thick red envelope from his pocket and handing it to him. "Come visit us in Kyoto sometime." "Thank you, brother-in-law." Meng Shichu accepted the envelope, adding, "But even though I've accepted your gift, you still can't bully my sister." "Reste assurd," Hocheng laughed. The atmosphere in the Ning household was light and cheerful, with everyone engaging in warm conversation, creating a harmonious and cozy family environment. In contrast, Hocheng felt that his own family seemed less inviting. Their weekly family dinners were always serious occasions, and his uncle often took things too far. He had long been opposed to the mandatory Saturday gatherings, as had his siblings. Now that they had been canceled, he found it quite agreeable. It was enough for them to gather during holidays. There was no need for such frequent meetings, especially with formal discussions. After dinner, Meng Shichu dragged Meng Shichu upstairs to play video games, while Hocheng remained in the living room, chatting with Ning Chuan and Li Jinyao. Hocheng did not shy away from explaining why he had decided to come to Hocheng on short notice, admitting that the Hua family had put Meng Shichu in a difficult position. "Dad, Uncle Yao, you can rest assured that my parents really like Shichu. Due to today's events, my dad has canceled the family dinner, and I will stand by Shichu. She is wonderful, and I will protect her," he reassured them. Having watched Meng Shichu grow up, they had a role in shaping her into the remarkable person she was, and he felt it necessary to assure them of his commitment to her well-being, especially given his less-than-stellar past. Ning Chuan sipped his tea and remarked, "In this situation, you did not abandon Xiao Chu to return to the Hua family alone, but instead accompanied her back to Hocheng. I see your attitude clearly." "Rest easy, Xiaohua. We are not unreasonable people," Li Jinyao added, offering Hocheng reassurance. Before long, Meng Shichu returned to join them for a brief chat, after which Li Jinyao rose to take his leave. Meng Shichu and Hocheng saw him off, and as Li Jinyao waved from his car, he called back, "Get some rest. Come over for lunch tomorrow. Goodbye, Uncle Yao." As they watched Li Jinyao's car pull away, Meng Shichu turned to Hocheng. "Shall we take a stroll?" "Of course," he replied. This was his first visit to the city, and he had already dined with the local tycoon's family. It felt surreal. As they wandered along the streets, they unknowingly found themselves in the bustling city center. Just as they were about to turn back, Meng Shichu received a call from Meng Shichu. "Sister, where are you and brother-in-law?" After telling him their location, Meng Shichu exclaimed, "I'll be right there. Let us go eat barbecue." Meng Shichu asked, "Didn't you have enough for dinner?" Meng Shichu replied, "I haven't had barbecue in ages. Dad won't let me. Now that you're back, help me make an excuse. Please, I'm still growing. I really want to eat." Meng Shichu laughed. "I'll wait for you. Ride safely." Putting her phone away, Hocheng inquired, "What did Xiao Ran say?" "He wants to go out for barbecue. Dad usually doesn't allow him to eat junk food." Meng Shichu explained. "I see." Hocheng mused. "You and your brother have a great relationship." He recalled how his own parents had deliberated for a long time before deciding to have another child, wanting him to understand how it might affect him. Meng Shichu admitted, "I really wanted a younger brother or sister. After Ning Shichu was born, I often took care of him. I was bringing him to school when he was just 3. It's fair to say he grew up following me around." Ning Shichu's first fight was also to defend her, a testament to their close bond. These were stories Meng Shichu had never shared before, and Hocheng chuckled. "Seems like this little brother of yours is quite the fighter. I suppose I should refrain from challenging you." Meng Shichu wrapped her arms around Hocheng's waist, assuring him, "Don't worry, I'm not one to tattle. You can rest assured, I will cultivate a strong relationship with you, aspiring to share the same kind of love our parents have in the future." Meng Shichu looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with a smile. "Then I shall look forward to it." "I'll look forward to it as well," Hocheng said. lowering his head to kiss her softly on the lips, then whispered in her ear, "Can we? Tonight?" She pondered. It was their first taste of love, interrupted by relatives. It's simply unbearable. Chapter 34. Living beyond a century, Meng Shichu and Hocheng chose a barbecue restaurant, placing their orders just in time for Ning Murang to arrive on her electric bike as the dishes were being served. Wow, my sister truly understands me. It's been a year since our last barbecue. Before even sitting down, Ning Murang eagerly grabbed a skewer of duck intestines, delighting in its flavor without a care for her image. Hocheng opened a bottle of cola, pouring a glass for Meng Shichu and filling Ning Murang's cup as well. "Thank you, brother-in-law," Ning Murang said as she settled into her seat, reminding them, "Please do not tell Dad. He forbids me from eating this and drinking cola." "Yet you still indulge?" Meng Shichu teased, offering Hocheng a skewer of grilled goose liver. "You must taste this. It's a world apart from the gourmet delicacies you usually enjoy." Hocheng hesitated, but eventually took a bite, reassured by the fact that both Ning Murang and Meng Shichu were indulging. "I suppose it's harmless," he thought. Ning Murang, after finishing her skewer, sighed. "Isn't it fortunate to have my sister here to back me up? You think Dad won't scold me?" Their evening came to a pleasant end as they left the restaurant just before 11. Ning Murang handed her electric bike keys to Meng Shichu, saying, "Sister, you and brother-in-law go ahead. I'll run back." "Are you sure?" Meng Shichu inquired. Ning Murang nodded. "I'll be fine. I won't be able to sleep at home anyway." "All right, then take your time." Meng Shichu hopped onto the bike, turning to Hocheng, "Get on." Hocheng glanced at the back seat, slightly amused, but obliged. "Shouldn't I ride?" he suggested playfully. "I could take you for a spin." Before he could finish, the bike surged forward, prompting Hocheng to instinctively wrap his arms around Meng Shichu's waist. Her waist was slender yet firm, a testament to her upbringing in a security company. She possessed no excess flesh, every inch taut and inviting. As they rode, Hocheng rested his chin on her shoulder, asking, "Are you truly leaving Murang behind?" She knows this route well. Besides, the young master of the Ning family has bodyguards nearby, ensuring her safety. Upon returning home, they found Ning Chuan watering the flowers in the front yard. Upon seeing them, he inquired, "Did Ning Murang overindulge again?" Meng Shichu confirmed. "She might have had a bit too much. A short run will help her burn it off." "Is Dad still awake?" Hocheng seized the opportunity to change the subject, noting how easily Ning Murang called a brother-in-law. "Just wait for a moment." Ning Chuan set down the watering can, gesturing for them to follow him. Hocheng grasped Meng Shichu's hand, sensing the seriousness in his future father-in-law's demeanor. In the study, Ning Chuan handed Meng Shichu a stack of documents from his desk. "Take a look." As she examined the contents, her expression shifted. 3 properties, 2 cars, 1 a limited edition sports car, 4 factories, a shareholding company, and a check for $6,666,000. Her face paled slightly before Ning Chuan stated, "This is your dowry." "Quite substantial," Meng Shichu remarked, showing no intention of refusal. "Is this all?" Ning Chuan chuckled. "When I pass, you'll inherit as well. I've mentioned this before. I must live up to the title of Dad that you call me." Meng Shichu frowned. "Dad, if Mom hears you talking about passing away, she'll be upset for days." As a romantic at heart, he loathed discussions of life and death. Yet, for the sake of spending more time with Meng Ling, Ning Chuan had given up smoking and drinking, diligently maintaining his health with regular checkups. Upon hearing Meng Shichu mention her sister, his expression softened. "Please, don't tell her. Let us agree that you will live to over 100, Meng Shichu asserted. Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow. "Who said that?" "I did." "All right then, 100 it is." Ning Chuan chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair. This scene warmed Hocheng's heart. Yet, the next moment, Ning Chuan turned to him with a serious expression. "At present, you appear to be a responsible man who takes marriage seriously. For now, I trust you. However, I must clarify. Although I met Meng Shichu's mother when she was 5, she has never endured hardship. I have raised her as my own daughter, so do not think of exploiting her." Though Meng Shichu's situation might seem precarious from an outsider's perspective, she was not without her own support. "I hope you both support each other as you navigate life together. Yet, I am aware that no marriage is without its trials. Should any issues arise, do not mistreat her, for I will not spare you." Hocheng nodded earnestly. I assure you, I will never harm her. You need not make promises. I will observe your actions and await the outcome. Ning Chuan patted Hua Che's arm. I have encountered many people, and I can see you are a man of integrity. Hua Che noticed a hint of redness in Ning Chuan's eyes. He had heard that raising a daughter was akin to nurturing a precious flower, only for a thief called a son-in-law to come and take it away. After 18 years of raising Meng Shichu, the bond between them was undeniably deep. Upon returning to their room, Hua Che noted that there was no arrangement for him and Meng Shichu to sleep separately. It seemed he was yet again dealing with a straightforward materialist. In this unfamiliar environment, Hua Che embraced Meng Shichu as they drifted into sleep, free from insomnia. After breakfast, Meng Shichu and Hua Che accompanied Ning Murang to the training grounds. Throughout the summer, Ning Murang had a structured training regimen, and despite her complaints about the difficulty, she had not missed a single day. After spending half the morning at the training grounds, Meng Shichu and Hua Che departed for a shopping mall before heading to the Li family estate. The Li family was affluent but small in number. Years ago, they were thriving, but a calamity scattered the family, leaving only Li Jinyao and his brother. Li Jinyao's brother, Li Nancheng, had a unique emotional situation, resulting in only Li Jinyao's lineage continuing. A few years ago, Li Nancheng had relinquished control of the family and group affairs, leaving Li Jinyao to take charge, which made him particularly busy. Hua Che was aware of some of these details. Though Yu City and Kyoto were quite distant, he had heard of the Li family's affairs. For instance, the story of the eldest son of the Li family and his boyfriend had once caused quite a stir. Initially mocked, it later transformed into a tale of bravery within their circle. He had also heard that Li Nancheng, in order to be with Chunyi, had publicly declared his love and even threatened to forsake the Li family's vast fortune. However, Chunyi had mysteriously disappeared for several years, leading many to whisper that he had eloped with the family fortune, breaking Li Nancheng's heart. Yet, they eventually reconciled. No wonder, on the day of the wedding, Meng Shichu had remarked to He Xingyi that loving someone of the same gender was another divine expression of love, sacred and equal. Her mother and stepfather shared a harmonious relationship, and her two godfathers were brave and steadfast. Everything around her felt beautifully perfect. Chapter 035. Past life as a dream at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Meng Shichu and Hua Che boarded the aircraft. By the time they arrived in Kyoto, it was already past 7. Prior to their departure, Hua Che had made a reservation at a restaurant, and upon boarding the vehicle, they headed directly to their destination. During the ride, Assistant Yimo mentioned an incident. Xia Yinxian had been searching for Hua Che with relentless fervor, even going as far as the Hua family mansion. Wolke frowned, pondering why she was so persistently haunting him. It was Xia Yinxian who had been cut off from his life, and now that the ties were severed, she had begun to entangle him once more. Before Yimo could elaborate, Hua Che interrupted, expressing his disinterest in hearing any more about her. Yimo then shifted the topic, informing him that the family requested his presence at home the following day. Hua Che acknowledged this, and when Yimo hesitated, he assured him that it was sufficient for him to return alone. Hua Che had chosen a couple-S restaurant, and from the moment they entered, Meng Shichu was captivated by the opulent and romantic ambience that enveloped them. Even the door signs bore poetic numbers and phrases that seemed to whisper sweet nothings. Hua Che had pre-ordered a meal tailored to Meng Shichu's tastes and uncorked a bottle of red wine. During their repast, Hua Che remarked that this journey to Hocheng had left a profound impression on him. Meng Shichu, puzzled, inquired how this particular trip could evoke such sentiments in someone accustomed to travel. Hua Che replied that he envied the love shared between his parents and the bravery of his two godfathers, despite never having met them. He paused, then continued, sharing that his father and mother were engaged in a purely commercial marriage, rarely disputing, yet their lives seemed devoid of excitement, flowing smoothly but monotonously. His father lacked romantic inclinations, and his mother did not desire romance either. Despite having 2 children, their relationship appeared devoid of love. They had simply transitioned from strangers to family over the years without ever experiencing the passion of romance. Meng Shichu chuckled softly, finding no fault in such a life, as many aspire to live a life devoid of turmoil. Hua Che, however, confessed his yearning for love, craving the exhilarating sensation of being enamored. Intrigued, Meng Shichu set down her chopsticks, resting her chin on her hands, gazing intently at Hocheng. She had heard tales of passionate love and had witnessed it, yet she had never experienced it herself. Having grown up enveloped in love, she felt no longing for it, as she had never lacked affection. Hocheng wished to articulate this feeling to Meng Shichu, but found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he chuckled softly, shaking his head, admitting that he could not quite express it, merely a feeling that eluded description, realizing that it was an experience that could only be understood intuitively. Meng Shichu refrained from pressing him further. Hocheng smiled as he reflected on the fortune of being with one as beloved, feeling as though he had accumulated virtue in a past life. Meng Shichu, with a hint of regret, remarked that it was indeed a pity he could not be with Xia Yunqian, considering his affection for her. Hocheng acknowledged her words, affirming that he had truly moved on from her. He quoted his stepfather, stating that once one falls in love, forgetting becomes an arduous task. Meng Shichu, picking up her chopsticks to take a bite, echoed a sentiment from her own godfather, who believed that love binds one for a lifetime, and forgetting is nearly impossible. She recounted how her godfather had not given up on his love despite the odds. She concluded with a hint of nonchalance, suggesting that if Hocheng could not forget Xia Yunqian, then so be it. She did not mind a present. Hocheng understood her indifference stemmed from a lack of emotional attachment toward him. He mused that forgetting might be elusive due to the wounds not being deep enough, and he pondered the potential for mutual destruction if he persisted in a fruitless endeavor. If he were to truly grasp the stakes, he mused, it would be akin to tearing out his heart. Finding the topic intriguing, Meng Shichu inquired how he knew that persisting would lead to mutual ruin. Hocheng fell silent, contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. Not wanting to pressure him, Meng Shichu remained patient, as her curiosity was never overwhelming. Suddenly, Hocheng spoke, revealing that he had dreamt of a past life, a narrative he now shared with his beloved wife. He recounted the lengthy and sorrowful tale, concluding with a particularly tragic ending. Indeed, it was a story of mutual destruction. Meng Shichu listened intently, though she found the tale rather absurd. Once he finished, Hocheng sipped from his glass of red wine, meeting her gaze with disbelief. Isn't it extraordinary? He asked. Meng Shichu acknowledged its incredibility. Yet the dream possessed a coherent logic, with a complete narrative arc free of inconsistencies. The sole flaw lay in Hocheng's fervent romanticism. This is the first time I've shared this dream with anyone, he confessed, expressing it feels like a weight lifted from my heart. Although Meng Shichu regarded it merely as a dream or a fictional tale, she understood that voicing one's innermost thoughts often brings relief. So, upon awakening, you severed ties with Miss Xia, did you not? Meng Shichu continued, sensing Hocheng's willingness to converse further. Hocheng nodded, expressing that repeating such a tragedy would be pointless and that he recognized his own shortcomings. Knowing when to cut losses is commendable, Meng Shichu remarked succinctly. Hocheng, holding his wine glass, gazed at her, questioning if she believed he was merely spinning tales. Meng Shichu replied, I am a realist. While I do not believe dreams can manifest into reality, I do not impose my beliefs upon you. You are free to uphold your convictions, just as I am entitled to my understanding. There is no conflict in this. Her words filled Hocheng's eyes with mirth, as he appreciated her respectful yet divergent perspective. They raised their glasses in a toast, and Hocheng revealed, in that dream, you made an appearance. And what was my fate? She inquired eagerly. Without hesitation, Hocheng declared, you were splendid, like a queen, radiating brilliance. Meng Shichu momentarily lost herself in thought before lifting her glass once more, toasting to your discerning eye. Hocheng reciprocated to your resplendence. Chapter 036. Longing to make you cry after finishing her bath, Meng Shichu headed to her study. As tomorrow was a work day and her stepfather had granted her several properties, it was only natural for her to take the reins in managing them. She had already coordinated with a few assistants regarding work and arranged matters related to management and occupancy. Meng Shichu owned numerous properties, many of which were entrusted to professional managers. Even without managers, she had placed trustworthy individuals in charge, yet there were still pivotal decisions that required her personal oversight. She certainly had her hands full. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking broke her concentration, and as Meng Shichu looked up, the door swung open. Uoke, clad in a bathrobe, entered and wrapped his arms around her neck from behind. You've been working all weekend. How much longer will this go on? Cough. Meng Shichu cleared her throat. Just as Hocheng was about to speak, a man's voice emanated from the phone on her desk, saying, "Boss, it's quite late. You should rest. I will send a detailed report to your email tomorrow. Sweet dreams, boss." The call ended, and the screen lit up. Uoke stood frozen in shock. Meng Shichu turned to him, a smile dancing on her lips, and upon noticing the flush on his cheeks akin to that of a ripe shrimp, her smile blossomed even further. Embarrassed, Hocheng wished for a hole to hide in. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to explain, "I saw you were holding documents. Your computer was off, and your phone screen was dark. Had I known you were in a conference call, I would never have spoken in that tone." "It's all right. They won't spread rumors," Meng Shichu said, wrapping her arms around Hocheng's neck. "I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. When it comes to work, I tend to lose track of time. This habit certainly needs to change." After making a few marks on the documents, she set down her pen, stood from her chair, turned around, and embraced Hocheng. Meng Shichu wrapped her arms around his neck, tilted her head back, and without a hint of hesitation, kissed him. It was direct, proactive, and fervent, an ardent invitation. After a passionate kiss, Hocheng could no longer resist the urge to retreat to the bedroom. The study was indeed cozy, with a sofa, a rug, and a floor-to-ceiling window. Whatever Hocheng desired, Meng Shichu complied, igniting a fervent series of passionate encounters, as if they could never be satiated. As the moon reached its zenith, its brilliance streamed through the window, casting a glow upon the softly lit study and illuminating the fair complexion of the woman in his embrace. She was gentle, yet not fragile. Hocheng leaned close to her ear, his voice husky. "Shichu, your voice is truly enchanting." Lost in a haze of desire, Meng Shichu felt as though flames were igniting her skin. Hocheng's words only stoked the fire, and she reached to caress his cheek, feeling the heat radiating from him. "Darling," she murmured, her voice soft and sweet, laced with a hint of unfamiliar coyness. That utterance pierced through Hocheng's every nerve like an arrow, and he replied with a touch of urgency, "Wife, what should I do if I long to make you cry?" Meng Shichu turned her head, narrowed her eyes, and captured Hocheng's lips with a kiss, seizing the opportunity to nibble at his lower lip. "Hiss!" Hocheng inhaled sharply but did not pull away. Instead, he held her lips captive, reciprocating the bite. Meng Shichu heard him ask, "Wife, do you wish to make me cry? See for yourself." Intoxicated in a dreamlike state, when their fervor subsided, both were utterly exhausted, yet still managed to clean themselves up briefly before collapsing into each other's arms. Drifting into a deep slumber, Meng Shichu's biological clock was remarkably punctual. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered Hocheng had her firmly ensnared in his embrace, his arms constricting around her tightly, making it difficult for her to rise. She gently patted his hand, saying, "Uoke, let go." As she spoke, she realized her voice was hoarse. "No." Hocheng, without opening his eyes, murmured, "Just a little longer. We need to get to work." "I'm not going." Hocheng not only failed to loosen his grip, but tightened it even more. Meng Shichu patted him again, urging, "Please let go. Stop teasing." In the next moment, her hands were forcibly pulled away, and she found herself empty in his embrace. Hocheng jolted awake, startled, and asked, "What happened? Did something upset you?" Meng Shichu turned to him, her voice calm. "It's nothing. I'm just going to freshen up. You were so tired last night. You should rest a bit longer." Hocheng wanted to linger in bed, wishing Meng Shichu could join him. Meng Shichu replied, "I told myself I wasn't tired, so I didn't feel overly fatigued." "Wait, are you deceiving yourself?" Hocheng was astonished. "How is that different from mental manipulation? It's called self-encouragement." Meng Shichu had already slipped on her shoes and was heading to the washroom. Watching her retreating figure, Hocheng remarked, "I have to go to the whole family estate and face the music. Could you stay with me a little longer?" At his words, Meng Shichu paused and turned back to him. Hocheng propped himself up, gazing at her with a somewhat dazed expression, as if he hadn't fully awakened yet. Seeing her looking at him, he relaxed his arm and lay back down, pulling the covers over himself. You have work to do? Go ahead, I'll get up soon. Meng Shichu acknowledged, proceeding to freshen up. Hocheng closed his eyes, planning to rise once she finished. Yet moments later, the covers were pulled back, and Meng Shichu nestled back into his arms. Hocheng, puzzled, asked, Aren't you supposed to be going to work? Although he questioned her, he had already wrapped his arms around her. Meng Shichu thought that perhaps another round of sleep wouldn't be so bad. You have a soft heart, Hocheng said, kissing her forehead, as if no matter the situation, he could always persuade her with sweet words or a little guilt trip. Huh. Meng Shichu chuckled softly, offering no further words. Hocheng, what are you laughing about? You seem to have a profound misunderstanding of me. No misunderstanding. It's the truth, Hocheng asserted. Meng Shichu gave a soft as long as you're happy. After lying together for over an hour, Meng Shichu traced her finger on Hocheng's face, saying, I really need to get up now. Hocheng sighed. Life is not easy. I don't want to go back to the old estate. You'll have to face it sooner or later, Meng Shichu replied calmly. Adults must bear the consequences of their actions, whether good or bad. Hocheng didn't want to open his eyes, asking, Do you think my grandmother will make me kneel in the ancestral hall and have someone beat me? Meng Shichu laughed and replied, That is called an old custom. However, our ancestors did say that without rules, there could be no order. Some families have endured for generations, and those old customs have played a part. Hocheng scoffed, If I were to head the family in the future, I would definitely abolish these. Then Meng Shichu splashed cold water on him, saying, Wake up, you want to be the head of the family. Hocheng suddenly opened his eyes, exclaiming, Wife, you have a cruel heart. Just stating the facts. In terms of being the eldest son and grandson, Hocheng did not qualify. In terms of ability and accomplishments, his older siblings were all quite exceptional. Therefore, the position of head of the Hua family would never fall to Hocheng. Hocheng buried his face in Meng Shichu's neck, placing a kiss there. His tongue teasingly caressed her skin, causing Meng Shichu to instinctively pull away. But Hocheng held her fast, declaring, My wife is Meng Shichu. That is a fact. Meng Shichu was at a loss for words, thinking he was twisting the narrative. That is not true. Chapter 037. The story of Meng Ling. Due to rising late, Meng Shichu had only time for a glass of milk before departing. Okay. Dawdling until nearly 11, finally made his way to the Hua family estate. An unease brewed within him, particularly regarding his grandmother. Upon entering, he sensed the atmosphere was amiss. He intercepted a servant in the hallway to inquire, What is my grandmother currently engaged in? She is awaiting your arrival. Young master, the servant replied. Hocheng felt a wave of despair wash over him, resigned to the fact that punishment was inevitable. His grandmother was one who valued decorum above all else. He adjusted his shirt before stepping into the grand hall, where the atmosphere grew even more solemn. All members of the Hua family were present, including his illustrious cousin, the film emperor. Typically, after family gatherings, this cousin would hasten back to the set, yet today he lingered, a rarity that underscored the gravity of the situation. His second uncle and aunt were also present. Upon seeing Hocheng enter, his aunt's eyes glimmered with sharp displeasure, while his uncle maintained a stoic silence. Hocheng positioned himself in the center of the hall and called out, Grandmother. Though aged, the matriarch's gaze remained piercing. She looked up, her eyes scanning beyond Hocheng. Did you return alone? She inquired suddenly. Hocheng nodded, explaining, Shichu has acquired additional responsibilities and was busy with work. If I delayed her morning, she would be forced to work late into the night. I thought it best to allow her to attend to her duties. His words hung in the air, casting a heavy silence, as if an impending storm loomed. Hocheng feared his grandmother might misconstrue Meng Shichu's absence as intentional avoidance, which would lead her to deem Shichu ill-mannered for not greeting the family. Thus, he quickly added, Grandmother, I was in the wrong for the disgrace I brought upon the whole family. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be directed at me. This matter has nothing to do with Shichu. My desire to marry her is my own, and her agreement was not motivated by the whole family's wealth. She accepted me because she found me somewhat agreeable. Her absence today is due to her own reasoning. She is not one to easily yield, having never suffered great indignities. She fears displeasing you. In essence, Shichu is a wonderful young woman, and I have developed genuine feelings for her. I am confident in our future together. I am the one at fault, so I implore you to address the matter accordingly, without extending your ire toward Shichu. Hocheng's resolute voice resonated throughout the hall, demonstrating both his attitude and accountability. After speaking, he turned, stating, "I shall go kneel at the ancestral hall." He thought, the Hua family must not fall into his hands. Otherwise, he would abolish the chaotic family rules at the first opportunity. In this modern age, there exists national law outside and family law within the home. Who can bear such burdens? Stop! The matriarch's voice cut through the tension, halting Hocheng in his tracks. Is there more you wish to admonish your grandson about? I have said nothing, yet you have conjured many thoughts in your mind. To evade this old woman, you fled to Hocheng. When did you perceive me as a beast that devours? Her tone lacked overt anger, but was devoid of warmth. Hocheng was momentarily taken aback. Was not grandmother's descent from the mountain due to my marriage to Shichu? The matriarch's piercing gaze met his, her voice cold and commanding. I indeed wish to see how Meng Ling's daughter could be so blind as to choose you. Hocheng was stunned, and the room erupted in astonishment. Every gaze in the hall fell upon the matriarch, each pair seemingly asking the same question. Why did she imply that the Hua family's grandson was unworthy of Meng Shichu? Struggling to regain composure. Grandmother, do you know Shichu's mother? The matriarch did not respond to his inquiry, but shifted her attention to his second uncle and aunt. She spoke again, second, sister-in-law. Back then I admired your courage in pursuing love, despite my reservations. I did not oppose you, for I believed in the strength of your bond. Yet now, you seek to tear the umbrella from the next generation? Well done. Her voice, now laced with anger, revealed the true purpose of gathering everyone, not to reprimand Hocheng, but to chastise the second branch of the family. The second uncle shifted uneasily, while his wife protested, Mother, the circumstances are entirely different. Meng Shichu, indeed, they are different. The matriarch interjected. Do the younger generations not know of the incident concerning the Pei family? Are you too unaware? The second aunt, who had intended to argue, found her words stifled. The matriarch continued. Are you concerned that Meng Shichu might tarnish the Hua family's reputation? Or are you more troubled by the thought of others recalling the true nature of your grandson's spouse? Her words struck a nerve with the second aunt, who rose indignantly. Mother, you are biased. Silence. The second uncle interjected sharply, commanding respect for their mother. The second aunt was unwilling to relent. Mother is indeed partial. It is evident that Hocheng has caused far more trouble, yet you favor him and even favor a woman you have never met. The matriarch's brow furrowed, her displeasure evident. It seemed the second aunt had indeed forgotten the Pei family's past. Eldest, please enlighten the younger generation. With her directive, Hocheng's father stood and recounted the history of the Pei family. Pei Guangyin's marriage was a classic case of a business alliance devoid of affection, with the bride harboring a secret love for another. It was said that prior to their wedding, she had attempted to take her own life. Ultimately, due to familial pressures, she was wed to Pei Guangyin. 2 years into their marriage, they welcomed a son, the current heir of the Pei family, Pei Jinhai. However, when Pei Jinhai was merely a year old, his mother vanished. Officially, she was reported missing, yet the insiders were aware that she had eloped with her true love, abandoning her infant son and husband without a second thought. For the sake of reputation, the incident was largely kept under wraps. 3 years passed without her return. When Pei Jinhai was 4, Pei Guangyin encountered a woman who would capture his heart, Meng Ling, mother of Meng Shichu. Meng Ling was not from the capital. She was orphaned and possessed substantial wealth in her own business. Confident, independent, and beautiful, she was the epitome of a successful woman, drawing many suitors. Meng Ling found herself drawn to the well-regarded Pei Guangyin, who was a devoted father. Their relationship blossomed, and Meng Ling embraced Pei Jinhai as her own. In a tragic turn, she lost a finger while saving Pei Jinhai during an accident. Their bond deepened over 5 years of romance, and just as they were contemplating marriage, Pei Guangyan's estranged wife returned. Although the court ruled for divorce, the uproar from his ex-wife was overwhelming. Meng Ling, being a strong-willed woman, found the turmoil unbearable and chose to leave, taking her business away from the capital. The ex-wife believed that by maintaining a connection through their son, she could reconcile with Pei Guangyan. However, he had no desire to compromise in matters of love or marriage, remaining alone to this day. While the tale may be brief, it was enough to shatter the next generation's preconceptions. They recognized Meng Shichu as a commendable individual, yet she could not choose her lineage, and her mother's past still cast a shadow upon her. Hocheng found himself in a state of shock, realizing he had never broached these sensitive topics with Meng Shichu, nor had she ever disclosed them. She remained indifferent to the opinions of others regarding her background, for most did not concern themselves with the legitimacy of her lineage. In a moment of distraction, Hocheng was called away by the elderly lady. Beneath the trellis in the backyard, she recounted a memory. Back when your grandfather was still alive, he took me on a journey where we witnessed the sunset on the mountain and encountered Meng Ling. At that time, she was 3 months pregnant, likely only just aware of her condition, hesitating over whether to bring the child into the world. The grandmother sighed, and I offered her a tissue as she sought the opinion of this stranger before her. "What did you say, grandmother?" Her eyes lit up as she recalled. It was your grandfather who advised her to set aside the man and focus solely on the child. Could she provide for this child? Would it bring her additional unhappiness? If she could not support it, and if it would not lead to happiness, then she should let the child go, and in doing so, liberate herself as well. The old man told Meng Ling, "My dear, you must first be yourself, before becoming a daughter, a mother, a wife, or any other role." Chapter 038. Causality. Meng Shichu altered her itinerary at the last moment and had to embark on a business trip. En route to the airport, she intended to inform Hocheng, but considering the unrest within the Hua family that day, she opted to send a WeChat message instead. Business trip on short notice. Returning tomorrow. Just before boarding, she received a reply. "All right, don't worry, I'm fine." Meng Shichu responded, "Okay." As the boarding time approached, a sense of unease lingered in Meng Shichu's mind, prompting her to call Pei Jinhui. Upon hearing her concern, Pei Jinhui chuckled. "You truly care about him, don't you?" Meng Shichu replied, "After all, he is my husband. If I don't worry for him, who else would? That makes sense. I'll check on him after work. If he is injured, I'll take him to see a doctor, so don't fret." Meng Shichu expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, brother. I have to board now." Before hanging up, Pei Jinhui couldn't resist adding, "Xiao Chu, don't wear yourself out. Enjoy life more." Meng Shichu held her phone in silence for a couple of seconds before responding, "Yes, I understand." Later that afternoon, after work, Pei Jinhui called Hocheng. It took 2 attempts for the call to connect. Hocheng, puzzled, asked, "Brother, is there something you need?" Pei Jinhui replied, "I was wondering if you'd join me for dinner tonight. Are you free?" Hocheng inquired, "Is anyone else coming?" Pei Jinhui responded, "Just the 2 of us." Hocheng felt a twinge of anxiety. Did his brother have something else to discuss? Had the incident involving Meng Shichu at the Hua family on Saturday reached the Pei family's ears? Sensing Hocheng's cautious tone, Pei Jinhui chuckled, "Don't overthink it. Shichu isn't in Kyoto, and she's worried you might face reprimand from the Hua family without anyone to comfort you." "Oh, Ukisai in relief." A faint sweetness warming his heart. His wife still cared deeply for him. Hocheng agreed to dinner with Pei Jinhui, entrusting his remaining work to Hocheng. Seeing him rush about, Hocheng grabbed his arm. "What's the hurry? My brother-in-law is treating me to dinner. I want to arrive early." The smile on Hocheng's face bloomed like flowers in spring, radiant and bright. Hocheng was pleased with the changes in Hocheng over the past months. He had transformed from sullen figure-chasing after Xia Yunxian to a lively and cheerful man after marrying Meng Shichu. Yet, the thought of Pei Jinhui inviting Hocheng for dinner made Hocheng uneasy. Was he planning to confront Hocheng about Saturday's incident? The circle they inhabited was neither too large nor too small. Any ripple would quickly spread. Pei Jinhui was no pushover, and Hocheng certainly wouldn't outsmart him. Hocheng squinted in concern. "Should I accompany you?" "Why would you go?" "My brother-in-law is treating me. What is your role in this?" Hocheng widened his eyes. aware of Hocheng's good intentions, and reassured him, "Don't worry, my brother-in-law isn't here to reprimand me. Shichu is simply concerned that I might be punished by the Hua family and asked him to check on me." This unexpected outcome caught Hocheng off guard, prompting him to ask, "Is Shichu not in Kyoto? Otherwise, how could she send someone?" Hocheng's smile faded slightly. "She's on another business trip." Hocheng couldn't help but smirk. "How is she busier than I am?" "Quite normal," Hocheng explained. "Her mother's business is in Lucheng. Her stepfather's headquarters are in Yucheng, and her own company is in the process of relocating. The factories and companies given by her stepfather aren't even in one place. Of course, she can't remain in one location." He spoke with earnestness, fearing Hocheng might misinterpret the situation. Hocheng rolled his eyes. "Fine, as long as you're happy. It wasn't his wife who was absent all the time, so why should he fret? Shichu is doing well," Hocheng added. "I know, you've mentioned it countless times. Now, off you go." Hocheng pushed him away. As long as there were no conflicts, he was content. The low atmosphere at home had finally eased. He hoped it wouldn't stir up again. People have limited energy. Work was already hard enough without adding family discord. Hocheng thought he had arrived early, only to find Pei Jinhui already there. "Brother," Hocheng approached. "What brings you here so early?" "I finished a meeting nearby and came straight over." Pei Jinhui gestured to the seat across. "Sit down. I've already ordered." "Do you drink?" "I'll pass." Hocheng shook his head, then added, "Brother, rest assured and let Shichu be at ease. Grandma didn't punish me. It was my uncle and aunt who faced the consequences. Grandma is eagerly looking forward to meeting Shichu." "Is that so?" Pei Jinhui was not entirely convinced. "I've heard the old lady of the Hua family has a rather fierce temper. I'm already aware of the history between my mother-in-law and your family patriarch. Although Grandma is strong-willed, she isn't unreasonable. Neither party is at fault." Hocheng regretted his words, realizing they might be construed as a jab at Pei Jinhui's mother, and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, brother. I meant to say that this is all due to the arranged marriage." "I understand." Pei Jinhui smiled and shook his head. He had long recognized the truth. One cannot have everything, and one must not be greedy. His mother wanted to be with her true love while also ensuring a life of comfort, and she hoped this relationship would benefit the family. Wanting too much often leads to loss. Within him, there was a lingering resentment. His mother had left when he was just a toddler, and it was Meng Yi who had cared for him during those lonely days. When he finally accepted Meng Yi, his mother returned, unable to bear the hardships of poverty. Not only did she return, but she also shattered every connection, driving Meng Yi away. Yet, his mother paid him no mind, for she brought back the child of her first love. He became a child with only a father once more. Now, his biological mother had returned, bringing along her daughter with Meng Yi, creating chaos and inciting discord. He was utterly exhausted by it all, weary of even mentioning her. Pei Jinhui leaned more towards Meng Yi, feeling a greater sense of obligation to Meng Shichu. Hearing Hocheng mention Meng Yi's hesitation about whether to keep that child only tightened his chest. Fortunately, Meng Yi was a brave and strong woman, capable and resourceful. Otherwise, she might have truly abandoned that child. He was genuinely grateful for the kind-hearted family patriarch and matriarch. Pei Jinhui remarked, "It seems it was all fated." The comforting words from Grandpa and Grandma was safeguarded the future of their little grandson's wife. "I believe so. It was all destined," Hocheng wholeheartedly agreed. He was convinced that he had strayed from his path, and heaven had granted him a second chance, allowing him to marry Meng Shichu so unexpectedly. He proposed, and she didn't decline. It was indeed the best arrangement bestowed by the heavens. After finishing dinner and bidding farewell to Pei Jinhui, Hocheng drove back to his residence. Just as he was about to enter, a shadow suddenly darted out, blocking the car in front. Hocheng slammed on the brakes. In the next moment, the shadow rushed over and began tapping on the car window. Hocheng recognized her voice immediately. Chapter 039. Indebted to you since birth. Hacker, please help me, I beg you. Summer Yunxian pleaded, relentlessly tapping on the car window. Hacker, could you please open the door? I was wrong. I misunderstood you before. I truly realize my mistakes. Hacker, I implore you, unlock the car door. Inside the vehicle, Hocker was on the phone with the housekeeper and his assistant, while also alerting the authorities. He was resolute in not opening the door. Before the police arrived, he dialed Meng Shichu. After 2 rings, the call went unanswered, prompting him to switch to a WeChat video call. The connection was quickly established, revealing a puzzled Meng Shichu on the other end. "Why did you call and then hang up? What's that noise? Who is shouting?" Hocker adjusted the camera, but due to the night's darkness, all that was discernible was a woman. Meng Shichu smirked. "Are you trying to imply that someone is chasing you the moment I leave?" Hocker was taken aback. "How can your logic be so terrifying?" With a playful grin, Meng Shichu teased, "Just kidding. I'm afraid to even open my car door," Hocker admitted. Meng Shichu questioned, "In most situations, women are physically weaker than men. Are you truly afraid of being attacked?" Hocker replied with a sound of concern, "Your demeanor seems rather unsettling. It's dark and windy. What if she's hiding a weapon? What if I end up with a wound?" Meng Shichu nodded. "Your concerns are valid. One must always be cautious, even if the other person appears harmless, be it a woman or a child." Suddenly, Hocker remarked, "The housekeeper is coming out." "All right, handle it. I'll take a shower and we can talk later," she said. Hocker raised an eyebrow. "Are you suggesting we can chat or video call later?" Meng Shichu replied, "If you're busy with something else, I won't disturb you. I typically do not work late at night, as you know," Hocker countered. Meng Shichu chuckled. "Let us discuss it later." Upon ending the call, Hocker noticed that the commotion outside had ceased. The housekeeper had subdued Summer Yinxian. Only then did Hocker step out of the car. As he approached the subdued Summer Yinxian, her eyes lit up. "Hocker, tell me one more time, just this once. I beg you. We're even now. I have no reason to assist you." Hocker walked closer, ignoring the tears streaming down her face. "I can see you're in trouble, so I've called the police for you. No need to thank me." With that, he tossed the car keys to the housekeeper and strode inside. Behind him, Summer Yinxian shouted desperately, "Hocker, don't go. I saved your life. You cannot abandon me. My parents want to sell me to an old man, and Su Zizhou got engaged to someone else yesterday. I've been deceived. I've always been deceived. Hocker, please come back. You're the only one who can help me." Despite her frantic cries, Hocker remained indifferent, walking away with a cold resolve. Shortly after, Hocker's assistant, Yimo, arrived with the police. Yimo informed the officers, "This lady has been stalking Mr. Hocker and has been lurking outside his home. It's quite alarming. Mr. Hocker is compassionate and believes she must be facing some difficulties. Please ensure her situation is resolved. Otherwise, if she continues to disturb Mr. Hocker or causes harm, the consequences could be dire." Listening to Yimo's words, Summer Yinxian was in disbelief. Yimo had always spoken to her politely, but now he had turned cold. No matter how loudly she called, Yimo remained steadfast in his stance. Ultimately, in despair, Summer Yinxian was escorted away by the police. Yimo entered the side hall and soon saw Hocker descend the stairs, still in his pajamas, his hair damp and dripping. He casually asked, "Is it all taken care of?" "They've already taken her away," Yimo replied, perspiring. Instantly, Hocker remarked, "I had previously instructed you to keep her away from me. Yet here, she is at my residence. What are we to do about this?" Yimo lowered his head. "I apologize, Mr. Hocker. I have arranged for better security, and there will not be a next time." Hocker reiterated a few more instructions, and then Yimo hesitated before asking, "Sir, regarding Miss Xia, do not disclose anything about her to me," Hocker interrupted, ascending the stairs. Yimo fell silent and turned to leave. Upon reflection, he realized that Hocker had indeed treated Summer Yinxian fairly. One cannot remain indefinitely in one place waiting for another. The circumstances that led Summer Yinxian to this point were entirely of her own making. She had no one else to blame. Returning to his bedroom, Hocker sent a WeChat message to Meng Shichu. "I'm all cleaned up." Moments later, a video call came through. Upon answering, he was greeted with the sight of Meng Shichu, her long hair splayed around her, still partially wet, with a black facial mask adorning her face. Having encountered such masks before, Hocker was unfazed. "You should dry your hair," he suggested. Meng Shichu leaned back against her bed. "I'm too lazy to dry it. The roots are already dry. I won't catch cold." Hocker frowned. "Why are you sometimes so careless about yourself?" Meng Shichu questioned in return, "Is this really careless?" Hocker nodded. "With wet hair, you won't sleep comfortably." Meng Shichu laughed. "I'll dry it after the mask. It will be dry by then anyway. Hocker was speechless. By the time you finish your mask, your hair will have dried on its own. Exactly. Once the mask is done, my hair will be dry. Why bother blowing it all? Seeing the twinkle of mirth in Meng Shichu's eyes, Hocker realized he had been drawn into her playful banter. Noticing his reticence to speak, Meng Shichu took the initiative to ask, "Have you resolved matters with your ex?" Hocker nodded. "The police have taken her away. Any issues she has, they will assist her with." Meng Shichu's inquiry delighted him. He had never intended to conceal anything. After chatting for a while, Hocker noticed that Meng Shichu had not inquired about his experience at the Ho family residence. Unable to contain himself, he broached the subject. "Why don't you ask if I was reprimanded at the Ho house?" Meng Shichu replied, "My brother called me." She was aware of everything, including the past involving her mother and the Ho family. After a moment of silence, she added, "I also called my mother to confirm," and indeed, it was true. It was as if a closed loop of causality had been completed when Meng Ling hesitated about giving birth to this child. Her primary concern was that the father was her former lover, who would never return. It was the words of the elder Ho that awakened her. The arrival of the child, would it bring her happiness and joy, or pressure? Beyond that, nothing else mattered. Meng Ling had the means and ability. A child would not become her burden. She loved children, regardless of whether the father was her ex or current partner. Moreover, she had never claimed she must marry in this lifetime. To Meng Ling, marriage was a delightful surprise, not a necessity. Thus, she resolved to give birth to the child. Hocker remarked, "My grandparents were protecting my wife. How coincidental." Meng Shichu nodded. "Indeed, I've been indebted to you since birth." Chapter 040. Young Master Hua is angry, originally scheduled to return to Kyoto the following day. Meng Shichu found herself back in the city by Friday due to work commitments. After landing at 3 o'clock, she arrived at Linshan Design by 3:40, only to engage in yet another hour-long meeting. As the workday drew to a close, Hocheng called Meng Shichu, inquiring if she would be returning today. While annotating documents, she replied, "I am already in Kyoto." Hocheng sounded surprised on the other end. "When did you arrive? Why didn't you tell me before boarding? Where are you now?" Meng Shichu explained that she had booked her flight as soon as her work arrangements were finalized, landing during work hours, which is why she hadn't informed him. A silence fell on the line. After finishing her document, Meng Shichu noted the ongoing call and called out, "Hocheng?" "Yes," he responded, his tone somewhat stiff. Sensing his displeasure, Meng Shichu asked, "Are you upset?" Hocheng did not answer. She continued, "I believe you have work too, and I have an assistant, so it should not trouble you." After a brief silence, he questioned, "Do you consider that a bother?" Meng Shichu replied, "If you come and pick me up, it will take nearly 2 hours, which will affect your work." With that, Hocheng hung up. Meng Shichu glanced at her phone screen, noting the call had ended. Her eyes narrowing slightly, she opened Hocheng's WeChat and sent a message. "No need to wait for dinner. I have a social engagement." Seeing the indicator that he was typing, she set her phone down and returned to her accumulated work. After several days of labor, Meng Shichu finally left Linshan Design at 6:30 with her assistant Jiang when driving her to the hotel for the engagement. By 8 o'clock, the dinner progressed, and the host invited them to a nearby entertainment venue to sing and discuss project details. As 5 of them entered the private room, several young men and women quickly followed. Meng Shichu had encountered such gatherings before. They were common in the industry. Among her colleagues was a successful female boss in her 40s, who playfully suggested, "Meng, choose whichever you prefer." "Whatever," Meng Shichu replied nonchalantly. Another executive pointed to 2 fair-skinned young men, instructing them to attend to Meng Shichu. As they approached, she subtly gestured for them to stand behind her and massage her shoulders. The female boss, observing this, summoned the remaining 2 young men to her side, assuring Meng Shichu, "Rest assured, all the young men here are respectable." Meng Shichu's marriage to the young master of the Hua family was merely a temporary arrangement devoid of affection. Such unions were commonplace in affluent circles, where spouses often led separate lives post-marriage. Many business negotiations unfolded in similar fashions. With a calm smile, Meng Shichu responded, "Enjoy yourself, Mr. He." As drinks flowed and laughter filled the air, the conversation naturally shifted to business matters. The young men and women who had come to serve were merely following the usual protocol of pouring tea and offering drinks. After a while, Meng Shichu turned her head and waved at the two young men behind her, who promptly retreated to stand by, awaiting further summons. Meanwhile, in another private room, Hocheng held a microphone, singing. Upon returning from the restroom, Duan Xiao snatched the microphone from Hocheng, asking, "So you and Meng Shichu are doing your own things?" Hocheng, already in a foul mood, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" "I didn't mean that," Duan Xiao exclaimed, stunned. "I just arrived and saw Meng Shichu in the other room, surrounded by two young boys attending to her." At this remark, Hocheng's expression soured instantly, as if a dam had burst within him. Duan Xiao's face paled. Did I say something wrong? Although Hocheng had previously introduced them, their marriage lacked emotional depth. It was rumored that the families had yet to meet, and the business cooperation between the Pei and Hua families had not yet materialized, leading many to believe their union was merely a facade. However, seeing Hocheng's expression, Duan Xiao felt he had crossed a line. "No, don't be like that. It's just business. I might have misinterpreted." He had seen her through an open door, but the likelihood of being mistaken was slim. Still, he worried about escalating tensions between Hocheng and Meng Shichu. "Which room?" Hocheng demanded, picking up a bottle of liquor from the table. Duan Xiao quickly grabbed his arm. "Hocheng, what are you doing?" "Stay calm. I must have seen it wrong. Meng Shichu doesn't seem like the type to frequent such places." Hocheng shook off Duan Xiao's grip and raised a glass. "I'll go have a drink with her." Despite his words, his tone and expression were anything but pleasant. "Dude, maybe you shouldn't go." Duan Xiao attempted to pacify him, fearing that in his current state, trouble was inevitable. "I'm not going to hit anyone," Hocheng replied with a forced smile. "Want to join? That wouldn't be appropriate. They're discussing business." "Then I'll go alone." Hocheng was seething, his frustration building since the afternoon. Although he had shared a bed and intimacy with Meng Shichu, an invisible barrier lingered between them. Despite her efforts to nurture their relationship, he felt inexplicably uncomfortable, as if their connection was strained and distant. He strode out with the liquor, followed closely by Duan Xiao, who feared the worst. Back in the private room, Meng Shichu was engaged in a detailed discussion about the project with a female boss when a knock interrupted them. The door swung open, and Hocheng stepped in, holding a bottle and a glass. "Good evening, everyone," he greeted, his eyes landing first on Meng Shichu, sitting closely beside the female boss. In the room, three men were surrounded by one or two young women each, while only Meng Shichu had two young men standing further away. Hocheng's pent-up emotions began to dissipate upon seeing her. "Apologies for the interruption. I've come to raise a toast to you all," Hocheng said with a smile, moving closer to Meng Shichu. "I'll drink and leave, so as not to disturb your business discussions." Duan Xiao felt an overwhelming urge to disappear. "Young Master Hua is here to support Manager Meng." "Isn't he?" the female boss teased. "Indeed, it seems Manager Meng and young Master Hua share good rapport." Another chimed in. "Rest assured, we haven't led Manager Meng astray. She hasn't even had a drink yet," the others added. Hocheng refilled his glass. "Please don't misunderstand. I merely wanted to check on my wife and see when we can head home together." The group raised their glasses, delighted at the honor of receiving a toast from both young Master Hua and young Master Duan. Meng Shichu regarded Hocheng with a composed gaze. Meeting her eyes, he rubbed his nose and asked, "How much longer until we wrap up?" Chapter 041. I will change in the future in response to Hocheng's inquiry. Meng Shichu fixed her gaze upon him, remaining silent. She was acutely aware of why Hocheng had come. Moreover, he had taken a considerable amount of time to reply to the WeChat message she sent earlier that afternoon, but to no avail. Although the reason eluded her, she sensed that Hocheng was irate, an inexplicable anger at that. Noticing her continued silence, Hocheng awkwardly forced a smile and remarked, "I am in box 312. Let me know when you've concluded your discussions." With that, he and Duan Xiao turned to leave. The atmosphere was peculiar. "Wait." Meng Shichu's voice suddenly pierced the silence. As Hocheng turned back, he saw her rising from her seat. "Everyone, I have a business trip for a few days and am rather fatigued, so I shall take my leave now. There are still numerous details regarding this project that we can discuss later." "All right, it's getting late." "Meng, You may leave first, and we will continue our discussions. Came the consensus. As Meng Shichu picked up her bag and made her way out, she glanced back at the two young men who had previously massaged her shoulders. They promptly understood and followed her. Upon exiting the private room, Duan Xiao greeted Meng Shichu before departing. Meng Shichu retrieved a check from her bag and signed it, handing one to each of the young men. "Thank you, Meng," they expressed their gratitude before leaving cheerfully. "Let us go," Meng Shichu said to Hocheng. The two walked in silence out of the entertainment venue. At the entrance, Meng Shichu paused and inquired, "Did you drive?" "I did," Hocheng nodded. Meng Shichu scrutinized the wine bottle and glass he held. "How do you intend to drive back after drinking?" Hocheng averted his gaze, his ears tinged with crimson. "Didn't you say you weren't drinking?" Meng Shichu, driving while fatigued, is unsafe. Business trips are always exhausting. Then I shall call for a designated driver. Just as Hocheng was about to make the call, a familiar vehicle approached and parked by the roadside. Jiangwen exited the car. "Miss, the young master is here as well." Jiangwen, who had been with Meng Shichu for 3 years, sensed that her mood was somewhat off. Seeing the wine bottle and glass in Hocheng's hands, he wondered if he had been caught misbehaving in the entertainment venue. The ride was silent, with Hocheng feeling as though the wine bottle and glass were burning coals in his hands, awkward to hold, yet equally awkward to put down. Meanwhile, Meng Shichu was busy tapping away on her phone. When Hocheng leaned in to take a peek, he realized she was replying to emails. She was indeed quite occupied. Upon arriving at Hocheng Courtyard, Jiangwen drove away, and Meng Shichu entered the building. Once in the hall, Hocheng hastily set down the wine bottle and glass, only to find that Meng Shichu had already begun her shower. Hocheng raked his fingers through his hair, feeling increasingly agitated. To him, this felt like a form of silent treatment. Yet, today's conflict had originated from his own actions, creating an inexplicable rift. Before long, Meng Shichu emerged from her shower, towel drying her damp hair. Hocheng approached her and offered a hairdryer. As she reached for it, he insisted, "Allow me to dry your hair. Go shower, and we will discuss things afterward." In her calm demeanor, Meng Shichu had already taken the hairdryer from his hand. Hocheng hesitated, choosing not to retreat to the bathroom, but instead approaching her. About what happened in the private room go shower, Meng Shichu interjected, her expression placid. "Wash away the scent of smoke and alcohol. It's still early. We have ample time to clarify things." "Fine." Hocheng understood usual calmness. But during moments of consequence, it only heightened his unease, for it is the person who erupts from silence that is most fearsome. Hocheng showered swiftly, and upon his return, he found Meng Shichu already seated on the bed, her hair dried, still engrossed in her phone. He sauntered over and sat down leisurely beside her. "Shichu," he began, but was interrupted. "Are you angry with me?" "Hocheng?" Meng Shichu set down her phone, revealing an email she had been replying to. "It's my fault." Hocheng was about to elaborate when Meng Shichu halted him. "No need to take the blame so readily. I still don't understand why you suddenly became angry. Let us clarify that before assessing whose fault it is." Hocheng clenched his jaw, reflecting on the triviality of his previous anger. Yet, he wondered why he had felt so incensed at the time, to the point where he was unsure how to articulate it now, realizing he had made a mountain out of a molehill. Seeing his reluctance to speak, Meng Shichu remarked, "Perhaps my failure to inform you of my itinerary before boarding the plane was my oversight. I will rectify this in the future. However, I believe your anger extends beyond my lack of prior notification. It was when I said I didn't want to trouble you, and you hung up the phone, that I truly failed to comprehend what warranted such anger." After a pause, Meng Shichu continued, "In the past, I've engaged with others in a similar manner, where not causing trouble was seen as a virtue. Isn't that mutually beneficial? That's different." Hocheng finally voiced. Those relationships were flawed. Those individuals believed that not causing trouble made them ideal partners. We are married and are cultivating our feelings. Meng Shichu frowned. "Does cultivating feelings require me to burden you?" Hocheng was momentarily at a loss, shaking his head. "No, that's not how it is." Meng Shichu remained puzzled as Hocheng reached for her hand, clasping it gently. "Shichu, we are husband and wife. I am sincerely invested in nurturing our relationship. Affection is reciprocal. It is not one-sided. Your desire to avoid troubling me feels like you are pushing me away, creating an invisible distance that suggests I am unnecessary. You treat me well, and your care is evident, yet it feels like a duty rather than a bond, devoid of any closeness or intimacy. I am earnestly trying to develop feelings for you, but it feels as though you don't need me, leaving me with an indescribable sense of powerlessness. As Hocheng concluded, Meng Shichu fell into contemplation. After a moment of silence, she replied, I believe that not burdening you is a way to maintain our relationship. That is not the case. Hocheng shook his head, but the next moment he sighed, realizing it was not her fault. It was his own sensitivity that had gotten in the better of him. Meng Shichu replied, I will be more mindful in the future. With that matter settled, she broached another topic. So, what about your visit to the private room? Did you think I was misbehaving? Did you think I was unfaithful? Honestly, you might not believe me, but I was merely frustrated with my own feelings. He trailed off, and Meng Shichu understood his implication. She chuckled softly and said, Hocheng, remember, if I wanted to misbehave, I wouldn't give you the chance to discover it, nor would I wait until now. Hocheng's expression shifted abruptly. He swung his body over her waist, leaning down to speak in a low, intense voice. Absolutely not. I want to allow you to engage in such antics. If you wish to play, let us do it together. I will accompany you in whatever you desire. Chapter 042. A growing affection. That evening, Hocheng was utterly unrestrained, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. He claimed this was his way of apologizing. Meng Shichu was at a loss for words. Was this truly an apology? Was he merely indulging in his own eccentricities? Hocheng playfully nibbled at her ear, asking if she felt uncomfortable. Meng Shichu insisted it was enough, pushing him away. She had always believed that some things could be excessive, and this was verging on madness. Perhaps it was her own conservatism at play. Yet, que persisted, perturbed, reminding her that it was Saturday and they had no work the next day. As night enveloped them, the atmosphere within their room was intoxicating, and they engaged in playful banter for what felt like an eternity, filled with fervor. The next morning, Meng Shichu's biological clock rang true, as always. She rose from bed, only to be pulled back into Hocheng's embrace. Just a little longer, he urged. She turned to him, who had yet to open his eyes, and mentioned her need for exercise. A day without it is fine, he murmured, promising to join her later. She remained silent, to which he added that one should learn to relish life and not be so rigid. Meng Shichu quipped, what if I become plump and my skin sags by the time I'm in my 30s or 40s? Will you still say the same? Hocheng chuckled. If you look like that, I'll probably have changed too. We'll just have to tolerate each other. Before she could respond, he insisted, oh, I didn't sleep enough last night. A little more rest won't hurt. Reluctantly, Meng Shichu pulled the blanket over herself. This lack of discipline in their lives was something she had only experienced since marrying Hocheng. Neither particularly enjoyed nor despised it. Suddenly, Meng Shichu turned to face him. We're having dinner with the Pei and Hua families on Sunday. Can you make arrangements? She asked, catching him off guard. She explained that she had planned to tell him the night before, but had been too caught up in their earlier disputes. After a moment of contemplation, Hocheng replied, after lunch at my family, yes, I'll let them know. It should be fine. It had been over a month since their marriage, and their families had yet to meet formally, which had led to speculation about the seriousness of their union. It was crucial to solidify their family's relationship and demonstrate a united front. Meng Shichu smiled at his response and inquired, shall we get started? Yes, let us go, he exclaimed, already springing to his feet. After freshening up, they donned their athletic attire and headed downstairs. They completed a quick run, showered, and prepared breakfast, only to realize it was nearly 10 o'clock. Hocheng, dressed in a shirt and trousers, asked, how do I look? Isn't it just casual wear for your own home? She replied. Hocheng explained, last time doesn't count. It's my first time bringing you home, so I must be a bit more formal. Dressing too casually would imply I don't value you. His words raised Meng Shichu's eyebrows. I've never heard that before. However, considering the Hua family's traditions, she nodded, recognizing the importance of formality. Your description is quite something. In contrast, Meng Shichu wore something simple, a white t-shirt, wide-leg pants, and low heels, exuding an air of understated elegance. Hocheng commented, You resemble a friendly neighborhood office worker. That's a first for me, she replied, as no one had ever likened her to a neighborly figure before. They set off, with Hocheng driving. At Meng Shichu's request, he headed toward the Xiangshan Meiyuan Villa area, likely to visit her beloved animals. As before, they were greeted by the cawing of crows and the excited antics of cats and dogs, along with the ants in the lobby's box. In the backyard, two hawks strutted about, unfazed by her arrival. Upon spotting her, they flapped their wings excitedly, allowing her to scratch their underarms. After feeding them, Meng Shichu went upstairs and soon returned with a red box. Hocheng, curious, asked, "What is this?" She handed him the box without a word. Opening it, he discovered a string of prayer beads, the scent of sandalwood wafting through the air. Sandalwood? He guessed. Meng Shichu confirmed, 108 beads of old mountain sandalwood. Upon closer inspection, he inquired, "Is this a Buddhist item?" "Yes, it should be suitable to gift to my grandmother." "Are you really willing to part with it?" he asked, aware that some things, despite their modest value, are rare treasures. Meng Shichu explained, "I'm not yet of an age to possess such sacred items, and sandalwood is known for its calming and sleep-inducing properties. Given my grandmother's long years in the temple, it would be beneficial for her." Listening to her, Hocheng felt a warmth enveloping his heart. During their last visit to the Hua family, she had also thoughtfully prepared gifts. In contrast, he realized his own previous offerings to the Pei family had not been as heartfelt. Reflecting on his inexplicable moodiness the day before, he felt a pang of guilt. Noticing his silence, Meng Shichu frowned. "What's with that expression?" "It's my fault," Hocheng admitted, pulling her into an embrace. Confused, Meng Shichu was left with a multitude of questions. Was it not said that women are the ones prone to emotional fluctuations? Why was Hocheng so unpredictable? Releasing her, he placed the box in her hands. "Meng Shichu, I'll strive to treat you better from now on." Perplexed, she chose not to delve further and walked past him. Hocheng followed closely, declaring, "I'm not joking. I'm serious." "All right, I believe you," she replied, though he sensed her response was merely polite agreement. He quickened his pace to match hers, taking her wrist as they walked side by side. "I think I'm starting to like you. Truly, no jokes." "Okay." Meng Shichu nodded calmly, her demeanor unchanged, devoid of any blush. Hocheng remarked, "You don't believe me." "I do." Yet, Hocheng felt she didn't genuinely believe him. He decided that such matters required time to demonstrate his sincerity. On their way to what he assumed was the Hua residence, Meng Shichu directed him instead to a jewelry store. "Are you buying jewelry?" "Yes," she confirmed with a nod. After parking, Hocheng took her hand and led her into the store. "Whatever catches your eye, I'll buy it for you." Meng Shichu browsed briefly before stopping at the section for bracelets. She selected a single-strand bracelet made of large black beads with a jade pai shio charm. Hocheng observed the bracelet on his wrist, puzzled. "Aren't you the one buying it?" "It's for you," she said, handing her card to the cashier. Hocheng was momentarily dazed and asked, "Why are you buying this for me?" "Didn't I say that when you finally like me, I'd celebrate?" She replied with a smile, her tone remarkably nonchalant. Hocheng was taken aback. He had indeed made such a remark not long ago, yet he had forgotten it. To him, her casual demeanor had seemed like a fleeting comment, while she had remembered it and acted upon it with remarkable resolve. This realization struck him profoundly, filling his heart with a sweetness akin to fresh honey gathered in spring, evoking deep emotions. Hocheng intended to purchase it from Meng Shichu, but was halted by her, who remarked that he could buy it for her once she discovered her own affections for him. "You must be swift in that case," Hocheng murmured. Meng Shichu calmly reassured him, urging him to be patient. Chapter 043. Precious gifts for important people upon arriving at the old residence of the Hua family. It was already 11:30. The atmosphere was notably tranquil this time, as neither the second nor the third branch of the family had made an appearance. Present were Hua father, Hua mother, Hocheng, and the matriarch. Meng Shichu cordially greeted everyone, and the grandmother took her hand, kindly inquiring, "Little Chu, did the last visit frighten you? I apologize on behalf of your ill-mannered second aunt. I have punished her, and she shall not dare to act rudely towards you again. Rest assured." "Oh, grandmother, you're being too harsh." "It was nothing," Meng Shichu replied, presenting the gifts she had brought, hoping the grandmother would find them to her liking. "You dear girl, what gifts are needed? We are destined to be one family," the grandmother beamed, her eyes crinkling with joy. Hocheng, standing nearby, encouraged grandmother, "Please open it. This is a cherished item from Shichu, obtained through fate from the Buddhist realm." The grandmother, having held a profound trust in such tokens over the years, eagerly opened the box. A rich aroma wafted out, enveloping them in a comforting embrace. Upon closer inspection, the beads bore marks from the Buddhist sanctum, undeniably rare treasures. "This is truly exquisite," the grandmother exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "Little Chu, this is far too precious." Meng Shichu smiled, replying, "That is precisely why I wish to gift it to someone important." Her words were truly beautiful, causing the grandmother's face to light up as she pulled Meng Shichu to sit beside her, engaging in warm conversation. As they chatted, the grandmother suddenly remarked, "You know, a few years ago, I encountered your mother. She was as beautiful as ever. You still remember how my mother looked back then?" Meng Shichu asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. "Of course," the grandmother replied proudly. "Your mother adored romance and was open to all beliefs. She and her husband used to transcribe scriptures together at the temple, praying in unison, deeply in love." It was Meng Ling who recognized her. Exchanging a few words, Meng Ling was immensely grateful for the words spoken by her and her husband 20 years ago, which had emboldened her to keep the child. Now, with both a son and a daughter, she had acquired a beautiful love and a fulfilling marriage. She also mentioned how her daughter was exceptionally talented, and her very existence brought her immense happiness. The grandmother had felt profoundly gratified, never imagining that the girl would eventually become her granddaughter-in-law. It was all destined by fate. During lunch, the grandmother insisted that Meng Shichu sit next to her. As she grew older, her aspirations for fame and fortune had lessened, leading her to value family harmony and tranquility much more. She firmly believed that as long as the family was united, all would naturally prosper. After lunch, Hocheng finally broached the subject at hand. In an effort to clear Meng Shichu's name, he said, "I have a rather tight schedule. Please do not scold me, grandmother." Her father and her mother exchanged knowing glances. It was evident that Meng Shichu had orchestrated this meeting. However, observing their son defend his wife brought them reassurance. This time, their foolish son had truly learned his lesson. The meeting place had already been arranged by Meng Shichu. Yet, Hocheng suddenly wore a conflicted expression. "As for my second uncle, do not concern yourself with them," the grandmother interjected, adding, "Just summon the third branch. The second branch is of no consequence." The second aunt had been sentenced by the grandmother to 3 months of scripture copying in the mountains to cultivate her character and prevent further disturbances. With the grandmother's authority in place, Hocheng felt relieved. He had indeed been genuinely angered by his uncle and aunt's behavior previously. It had been utterly unacceptable. The grandmother, still sprightly despite her age, held progressive views. Hocheng called his third uncle, who arrived shortly thereafter, bringing a gift for Meng Shichu. "I had prepared this last time, but didn't get the chance to give it to you. I hope you don't mind, little Chu." "Oh, it's nothing," she replied graciously. As the grandmother required rest in the afternoon due to her age, Hocheng and Meng Shichu decided to stay for dinner. At her mother's suggestion, they organized a mahjong game. Due to the increase in players, Hocheng could not join the table and merely observed. After several rounds, Meng Shichu found herself at a considerable disadvantage. "Little Chu, you needn't feel obliged to let us win," her mother remarked. "Indeed, it's family entertainment. Show us your true skills." The third uncle chimed in. Hocheng, exasperated, leaned closer to Meng Shichu and whispered, "Is this truly your level of skill?" With an awkward smile, she replied, "I just have a basic understanding. I'm not proficient." Moreover, she had never participated in such games before, whether mahjong or poker, only possessing a superficial knowledge. "Don't worry," Hocheng reassured her. "If you lose, it counts as my loss." After an afternoon of play, Meng Shichu continued to lose. At the end, Hocheng settled the payments with his parents and third uncle without any hesitation. Dinner was lavish, and Hocheng shared a few drinks with his father and third uncle. That evening, the two decided to stay overnight at the old residence. Previously, during their brief visit, Meng Shichu hadn't entered Hocheng's room. As she entered now, she noticed that Hocheng's room in the old residence was much brighter in style compared to the other courtyard, which was rather dull and typical of a cold demeanor. Hocheng explained, "I hope you want to be angry, but the decor of the other courtyard was influenced by a comment from Xia Yinxian." She said, "Hocheng, can you not be so immature? Just because someone saved your life doesn't mean you owe them anything. I don't like boys who are so childish." At that time, he had a simplistic mindset, believing he had to portray maturity, leading him to change his wardrobe to darker colors, adopt a more adult hairstyle, and even move out, decorating his new home in a simple, dark-toned style to reflect his newfound maturity. In retrospect, he now realized how foolish he had been. Meng Shichu found this amusing. "Are you mocking me?" Hocheng pulled her down onto the sofa. She shook her head, simply stating, "Changing for someone is a rather cool thing." This unexpected answer intrigued him. Many absurd actions, when interpreted by Meng Shichu, became extraordinarily unique. Her thoughts often transcended conventional boundaries, leading to the most surprising conclusions. After a moment of astonishment, Hocheng inquired, "So, have you ever changed for anyone?" "No," Meng Shichu replied without hesitation. Noticing Hocheng's silent gaze, she continued, "Throughout my life, no one has ever asked me to change anything. Everyone has always told me to be myself, that I am already the best version of me." Hocheng remarked, "I have truly never encountered anyone quite like you." This isn't meant as an insult. "You are simply remarkable." Meng Shichu smiled slightly. "I was born into privilege, lacking nothing in terms of material needs or affection. Therefore, small acts of kindness and trivial sacrifices do not move me. Because of this, I am unaware of what it feels like to love someone or how to change for them." This seemed to be a complex and contradictory proposition, one whose answer might require a longer journey to uncover. Hocheng experienced a fleeting sense of disappointment, but graciously replied, "It's all right. Just be yourself." Although Meng Shichu did not love him, she had never loved anyone else, yet she found herself married to him. In that sense, he had indeed won. Chapter 44. The affectionate exchange between Mr. and Mrs. Hua. Meng Shichu rose early. Mrs. Hua was tending to her flowers, while Mr. Hua and Hocheng were exercising in the gym behind. Meng Shichu approached Mrs. Hua and greeted, "Good morning, Mom. Why are you up so early, Xiaochu?" "You should sleep a little longer," Mrs. Hua replied, holding a watering can as she approached Meng Shichu. "Is it because the environment is unfamiliar that you couldn't sleep well?" "I'm just used to waking up early," Meng Shichu said, reaching for the watering can to assist Mrs. Hua with the flowers. "Let me do it." "You should rest," Mrs. Hua gently declined, explaining that these were precious flowers she had nurtured. A little too much water or insufficient watering could lead to their immediate demise. Meng Shichu recognized the value of these plants and refrained from insisting. "My mother also loves to tend to flowers, but she spends most of her time outside, so it's usually my stepfather who takes care of them." Mrs. Hua paused, reflecting, "Your stepfather must be a very gentle man." In contrast, her own husband enjoyed chess and fishing, deeming her passion for flowers a mere waste of time and never lending a hand with their care. Yet, she felt content. After years of business marriage, they maintained mutual respect and seldom quarreled. Their relationship, though plain, was stable and satisfactory. Half an hour later, Hocheng descended from upstairs. Clad in loose home attire, his hair tousled, embodying the essence of a dutiful son. He approached Meng Shichu and asked, "When did you wake up?" "I don't recall. It's been a while." "I didn't want to disturb your deep slumber," she replied, smiling. Standing before Meng Shichu, Hocheng scratched the back of his head, trying to appear endearing. Mrs. Hua walked over and playfully tapped Hocheng on the head, feigning reproach. "You are never as well behaved as Xiaochu. She's helping me with the flowers. She recognizes them and knows how to care for them. Unlike you, who, like your father, shows little regard for my interests." Mrs. Hua intended to subtly admonish Hocheng, recalling his previous foolishness, but upon uttering these words, Hocheng's expression shifted. Mr. Hua and Hocheng, who had just come from the backyard, halted abruptly. Hocheng turned to his father, noticing the discomfort etched on Mr. Hua's sweaty face. Hocheng sensed the tension, ready to speak to Meng Shichu when Mrs. Hua cheerfully chimed in. "What are you all standing around for?" Hurry and wash up for breakfast." With that, she took the watering can and stepped outside. An awkward silence ensued as Mr. Hua, with a stern expression, approached Mrs. Hua instead of ascending the stairs. Hocheng followed closely, exchanging glances with Hoche, worried that Mr. Hua might feel his pride was wounded by Mrs. Hua's remarks, leading to conflict. In an instant, Mr. Hua stood before Mrs. Hua, reaching for the watering can in her hand, his voice stiff as if he were saving face. "Let me help you with that. Give it back. You don't know how to care for these delicate flowers. What if you ruin them? If I ruin them, I'll compensate you. Do you think I'm incapable of that?" Mr. Hua forcibly seized the watering can, raising it high, while Mrs. Hua attempted to reclaim it unsuccessfully. Irritated, she snapped, "You're being utterly unreasonable. Xiaochu is here today. I don't wish to argue with you." With that, she turned to leave. Mr. Hua grasped her arm, his tone softening. "Where are you going? You didn't tell me how much to water. What if I ruin them?" Just as Mrs. Hua was about to refuse his help, Hoche interjected, "Mom, why don't you teach Dad? That way, when Xiaochu and I take you on trips, Dad can help you care for your precious flowers." A smile had already crept onto Mrs. Hua's face, and Mr. Hua turned to Hoche, teasing, "Besides sleeping in, you talk too much." Hoche playfully tugged Meng Shichu towards the dining room and remarked loudly, "How curious. Dad's face is actually turning red. It's the first time I've seen it." Meng Shichu lowered her voice. "You should say less." As expected, Mr. Hua's furious shout echoed behind them. "You little rascal, are you asking for a beating?" Hoche dared not raise his voice again, whispering to Meng Shichu, "Dad is embarrassed." Meanwhile, Mrs. Hua tugged at her husband's reddened face, exasperated. "Why are you yelling at the children so early in the morning?" "Yes, being annoying. Just let it be," Mrs. Hua whispered. Mr. Hua retorted, "You spoil him." Mrs. Hua continued, "Xiaoche has improved significantly since he and Xiaochu got married. We should encourage that." Mr. Hua replied, "That's because Xiaochu keeps him in check. If it were someone else, Hoche would be a handful." Mrs. Hua asserted, "He and Xiaochu are destined for one another. Encountering one's fated partner often brings about change. Are you envious? Our decades-long marriage isn't destined? You're being ridiculous, while later, Hocheng, having finished his shower and donned home attire, arrived for breakfast. Noticing his parents hadn't yet joined, he asked Hoche, "Have Mom and Dad eaten?" "Okay." Munching on food, chuckled, "They've gone off to flirt." In the past, Mr. Hua had never been so attached to Mrs. Hua, let alone watering flowers. It was truly a novelty. Hoche leaned closer to Meng Shichu and said, "You are the lucky star of our family." Their parents' previously stagnant marriage seemed to have undergone a transformation. What else could it be but a stroke of good fortune? After breakfast, Hoche and Meng Shichu strolled nearby, eventually arriving at the deepest part of the artificial pond. This affluent district featured 2 large artificial ponds from its inception. The property management released fish fry annually, allowing residents to fish, with the ponds being replenished every 2 years, distributing the grown fish to the homeowners. Mr. Hua spent many a weekend afternoon here. Dad used to love having me accompany him fishing, but I couldn't stand the inactivity. I was scolded many times. After moving out, I seldom returned. During family banquets, I would eat and then leave. Hoche recounted, guilt washing over him. Despite his disobedience in his previous life, when he was captured, his family spared no effort to rescue him. It was his own failure. No wonder, after becoming a drifting soul, he found his reputation had shifted from the eccentric young master to a useless one. Meng Shichu squeezed Hoche's hand, offering reassurance it's never too late. She was unaware of Hoche's past misdeeds, only knowing that from their first encounter, he had always been a good person, innocent, bright, and eager to help. "You are right," Hoche nodded, his mood quickly brightening. "Everything will improve." Meng Shichu smiled, gazing into the distance, suddenly pointing to a willow tree. "Isn't that third uncle?" Indeed it was. "Let us go greet him." The Hua family resided in this area, with only the eldest branch living near the old residence, making encounters frequent. As they approached, Hoche patted third uncle on the shoulder from behind. Third uncle turned, recognizing them. "Oh, are you two here to fish?" "Just taking a stroll and letting Xiaochu familiarize herself with the surroundings," Hoche replied. Third uncle stood up, offering a chair. "Xiaochu, please sit." "I'd rather not." Third uncle. Just sit for a while. Third uncle beamed and added, don't walk too far ahead. Hocheng inquired, why not? Your second uncle is fishing over there. He acts like a firecracker, very touchy. You don't want to provoke him. Upon hearing this, Hocheng hesitated. His second uncle was notorious for being overly dramatic, as if he had stepped out of a feudal dynasty. The family division had been instigated by him, and though he meant no harm, he adhered to a multitude of nonsensical rules that left others bewildered. Noticing Meng Shichu studying the bait, third uncle asked, do you know how to fish, Xiaochu? Meng Shichu shook her head. No, I don't. Li Gandad has a fondness for fishing. When she was around 10, she accompanied him a few times, but found it rather tedious, leading to her no longer being invited to join him on his fishing excursions. The activity indeed proved to be monotonous. She preferred to engage in vigorous exercise at the boxing gym, relishing the opportunity to sweat and move. Come, let me teach you. I'll share a rod with you. Meng Shichu showed a flicker of interest and began to fiddle with the equipment alongside Hocheng. Before long, an hour had slipped by, and despite their efforts, Meng Shichu and Hocheng had failed to catch even a single fish. In contrast, their Uncle San was soon laughing heartily, having already reeled in several fish, including a rather large silver carp that was caught by sheer chance. His success brought him great joy, drawing the attention of nearby anglers. How on earth did you manage to catch a silver carp? Your luck is extraordinary. I've been fishing for a week without a single bite. They were envious, pleading for a fraction of his fortune. A group of disappointed anglers lamented their luck, while Uncle San basked in his glory, even calling his elder brother to boast, Brother, I'm coming over for lunch. I caught a big fish. You won't believe it. Ever since Xiaoche and Xiaochu visited, I've been on a roll, though they haven't caught a thing. Meanwhile, Hocheng glanced at the motionless rod and suggested to Meng Shichu, shall we relocate? The fish here seemed to be nibbling at Uncle San's hooks. We aren't having any luck. Meng Shichu replied, Li Gandad often comes up empty-handed as well. Her stepfather, along with Li Gandad, shared a group chat that she was part of. Whenever Li Gandad boasted about his fishing exploits, her stepfather would inevitably inquire about the catch, prompting Li Gandad to retort for him to refrain from asking. Fishing is not merely a pastime, but also an endeavor to satiate the fish. I'm done, Hocheng declared, placing the fishing rod down and taking Meng Shichu's hand, preparing to leave, while also addressing the pleased Uncle San. Uncle, we're off. We'll be taking the fish. Good. Hocheng, unabashed, poured the fish from the net into a bucket and carried it away. By midday, Uncle San returned to the old residence, carrying his fishing gear. Meng Shichu stifled a laugh and nudged Hocheng with her elbow. Hocheng, catching on, asked, How many big fish did you catch, Uncle? Uncle San pursed his lips and countered. Were the 4 from earlier not enough for you? Hocheng feigned understanding. Oh, so after Xiaochu and I leave, you didn't catch a single one, right? Uncle San sighed. Xiaochu, please keep an eye on Hocheng. He is making me sound pathetic. Hocheng chuckled. This was all taught to me by Meng Shichu. My wife is quite clever. Later, during lunch, the same question arose from his father. Third brother, how many big fish did you catch after my son and daughter-in-law left? Uncle San. Chapter 045. The novel of Hocheng and Meng Shichu after lunch. The members of the Hua family gathered in the hall to enjoy tea. Soon, it was time for the matriarch's rest. Before heading upstairs, she took Meng Shichu's hand and presented her with a glass bangle that she had worn for many years. Without allowing Meng Shichu a word, the matriarch stated that it was a family heirloom given to her by her mother-in-law on her wedding day, meant not just for anyone, but specifically for the one who married first. Since you and Xiaoche are the first to marry, it rightfully belongs to you. She paused and added, I am now of an age where I no longer oversee family matters. I shall not attend the evening meeting between our families to spare you any discomfort. Her voice was gentle, and her countenance benevolent. Xiaochu, you and Xiaoche must cherish one another. She then turned to Hocheng, advising him to learn contentment and to treasure those before him. I understand, Grandma. Hocheng nodded repeatedly, positioning himself beside Meng Shichu. The matriarch carefully placed the bangle on Meng Shichu's wrist, and then placed her hand in a Hocheng's before nodding to the housekeeper, who assisted her in departing for her rest. After her departure, Mr. and Mrs. Hua engaged Meng Shichu in a discussion regarding the formalities of their marriage. Although they were to meet with the Pei family that evening, it was essential to first discuss matters with Meng Shichu. Following Hua Che's prior promise, they would provide 5 times the traditional gift, translating to an 8th share in the company split between 2 enterprises, a leisure complex and a hotel. Mr. Hua inquired, "These assets will be under your name. Do you have any additional requests, perhaps regarding properties, vehicles, jewelry, or antiques? We are open to negotiations." Mrs. Hua chimed in, reassuring Meng Shichu, "Rest assured, our acknowledgement of your marriage does not imply our disregard for you and Xiao Che. In today's world, the divorce rate is alarmingly high." Meng Shichu, possessing a courageous mother and lacking for nothing herself, knew that if her fundamental needs were unmet, she might readily cast Hocheng aside. With Hocheng's illustrious past, what girl would dare to claim him so easily? Meng Shichu smiled and replied, "I have no significant objections. My initial agreement to marry Hocheng was motivated by the prospect of fostering a partnership beneficial for both families." Her foresight was commendable, and Mr. and Mrs. Hua felt considerably reassured by her words. Shortly after 3 o'clock, Meng Shichu and Hocheng set out for the Pei family residence. Pei Jinhui guided them inside, casually noting that her father had been selecting a tie for an hour. Pei Guangyan placed great importance on this meeting with his future in-laws, despite the marriage already being established. Upon learning of Meng Shichu and Hocheng's return, he descended the stairs, holding 3 ties. "Xiao Chu, which tie do you think I should wear?" he asked, seeking her opinion. Having not dressed so formally in years, he felt inexplicably excited, fearing he might ruin the occasion. Meng Shichu chose a light-colored tie, exclaiming, "This one looks sharp." "All right, I'll trust your judgment," Pei Guangyan responded. As he made his way upstairs, he called for Meng Shichu but told Hocheng, son-in-law, "You stay and enjoy some tea with Jinhui." Once in the study, Pei Guangyan asked, "Do you have any thoughts on the dowry from the whole family?" To ease any worries Meng Shichu might have, he quickly clarified, "Everything given by the Hua family is for you. I merely worry they might offer insufficiently, which could lead to your dissatisfaction. They cannot think that after your marriage to Hocheng, they can cut corners. That would be quite improper, and I know your mother would never approve." Upon mentioning Meng Shichu's mother, a softness enveloped Pei Guangyan's features. Meng Shichu, unreserved, replied that the Hua family had no intentions of shortchanging her. Hocheng had publicly committed to offering 5 times the customary dowry, along with a long-term partnership between their families. "As long as it's substantial. If they dare to offer less, I will certainly confront them." Pei Guangyan breathed a sigh of relief. Relieve his daughter would not be wronged. He then produced documents, stating, "I have prepared a dowry for you." "But Dad, wasn't he the previous stock consider my dowry?" she inquired. "That was always meant for you. But I have also procured a manor, a car, and 2 yachts. Your brother is aware and has no objections." These items had been previously agreed upon during her initial engagement to Hocheng, but since that marriage never materialized, they remained unallocated. "You must accept these. I cannot allow you to refuse." Pei Guangyan added, "I know you have received gifts from Ningchuan, but if you were to reject what I offer, it would invite unwarranted speculation from outsiders." Meng Shichu merely smiled, accepting her fate. She felt liberated and assured, knowing her future was secure. At 6:30 in the evening, Pei Guangyan and Pei Jinhui arrived at the hotel, where they encountered the Hua family. Pei Guangyan shook hands with Mr. Hua, while Pei Jinhui exchanged greetings with Hocheng. As Meng Shichu and Hocheng served as the bridge between the 2 families, they proceeded amicably into the private room. Having previously consulted Meng Shichu, the meeting transpired smoothly, with all parties expressing satisfaction. As they concluded, Mr. Pei and Mr. Hua exchanged firm handshakes multiple times. At parting, Mr. Pei advised Hocheng, "Take good care, my daughter. If you mistreat her, I shall not let you off lightly." Mr. Hua chimed in, "Rest assured, if my son dares to harm Shichu, I will not spare him either. Our family holds her in high esteem and will not allow any mistreatment." Hua family's 3rd uncle chuckled, adding, "Of course, aside from my increasingly unreasonable second brother and sister-in-law, who have made life difficult for their poor children and have received their fair share of scolding from the matriarch." The 2 families parted on joyful terms. That evening, news of the meeting between the Pei and Hua families spread through the business community, causing quite a stir. Many small circles of acquaintances speculated whether a partnership had been established. Among the most anxious was the Duan family, as they remained the last of the three prominent families standing alone. Late at night, Mr. Duan visited the villa of Duan Xiao, directly inquiring whether the Hua and Pei families had indeed formed a partnership. Isn't that to be expected? Duan Xiao replied. Hocheng and Meng Shichu are already married, and their relationship is solid. A collaboration between the two families is inevitable. Why are you so unconcerned? Mr. Duan pressed, exasperated as he poked Duan Xiao's forehead. With the He family's decline, the Pei and Hua families are banding together. This is an obvious attempt to sideline our family. What good will worry do? Duan Xiao retorted helplessly. Who could have anticipated that the union between the Pei and He families would lead to such a downfall? Moreover, who could foresee Hocheng's sudden proposal to Meng Shichu? And who would have thought she would accept? It seemed all events had coincidentally aligned perfectly. Seeing the calmness of Duan Xiao, Mr. Duan fell silent for a moment before stating, I will find you a suitable match. It's about time you settled down. Duan Xiao was taken aback. Must it happen so abruptly? Is this sudden? Mr. Duan reprimanded. You spend all your time with Hocheng, with him marrying Meng Shichu. It clearly excludes you. How can you be so naive? The next day, news of the alliance between the Pei and Hua families dominated the business headlines, creating significant ripples. When Meng Shichu arrived at the office, she knew the past week had been busy with travel, and the weekend had left her little opportunity to catch up on work. Today would be particularly hectic. As noon approached, her assistant, Jiang Wen, delivered a package in a file folder marked for Meng Shichu. Who sent this? She inquired, noticing there was no sender listed. It appears to be a local delivery. Jiang Wen replied, opening it. Upon inspecting the contents, he stammered, Miss, it's a novel. Meng Shichu raised an eyebrow. A novel? Jiang Wen handed it to her, revealing the protagonist to be a son-in-law and Miss Xia. Meng Shichu frowned. Why does this Miss Xia keep resurfacing? Upon closer inspection, she noted the title was Rebirth. Chapter 046, as Hocheng observed the rumors circulating in the Kyoto business district regarding the alliance between the Hua and Pei families. Meng Shichu found herself captivated by a serialized novel. The author seemed to deliberately tantalize readers, sending 5 or 6 pages daily via local courier. It had been years since Meng Shichu had pursued a novel, evoking a nostalgic feeling reminiscent of her school days spent indulging in serialized stories. Before she knew it, Friday had arrived. Today, Hocheng had come to her office, and, as she stepped out of the car, she waved at him. Hocheng leaned out, replying, I'll come find you for lunch. All right, she responded, proceeding to ascend to her office. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Wen entered, carrying work documents. Meng Shichu smiled and inquired, No novel today? Jiang Wen shook his head, stating he hadn't received any emails and would check the front desk later. Meng Shichu brushed it off and immersed herself in her work. The backlog had long been cleared, and her days at the office had become particularly relaxed, primarily involving the review of revenue reports and project plans from her various companies and ventures. At noon, Hocheng arrived early, bearing snacks and fruits. Entering Meng Shichu's office, he noticed 2 stacks of documents on her desk while she participated in a video conference on her computer. Just a moment. I'll be done soon, she assured him, as the sound from the video ceased. Hocheng, feeling somewhat bored, began to wander around her office, which was a temporary setup designed by Lin Shun and appeared somewhat sparse, lacking many furnishings. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to message his assistant, select 2 potted indoor money trees, and send them to Lin Shun's design office. After surveying the room, he sent another message, set up a fish tank, and procured 2 golden arowanas to deliver as well. Upon seeing that Meng Shichu's desk contained only her computer and documents, he added, choose a desk decoration in the shape of a toad. Within a brief span of 10 minutes, Hocheng sent 8 messages. When Yemo received them, he simply replied, received. As Meng Shichu continued with her work, Hocheng settled onto a nearby sofa, feeling a rising sense of ennui. He was about to check the news on his phone when he noticed a stack of papers on the coffee table, covered with densely packed text. It did not resemble project files or contracts, and given its location, it was likely not confidential. Driven by curiosity, he picked it up and quickly recognized two familiar characters, Hocheng. His initial thought was that Meng Shichu had hired someone to investigate him. This didn't particularly concern him. It was perhaps related to events shortly after their marriage. However, the next moment, he noticed another name, Xia Yinqian. The combination of these two names caused his expression to shift from calm to tumultuous, prompting him to examine the contents more closely. The papers weren't merely data collection, but rather records of everyday life, all pertaining to Xia Yinqian. As he read further, his demeanor grew increasingly somber. The events detailed within were all too real, and they had transpired in a previous life. Without realizing it, his grip on the pages tightened, crumpling the paper in his hands. As he delved deeper into the narrative, his entire demeanor darkened. At some point, Meng Shichu approached him and gently took the papers from his grasp. Turning towards her, he met her composed gaze. "Where did this come from?" he asked, his tone unusually grave. "Most likely sent by your ex," Meng Shichu replied. "Xia Yinqian," Oki adopted, rising with fury that enveloped him, his fingers tightening as though grasping someone's throat. He tossed the papers onto the coffee table, and Meng Shichu seized his wrist, urging, "Let's go eat." "Did you book a table?" "Yes," he answered stiffly, devoid of the earlier cheerfulness. While waiting for the elevator, Meng Shichu glanced at Hocheng's expression. Noting the absence of his smile and the coldness in his eyes, his anger barely concealed. As the elevator doors opened, Meng Shichu stepped inside without pulling him along. She turned back to find Hocheng watching her with a scrutinizing gaze. During peak hours, the elevator was crowded with workers, and Meng Shichu decided to step out. As the studio employees exited, they greeted both Meng Shichu and Hocheng. "Ms. Meng." "Mr. Ho," one curious individual asked, "why didn't you both get off when the elevator just arrived?" Hocheng attempted to maintain a neutral expression despite the tension. Meng Shichu forgot something in the office. He replied, "Please, go ahead," she said, pulling Hocheng back in her office. Once inside, she released his wrist and moved to close the door. Standing before him, arms crossed, she asked calmly, "What is going on?" Hocheng bit his lip, his gaze fixed on her, struggling to voice his thoughts. "Speak," Meng Shichu insisted, her tone firm. Hocheng's lips moved, yet no sound emerged. He was acutely aware that some topics were sensitive. Once questioned, they could lead to misunderstandings, especially as women tended to be more perceptive in these matters. Yet he found himself troubled by these issues. The atmosphere grew heavy, prompting Meng Shichu to turn and walk towards her desk, saying over her shoulder, "If you don't wish to discuss it, I won't force you. You seem unfit for lunch. I'll have someone take you back to the company." In the blink of an eye, she reached her desk, dialing her bodyguard Jiangwu. "Come over and take my husband back to his company. Have Jiangwu bring me lunch." Once everything was arranged, Meng Shichu placed her phone on the desk and sat down, preparing to resume her review of documents. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over her as Hocheng approached. He leaned against the desk, his body slightly inclined forward, demanding, "I want to know if you knew I was coming and intentionally left those papers on the coffee table for me to find." Such behavior implied suspicion, doubt, and testing. He would have preferred that Meng Shichu approach him directly and ask, just as Xia Yinqian had done previously, straightforwardly calling him to handle matters. Simple, direct, and devoid of concealment. Every attempt at probing and doubting could destabilize their relationship, and he was reluctant to ask, yet the matter weighed heavily on his mind. If he remained silent, it would lead to suspicion and testing. If he asked, it would undoubtedly upset Meng Shichu. Caught in this internal conflict, he realized the necessity of addressing his concerns, especially since he could sense Meng Shichu's growing anger. "Is this all about that?" Meng Shichu questioned, her eyes meeting his. "If you intentionally left that there for me to find, it suggests you're testing me. I think you might as well have just asked." Hocheng candidly expressed his thoughts. "Huh," Meng Shichu replied with a faint smile, diverting her gaze to resume work on her computer. After about half a minute, she turned her screen towards him, revealing, "The local courier will begin deliveries on Monday. It has been serialized for 4 days, but nothing arrived today." Having once pursued novels herself, she understood that the story had yet to reach its conclusion. The narrative depicted Hocheng's obsessive pursuit of Xia Yinqian, who fled while he chased her relentlessly, disregarding everything in his path. It bore a striking resemblance to the dramatic style she had encountered in novels during her youth, filled with torment, where the first love would inflict endless suffering yet still remain enamored. Eventually, they would part ways, only to reunite, realizing they were still in love with one another. In essence, it was a tale of suffering followed by happiness, regardless of the circumstances, even if one had harmed the other's family. Quite explosive. However, the story remained unfinished, hinting at Hocheng's involvement in the demise of Xia Yinqian's first love, Su Zizhou, leading to Xia Yinqian's vengeful retreat from the scene. She was quite eager to see how the plot would unfold, particularly how Xia Yinqian planned to exact her revenge on Hocheng. Yet today, the anticipated document had not arrived, leaving her in suspense. Little did she realize that a mere stack of A4 paper, coupled with her absent-minded action, had led Hocheng to contemplate so much. The computer displayed the surveillance playback, and Meng Shichu pointed at the time in the upper right corner of the video. After watching it on Monday, I carelessly tossed the paper onto the coffee table, and the same occurred 3 days later. I merely sought amusement from it. Did you think I would clutter my desk with such trivialities or preserve them in a drawer for safekeeping? Hocheng clearly observed that during the playback, as Meng Shichu exited, she randomly discarded those papers onto the coffee table, scattering them about. She left, and then Jiang entered, casually tidying up, yet still left them on the coffee table. Hocheng's cheeks burned with a sense of indignation, as if he were judging a noble heart with the perspective of a petty person. Meng Shichu inquired whether he needed to review the playback from Tuesday to Thursday. Chapter 47. Conflicts. Hocheng shook his head repeatedly, gesturing dismissively. No need. Upon seeing Meng Shichu turn her computer screen, he quickly added, "My apologies, I overthought things. Assuming you were deliberately testing me. I mentioned before, I have little interest in your past with Xia Yinqian. If I were to use such tactics to probe you, it would be beneath me." Meng Shichu's voice was calm and devoid of emotion. "Your overthinking might stem from your keen perception and excessive contemplation, which I cannot match." Just as Hocheng was about to respond, Meng Shichu continued, "It's best to clarify things now." She remained composed, as if no tempest could disturb the surface of a tranquil lake. The more serene she appeared, the more unnerving it became. Oki suggested, "Let us go out for a meal." "No," Meng Shichu replied without hesitation. "It's a trivial matter, yet it does affect my mood. You may dine alone for lunch." But a knock at the door interrupted Hocheng's protest. The Jiang brothers, Jiang Wen and Jiang Wu, entered, with Jiang Wen holding Meng Shichu's lunch. The atmosphere in the room felt slightly stilted as Jiang Wen approached the coffee table, while Jiang Wu walked toward Hocheng. Jiang Wen placed the food on the table, tidying up scattered papers and neatly arranging them in one corner. Jiang Wu stood before Hocheng, saying, "Sir, allow me to escort you." Jiang Wen then called out to Meng Shichu, "Miss, it's time to dine." "All right." Meng Shichu set down the documents in her hands and stood up, only to be seized by Hocheng, who grasped her wrist. "I'm sorry," he confessed. "This is my fault, and I will amend my ways." "You may release me now," Meng Shichu replied. "We're going out to eat. I've made reservations." "I want to be going," she reiterated, unwavering in her refusal. "Shichu." "Okay." Meng Shichu interrupted him. "Such trivial matters do not affect me nor alter my perception of you. However, at this moment, I truly lack the enthusiasm to dine out. Could you please remain quiet?" Her tone remained steady, her expression unchanging, as placid as still water, her emotions remarkably stable. Hocheng did not loosen his grip. Meng Shichu spoke again. "I too share the blame. Had I been more attentive and tidied up those papers, or discarded them, you would not have been left with such uncertainties. Unfortunately, no one is flawless. She is merely an ordinary person, unable to attend to every detail. It's fine now. I'll return first. I'll pick you up after work." "All right." Seeing her agree, Hocheng's tense expression softened somewhat. "Then I shall take my leave. Please enjoy your lunch." With that, he turned to exit. Noticing Jiang Wu stepping forward to follow, Hocheng remarked, "There's no need to see me off. I drove here." Jiang Wu replied, "Then I'll accompany you to the door." When the door opened, Meng Shichu was already seated on the sofa beside the coffee table, saying to Jiang "You should also go have your meal." Of course, Jiang replied before departing. After finishing her meal and tidying up briefly, Meng Shichu resumed her work, eventually taking a short break in the lounge. At 2 o'clock, at the Xia Corporation, Xia Yunqian's brother, Xia Yunhao, arrived in haste. Assistant Liao, has President Ho issued new directives? The Xia Corporation had been facing difficulties of late, with partners withdrawing investments and declining to renew contracts. Former allies had grown distant, leaving them in a precarious position. The underlying reason was, of course, related to Xia Yunqian and Hocheng. At the engagement banquet, Xia Yunqian fled, leading to Hocheng severing ties with her. Despite her attempts to reconcile, Hocheng remained resolute in his indifference. With Hocheng cutting off relations with the Xia family, those who had previously cooperated with him due to Hocheng's influence were no longer inclined to offer their support. Now that Hocheng sent someone over, could it signify a turning point? Xia Yunhao looked at Assistant Liao with a forced smile, eager for instructions. Coldly, Liao Tianzong replied, "Our President Ho has already settled matters with Miss Xia. Should she continue her antics, he would not hesitate to take measures to ensure the Xia Corporation's disappearance, lest they remain an eyesore." Xia Yunhao and Oppo's expression changed abruptly upon hearing this. "We can find Xia Yunqian. She will soon be married to Yuan. How could she possibly?" "That's enough. There won't be a next time," Liao Tianzong stated before leaving. Xia Yunhao's face turned pale. Once Assistant Liao departed, he frantically called home. What trouble is Xia Yunqian causing now? What does she intend to do? If President Ho has issued an ultimatum, her antics could lead to the downfall of the Xia Corporation. Meng Shichu had rested for 40 minutes before resuming her work. Soon, her phone rang. It was Ning Chuan calling. "Did you have a quarrel with Hocheng?" Ning Chuan asked directly. Meng Shichu paused for a few seconds before responding. "Not exactly a quarrel. It's merely a phase of adjustment, quite normal." Ning Chuan replied, "Don't be stubborn. If he upsets you, just upset him back." Meng Shichu chuckled. "I'm not being stubborn. He is not angry with me. This is a typical process of mutual understanding, just different from our usual interactions." Hearing this, Ning Chuan couldn't help but laugh. "Daughter, you're being overly rational." Meng Shichu remarked, "That's quite fine. I want to be petty, nor let minor displeasures linger for days." Ning Chuan advised in married life, it's essential to embrace a bit of ignorance to find true happiness. Meng Shichu nodded. "All right, Dad, I'll give it a try. You understand the reasoning well. I want to elaborate. If Hocheng bullies you, tell Dad, and I'll have a word with him." After chatting with Ning Chuan, Meng Shichu hung up and noticed a WeChat message from Hocheng. "Hocheng, I ordered you a cup of milk tea, 7 parts sugar. It's on its way. Hocheng, remember to let me know if it's sweet enough." Typically, she preferred 5 or 3 parts sugar. This was the first time he ordered 7 parts. Meng Shichu replied, "It's sweet." "Hocheng, have you started drinking it?" Meng Shichu, "Not yet." "Hocheng, then how do you know it's sweet?" Meng Shichu hesitated before typing. "Anything sent by my husband is sweet." The input box displayed typing, but no message arrived. After 2 minutes of waiting, Meng Shichu inquired, "Are you composing a lengthy essay?" "Hocheng, not at all, just feeling unexpectedly happy." A knock interrupted them as Jiang entered, delivering the milk tea from Hocheng's assistant. Meng Shichu called out to him, "In the future, there's no need to relay every detail about my affairs." Jiang paused, looking down. "I apologize, miss. It won't happen again. Go ahead and attend to your duties." Once Jiang left, Meng Shichu took a sip of her milk tea and snapped a photo to send to Hocheng. Along with the image, she wrote, "Indeed, very sweet. Sweet from my mouth to my stomach." Hocheng responded with a lively emoji, followed by another message. "I've reserved a restaurant for dinner. Shall we dine out?" Meng Shichu replied, "All right." That afternoon, Hocheng arrived early, carrying a vibrant bouquet of flowers. As Meng Shichu took them from him, he seized her hand and slipped a crimson bracelet onto her wrist. A token of apology, he stated. After a brief pause, he added, "I've already issued the final ultimatum." "Understood," Meng Shichu nodded. "If she continues to pursue this matter, I shall handle it." "Good." Chapter 048. Why should we express gratitude? Hocheng chose a newly opened restaurant, reputed for its delectable dishes and owned by a local from U City, promising a taste aligned with the region. With a thoughtful disposition, he ordered dishes that arrived one after another, and Meng Shichu, upon tasting the first bite, found her spirits lifted. The flavors indeed reminded her of the unique cuisine from U City. Although she was not particularly picky, when she encountered tastes she cherished, she tended to indulge a bit more. As they exited the restaurant, Hocheng, with a sense of pride, inquired whether his choice was satisfactory. "You chose splendidly. I appreciate it," she replied. "Why express gratitude?" Hocheng was momentarily taken aback. Meng Shichu explained, "You have been considerate towards me, which warrants appreciation." Hocheng shook his head. "What I meant is, as lawful spouses, there is no need for such formalities between us." "Is that so?" Meng Shichu tilted her head slightly, pondering whether customary politeness no longer applied in this context. In her past relationships, she would often express similar sentiments. When she and Hocheng had decided to pursue engagement, she frequently conveyed such appreciation, perceiving it as a fundamental aspect of etiquette and upbringing, never having been told otherwise. Yet Hocheng asserted that spouses should not engage in such exchanges. Expressing gratitude at every turn, he noted, reflects a certain distance. Hocheng took Meng Shichu's hand and continued, "In marriage, we discuss life, emotions, ideals, and support, yet we do not dwell on manners and etiquette, as these are understood beforehand." Meng Shichu contemplated this in silence, realizing she had never heard her mother and stepfather express gratitude to one another. When Ning Chuan assisted Meng Ling in finding rare flowers, she would embrace his neck and exclaim, "You're amazing, darling." When Meng Ling sketched a portrait of Ning Chuan, he would kiss the back of her hand, proclaiming, "Wife, you are incredible. It's exactly like me." This unequivocal praise defined their interaction. Even when one faced challenges at work, the other would commend them for their intelligence rather than express gratitude. Many details had caught Meng Shichu's attention, yet without the right context, they remained elusive. Now, with the right circumstances unveiled, she suddenly comprehended. With utmost seriousness, she declared to Hocheng, "I understand now. I want to express such sentiments to you again." Hocheng was taken aback by her response. Upon reflection, he realized that every interaction with Meng Shichu had been meaningful. She was neither obstinate nor emotionally volatile, nor did she shirk responsibility. Her excellence left him at a loss for words. He suddenly acknowledged that any decent man living alongside a woman like Meng Shichu would surely find happiness, simply because she was inherently wonderful. As they reached the car, Hocheng unexpectedly suggested, "Shall we go shopping?" "Certainly," Meng Shichu replied, retracting her hand from the door handle. Hand in hand, they strolled through the bustling streets, blending into the vibrant life of the city. Abruptly, Hocheng halted, glancing at a nearby shoe store before looking down at Meng Shichu's high heels. "Let us go buy a pair of shoes," he said, pulling her towards the store. After a brief selection, Hocheng held up a pair of casual sneakers and asked for Meng Shichu's opinion. "What do you think of these?" Meng Shichu nodded and asked the clerk, "Could you please bring me a size 37 try-on?" "Thank you." The clerk promptly obliged, and Meng Shichu slipped on the sneakers, noting their comfort compared to her high heels. "I'll handle the payment," Hocheng said, requesting that the clerk pack away her high heels. At that moment, Meng Shichu's phone rang. It was Pei Guangyin calling. As soon as she answered, his voice came through. "Xiao Chu, are you coming home this weekend?" Meng Shichu replied affirmatively. "Yes." "Then return early tomorrow morning?" Considering she had no other plans, she agreed. Just after hanging up, Meng Ling called. She had been on a lengthy business trip, and several of her previous calls had been answered by her assistant, as she was exceedingly busy. "Mom," Meng Shichu called out, "did your business trip conclude?" "Yes, it has. I'll be flying directly to Kyoto tomorrow. It's time to see my son-in-law," Meng Ling responded. Upon hearing this, Meng Shichu inquired, "What about Dad?" Meng Ling chuckled, and soon Meng Shichu heard Ning Chuan's voice. "He visited me a few days ago. Naturally, we'll come together tomorrow." "All right, I'll inform Hocheng," Meng Shichu said. Then Meng Ling reminded her, "Xiao Chu, don't tell Pei Guangyin I'm in Kyoto. I'd rather avoid him." Neither side had erred in their past, but she was someone who greatly disliked complications, which led to their decisive breakup. It was only after leaving that she discovered she was pregnant. Last year, When Pei Guangyin unexpectedly encountered Meng Shichu and sought her out, he was heartbroken, shedding tears and sorrow. The thought of facing him was truly daunting. Meng Shichu made a mental note of this. Having completed the transaction, Hocheng approached with a shoe box, instinctively grasping Meng Shichu's wrist. "I'm done. Let us go." Meng Shichu's call was still ongoing. As they walked out of the store, Meng Ling asked, "Are you and Hocheng out together?" "Yes, we're shopping after dinner." "You bought me a pair of shoes," Meng Shichu replied. Meng Ling chuckled. "Is it the same pair of high heels you wore before?" Meng Shichu confirmed, and Meng Ling expressed her satisfaction. "This son-in-law of mine is quite attentive." Meng Shichu glanced at Hocheng and replied into the phone, "Yes, wonderful." Curious about her praise, Hocheng asked, "Who is complimenting me?" Meng Shichu responded, "My mother." Hocheng paused, recalling he had yet to meet his mother-in-law. "She's also my mother," he remarked. This remark made Meng Ling chuckle with delight, prompting her to say to Meng Shichu, "Sweetheart, have Hocheng chat with me for a moment." Meanwhile, Hocheng extended his hand for the phone. "Let me greet her." Meng Shichu handed him the phone, and as he placed it to his ear, he warmly greeted, "Good evening, Mom. Have you had dinner yet?" Meng Shichu could not hear Meng Ling's response. But the next moment, Hocheng adjusted his greeting, "Good morning, Mom. Have you had breakfast yet?" Meng Ling explained that she was abroad and it was just dawn. A gentle smile crept onto Meng Shichu's lips, as if a soft breeze had brushed against her, enveloping her in warmth. As they walked, Hocheng suddenly reassured Meng Ling. "It's not a conflict, just some normal little frictions in life that help us understand each other better. There's no need to worry, Mom. Neither of us feels estranged from the other. Of course, it's mainly my fault, and I will rectify it." After conversing for a while, they discussed the upcoming trip to Kyoto, and Hocheng's face lit up with joy, eagerly welcoming her. "What time is your flight tomorrow?" "Meng Shichu and I will come pick you up." After a couple more minutes, the call was finally terminated. Hocheng returned the phone to Meng Shichu, saying, "Dad is with Mom now. They'll arrive in Beijing at 8 tomorrow morning. I told them I'd come with you to pick them up." Meng Shichu smiled and nodded, "All right." Hocheng added, "Mom knows we had a minor disagreement today, and she is worried about us." Meng Shichu didn't conceal the truth. "It was Jiang Wen and Jiang Wu who passed the message to my dad, which he conveyed to my mom." Chapter 49. "I want to try liking and loving you, it's all right. It's primarily my issue." Hocheng was certainly aware that Meng Shichu would not complain. He heard Meng Shichu mention that she had already told them not to relay her affairs back. Jiang Wen and Jiang Wu understood her character. If they disobeyed, she would not keep them close, unless they did something she was unaware of. The two brothers understood this well. Disagreements and quarrels were the normal state of life. Hocheng gently squeezed Meng Shichu's hand and added, "I previously mentioned that my parents have rarely quarreled throughout their lives. The relationship is almost akin to familial love. Only during my last visit did my father seem to realize how bland his relationship with my mother had become." Meng Shichu found this difficult to comprehend. She understood that arguments could foster mutual understanding, but could not see how they enhanced affection. Did her mother ever argue with her stepfather? The answer was affirmative. Her stepfather was a reformed rogue, the type that made his partner quite uneasy. Before meeting Meng Ling, Ning Chuan was entirely devoted to his career, enjoying the company of women and indulging in a life of revelry, as he planned to live that way forever. He was wealthy and feared no desolate old age, as many would vie for his attention for financial gain. Fate led him to Meng Ling, a strong woman in her career, yet a gentle and romantic single mother. Ning Chuan pursued Meng Ling for 3 years, severing ties with all his former flings and making promises to Meng Shichu that when he grew old, he would leave his inheritance to her and her mother. Meng Ling adored romance, and Ning Chuan provided countless surprises, attending to every detail. If he upset Meng Ling, he would amend his ways, never repeating the same mistake. After 3 years of effort, Meng Ling, softened by his devotion, married him. However, every time he crossed Meng Ling, he would leave home for a stroll, returning after about half an hour with flowers and snacks she cherished. Meng Shichu recalled a particularly fierce argument when Meng Ling attempted to leave home, only to be stopped by Ning Chuan, who declared, "Why are you leaving? I will go." And so, it was Ning Chuan who walked away. Upon returning, he would come back with flowers, jewelry, and food. even surprising Meng Ling with a small island and a large gold ingot engraved with accolades. Their occasional quarrels would quickly resolve, and the past was never revisited. To this day, their feelings remained as strong as ever. Just as in recent days, when Meng Ling was away on business for too long, Ning Chuan could not bear it and pursued her. Meng Shichu had always known her mother and stepfather shared a good relationship, but had never delved into the details. Even in her previous romantic endeavors, no one had ever spoken of such things as Hocheng had, leaving her oblivious to the discrepancies. Upon reflection, she realized she lacked much in the realm of romance. She and T even scratched the surface. After hearing Hocheng's words, Meng Shichu halted, turning to face him. Despite Hocheng holding a shoebox in one hand, she reached out to grasp his hand. She looked up at him, her expression earnest, and said, "Hocheng, I have been in relationships before, yet I have never felt truly moved, nor do I possess unforgettable experiences. I suppose I am unaware of the true nature of love. In this regard, I am not as knowledgeable as you. In our future interactions, please teach me." She bit her lip and continued, "I can sense that you are a remarkable man, and I believe that falling in love with you would indeed be a wonderful experience." A smile graced her lips as she concluded, "Hocheng, I want to try liking and loving you." Hocheng's eyes widened in surprise. He had always believed that when someone endeavors to like and love another, they would inevitably perceive the virtues of that person, or rather at that moment. Their heart had already begun to stir, even if they were unaware of it. This sentiment, unrecognized, was merely a rational person's self-deception. Thus, he understood that Meng Shichu harbored feelings for him, though she had yet to acknowledge them. There was no rush. It would unfold in due time. Hocheng withdrew his right hand and gently caressed her hair. "I am prepared for you to like and love me. My task is to ensure you do not regret this decision." Before Meng Shichu could respond, he pointed towards a nearby mall. "Let us explore," he declared, leading her inside without waiting for her reply. Upon entering, they were greeted by a vibrant arcade, bustling with activity, likely due to the holiday. Every gaming machine was occupied, and the cacophony of sounds filled the air, creating an atmosphere of excitement. "Have you played these before?" Hocheng asked enthusiastically. Meng Shichu nodded. "My father took me to play some." Since returning from Hocheng, she had referred to Ning Chuan as father rather than stepfather, which Hocheng had come to understand. Having heard that she had played before, Hocheng remarked, "I have played these as well. It has been many years. Let us play together." Spotting an empty motorcycle racing machine, he guided Meng Shichu over. It was a two-player version, and Hocheng seated himself, explaining to Meng Shichu how to operate it before pulling out his phone to scan the QR code for half an hour's worth of playtime. "In Hocheng, my father mentioned you enjoy racing games. Shall we have a competition?" he proposed. "Sure," Meng Shichu agreed, then inquired, "What are the stakes for winning or losing?" "You decide," he replied. Meng Shichu pondered for a moment before shaking her head, unable to think of anything. If they were friends, it would be easy to devise a playful consequence. But this was her husband. Hocheng smirked. "I have an idea." "Pray, share it with me," Meng Shichu replied, intrigued. Hocheng leaned closer, whispering his suggestion in her ear. After hearing it, her lips curled into a smirk, her eyes brightened, and her ears flushed unexpectedly. Hocheng touched his nose, feeling a tinge of shyness as warmth spread across his cheeks. Since it was a suggestion, he cleared his throat and asked, "What do you think?" Meng Shichu bit her lip, surveying him thoughtfully. Suddenly feeling quite intrigued, she nodded. "Let us do it." Hocheng pressed the button to start the game, and the machine roared to life, displaying two motorcycles, one red and one white, as the countdown began. 3, 2, 1, go. Their eyes locked onto the screen as they maneuvered their motorcycles through a treacherous canyon. It was a thrilling chase, filled with obstacles like falling rocks and swirling dust. Having played similar games before, Meng Shichu skillfully navigated her motorcycle, while Hocheng, an experienced racer, kept pace with her. As they raced, a crowd of young onlookers began to gather. "Wow, look at her skills. Incredible," one exclaimed. "If it were me, I would have crashed 3 times by now." Another chimed in. "This guy's skills are impressive too. I wish I had half that talent." After 18 minutes, the race concluded, with Meng Shichu narrowly winning by a bike's length. "Impressive," Hocheng remarked, astonished that he had lost, as he had never been defeated when playing with friends. "You are quite skilled yourself," Meng Shichu responded before suggesting, "How about a best 2 out of 3? Are you certain?" Hocheng chuckled. "If I win, it may not bode well for you." After all, he emerged victorious, and Meng Shichu donned a sultry outfit. Had Meng Shichu triumphed, it would have been he who wore it. Chapter 050. This couple is full of defiance. Meng Shichu believed that men are often concerned with their pride. Considering the multitude of onlookers witnessing her triumph over him, she suggested a best-of-3 format, worried that he might feel uneasy about the loss. Hocheng did not refuse. Instead, he urged her to showcase her true skills, to which she reciprocated the sentiment. With a nod, he acknowledged that a loss should be graciously accepted, and a victory should be exhilarating. Thus they commenced. The second round began, featuring a distinctly different terrain. The previous match took place in a canyon, while this one unfolded along a mountain road, flanked by steep cliffs on one side and a gaping abyss on the other. A single misstep would result in defeat, rendering this course even more perilous and thrilling. The audience of young spectators watched with bated breath, whispering amongst themselves, "Are they a couple? They must be, right? This is the quintessential couples competition." Silence. Let's watch the game. Perhaps due to the treacherous terrain, this round concluded in a mere 9 minutes. Meng Shichu, after a series of sharp turns, collided with the mountainside on her 7th curve, veering off the road and plummeting into the chasm. She was defeated. Lost control at the 11th turn, launching himself off the track just 8 seconds later. Fixated on the screen, the constantly shifting map made Hocheng feel slightly disoriented as the match ended. Perhaps it was the sight of his vehicle careening off the path that triggered a mild stress response. The crowd erupted in cheers, praising Hocheng's remarkable skills. The intricate curves of this map were exceptionally challenging, and Meng Shichu had performed admirably, not to mention Hocheng's prowess. When he cast a glance her way, she raised her thumb in admiration, acknowledging his skill with sincerity. Hocheng's complexion paled momentarily, but quickly regained its color. There was still the decisive round ahead. Noticing the time was running short, he quickly scanned the QR code to extend their playtime by an additional 20 minutes, thinking they would switch machines after this round. The scene for the third round shifted once again, this time to a bustling city road illuminated by the night sky. Although the urban setting appeared spacious, it was fraught with civilian vehicles, demanding an exceptional level of adaptability amidst rapid movement. Hocheng, who had initially adjusted his mindset, found himself unraveling within the first 3 minutes of this final round. The simulation of an accident on this road struck him psychologically, leading to a swift decline in his focus. The result of his faltering mindset was evident when, within 5 minutes, his motorcycle collided with a toppled car, signaling his defeat. Meanwhile, Meng Shichu continued for over 10 minutes, reaching exhilarating speeds without any signs of slowing down, ultimately choosing to halt and end the game herself. She furrowed her brow, inquiring, "What's wrong?" His eyes appeared slightly red, his pallor even more pronounced, and his gaze seemed unfocused. This was clearly an unsettling state for him. "It's nothing," Hocheng replied, not wanting to disturb Meng Shichu's enthusiasm. He forced a smile. "I lost. You're more skilled than I." Their brief exchange was interrupted by a nearby youth, who, dissatisfied, interjected, "Are you done? If you're not playing, could you vacate the machine? We're waiting for it." Hocheng turned to face the interruption, his already pale face hardening with displeasure. Meng Shichu raised her gaze as well. Their piercing stares effectively silenced the boy, who stammered, "You haven't played yet. It's rather unfair to hog the machine." "You have quite the audacity," Hocheng retorted coldly. "You haven't even played." Meng Shichu straightened her back and cut him off. "Can't you see the time hasn't expired? Is there no etiquette about waiting your turn? How could you?" The boy's face flushed with indignation. "You two adults are treating me like this. I'm just a student. You're being unreasonable." Meng Shichu pulled out her phone, stating, "Which school do you attend? I'll ask your teacher if they only teach moral coercion." Upon hearing this, the boy became flustered. "You're not the only adult. Why must you bother me? A minor?" Transitioning from student to minor, he clearly understood how to maneuver for his advantage. Yet, Meng Shichu was unfazed by his ploys. Does growing up mean one must perish? Meng Shichu raised her phone as if taking a photograph, tapping on the screen before sending a voice message. Help me identify which school this uniform belongs to. A student behaving so brazenly outside school, excelling in moral coercion. How intriguing. The boy was rendered speechless. Hocheng was more direct. He scanned the QR code on the machine, paying for 5 additional hours. Observing the time displayed on the screen, the boy's expression soured significantly. The surrounding young spectators found the encounter quite amusing, exclaiming, "This couple is truly rebellious." Hocheng declared, "I intend to remain seated here and chat. Is there a problem?" Had the boy approached them with a more respectful tone, they would have likely left without incident. The boy pouted, his face taut, before storming off, hastening his pace as he exited the mall. Hocheng chuckled softly as Meng Shichu rose, bending to pick up a shoe box from the ground, patting his shoulder as she walked away. Hocheng stood and addressed the remaining youth. "Enjoy your time." "Thank you, brother." "Thank you, sister." "Brother and sister, you're the best. Wishing you both $1 million annual income." Hearing this, Meng Shichu found it amusing, while Hocheng turned around, playfully admonishing, "Young man, don't repay kindness with enmity." "Huh?" The boy who had wished them wealth appeared bewildered, questioning whether he had misspoken. Yet, seeing Hocheng's lack of anger, he presumed his words had been well received. Hocheng waved his hand, "Have fun." The group of youths appeared surprised. It seemed this brother and sister were quite amiable. Noticing Hocheng's uncharacteristic demeanor, Meng Shichu suggested they head home. "Let us play a little longer." Hocheng declined. "There are many different machines." As he spoke, he paused in front of claw machine. "I'll win you a plush toy," he stated. "All right," Meng Shichu replied, seeing his interest and not wishing to refuse. Despite her indifference towards such items, the fully automated machine did not require coins. They simply scanned to purchase attempts. Hocheng scanned the code and began his endeavor. 10 consecutive failures. "I've never played this type before," Hocheng explained sheepishly. "I thought 10 tries would surely yield at least one." Meng Shichu took out her phone, scanned again, and added 50 attempts, continuing the game. "What if we don't catch even one? Wouldn't that be embarrassing?" Meng Shichu, "It's about enjoying the process, regardless of the outcome." This comforting sentiment resonated with Hocheng, alleviating his earlier frustration from the motorcycle game. Yet, a good mood couldn't alter the outcome of their attempts. "This machine is faulty." Hocheng gritted his teeth in frustration. Meng Shichu nodded. "There's a probability setting. You happen to operate outside the successful range." Though vexed, Hocheng did not dwell on it and asked Meng Shichu, "Why don't you give it a try?" "No, thank you." "Why not?" Meng Shichu smiled. "It would be quite embarrassing if I couldn't catch anything." "Okay." Meng Shichu's smile faded. "If anyone should feel embarrassed, it should be you. I refuse to share that burden." Hocheng was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. His spirits inexplicably lifted significantly. Chapter 051. I asked my wife if she agrees once again switching projects. Hocheng chose the fish frying game. Countless hollow balls, each the size of a palm, filled the vast screen ahead, showcasing numerous fish that, when struck, would yield points. Hocheng was to compete against Meng Shichu, who did not decline and selected the 2-player version. This activity involved full body movement, and accumulating enough points would lead to upgrades. With skill, one could play for an extended period. Hocheng played with utmost seriousness, as did Meng Shichu. However, compared to Hocheng's exuberance, Meng Shichu was somewhat more reserved and did not cheer as loudly, ultimately losing by over 1,000 points. "Impressive," Meng Shichu complimented, giving a thumbs up. "Okay, excited." Feeling both physically and mentally uplifted. Engaging in games released pent-up emotions, and the full-body exercise allowed for bodily expansion. With sweat flowing, he felt significantly lighter. In summary, it was liberating. With high spirits, Hocheng accompanied Meng Shichu through various gaming machines, and by 9:30, they strolled out of the mall. He smiled at Meng Shichu, remarking that it had been a long time since he had enjoyed such unrestrained fun. Primarily, it was due to age. Most players at such arcade machines were students, making adults feel out of place. Initially, Hocheng had felt somewhat restrained, but Meng Shichu occasionally joked with him and stayed by his side, allowing him to gradually let go of his inhibitions. It was exhilarating. As they walked outside, Hocheng engaged Meng Shichu in light-hearted conversation when suddenly they both halted. A row of electric scooters outside the mall was occupied by a group of young men, each brandishing a club as thick as an arm. Upon noticing Hocheng and Meng Shichu exiting side by side, they collectively rose from their scooters, their gazes sharp as they closed in. Among them was the young man who had previously called out to Hocheng and Meng Shichu for space. At that moment, he had not even changed out of his school uniform, his backpack resting at his feet, his eyes coldly fixed on them. "Oh dear," Hocheng turned to Meng Shichu. "We seem to have provoked a rather temperamental young lad." Meng Shichu remained unperturbed, her expression unchanged. One of the young men approached, addressing them, "Hey, brother and sister. Our leader would like to have a word with you." "One moment. Let me ask my wife if she agrees," Hocheng replied earnestly, then turned to Meng Shichu. "Do you wish to speak with them?" "I'm not interested." Meng Shichu shook her head, deeming such trivial matters a waste of time. Despite Meng Shichu's adequately loud voice, Hocheng still said to the young man, "Sorry, my wife doesn't want to talk." With that, he began to pull Meng Shichu away. The group of young men simultaneously blocked their path. The seated student stood up, lazily walking over with his backpack in hand. "Brother and sister, I've been waiting for you for over 2 hours. Could you show some consideration?" His words seemed casual, yet were laced with a threatening undertone. "How much is your consideration worth?" Hocheng retorted. The boy raised an eyebrow, his expression filled with wrath. Meng Shichu, meeting his gaze, provocatively asked in public, "Do you dare to make a move?" The boy smirked and shrugged. "In this area, there's nothing I wouldn't dare." Meng Shichu understood. He was a habitual offender. She then inquired, "Do you know the legal consequences of provoking trouble and engaging in mob fights?" The young man faltered momentarily, then angrily pointed at her. "Who the hell are you to lecture me? Be sensible and head over to that alley." "How frightening." Hocheng feigned shock, turning to Meng Shichu. "Wife, you've learned boxing? How many could you take on?" "Fighting is crude," Meng Shichu replied disdainfully, then raised her hand to make a gesture. The student, feeling ignored, lost his temper entirely. He called for others to push them and attempted to forcefully drag Meng Shichu and Hocheng into the alley. At that instant, several burly men surged forth from the crowd, swiftly dispersing the group of young men. In the blink of an eye, more individuals emerged from the crowd or around corners to join in. Within moments, the clubs wielded by the young men were seized, and they were left incapacitated on the ground. The young student stood in shock, his expression bewildered as he tried to escape, only to be blocked. He stared at Meng Shichu and Hocheng in horror, witnessing a tall, muscular man approach Meng Shichu. Jiang Wu halted, respectfully stating, "Young miss, we have already called the police." Another bodyguard approached Hocheng, saying, "Young master, you and your wife should leave. We will handle this." Hocheng extended his hand to Meng Shichu, who did not refuse and placed hers in his, their fingers interlocking. "Young man, you still need to practice your intimidation skills. Perhaps find a police officer to learn some basic laws," Hocheng remarked before leading Meng Shichu away. At this hour, many were lingering outside, observing the recent events. Some recognized Hocheng and Meng Shichu, beginning to whisper among themselves. "That's the young master of the Hua family. How dare that student provoke him? What is a young master from such a prominent family doing in a place like this? Seeking novelty? That kid probably hasn't kept up with the news. He has finished. Isn't at summer vacation? Why is he still in school uniform? Perhaps his summer camp just ended today. If he leaves a criminal record, his life is ruined. He doesn't even seem to be 18. Organizing mob fights and causing disturbances in public places could lead to severe penalties, even for minors. Indeed, he picked a fight with the Hua family's madman. His good days are over. He's still just a child. He shouldn't be let off easy." As various discussions swirled around, the young man, already intimidated by the bodyguards, was further frightened by the gossip, and without hesitation, he knelt on the ground. This action drew gasps from those nearby, and caught the attention of Meng Shichu and Hocheng. Hocheng glanced back, observing Meng Shichu's reaction and noticing she had already averted her gaze. Deciding not to dwell on it, he continued holding Meng Shichu's hand and moving forward. Seeing this, the young man attempted to pursue them, but was restrained by the bodyguards, calling out to Hocheng and Meng Shichu, "Brother and sister, I was wrong. Please don't call the police." I'm still a minor. If I get caught, my life will be ruined. I truly understand my mistakes. I won't dare again." As the young man pleaded, Meng Shichu and Hocheng walked further away until they vanished into the crowd. Upon returning to the car, Hocheng played lively music and, as he started the engine, suddenly asked Meng Shichu, "Did you really take his picture and have someone find his school?" "No." Meng Shichu shook her head, her voice calm. "I was just bluffing." She found it rather dull. Hocheng couldn't help but chuckle, surprised she employed such a tactic. When out in the world, one's identity is self-assigned. "Haven't you heard?" Meng Shichu was accustomed to this notion. "I've encountered many childish antics like this. I just didn't expect that boy to gather people to block me. He likely has some family background, not lacking in wealth, and is probably a school bully mingling with those societal miscreants." Beijing, being the imperial capital, is known for its stringent law enforcement. Those individuals dared to brazenly obstruct people outside a mall, suggesting they had probably engaged in similar activities before without facing consequences, thus emboldening their arrogance. Such people are not worthy of sympathy. If left unchecked, they will only grow bolder, bullying even more individuals. As the car merged into the traffic heading home, Hocheng curiously asked Meng Shichu, "Were you scared at that moment? Even a little?" Meng Shichu shook her head. "When I was 7, I encountered kidnapping for the first time. I was frightened for a moment and nearly cried. Since then, no matter the monsters or demons, they have never been able to approach me. At all times, I have bodyguards within 10 steps. Not just one." Ning Chuan provided her with the finest security resources. Chapter 052. Only tying the tie upon returning home, Hocheng immediately began answering calls concerning the matter of a minor student. Meng Shichu went to take a shower, and by the time she emerged, Hocheng had already finished his calls and was selecting his attire. As he sifted through the options, he remarked that the child's parents were pleading for mercy. However, it was revealed that the child had bullied many in the vicinity, engaged in theft, and harassed fellow students. Hocheng had no intention of letting it slide. Encountering him would spell the end for that child, with a sense of entitlement stemming from wealth. The child had been a tyrant among ordinary classmates, tormenting even the girls. Such audacity at a tender age should not go unaddressed. Otherwise, it would only embolden further mischief. Suddenly straightening his back while holding a tie, Hocheng turned to Meng Shichu and inquired if she found any fault in his decision. "None at all," came her unwavering reply. She possessed no delusions of saintliness. Back in Hocheng, she had dealt with even younger brats and their irresponsible parents. Hocheng was somewhat apprehensive that Meng Shichu might perceive his harsh stance toward a minor as lacking compassion. It was evident they were of the same ilk, which explained their endless shared topics of conversation. "Tomorrow we'll meet, Mom. Assist me in choosing an outfit," Hocheng said, pulling Meng Shichu over to view the 3 selections he had made. One was a formal suit that accentuated his physique and poise, decidedly formal. Another was a casual ensemble. And the last evoked the charm of a neighborly youth, each with its unique flair. "In this sweltering heat, you should forego the suit," Meng Shichu suggested, even though they seldom exposed themselves to the sun. Ultimately, she pointed to the neighborly outfit and asked Hocheng, "What do you think of this one?" "Whatever you say." Hocheng nodded, then inquired about her attire for the next day. "A dress, perhaps," she replied. "Oh," Meng Shichu said, already retrieving the hairdryer. Sensing that Hocheng had more to express. Hadn't he already chosen an outfit? He still held the tie in his hand. "What is the matter? Do you have something else to say?" she asked directly. Hocheng responded, "I recall you mentioned a few days ago that I looked handsome in a tie. Do you like it?" Meng Shichu pondered for a moment, recalling that she indeed had said those words. That day, Hocheng was dressed formally for a gathering, and upon returning from her overtime work, she found him lounging on the sofa. In that fleeting glance, she thought he looked exceptionally dashing. Unexplainably, their chemistry ignited, and she had tugged the knot of his tie, teasingly telling him that his formal appearance was enticing her to loosen it. Neither she nor Hocheng were the types to be overly sentimental. Their intimacy had long since flourished. Hocheng openly embraced his preferences, and she unabashedly expressed her feelings. They spoke candidly and acted on their desires with unrestrained joy. At that moment, when Hocheng brought it up, Meng Shichu nodded. "Yes, I do enjoy the way you tie your tie." Then, Playfully straddling him, she unraveled the tie and stripped him bare, transforming the serious gentleman into a wild, carefree rogue. It was a gratifying achievement. "All right, hurry and dry your hair. I'm off to shower," Hocheng said, putting away the clothes and heading to the bathroom with his sleepwear in hand. After Meng Shichu dried her hair and settled onto the bed, she picked up her phone and messaged Pei Jinhui. "Big brother, are you asleep?" Pei Jinhui replied, "Not yet. What is up?" Meng Shichu continued, "Is it convenient to discuss something?" Pei Jinhui responded with curiosity. Question mark. Meng Shichu clarified, "Dad and Mom." Pei Jinhui replied, "Hold on, I'll head to my room." A few minutes later, Pei Jinhui messaged, "Aunt Meng is coming to Kyoto." Meng Shichu confirmed, "She'll arrive tomorrow morning. I want to be going to the Pei family so you keep Dad company." After a while, Pei Jinhui sent another message. "Dad still really wants to see Aunt Meng. I think it wouldn't hurt to meet, right?" Meng Shichu thought, since Aunt Meng has her own family, Pei Guangyan wouldn't act disruptively. Meng Shichu replied, "Firstly, my stepfather will be jealous, and secondly, my mother dislikes complications." Meng Ling was romantic at heart, but bore a heart of stone. Once she decided to sever ties, she would do so decisively. The past remained in the past. To others, Pei Guangyan's solitary years might seem a testament to his depth of feeling, but to Meng Ling, it felt more like a burden. Had Pei Guangyan managed his relationship with his first wife more adeptly, sparing her the turmoil, they would not have parted ways. Unfortunately, the intertwined interests of both families bred apprehension. In light of this, Meng Ling chose to step back, ensuring a harmonious resolution. Pei Jinhui quickly replied, "Understood. Tomorrow morning I'll let Dad know you have something else to attend to, and I'll handle the rest." Meng Shichu responded with an acknowledgement emoji. Just as she was about to set her phone down, Pei Jinhui messaged again, "Where will Aunt Meng stay tomorrow night?" Before she could respond, Pei Jinhui followed up, "It's been years since I've seen Aunt Meng. I'd like to take her out for a meal." He added, "What do you think?" Meng Shichu recognized that for Pei Jinhui, Meng Ling held a unique significance, a warmth that would never fade. As she prepared to reply, Hocheng emerged from the bathroom, calling out in a drawn-out tone, "Wife." Meng Shichu, glancing up from her typing, narrowed her eyes, her fingers halting mid-message. In that instant, her mind went blank, forgetting all about her phone, let alone replying to messages. Hocheng approached, towel in one hand, his feet clad in slippers. Upon reaching the bedside, he tossed the towel aside and knelt on the edge of the bed, smiling at the entranced Meng Shichu. He was quite pleased with the effect he had on her. Leaning in closer, he asked, "Wife, are you staring at me?" With a gulp, Meng Shichu swallowed hard. "Hocheng, why are you dressed like that?" Her voice floated. Instinctively, she moved her arm to the side, turning off her phone screen and placing it down. She could feel the heat rising in her cheeks, her ears burning as if aflame, her blood surging with warmth. The proximity of his masculine scent only heightened her fluster. Her heart raced uncontrollably. In response to her question, Hocheng stated, "Didn't you say I looked handsome in a tie?" She retorted, "But this I didn't tie it properly, did I?" He interrupted, taking her hand and leading it to the knot of his tie. "I need your help to tie it correctly." Such a direct tease. Meng Shichu, usually rational, found herself utterly irrational in that moment. She had indeed complimented Hocheng's dapper appearance in a tie, but she hadn't intended for him to wear only a tie. At that moment, Hocheng donned a pair of playful shorts, the thin fabric teasingly revealing what lay beneath, while the tie hung sharply against his bare torso. He was undeniably provocative. As her fingers brushed against the knot, Meng Shichu playfully lifted her finger, tracing his Adam's apple, and with a smirk, she said, "Of course it looks handsome. My husband is handsome no matter what he wears. Where did you buy this?" "While I was at the mall, I mentioned I was heading to the restroom." "Quite thoughtful," Hocheng said, leaning in to plant a kiss on Meng Shichu's lips. "I'm willing to accept the consequences." With his damp hair still glistening, his playful attire filled Meng Shichu with delight. In their intimate life, save for their first encounter, everything had been harmonious. She quite adored Hocheng and Appo's style, akin to a mesmerizing spirit that could captivate one's very essence. Chapter 053. Acknowledging my excellence. You are remarkable too after an evening of indulgence. Meng Shichu lay on her bed, having cleaned herself, with the tie that Hocheng had worn earlier still clutched in her hand. One could only say that Master Hun knew how to enjoy himself, perhaps recalling the fervor and delight of the prior moments. Meng Shichu wrapped the tie around her palm and wrist. Upon checking her phone, she realized she had completely forgotten to respond to Pei Jinhui's WeChat messages. Pei Jinhui had sent several messages. Pei Jinhui? Question mark. After 10 minutes. Is Aunt Meng unwilling to see me? Another 10 minutes later. It's all right. No pressure if it's inconvenient. I was too insistent. Half an hour later. Please send my regards to Aunt Meng. 8 minutes later. I've ordered some things. Could you please pass them to Aunt Meng? Immediately followed by, don't worry, I won't let Dad make a scene. Pei Jinhui. Get some rest early. Meng Shichu hurriedly replied. Why are you so good at overthinking? They will be staying near me at Xiangshan, Meiyuan tomorrow night. You can come over when you have the time. His response was instantaneous. I thought you were reluctant since you took so long to reply. Meng Shichu fabricated an excuse. I was in a phone meeting, work was challenging, and I couldn't get back to you sooner. After all, it was she who had initiated the conversation with Pei Jinhui, and she hadn't anticipated being so swiftly captivated by Hocheng. Pei Jinhui sent an O emoji, then asked, have you sorted everything out? Don't hesitate to let me know if I can assist. Upon returning from a shower, Hocheng found Meng Shichu sitting on the bed, engrossed in her phone, the tie wrapped around her right hand. The sight struck him with profound visual impact. He approached her, gently placing his palm on the back of her hand, wondering if she truly liked it so much. Meng Shichu, unaware until then, suddenly realized the tie was entwined around her hand, both ends dangling down. At first glance, it was quite alluring, stirring something within her heart. She nodded in acknowledgement, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, yet her response was unmistakably affirmative. If she hadn't liked it, she wouldn't have been so enchanted earlier, nor would she have instinctively wrapped it around her hand without conscious thought. It was a feeling that eluded expression, a primal affinity and fondness. Shichu, I truly enjoy communicating with you. Hocheng sat beside Meng Shichu, pulling the blanket over their legs. Every interaction with her felt meaningful, devoid of superfluous words. He had once believed that only in professional settings could one encounter individuals so astute that every utterance hit the mark. Little did he know, the same could be true within the sanctity of marriage. Meng Shichu smiled as she continued to reply to Pei Jinhui's messages, effortlessly engaging with Hocheng's remarks. You could converse with me more often. I always thought you were somewhat taciturn. Where did that misconception arise? Hocheng pondered for a moment before saying, the first time we met at the entertainment venue, you said just 2 words. Thank you. Then you walked away. His friends had described Meng Shichu as aloof, her aura strikingly pure. Hocheng added, the second time at the mountain farmhouse, you were also quite reserved. Meng Shichu sent a goodnight emoji to Pei Jinhui, set her phone down, and turned to Hocheng, saying, I could be both quiet and lively. Quietness comes when I am entirely focused on a task or in the presence of unfamiliar individuals without any vested interests. Liveliness arises with family, friends, or social dealings. She had very few truly close friends. Most relationships were intertwined with interests. She always pursued fame and fortune with single-minded determination. Hocheng's large hand through the tie clasped Meng Shichu's hand. You are remarkable. By acknowledging my excellence, you too are exceptional. Awakening precisely on time. Meng Shichu discovered the tie still wrapped around her wrist, one end held securely in Hocheng's palm. She released a light laugh, finding the situation amusing. As she unraveled the tie, she rose from the bed. Just as she sat up, Hocheng pulled her back, asking, what time is it? Meng Shichu illuminated her phone. Glancing at the screen, it's 6:10. Still early. You can sleep a little longer. Meng Shichu removed Hocheng's hand and got out of bed. Upon completing her morning routine, she found Hocheng had also risen. She inquired, aren't you going to sleep a bit longer? I need to pick up my parents. It's best to leave early. Hocheng had informed the housekeeper the night before about breakfast being prepared earlier that day. By the time they descended the stairs, breakfast was ready, and the housekeeper was promptly setting the table. After breakfast, they returned upstairs to change. Hocheng donned the outfit Meng Shichu had selected for him the previous day instantly appearing as a composed, sunny neighbor, his hair tousled for a more vibrant look. At first glance, he resembled the quintessential amiable neighbor. Meng Shichu wore a sleeveless, waist-cinched dress in a soft yellow, her hair half-tied, radiating youthful exuberance. The layered bracelets on her left wrist sparkled, like an innate pairing of adornments. Suddenly, Hocheng noticed faint bruises on her wrist. After taking her hand to examine closely, he asked, "Did I cause this last night?" "It's just a little mark. It's nothing to worry about," Meng Shichu replied, not denying it. In truth, she hadn't noticed it until after her shower. At that time, the marks had been even fainter. Who would have thought they would appear more pronounced overnight? Hocheng gazed at them for a few moments, then selected a very light blue scarf with silver threads from the nearby cabinet. He gently wrapped it around Meng Shichu's wrist, tying it in a knot, perfectly concealing the marks. Beneath the scarf, her bracelets peeked through, adding an air of mystery, unexpectedly enhancing her beauty. "Your taste is impeccable," Meng Shichu genuinely complimented, finding Hocheng's aesthetic consistently reliable. Hocheng remarked, "Doesn't it resemble a flower's heart and stamen hidden within petals?" The bracelet and chain represent the heart and stamen, while the scarf serves as the petals, harmonizing beautifully with your dress. Standing side by side before the mirror, Hocheng confidently declared, "A handsome man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match." Meng Shichu laughed, but offered no response. As they both exuded youthful warmth, she wore the white sneakers they had purchased last night, the laces in a soft blue that matched the scarf on her wrist perfectly. "Quite lovely," Hocheng mused. Internally, he thought, what fortune to have such a beautiful wife. He was indeed blessed. They arrived at the airport just after 8 o'clock, the weather far from pleasant, overcast and sultry. Hocheng and Meng Shichu sat in the car, each attending to their respective tasks on their devices, both quite busy. At 8:20, they simultaneously set aside their work and exited the vehicle. Hocheng retrieved the bouquet from the passenger seat and suddenly posed a question to Meng Shichu. "Do you think Dad will be jealous if I give Mom such vibrant flowers?" "Not at all." Meng Shichu shook her head. "Ning Chuan isn't that petty." Shortly thereafter, Ning Chuan appeared, linking arms with Meng Ling, and both Meng Shichu and Hocheng approached them. "Mom, Dad," Meng Shichu called out, and as soon as her voice faded, Hocheng interjected, presenting the flowers. "Mom, welcome home. I am your son-in-law, Hocheng." He did not forget Ning Chuan, adding, "Dad, I've been looking forward to your visit. I'm glad you finally made it." "The young man knows how to speak well," Ning Chuan remarked. Meng Ling, having heard of Hocheng from Ning Chuan, already held him in high regard. His warm welcome made her heart bloom with joy. "These flowers are beautiful. You have an eye for selection," she praised, her face aglow with happiness. The group chatted as they walked toward the parking area. Suddenly, a figure dashed toward Hocheng, but before getting too close, the bodyguard intercepted him. Yet the voice could not be muffled. "Hocheng, save me. They want to drag me back to marry an old man. Please help." Chapter 054. Pitiful, yet not worthy of sympathy even when held captive, Xia Yunxian struggled with all her might, desperately attempting to move forward. Her voice a heart-wrenching cry. She was so close, just a heartbeat away from boarding the plane to escape Kyoto. Fate intervened, and she unexpectedly encountered Hocheng. This was destined to be. Hocheng would save her. In this crowded setting, she was already etched into Hocheng's heart, and with a life debt she owed him, he would not abandon her. With unwavering conviction, Xia Yunxian managed to free one hand, waving it towards Hocheng. "Hocheng, you must save me. You owe me this. I saved your life, and you must repay me." "Okay, okay." Foot traffic came to a halt, forming a circle around the scene. Bodyguards, who had previously been hidden, emerged to maintain order, preventing the crowd from getting too close to avert any unforeseen mishaps. Whispers circulated among the onlookers, many of whom recognized Hocheng as the young master of the Hocheng family, known for his eccentricity. At this moment, Hocheng's previously joyful demeanor was shattered, replaced by a dark, brooding expression, his chest heaving with fury. Meng Ling and Ning Chuan turned around immediately, witnessing a pale, tear-streaked, emaciated woman desperately trying to approach, but powerless against the bodyguard's restraint. Meng Ling narrowed her eyes, her expression solemn. Ning Chuan, glancing at Meng Ling's face, noted her displeasure and spoke in a hushed tone. Huache, what is happening here? Meng Shichu, withdrawing her hand from Huache's grasp, interjected, she's merely a pitiful soul. Just as Huache stepped forward, Meng Shichu blocked his path. I will handle this. I already stated that I would take charge of Xia Yunqian's matter. Huache grasped Meng Shichu's arm, insistent. I will handle it. She owes you nothing. She owes me. Due to the nature of the situation, with numerous onlookers, any misstep could affect the reputations of both the Pei and Hua families. There was no need for that. Meng Shichu approached, retrieving her phone and signaling to one of the bodyguards. Moments later, she stood before Xia Yunqian, reassuring her, Miss Xia, do not fear. Involuntary marriage is illegal, and if money or benefits are exchanged, it may constitute human trafficking, which carries severe penalties. I have already reported this to the police. Xia Yunqian looked at the woman before her, whose gentle voice only deepened her despair. Leave me alone. I want to see Huache. Let them release me. Xia Yunqian refused to engage with Meng Shichu, demanding to see Huache. Meng Shichu raised her gaze, spotting the group pursuing Xia Yunqian approaching with harsh words. The most vociferous among them appeared to be Xia Yunqian's mother. Meng Shichu instructed a bodyguard, stop them, do not let them leave. In an instant, the pursuers were intercepted. Having previously heard Huache's name, Xia's mother recognized Meng Shichu for photographs and awkwardly said, my apologies, Miss Pei. I apologize for my daughter's offense. I shall take her away immediately. Unfortunately, escape was not an option. As Xia Yunqian continued to shout, Meng Shichu's voice turned cold. Miss Xia, please conduct yourself with dignity. What does it matter to you? Qui loves me? Who called the police? Nearby officers approached, interrupting Xia Yunqian's outcry. Meng Shichu replied, this lady requested assistance, claiming she is being forcibly taken back to be married. With numerous witnesses present, Meng Shichu engaged in brief discussions before turning to leave. Xia Yunqian regained her freedom, yet was unable to approach Huache, only to be struck by her mother. Meng Shichu disregarded the subsequent proceedings, but her earlier handling of the situation earned quiet admiration from the onlookers, poised and lawful. Inside the car, silence reigned, the atmosphere tense. Meng Ling turned to Meng Shichu and Huache, inquiring, what is going on here? An ex? She had been preoccupied with her own affairs, not overly concerned about her daughter's romantic entanglements. Previously, Ning Chuan had praised Huache, and she had developed a favorable impression of him. However, this encounter was anything but pleasant. Huache replied, she saved my life. I pursued her for many years, but she does not reciprocate my feelings. It was only after I severed ties with her that I met Shichu. Implicit in his words was the clarification that he was not simultaneously courting Xia Yunqian while marrying Meng Shichu. After a pause, Huache added, I have never been in a relationship with Miss Xia. She cannot be considered an ex. Debts of gratitude are hard to repay. Meng Ling's voice was flat. This is the most expensive debt in the world. Xia Yunqian's frenzied, hysterical state reminded Huache of Pei Guangnian's ex-wife from years past, quite unsettling. Huache recalled Meng Shichu's earlier comment about Xia Yunqian being a pitiful person, and he felt discomfort rise within him. He remarked to Meng Shichu, she is not a pitiful person. The truly pitiable one is me. Having invested so much in the past only to be entangled again in this life was a torment. Meng Shichu disagreed, explaining, a person viewed as a mere pawn by their family, abandoned by a long-sought partner, and cast aside by a man who has loved them for years. How can they not be considered pitiable? It is a tragedy to be so blind to reality, to fail to see who is sincere, to be misguided in one's own perceptions. They may be tragic, yet they are not deserving of sympathy. Adults must face the consequences of their choices, whether they reap rewards or suffer calamity. Xia Yunqian falls into the latter category. Upon hearing these words, Huache realized Meng Shichu was viewing the situation from a position of authority, and his emotions shifted dramatically. He sheepishly said, I am truly sorry. Stop. Meng Shichu interrupted. Isn't there a saying that couples should avoid discussing such matters? Ahead, Ning Chuan leaned close to Meng Ling, showing her his phone screen, which displayed the text, children will have their own fortunes. Do not let anger consume you. If they seek shortcuts now, they will suffer later. These situations will lay the groundwork for future relationships, whether good or bad. Even in the face of adversity, as long as the elders are present, they can provide support. However, if future conflicts are suppressed and then erupt after they are gone, what will happen to the children? Marriage is built on mutual trust and support, which is vital. Meng Ling smiled, but remained silent. The vehicle came to a stop at Hocheng Courtyard. Ning Chuan and Meng Ling exited, surveying their surroundings. Ning Chuan casually asked Xiao Chu, "Are you no longer residing in Xiangshan Meiyuan? I moved here upon marrying Hocheng. Aside from business trips, I visit the other place every few days. No matter how busy life gets, there is always time to carve out." Upon entering the hall, the butler served tea, and shortly thereafter, voices echoed from outside. "Does Xiaoche have guests?" Meng Ling inquired. "It's my parents and my brother," Hocheng replied, rising to greet them. Before long, the trio from the Hua family entered, their assistant carrying numerous gift boxes. Hua Mingjian, Hocheng's father, held his wife, Lu Hui's hand, warmly greeting in-laws' esteemed parents. Chapter 055. The importance of affection and justice in the span of a brief tea break. The two families became quite familiar with each other, engaging in lively conversation and laughter. It was Hocheng who reminded them that their parents had endured a long flight and suggested they take some time to rest. Indeed, it had slipped my mind in my moment of joy. Ho Mingjian quickly rose and addressed Ning Chuan and Meng Ling, saying, "Dear in-laws, please rest for a while. I have made reservations for lunch. We can converse freely then. I apologize for the inconvenience." Meng Ling expressed a hint of regret, to which Ning Chuan added, "We appreciate your hospitality." "Not at all. It is you who have raised such an exceptional daughter, and we are grateful that you do not mind our rather unruly son. We initially planned to visit you city. Previously, Ho's parents had suggested visiting you city to meet Meng Ling and Ning Chuan, believing that a marriage should be approached with earnestness. However, Meng Ling had been away on business for an extended period and had not returned to U City, opting instead to come directly to Kyoto. It was no surprise that less than 2 months into their marriage, Meng Shichu had already traveled for work twice. Both mother and daughter were quintessential career-oriented individuals. Ho Mingjian and Lu Hui chose not to intrude further. Meng Shichu led Meng Ling and Ning Chuan upstairs to rest. Outside the courtyard, Hocheng had just gotten into the car, but then hesitated, stepping back out with a grave expression as he grasped Hocheng's arm. How did the situation with Xia Yunxian escalate to Meng Ai and Ning Shichu? Hocheng glanced at Hocheng's phone screen, frowning deeply. In this age of information, rumors spread like water, flowing ceaselessly. Hocheng imparted some earnest advice to Hocheng before departing. As Hocheng made his way back to the hall, he perused the news on his phone. A message from the group chat appeared. "Chung Yuxiu, Hocheng, it's a bit embarrassing to let it escalate in front of the in-laws. Duan Xiao, the word is out in our circles. There are many eyes on the Pei and Ho families. Ho Xiaoche, you need to handle this better. Chung Yuxiu, does that include the Duan family? Duan Xiao, indeed. Lu Jing, Ms. X is rather undignified. Lu Jing, Hocheng, you need to cut through the chaos." Hocheng replied succinctly, "Understood." With that, the group ceased to admonish him, turning instead to commend Meng Shichu for her adept handling of the situation. Upon returning to the hall, Meng Shichu descended from upstairs just in time. Hocheng shared the news with her. After a cursory glance, Meng Shichu stated, "I will meet with Xia Yunxian on Monday. We shall bring this matter to a close. I can manage it." Hocheng, however, resolved to take matters into his own hands. A man should not hide behind his wife. Meng Shichu explained, "You have pursued her, and she has shown you kindness. It would be inappropriate for you to intervene directly. One must remain loyal in affection and just in action. Regardless of how much you have given Xia Yunxian in the past, any action taken by you will draw criticism and accusations of ingratitude. Rumors are a double-edged sword. One must tread carefully to avoid self-harm." "Very well." Hocheng grasped Meng Shichu's hand, acknowledging her efforts. At the luxurious Golden Diamond Hotel, the two families enjoyed a harmonious meal together. Although Meng Ling and Ning Chuan had seen the news regarding the incident at the airport, they chose not to dwell on it. In the afternoon, they spent time at a private villa, and in the evening, A banquet was held at the Ho family's ancestral home. Initially, Ho Mingjian and Lu Hui had planned to dine at the hotel, but upon Meng Ling's request to meet the matriarch of the Ho family, they opted for a family gathering instead. Ho Mingjian and Lu Hui welcomed them warmly, immediately making arrangements at home and notifying their third son, Ho Mingjun. However, they refrained from informing their second son, Ho Minghai, whose temper had been quite explosive lately. As a precaution, at 5:30, the group arrived at the Ho family's old residence, coinciding with the arrival of Ho Mingjun and his son, Ho Shuxian. "Welcome, Mr. Meng." "Mr. Ning," Ho Mingjun greeted, shaking hands with Ning Chuan, while Ho Shuxian nodded slightly to Meng Ling. "Ms. Meng, it's good to see you again. I believe I must now address you as Meng Ai." Upon hearing this, Ho Che inquired curiously. Ho Shuxian replied, "I have starred in 2 acclaimed productions by Xingyu. I raised a toast to Meng Ai at the celebration dinner and even took a photo together. That is why I took leave from the crew to rush back today. Had I known you were a child of the Ho family," Meng Ling remarked with a smile. "You certainly have the makings of a leading actor." Ho Che, preoccupied with matters of romance, had not paid much attention to the entertainment industry and was surprised to discover such connections. The atmosphere was lively as they entered the hall, where Meng Ling immediately approached the matriarch, calling out, "Auntie." The elder lady took Meng Ling's hand, surveying her with delight. "You remain as lovely as ever." "Not at all," Meng Ling responded. "I was just saying I would like to visit you in the mountains with my husband sometime. Now that we are family, you can join us in Yu City for a while without hesitation." The matriarch nodded repeatedly. Good, good. You are thoughtful, and we are indeed fated to be together." The room was filled with warmth and laughter, brimming with endless topics of conversation, akin to a grand festival. As the banquet approached, guests from the second household arrived. Not Ho Minghai, whose wife was still away, but his children, who brought gifts. Ho Chi, the eldest son of Ho Minghai, was an executive director within the family conglomerate, comparable to Ho Cheng, while his daughter, Ho Xian, was the sole heiress of the Ho family, managing a burgeoning entertainment company with dreams of signing Ho Shuxian, having had minor collaborations with Meng Ling and Appo's Xingyu. Before anyone from the Ho family could inquire further, Ho Xian interjected, "My father injured his hand while fishing, and it has become infected. He was concerned about transmitting any germs, and my mother is still away. So only my brother and I came." The family dinner unfolded in a congenial atmosphere, with no mention of unpleasant topics. The intricate connections between their respective professions made them feel like longtime acquaintances. After conversing until nearly 10 o'clock, the Ho family arranged accommodations. But Meng Ling and Ning Chuan insisted on staying with their daughter, so the Ho family obliged and sent a driver to assist them. Upon returning to Xiangshan Meiyuan at 10:40, Ning Chuan busied herself exploring the house, either teasing the ants in the suitcase or pretending to extract eggs from a falcon's nest. "You silly child," Meng Ling scolded playfully, though her reprimand lacked any real bite. Ning Chuan remarked, "I hadn't seen those little ones this year. I feared they had run away or met with misfortune. Who would have thought they were brought to Kyoto by the Thunder God? It's even kept the pests from my garden at bay." Initially, it was Meng Shichu who rescued them, so it was only natural they would recognize her. "You should tend to your garden," Meng Ling replied. "Indeed, I shall cultivate vegetables and flowers." Ning Chuan nodded, also mentioning she had nurtured 2 giant flowers. Just then, her phone rang, a video call from her son Ning Yuan. "Oh no," Ning Chuan sighed as she answered the call. Ning Yuan's voice erupted from the phone. "Ah, you all are so unfair. You want to see my sister without me. I'm furious. I want to run away from home." Ning Chuan cleared her throat. "It was unplanned. We decided on a whim. I'll take you next time." Ning Yuan was not appeased by such excuses. "I want to come over," Ning Chuan replied. "We're going back tomorrow. There's no point in you coming over." As Ning Chuan attempted to reason with Ning Yuan, Meng Shichu received a call from Pei Jinhai, who had seen the news and learned that Meng Ai was in Kyoto and had locked himself in his study for quite some time. Chapter 056. If you can argue. Don't resort to violence. Just after finishing breakfast, guests arrived. Xiao Yunxua and his fiancée, Yi Gusheng. They walked in arm, with Xiao Yunxua carrying a red gift box. As they entered, the butler led them through the door, where they encountered Hocheng, who was stretching his limbs. Just as Hocheng was about to speak, Xiao Yunhua preempted him, greeting, "Good morning, young master." "Good morning, Mr. Hua," Gu Sheng chimed in. Hocheng responded, "Good morning, Mr. Xiao and Miss Gu." As Hocheng stepped forward, his gaze fell upon the gift box in Xiao Yunhua's hand. "What brings you two here?" he inquired. "We came to see Uncle Ning and Aunt Meng," Xiao Yunhua replied, having guessed that the couple had stayed overnight upon seeing Hocheng. Hocheng accompanied them inside, where Xiao Yunhua and Ning Chuan engaged in a warm conversation. Gu Sheng, linking arms with Meng Ling, at first glance seemed like Meng Ling's daughter. Despite being married to Meng Shichu for a considerable time, they had never discussed their past or each other's social circles, unaware of the close ties between Xiao Yunhua and their parents. Hocheng overheard Xiao Yunhua inviting his mother-in-law and father-in-law to the Xiao residence. Ning Chuan politely declined, mentioning their afternoon flight back to Hocheng, requesting to send her regards to his parents and grandfather. Meng Ling also informed Gu Sheng of her prolonged business trip and promised to visit the Gu family for tea and dining upon her return to Hocheng. As Meng Shichu emerged from the backyard, Gu Sheng hurriedly approached her, calling Chu Bao. Xiao Yunhua waved, "Morning, Shichu." "Good morning," Meng Shichu replied, asking, "Why didn't you let us know you were coming?" "Knowing you were busy, Gu Sheng, and I just took a chance and happened to run into you," he explained. Suddenly, Gu Sheng exclaimed, "What kind of bird is that? It's so large." Her reaction was significant as the falcon that Meng Shichu had rescued spread its wings and called out. Meng Shichu reassured Gu Sheng, saying, "It's the falcon I saved. It comes here in summer for food and to rear its young." Understanding dawned on Gu Sheng. She was aware of Meng Shichu's two unexpected guests, but had never seen them before. The entire morning passed with Meng Ling and Ning Chuan remaining indoors, while Xiao Yunhua and Gu Sheng stayed as well. Lunch was served there, a rare occasion with so many guests, prompting the butler to summon a team of chefs for a sumptuous feast. Meng Shichu opened a bottle of red wine previously gifted to them, and they raised their glasses together. After lunch, the butler arranged for tea, and everyone relaxed in the hall, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Noticing Meng Shichu frequently checking her phone, Hocheng quietly asked, "Are you busy with work?" Meng Shichu shook her head and showed him her screen, revealing a chat with Pei Jinhua. Initially, Pei Jinhua had expressed a desire to meet Meng Ling, but the news of her encounter with Xia Yunjian at the airport had spread, catching the attention of the industry, including Pei Guangyuan. Although Pei Guangyuan wished to meet Meng Ling, she had previously informed Meng Shichu that she did not want to see him, leaving Pei Jinhua to persuade her. Unfortunately, his efforts were in vain as complications arose when Pei Guangyuan's ex-wife visited the Pei household under the pretense of discussing their son, leading to chaos. Reading the chat history, Hocheng suddenly understood why Meng Ling had decisively ended her relationship with Pei Guangyuan years ago. After all this time, as Meng Ling stepped into the capital, her ex's former wife came seeking conflict, illustrating just how tumultuous their past had been. Noticing Meng Shichu and Hocheng's subtle exchanges, Ning Chuan asked, "What's wrong with Xiao Chu?" Meng Shichu subtly shook her head, and Ning Chuan immediately understood, saying, "If something is amiss, feel free to tell me." "All right," she replied. Meng Ling also noticed, but refrained from inquiring, having moved on from that past relationship, enjoying a happy life with her husband and children. She believed that Pei Guangyuan should look inward for the reasons behind his inability to move on, rather than using his deep feelings as an excuse to entrap her. She was acutely aware that his emotional burdens were not as significant as he claimed. The choices made in adulthood come with consequences. She felt no guilt for Pei Guangyuan's solitary state. At 2 o'clock, Xiao Yunhua and Gu Sheng took their leave as Meng Ling and Ning Chuan prepared for their flight at 3:40. The Hua family had also arrived, with Hua Mingjian and his wife, along with Hocheng, bringing numerous gifts. Before boarding, Lu Hui chatted with Meng Ling, while Ning Chuan bid farewell to Hua Mingjian, and Hocheng conversed with Hocheng. Only Meng Shichu remained preoccupied with a work call. Hocheng asked Hocheng, "How do you plan to handle Xia Yunjian's entanglement?" "Xiao Chu will manage it," Hocheng replied, casting a gentle glance toward Meng Shichu. Their previous meeting with Pei's family had been quite pleasant, and the past few days spent with Meng Ling and Ning Chuan had also proceeded smoothly, with no one bringing up any past scandals. This marriage, which had been a spontaneous decision, had garnered the support of both families involved. Though they had encountered minor disagreements, they were resolved promptly, leading to a healthy progression in their relationship. Hocheng distinctly sensed the change in Hocheng, not just in demeanor, but in the very essence of who he was. The previously erratic and stubborn individual had become gentler and more vibrant through the nurturing influence of marriage. This was the essence of what marriage should embody, uplifting and positive. Hocheng patted Hochei's shoulder, surprised at how well he had adapted to this new life. "It seems you found your footing," he remarked, recalling the past debts he had stirred. Hochei was momentarily taken aback by the comment, then smiled. "Are you envious? When will my sister-in-law return to marry you?" Hocheng playfully punched Hochei's arm. "Stop teasing me." Hochei then curiously inquired, "You've been engaged for 10 years. Should your sister-in-law's studies be concluding soon?" "She'll be back by the end of the year," Hocheng replied. Suddenly, recalling events from a previous life, Hochei asked, "Brother, do you think my sister-in-law might return after meeting many impressive individuals and decide to call off the engagement?" Hocheng frowned. "Don't let flattery go to your head and start talking nonsense." Hochei ceased his teasing. In his past life, indeed, his sister-in-law had suggested ending their engagement upon returning. However, it was a trivial matter. As the car reached the airport at 3:20, Ning Chuan exited, one hand on a suitcase and the other holding Meng Ling's hand, bidding farewell to Meng Shichu and Hochei. "You two take care of yourselves. If conflicts arise, resolve them amicably, and if not, let time take its course," Meng Ling said calmly, though an unspoken thought lingered. If time couldn't mend things, don't force it. Relationships should be mutually fulfilling. If the beginning lacked willingness, the entanglement would only bear bitter fruit. Ning Chuan then warned Hochei, "Don't bully my daughter, or I'll truly come a blows." "Rest assured, I wouldn't dare," Hochei replied straightforwardly, acknowledging that he could not overpower Meng Shichu. Unexpectedly, Ning Chuan then added, "And you, don't bully Xiaoqie either. If you can argue, don't resort to violence." His words remained unfinished, hinting at the notion that should either party show any signs of aggression, the other should act decisively. Meng Shichu nodded, "Message me when you arrive." With a wave, the two entered the airport, followed by an assistant and 4 bodyguards. Once their figures vanished, Hochei turned to Meng Shichu and said, "Shall we head back?" Before she could respond, her phone rang. It was Pei Jinhua calling. As she answered, his heavy voice resonated, "I'm 500 meters away." Chapter 57. Rest assured. "I am still here." As Meng Shichu turned back, she was taken aback to see Pei Jinhui standing there, holding a gift box, accompanied by Pei Guangyin, who stood like a wooden post with a bouquet of flowers in hand. Hochei couldn't help but inhale sharply at the awkwardness of the situation. However, upon further reflection, this was not the worst. Had Pei Guangyin charged out just moments ago, it would have truly been a battlefield of emotions. Upon seeing Meng Shichu and Hochei approach, Pei Guangyin dropped the flowers he was holding and turned to leave. Pei Jinhui picked up the flowers and followed suit, gesturing toward the car parked not far away. "It's over. Dad is angry," Hochei expressed his concern. "Just appease him," Meng Shichu replied. Hochei found this hard to believe and turned to her. "Can you really calm people down?" Having lived together for so long, he knew that while Meng Shichu was adept at articulating facts and logic, she was not inclined to soothe others. "My brother can," she replied. Hochei couldn't help but chuckle, already expecting this outcome. "Fear not. I am here," he assured her. "All right." Inside the car, the driver was dismissed. Pei Guangyin sat in the back, lighting a cigarette, taking deep puffs that left him coughing from the smoke. After finally regaining composure, he took another drag and immediately choked again. "Stop smoking. You've been off it for years," Pei Jinhui said, reaching out to take the cigarette from him, only to be evaded by Pei Guangyin. Ash fell onto Pei Jinhui's hand, causing him to gasp in pain. Pei Guangyin ignored him and continued to smoke, coughing intermittently. When Meng Shichu opened the car door, she caught sight of Pei Guangyin, whose eyes were red from the smoke. As he turned away in distress, she closed the door and opened the driver's side, signaling Hochei to switch seats. Comprehending her intention, Hochei navigated around the front of the car to the passenger side. The air inside the vehicle grew heavy, and as Meng Shichu drove towards the city, a few cars trailed behind in a protective convoy. The journey was marked by silence, save for Pei Guangyan, who chain-smoked while Pei Jinhui attempted to take the cigarettes away, only to be deterred by Pei Guangyan's fierce gaze. Meng Shichu initially opened the sunroof, but the thick smoke permeated the car, causing Hocheng in the front to feel discomfort. Eventually, she rolled down all the windows, unable to suppress a couple of coughs herself. Pei Guangyan gazed out the window, extending his hand into the rushing wind. As he loosened his grip, the cigarette slipped from his fingers and fell away. He did not smoke again after that. Upon arriving at the Pei family estate, they encountered Pei Guangyan, who was hastily heading out. Noticing their return, he immediately questioned Pei Jinhui. Did your mother cause another scene? Did she damage anything inside? Pei Jinhui nodded. Pei Guangyuan seethed with anger. What does Sang Lan want? Hasn't she already caused enough suffering for your father? Many years ago, she had abandoned her husband and children to elope, and the Pei family, concerned for the Sang family's reputation, claimed she had gone missing while traveling, even pretending to search for her. After several years without news, the divorce was finalized, and now she returned with 2 children, stirring trouble once again. Pei Guangyuan fumed, recalling how hard it had been for his brother to recover from that marital failure and how he had finally found happiness with another woman, only for Sang Lan to slander her as a homewrecker and drive her away. Now, she had the audacity to come to Kyoto to make a scene. She's simply insane, he declared, hands on his hips, while Pei Guangyan, indifferent, brushed past everyone and ascended the stairs. The door to the study slammed shut with a resounding thud. In the hall, everyone looked up, and Pei Guangyuan, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed, I'm going to confront the Sang family. After a few steps, he turned back to Pei Jinhui. That's your mother. Are you going? Pei Jinhui, who had always been reluctant to face Sang Lan, found himself at a loss. He had sought her out in hopes that she would live peacefully with the Sang family and refrain from causing disturbances. Yet, Sang Lan was consumed by an irrational hatred for Pei Guangyan, resentful of his indifference during their marriage, of his lack of resistance when she left, of his divorce petition, and of his bringing another woman into their home to be near her son. To Pei Jinhui, this hatred was utterly perplexing. However, he knew he could not reason with Sang Lan. Her obsession was nearly pathological. Moreover, following recent misfortunes in the Sang family, her children were now of utmost importance to her, further emboldening her. Suddenly, the butler hurried in. Young master, a team of police has arrived, saying that Mrs. Sang reported she was assaulted by her husband. Sang Lan, yes, Julie Derang. Pei Guangyan shouted in anger. The police entered, clearly uncomfortable as they explained their purpose. Pei Jinhui requested the surveillance footage from hall. It clearly showed Sang Lan bursting in during lunch and wreaking havoc, provoking Pei Guangyan, who accidentally struck her in the forehead while throwing items. The footage was indisputable. Pei Guangyuan inquired, can we also charge her with trespassing and property damage? After taking their report, the police left, and Pei Guangyuan continued to vent his frustrations in the hall. Abruptly, Meng Shichu turned and ascended the stairs. The hall fell silent as several pairs of eyes turned toward her. She paused, glanced back, and raised her hand, saying, Uncle, please continue. With that, she turned away and climbed the staircase. Pei Guangyuan's ire was interrupted, and he could not continue, turning to Pei Jinhui to exclaim, Sang Lan is utterly insane, before storming off. The most awkward moment belonged to Hocheng, who was at a loss for what to do. Seeing Pei Jinhui's particularly grim expression, he attempted to console him. It's all right, big brother, this has nothing to do with you. He too was a victim. Though the Pei family was now among the 3 major families, the Sang family was no less formidable, possessing significant political connections. Confrontation would yield no favorable outcome. Upstairs, Meng Shichu knocked on the study door. There was no response. She knocked again. Pei Guangyan's suppressed roar came from within. Everyone leave. Meng Shichu persisted, knocking once more. Pei Guangyan shouted, get lost. A loud bang followed, prompting Hocheng and Pei Jinhui to rush upstairs. Inside the study, Pei Guangyan, rising in anger, was momentarily quelled upon seeing Meng Shichu. The fury within him diminished significantly. Oh, it's you, Xiao Chu. I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was you. He glanced at the wooden door that was about to be flung open and sat back down. Meng Shichu entered and took a seat across from him. "I'm fine. You and Che should attend to your matters," Pei Guangyin said, his voice laden with exhaustion. Just as Meng Shichu was about to speak, Pei Guangyin interrupted. "Xiao Chu, rest assured, I bear no ill will toward you. I understand it is her unwillingness to see me. This is my problem, and it has nothing to do with you, Jin Wei, or anyone else." "Dad, you're not at fault," Meng Shichu replied, rising to pour a glass of warm water and sitting beside Pei Guangyin. Handing him the cup, she said, "Since my birth, my mother has never spoken ill of you. It's just, we are fated to be apart. We're not destined to be a family. No, it is my fault. I am to blame." Pei Guangyin interrupted her comfort. He turned, tears in his eyes, and said, "It is my inadequacy for not daring to confront the Sang family, my cowardice and overcaution that have restrained me, and my stubbornness to be trapped in feelings I cannot escape." Suddenly, his voice faltered, and he turned aside, spitting out a mouthful of blood, collapsing sideways onto the sofa. Chapter 058. Depression. Pei Guangyin was urgently hospitalized, critically ill. After a frantic rescue, he was saved, yet remained in a coma in the intensive care unit. A panel of esteemed specialists convened, but the prognosis was far from optimistic. In the expert's office, Meng Shichu and Pei Jinwei listened to the doctor's findings, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Depression? Pei Jinwei doubted the reliability of his own hearing. His father seemed perfectly normal. How could he possibly suffer from such an affliction? Meng Shichu remained silent. The experts explained that, according to various test results, Mr. Pei had been consistently taking antidepressants for an extended period, and his symptoms had manifested physically, characterized by sleep disturbances and diminished energy. Scars on his body indicated that he had inflicted harm upon himself during the darkest moments. Exiting the expert's office, Pei Jinwei felt as though he had lost all sense of reality. His father, a towering figure who led the entire Pei family, could not possibly be suffering from depression, especially not for many years, a fact he had been oblivious to as a son. With a sharp crack, Pei Jinwei slapped himself in disbelief. He was about to strike again when Meng Shichu intervened, inquiring whether the family doctor had been replaced. Pei Jinwei paused, then nodded, acknowledging that he had arranged for a new one. That evening, he summoned the family's former doctor, only to be met with shocking revelations. The first doctor disclosed that after the disappearance of Mrs. Pei, Mr. Pei had fallen into a deep depression, exhibiting insomnia and a lack of appetite. The marriage, forged through the alliance of two families, had been orchestrated by the Sang family. Despite the absence of genuine affection, the union was solidified. Following the marriage, Pei Guangyin endeavored to nurture this relationship, yet his wife ultimately abandoned him and their children for another man. The decision to elope, forsaking her children, trampled upon Pei Guangyin's dignity and shattered his self-esteem. During this tumultuous period, when his father's health was failing, the weight of the family's future rested heavily upon his shoulders as the eldest son. The dual burden of his wife's betrayal and familial expectations, coupled with the plight of his son, crushed him. During those challenging times, Pei Guangyin understood that he could not succumb to despair. He sought to mend his own wounds, but as time passed, his condition worsened, necessitating increasingly larger doses of medication. The family doctor sighed, attributing any improvement to the arrival of Meng Ling. After her entrance into his life, they found mutual affection, and Pei Guangyin's health gradually improved. The happiest moment for him was when he and Meng Ling discussed marriage. Their child had even begun to call her Mama, and he felt a sense of healing. Regrettably, fate had other plans, and his joy was short-lived. His ex-wife stirred trouble, sowing discord and spreading rumors, prompting Meng Ling to withdraw from the situation. For the sake of the greater good, Pei Guangyin could not confront the Sang family directly. His tendency to become fixated on trivial matters led to a relapse of his illness, and during the darkest times, he even resorted to self-harm. To shield his family from the truth, he concealed his struggles, relying solely on his determination for the family's future and the hope that his child was still young. After absorbing this information, Pei Jinwei felt as if he were in a stupor. How had his father endured such loneliness for so many years? As he dismissed the departing doctor, Meng Shichu advised Pei Jinhui to heed the doctor's words, warning that his father's suppressed emotions might erupt, leaving him unable to awaken for an extended period, perhaps never again. Pei Jinhui buried his face in his hands, fingers entangled in his hair. Meng Shichu grasped his hands, but he lamented, "I am unworthy as a son. I never realized my father was suffering so deeply." At this point, discussions of right or wrong seemed futile. News of his father's illness would soon spread, and the Pei family required a leader to stabilize the company. His uncle, known for his volatile temperament and limited capabilities, and his elder brother, who resided abroad, would not suffice. If he did not rise to the occasion, the Pei family might become the next target of downfall, leaving only two of the three great families in the capital. Pei Jinhui nodded in understanding, overwhelmed by guilt and self-reproach. The butler ushered in the current family doctor. The physician confirmed that Mr. Pei had indeed been taking medication consistently. He was remarkably resilient and had managed to hold on, with significant improvements over the past year. Pei Jinhui glanced at Meng Shichu, realizing that his father was aware of her existence and had made an effort to bring her into the Pei family fold. For Pei Guangyan, this was a cause for enduring joy. Upon hearing this news, his uncle, Pei Guangyan, expressed his fury, attributing the blame to Sanglan. He declared that Sanglan was the most culpable, having orchestrated the initial alliance only to abandon her family. Why should his brother bear the consequences alone? Enraged, his uncle smashed objects around him, his eyes aflame with anger. He had longed to confront the Sang family, but his brother consistently urged him to consider the future of the Pei family and the welfare of future generations, advising against impulsive actions. For the sake of the family and the children, there seemed to be no room for personal desires. What meaning was there in the family's prosperity if it came at such a cost? Meng Shichu returned to Haidang courtyard just before dawn. Earlier, Hocheng had prepared a bath for her, easing her burden. "You've worked hard," he said softly, patting her back. After a relaxing soak, she emerged to find Hocheng waiting with a hairdryer. She accepted his assistance without resistance as he gently dried her hair. Once ready, she lay down, and Hocheng embraced her, offering soothing words, "Your father will be fine. There is no cause for concern." Meng Shichu sighed softly. In truth, she felt little emotional turmoil. Perhaps their time together had been too brief, and the bond between her and Pei Guangyan was not deeply rooted. Upon learning that his depression was linked to his marriage and emotional struggles, she perceived him as somewhat fragile. How could love encompass the entirety of one's existence? A man of intellect, capability, charm, and wealth should not succumb to illness for the sake of love. The sorrow she felt was nearly imperceptible, even tinged with frustration at his weakness. At that moment, Meng Shichu pondered whether she was being too callous. Perhaps she was. She could not comprehend how Pei Guangyan, whom she deemed weak and lacking courage, had managed to endure the torment of depression alone for so many years. Sensing her heavy thoughts, Hocheng reassured her, "Everything will be all right." That night, Meng Shichu experienced mild insomnia, introspecting for hours without resolution. By morning, news of Pei Guangyan's critical condition had spread throughout the business community, triggering various speculations. The family would undoubtedly take action, and the internal dynamics of the corporation were likely to be affected. In the hospital, Meng Shichu and Hocheng encountered Pei Jinhui. "Your brother will manage," she assured him. When a key figure in the group encounters difficulties, it naturally impacts the organization. This is to be expected. She added that her marriage to the Hua family remained intact, and the current situation could be stabilized. It was merely a matter of time. Hocheng concurred, affirming their alliance with the Pei family, given their established interests. "I understand. You need not worry," Pei Jinhui murmured, suddenly stating, "Once this matter settles, I intend to confront my mother." Meng Shichu forced a smile, choosing not to respond. Sanglan was Pei Jinhui's biological mother, and should he pursue accountability, the outcome could prove disastrous. In this era of information, most would only focus on the results, disregarding the complexities involved. The narrative would inevitably frame a son confronting his mother as a grave transgression, one that would not be easily forgiven. Chapter 059. A way to make her listen. Hocheng escorted Meng Shichu to the Lin Shun design office and accompanied her upstairs. Upon exiting the elevator, they encountered staff members transporting bonsai and various decorative items, seemingly directed towards her office. Jiang Wen approached, and Meng Shichu inquired, "Did you purchase these?" "It was ordered by the son-in-law." "Miss Meng, were you not informed?" Jiang Wen glanced at Hocheng. Meng Shichu turned to Hocheng, who sheepishly admitted, "Why can't I pick you up for lunch that day? I noticed the place was quite empty and decided to order some." Understanding dawned on Meng Shichu. It was a gesture of apology. "Did you select these before the commotion?" Hocheng appeared slightly embarrassed. "I refrained from excessive decoration because this is merely a temporary office. The company building is under construction, and we will relocate after the new year. I plan to arrange things then. Moreover, I travel frequently, so the office is not used often. It will suffice once we move." Hocheng reconsidered his stance. "No, the new office must be entirely furnished anew. I will arrange it for you. There's no need. These can be moved. Your kind intentions cannot simply be discarded," she replied as she walked toward her office. Hocheng followed her. "I will have someone assist with the move." "Very well." Meng Shichu settled into her office chair, where Jiang Wen had already opened the computer. Nearby lay a stack of documents requiring her attention, and a folder displaying the day's itinerary was open to her right. Noticing that Hocheng had no intention of leaving, she set down the itinerary and asked, "Today is Monday. Doesn't T your technology company have a routine meeting, or is there no need for attendance at Hocheng?" Hocheng leaned against the desk and asked directly, "Should I handle the matter regarding Xia Yunjian instead? Chairman Wan of Wan Hai is gravely ill, and the family has begun taking actions from various fronts, even bringing up his affairs with Xia Yunjian, claiming that he and Meng Shichu are on the verge of marital discord, hoping to create chaos within the Pei family. He assumed Meng Shichu would have no desire to concern herself with Xia Yunjian any longer." Meng Shichu replied, "I have already sent someone to convey a message to Xia Yunjun on behalf of Xia Yungao. I have not forgotten what needs to be done. It is all noted in the itinerary. Regardless of her status as a daughter of the Pei family or your identity as Mrs. Hua, notifying Xia Yungao will ensure that the Xia family will dutifully allow Xia Yunjian to meet with me." Hocheng was taken aback by her proactive approach and asked, "Shall I accompany you?" Meng Shichu shook her head. "No need. Your presence may lead her to believe you still harbor feelings for her." "I do not," Hocheng immediately countered, "but I fear that Xia Yunjian may not be receptive to reason and that logical explanations may fall on deaf ears. She is not the calm and stable person one would expect. She is driven by madness." Meng Shichu smiled lightly. "I have a way to make her listen." "Very well. I shall await your good news." After Hocheng departed, Meng Shichu immersed herself in her work, unperturbed by the myriad of external opinions and speculations. Following a morning filled with remote meetings and completing various presentations for her companies, she felt a tinge of fatigue. The coffee could not revive her, a result of her restless night. As noon approached, Meng Shichu stepped out with Jiang Wu. They found a window-side table at the Kaiwei restaurant. Despite it being mealtime, only a few tables were occupied in the dining hall. Both Xia Yunjian and Xia Yungao were present. Upon seeing Meng Shichu approach, Xia Yungao quickly stood, awkwardly extending his hand. "Mrs. Hua, we just arrived." "Without Hocheng, you may address me as Manager Meng," she replied, disregarding his gesture and directly taking a seat across from him. Xia Yungao retracted his hand, feeling embarrassed. After sitting, he curiously inquired, "I wonder what brings Manager Meng to invite us." "Rest assured, the incident from the other day was merely an accident. We did not intentionally follow you and Mr. Hua." Xia Yungao was quick to explain. They could not afford to provoke the Hua family, so upon realizing that Hocheng had genuinely severed ties with Xia Yunjian, they dared not entangle themselves further, instead arranging a new marriage for Xia Yunjian. Initially, they had hoped that with the break from Hocheng, they could forge an alliance with the Su family, only to discover that Su Zizhou was already engaged to someone else. They were left with no choice but to arrange for Xia Yunjian to marry another, seeking benefits for the Xia family. Little did they know, Xia Yunjian pretended to comply and almost boarded a plane. Ignoring Xia Yungao's rambling, Meng Shichu waited for him to finish before speaking. "I wish to have a few words with Miss Xia." Xia Yungao was momentarily taken aback and hastily added, "Manager Meng, My sister is rather peculiar. I fear she may harm you. Meng Shichu fixed her gaze on him in silence, prompting Xia Yunjian to reluctantly rise. Before leaving, he cautioned Xia Yunjian, "Do not do anything that may harm Manager Meng, nor speak words she does not wish to hear. Understand?" Xia Yunjian cast a sidelong glance, her eyes filled with resentment. Xia Yunjian shot her a cold glare, lowering his voice to warn, "If you dare disregard my words, I will deal with you." Once Xia Yunjian departed, the waiter began serving the dishes. Gradually, 6 dishes and a soup filled the small long table. After the waiter retreated, Meng Shichu showed no inclination to speak and began eating instead. Ultimately, it was Xia Yunjian who broke the silence. "You need not beat around the bush, Meng Shichu. You must have read the documents I delivered to your office. They were well written. You might consider writing a novel." Meng Shichu did not deny it. Xia Yunjian gripped the edge of the table. "Aren't you curious about Hocheng's fate? Is that why you have not continued your pursuit?" Meng Shichu chuckled, stuck at the conclusion. "It indeed piques one's interest. Alas, I have never been particularly curious." "Isn't that the reason you sought me out?" Xia Yunjian retorted. Meng Shichu smiled. "Do you think so?" Xia Yunjian's composure faltered slightly, forcing herself to regain her calm. "Meng Shichu, I must inform you that I have been reborn. And so has Hocheng. He never disclosed your fate, did he?" Meng Shichu raised an eyebrow, pointing to her temple. "I believe you should first address your mental state." "You do not believe me?" Xia Yunjian gritted her teeth. Why was it that everyone thought she was mad for entertaining such notions? Su Zizhou did not believe her, nor did her family, and neither did Meng Shichu. None of them believed. Xia Yunjian and oppose, as unprovoked anger boiled over as she declared. "The ending is that I infiltrated the situation to exact revenge on Hocheng. I wished for his demise, and indeed, he was apprehended." Noticing Meng Shichu's expression remained unchanged, Xia Yunjian clenched her teeth and continued, "Hocheng loved me too deeply. He gave me everything I desired, even his life. The whole family could have saved him, but he chose to confess to spare me pain, pleading for the death penalty. Before his death, he even spent lavishly to assemble a medical team for my treatment. And even after I was wronged, he still wished to marry me. His love for me is etched into his very bones. Meng Shichu, your union with Hocheng is merely a business arrangement. There is no affection between you. If I were to approach Hocheng, he would still choose me. Shall we make a wager?" Meng Shichu did not reply, merely ladling 2 spoonfuls of soup into her bowl. Meanwhile, Xia Yunjian, overwhelmed by emotion, leaned forward, pressing closer to Meng Shichu. "Let us stage a scene. We will both be kidnapped. Let us see whether Hocheng comes to save me or you." Meng Shichu raised her gaze, a playful smile dancing in her eyes, leaving Xia Yunjian bewildered. Suddenly, she lifted the bowl of soup and tilted it over, spilling the scalding broth onto the back of Xia Yunjian and Appo's hand. Chapter 060. Why can an Appo's tea nourish me? Ah! Xia Yunjian gasped and withdrew her hand, the back of it already reddened from a burn. Surveying her surroundings, she noticed that the scattered diners merely glanced her way before returning to their meals. No one paid heed to her cries, nor did the restaurant staff or the owner approach her. Anger twisted her features as she bellowed at Meng Shichu. "Are you out of your mind? Just because you cannot win a man's heart, why target me?" Her voice reverberated through the hall, yet it failed to attract any attention. Meng Shichu, calmly wiping her hand with a napkin, responded with a nonchalant and cool tone, "You know to avoid pain, so why would Hocheng be a fool?" The words left Xia Yunjian momentarily stunned, her mouth agape as a torrent of retorts lodged in her throat. After placing the used napkin down, Meng Shichu looked up and continued, "Do you think Hocheng is some desperate man?" Xia Yunjian covered the back of her hand, feeling as though she had been struck at her core. Her once erected pride shattered to pieces. Indeed, even a fool knows to evade pain, not to mention Hocheng, who is a reborn soul burdened by tragic past. Upon her rebirth, she had considered that Hocheng might seek vengeance upon her. So why was she now convinced that he loved her deeply? Why? Unable to find an answer, yet unwilling to be a pawn of the Xia family for life. She yearned to escape. This was her opportunity. With determination set in her jaw, she fixed her gaze on Meng Shichu. You dare not gamble with me because you know Hocheng does not love you. A mere test would surely lead you to defeat. Meng Shichu laughed lightly, pouring herself another cup of tea with indifference. Her laughter dripped with scorn, unsettling Xia Yunqian further. What are you laughing at? In a marriage bound by interests, where your husband harbors no love for you, what is there to be proud of? Xia Yunqian mused that Meng Shichu's behavior was merely a facade to conceal her own lack of affection. The more she acted that way, the more it proved Hocheng and Appo's indifference towards her. In her mind, Xia Yunqian convinced herself once more to launch an attack on Meng Shichu. How pitiful and tragic it was for a woman to be unloved in her marriage. Do you know how Hocheng treated me? Whatever I desired, he provided. Regardless of how I treated him, he always defended me, even at the cost of opposing the whole family. Even when I harmed and schemed against him, Hocheng never uttered a harsh word to me. Each time I fled in anger, he would send someone to find me, ensuring no one dared to lay a finger on me. They treated me with utmost politeness. Xia Yunqian spoke passionately, recounting how cherished she was by Hocheng, as if she were a fragile treasure cradled with care. Meng Shichu rested her elbow on the table, holding her teacup, sipping leisurely as she listened. When Xia Yunqian finished her boastful soliloquy, she confidently declared, Hocheng does not love you. You are merely a tool in a business marriage. How pitiable. Meng Shichu replied with a casual dismissal. Hocheng has raised a wild dog for so many years, and it wags its tail. Why can't he nurture you to maturity? Xia Yunqian was left speechless, her confidence crumbling anew under the weight of those words. She had boasted so much. Yet Meng Shichu's single remark reduced her to the status of a mere stray dog. The humiliation was profound, a piercing affront. Before Xia Yunqian could respond, Meng Shichu continued, For what you've shared, I derive but one conclusion. Without Hocheng, your life would be in utter disarray. How dare you say that? Xia Yunqian retorted fiercely. Meng Shichu raised a hand, and the approaching bodyguards halted in their tracks. Tapping her fingers on the table, she remarked, Is it not true? Where's your true love? Where are your family? Your friends? Each pointed question struck Xia Yunqian like daggers, draining the color from her face. Fury and shame intertwined within her. You, a woman unloved by her husband, have no right to speak to me. Xia Yunqian exploded, rising with intense emotion. At that moment, the other diners also stood, casting curious glances in their direction, with some approaching rapidly. Xia Yunqian turned her head to see several burly men glaring menacingly, their fierce demeanor unmistakable. Realizing the situation, she shot a hostile glare at Meng Shichu. You are just jealous of me. Meng Shichu raised her hand, causing the approaching bodyguards to retreat. Drumming her fingers lightly on the table, she replied, Jealous of you, who possesses only an empty vessel? Would you perish without a man? With that, she stood slowly. Miss Xia, I have no interest in playing games of provocation with you. To me, marriage is a matter of benefit, a seasoning for life. The man you cannot live without has never been essential for me. Beyond men, I possess vast wealth, a promising future, dear friends, and cherished companions. If my husband is an excellent man, a harmonious marriage would add luster to my life. But without him, I would still thrive. Meng Shichu's demeanor remained calm. Her words delivered with a serene tone devoid of urgency or emotional fluctuation. Yet each word struck Xia Yunqian like a tolling bell, reverberating through her heart and mind. The pride and self-satisfaction she once felt evaporated, leaving her trembling lips. In a sudden fit of rage, Xia Yunqian seized a pair of chopsticks from the table, gripping them tightly as if preparing for an attack. Meng Shichu glanced at her with a cold smile. Shall we test that? She raised her hand, the sound of her fingertips grazing against one another echoing in the air. All the diners turned their attention toward them, towering figures encircling the scene. Outside, more bodyguards converged. Xia Yunqian trembled, parting her lips to declare, Meng Shichu, you will divorce. Hocheng will betray you. It is your fate, just as it was in the past. Meng Shichu smiled. Miss Xia, do you believe the Xia family would heed my instructions to send you to a mental institution? Xia Yunqian's eyes widened in shock. I speak the truth. You will achieve success, but your marriage will fail. Meng Shichu interrupted. if you were to enter such a place? Would you ever find your way back out? Xia Yunqian shook violently, on the verge of collapse. Why wouldn't you believe me? I'm telling you the truth. I'm trying to help you. Must you wait until you find the green on your head to believe me? Meng Shichu's expression turned sympathetic. What a pity. To be so young, yet already mad. Xia Yunqian, why was it so difficult to reason with this woman? Why could she always dismantle Xia Yunqian's thoughts and rationality with her calm demeanor and words? All her strategies had been employed, yet Meng Shichu remained unfazed. Xia Yunqian felt utterly drained, her mind blank. With a clatter, the chopsticks fell to the ground, and she collapsed, kneeling. Her head tilted back. Tears streamed from her reddened eyes, a picture of despair. Miss Meng, you have everything. Please, I beg you, return Hocheng to me. He is all I have left. I can only rely on him. Without him, I will truly perish. In that moment, Xia Yunqian relinquished all dignity from both her past and present, pleading for a glimmer of hope. She needed Hocheng's love and protection. Otherwise, she would hold no standing within the Xia family and be sold off to an old man for corporate gains. Meng Shichu looked down at her, an air of superiority in her gaze. With a decisive shake of her head, she replied, "You have no chance." Chapter 61. Unable to compete with the woman before me. Rejected by Meng Shichu, Xia Yunqian remained undeterred and unwilling to concede. You have everything. Why must you seize my lifeline? Meng Shichu scoffed, declaring that late regrets bore no significance. Xia Yunqian insisted she was reborn, yet even in her second life, she failed to gain clarity. If she truly had been reborn, it would have been a squandered opportunity. Yet, Meng Shichu believed Xia Yunqian had lost her mind. Miss Meng, President Meng. Xia Yunqian knelt before Meng Shichu, reaching out to grasp her leg, only to be thwarted by the bodyguards. Held captive, she could only gaze up at Meng Shichu, pleading, "Please help me. We are both women. Women should not make things difficult for one another. Assist me in leaving Kyoto, and I promise never to appear before Hocheng again." Tears streamed down her face. This was her sole chance. But the answer remained a firm refusal. Your affairs do not concern me. If you continue to harass my husband, the Xia family will ensure you receive the treatment you deserve. Xia Yunqian began to struggle, exclaiming, "I saved Hocheng's life. You cannot treat me this way. To be ungrateful invites divine retribution." Meng Shichu retorted, "Seeking vengeance for a favor will also incur heavenly wrath." Xia Yunqian was rendered speechless once more. Remember this. Stay hidden and do not draw attention. With that, Meng Shichu turned to leave. Suddenly, Xia Yunqian called out, "I can promise never to seek Hocheng again. But you must give me a sum of money." Meng Shichu paused, turning back to inquire, "How much do you want?" 5 million, Xia Yunqian replied. "If you grant me 5 million, I will leave far away." Meng Shichu retrieved the card from her bag and handed it over. Just as Xia Yunqian reached out to take it, Meng Shichu added, "There is over 10 million in the card." Xia Yunqian's face brightened. This amount would suffice to buy her freedom from the Xia family. She yearned to escape this wretched place. However, as her fingers brushed the card, Meng Shichu spoke again. "Extortion, of a substantial amount. Have you considered how you will explain this to the police?" Xia Yunqian's eyes trembled as she met Meng Shichu's unwavering gaze. Despite the smile gracing her lips, Xia Yunqian felt as though her very soul had been pierced, a cold sweat creeping down her spine. She swiftly withdrew her hand. Her voice caught in her throat, as if a voice within urged her. "You cannot compete with this woman. Are you sure you do not want it?" Meng Shichu asked, not waiting for an answer, before striding away. The bodyguards released Xia Yunqian, following Meng Shichu out. Unrestrained, Xia Yunqian collapsed to the ground, weeping in despair. In her mind, she recalled Hocheng's scornful question from her past life. "Xia Yunqian, do you truly believe you have triumphed over capital?" Indeed, had she genuinely triumphed? Perhaps from the beginning, she had merely won the love of Hocheng. Or perhaps Hocheng had not lost. He had simply become utterly disillusioned with her. To confess was to let go. Thus, she had signed a settlement agreement, detailing how much he had given her in gratitude for saving his life, also stating that he had never touched her. Each clause meticulously crafted to sever future ties. Hocheng had completely abandoned her. She realized, ultimately, how foolish she was, having lived two lives? She still failed to comprehend the truth. Her family did not love her, and her lover's affections were not genuine. The only person who had truly cared for her had been cast aside by her own actions. Upon returning to the company, Meng Shichu was greeted by Jiang Wan, who informed her, "Miss, your husband is waiting in your office." Entering her office, Meng Shichu was immediately drawn to a bouquet of vibrant light yellow flowers. Exquisite. Hocheng indicated the food box and fruit drink on the coffee table, saying, "I guess you hadn't eaten much for lunch." "You guessed correctly," she replied, approaching. "She probably want tea come looking for you again," Hocheng remarked, surprised. "Did you really reason with her until she understood? Why reason with someone who lacks logic?" Meng Shichu found his comment amusing. Hocheng, intrigued, asked, "Are there times when you lack reason?" Meng Shichu sipped her fruit tea, responding, "You would not want to witness me when I lack reason." Hocheng stroked his chin, conceding, "That makes sense. When someone of your stature argues, it's wise to listen. When you don't, I suspect someone might end up in tears." The following weeks were tumultuous. Internal conflicts within Wanhai Group surged as Pei Jinhua sought to consolidate power. Meanwhile, the noble Gu family and the young master Xiao Yunshuo of the Hongmen supported Pei Jinhua, signing strategic cooperation agreements of 5 and 8 years, respectively. The engagement between the Pei family's young heiress and the young master of the Hua family further solidified Hua family support. Pei Jinhua successfully ascended to power, establishing a new order within Wanhai Group. The upper management had no objections. As Wanhai stabilized, Pei Guangyan fell gravely ill. Meng Shichu learned of this only after a meeting and hurried to the hospital. Both her uncle and Pei Jinhua were present, with Hocheng arriving shortly thereafter. Meng Shichu asked, "What did the doctor say?" Uncle Pei Guangyuan wiped his face and turned to face the wall, pressing his forehead against it. Hocheng approached, grasping Meng Shichu's hand in silence. Pei Jinhua shook his head, stating, "The doctor said to prepare for the worst." Years of suppressed emotions had left Pei Guangyan's body and spirit in ruins, resulting in rapid physical decline and organ failure. The intensive care unit was off limits, and Meng Shichu stood outside for a while. Her phone rang. It was her assistant Jiang Wan. Miss Sang has arrived at the company," he whispered. Hearing this, Meng Shichu glanced at Pei Jinhua, who had grown noticeably thinner and bore an undeniable gloom. He felt guilt for not recognizing his father's illness and bore the weight of the entire Pei family alone, all while dealing with a scheming mother behind the scenes. In reflection, Pei Jinhua was now what Pei Guangyan had once been, wanting to collapse yet unable to do so. Noticing her gaze, Pei Jinhua approached and said, "You should get back to work. I will stay here." With the patient in the ICU, remaining there served no purpose. "All right," Meng Shichu nodded, adding into the phone, "I'll be back shortly." Hocheng left with Meng Shichu, and as they entered the elevator, he asked, "Did something happen?" He had noticed Meng Shichu frowning while on the phone, indicating that something was amiss. "Sang Lan went to my company," Meng Shichu admitted. Hocheng and Appo's expression darkened. He was at a loss for words. "She truly is indescribable. She is even more unhinged than I was back then." Hocheng insisted on accompanying her, and as they traveled, he suddenly exclaimed, "Does this also warrant trending news?" Meng Shichu turned to glance, discovering it was Xia Yunqian's marriage announcement. Her groom was Mr. Tao from Hocheng, a middle-aged entrepreneur with 2 deceased wives. The media boldly reported, drawing parallels to Hocheng, and concluded with, "On the wedding day of the unforgettable white moonlight, will young Master Ho be present? Truly something to anticipate." Comments suggested that Xia Yunqian preferred middle-aged executives over young masters from wealthy families, implying that Hocheng was haunted by psychological scars. Hocheng exited the news in a foul mood, muttering, "If she won Teflon in front of me, she'll do it in my phone. How utterly absurd." Chapter 062. The illusory moonlight and the worthy bride. As Hocheng withdrew from the news, the few instigators in the group did not spare him. Duan Xiao sent a screenshot of a classic online comment. "The young master runs rampant, while the middle-aged CEO is the true treasure." Lu Jing followed suit, sharing a celebratory image. "After years of unrequited love, marrying someone else? I refuse to believe it. I shall marry an older man to spite him." Cheng Yuxiu remarked, Hoche, don't look, it's all malicious commentary. Hoche replied, Duan Xiao, Lu Jing, I declare a 10-minute ceasefire. Beside him, Meng Shichu noticed Hoche's grim expression and offered a word of comfort. Don't look. Out of sight, out of mind. Recently, the opposing side of Wanhai had been spreading rumors about her and Hoche's marital discord, and with Xia Yinxian and Appo's news trending. It was undoubtedly those behind the scenes who fanned the flames. They probably guessed that Hoche would not truly let go of Xia Yinxian, hoping to distract him and sow discord in her heart. Such juvenile tactics were beneath contempt. Although this would not genuinely lead to a marital rift, it was indeed distasteful. Hoche, holding his phone, suggested, Shall we take a photo together? Meng Shichu nodded, You take it. As Hoche raised his phone, Meng Shichu leaned slightly, but he tilted his entire body towards her. With a click, the photo captured Meng Shichu in a moment of gentle grace, her head bowed in adjustment, exuding a regal softness that was quite captivating. I want to post this on Weibo, Hoche declared, already beginning the editing process. Meng Shichu did not oppose, Sure. Go ahead. Shortly thereafter, he published it, showing the image to Meng Shichu. What do you think? My wife is the most splendid. After viewing it, Meng Shichu stiffened and managed a slight smile, As long as you're happy. Do you mind? He inquired. Not all, she replied, shaking her head, though she could never bring herself to do such a thing. This was Hoche's personal Weibo account, followed by both curious onlookers and potential business partners. Soon his company, Sihua Technology, retweeted the post, captioning it, Our boss's wife is both beautiful and formidable. Upon arriving at Lin Shin Design, Hoche received a call from Hocheng. I had the company retweet your post as well. You're the best, big brother, Hoche replied. Hocheng scoffed. Don't flatter me. If you dare attend that wedding, I'll break your legs. After a brief exchange, Hoche hung up, only to see Rong Chun Group's major account retweeting his post with a bold caption. The young master awakens. The worth of the illusory moonlight pales in comparison to the bride. This time, Hoche couldn't help but twitch his lips, sending a WeChat message to Hocheng. Is it really appropriate to name names like that? That is a corporate account. Hocheng responded. If the media insists on naming names, we shall do the same. There is nothing wrong with that. Stand firm and confront them head on. As he entered the elevator, Hoche tucked his phone away. Meng Shichu was preoccupied with her own device, engrossed in whatever task occupied her time. He didn't glance over or inquire, merely accompanying her in silence. Upon exiting the elevator, Jiang Wen approached, flanked by a bodyguard. Ms. Sang has caused a ruckus in the reception room and destroyed everything inside, Jiang Wen reported. As Meng Shichu made her way to the reception room, she instructed, Send a list of damages to the Sang family. The reception room door stood ajar, chaos reigning within. Potted plants, vases, and decorations lay strewn about, and the business coffee table had been overturned and broken. Everything that could be destroyed had been. Meng Shichu felt that merely sending a damage report was insufficient. Call the police, she ordered Jiang Wen. She deserves to spend a couple of days in jail. Sang Lan scoffed. Do you really think the police can do anything to me, Meng Shichu? Do you genuinely believe this city is like the small place you previously resided in? Do you think the Sang family is some insignificant household? Meng Shichu's gaze remained indifferent. I only know that this city is not a lawless place. Naive. San Lan Moket, Steeding Kolo. As she neared, the bodyguard intercepted her, preventing her from advancing further. San Lan Lauet decisively, Gawat. Okay, stepped forward, shielding Meng Shichu behind him. Ms. Sang, you flaunt your family's power without regard for the consequences. Okay, easy. Sang Lan sneered, fixing her gaze on him. Why don't you ask your father if he dares to speak to me like that, and consider whether you owe me an apology. Without affording Hoche a chance to respond, Sang Lan stabbed again. Haven't you seen the news? Your long-pursued moonlight is marrying someone else. A man over a decade older than you. Xia Yinxian prefers older men over you. You should truly reflect on what flaws you possess. But I suspect you won't find anything. Otherwise you wouldn't be seeking a marriage with a mistress. Sang Lan wore a condescending expression, peering past the bodyguard and Hoche at Meng Shichu. Just like your mother, you relish picking up discarded items, coveting what others do not want. You are both cheap and shameless. Hoche's anger flared, but but he felt a firm grip on his arm from behind. Turning, he saw Meng Shichu's calm demeanor. "She is trying to provoke you," Meng Shichu said softly. Hocheng was taken aback. It seemed those hurtful words had little effect on her. Meng Shichu stepped forward, and the bodyguard moved aside, remaining vigilant of Sang Lan's actions. Meeting Sang Lan's gaze, she asserted, "This room is under full surveillance with audio recording. I will send your disparaging remarks about my mother to my parents, and they will take action." TSK. Meng Ling produced such a useless offspring? Sang Lan taunted, her eyes filled with pity for Meng Shichu, as if confirming her status as an unworthy outsider. Hocheng was seething, while Meng Shichu appeared unfazed by the insults. How could she endure such vitriol? Meng Shichu remained unyielding. "Does Ms. Sang have anything else to say?" "Of course." Sang Lan glared at her, her gaze sharp. "You are well aware of your own status, and I need not remind you. Even if you are the illegitimate daughter of Pei Guangyin and Meng Ling, you do not carry the Pei surname. Everything belonging to the Pei family is irrelevant to you. Whatever you have taken from the Pei family, you'd best return it. You should understand that the Pei family is the Pei family of Jinhui. You are utterly unworthy to claim even a fraction." Meng Shichu, listen well. I have seen many women who feign elegance while being base in reality. Don't think that, because you know a few high-profile individuals and married into the Ho family, you're free from worries. If you dare covet even a fraction of my son's wealth, I will ensure you pay dearly. Sang Lan advanced, but Hocheng and the bodyguard stood ready to defend. Sang Lan sneered, "You'd best inquire about my family's background. If you dare to oppose me, I have countless ways to make you pay the price." Straightening her posture, she crossed her arms. "To be frank, Meng Ling should never have given birth to you. You are an embarrassment. Otherwise, Meng Shichu, you should just die. It would be a fitting solution." Sang Lan's mockery flowed freely, but Meng Shichu calmly stated, "I'm still waiting for you to make a move against me. Is that all you've got?" Her words stunned Sang Lan momentarily. "What do you mean?" Ignoring her, Meng Shichu raised her phone and spoke directly. "Did you hear that? Your mother initiated this. Do not blame me for lacking familial affection later." Chapter 063. Unyielding confrontation. Upon hearing Meng Shichu and Appo's words, Sang Lan was struck with shock and disbelief. It was unmistakable who was on the other end of the line. Pei Jinhui. Enraged, Sang Lan pointed a finger at Meng Shichu, exclaiming, You vile creature, you plotted against me, you despicable person." Her relationship with her son had always been strained, and she had sought to secure the entirety of the Pei family and Appo's assets to mend their bond. Hence, she had approached Meng Shichu privately, desiring her to relinquish her shares in Wanhai and leave Beijing. Little did she anticipate that Meng Shichu would secretly contact Pei Jinhui. The once haughty Sang Lan now bore a twisted visage, her features contorted with rage. She attempted to strike Meng Shichu, only to be thwarted by a bodyguard. After hanging up the phone, Meng Shichu tucked her device away and smiled. "You are his mother. If you come to me with trouble, I must involve him." Sang Lan retorted furiously, "You wretched woman, how dare you?" Unfazed by her venomous words, Meng Shichu delivered a piercing counterattack. "Mrs. Sang, your infidelity during marriage, abandonment of husband and child, and your penchant for wealth while disregarding morality and legality truly brings shame upon the Sang family for generations." Each accusation was a sharp dagger, piercing Sang Lan's sensibilities and reason. "You." Sang Lan pointed at Meng Shichu, her heart aching from the harsh words that lodged in her throat like thorns, rendering her speechless. The unspoken scars from her past were laid bare by this contemptible young woman she had always looked down upon. She felt as if she were parading naked, memories of her less than stellar past flashing before her eyes. She had once believed that time could heal all wounds, and with the formidable Sang family as her shield, no one dared to bring up her past. Yet here and now, a bastard child audaciously exposed her misdeeds. Did she not realize the consequences of provoking the Sang family? At that moment, Pei Jinhui burst into the room, his arrival frantic and breathless, sweat glistening on his forehead. He pulled Sang Lan aside and stood beside Meng Shichu, demanding, "What do you intend to do? Is it not enough that you have brought this family to ruin?" Perhaps having just rushed over Pei Jinhui and Appo's breath was uneven. Seeing his furious gaze, Sang Lan implored, I'm trying to help you. Why can't you understand? Pei Jinhui retorted, I do not need your help. I am not facing any difficulties. Are you foolish? Sang Lan, distressed and furious at his obstinacy, pointed at Meng Shichu. Pei Guangyan is on his deathbed. He has nothing but debts to Meng Ling. And you think he would leave his fortune to you? Do you truly comprehend my good intentions? Sang Lan pressed. Enough. Pei Jinhui thundered, his fury on the brink of explosion, his brow furrowed and eyes reddening as if he might weep blood. This was the first time Sang Lan had seen Pei Jinhui in such a state, and she was genuinely frightened, as if he might lose control and become unhinged. Jinhui, please don't be like this. Your mother is scared. Sang Lan attempted to soothe him, reaching out a hand, only to have it ruthlessly swatted away by Pei Jinhui. Do not touch me. Do not. Sang Lan stumbled back, witnessing her son teetering on the edge of despair, and then shifted her ire back to Meng Shichu. You wretched woman. Why did you drag my Jinhui into this? You are the one who returned to seize his inheritance. Why do you treat him this way? Are you insane, Mrs. Sang? Pei Jinhui roared. You left. Why do you return to wreak havoc? Your father's downfall is entirely your doing. If you had not left, there would have been no Meng Ai, and, consequently, no Meng Shichu. Why is the instigator now blaming others? What did you say? This was the first time Sang Lan heard Pei Jinhui refer to her as Mrs. Sang. Her face turned ashen, and she glared at him. I am your mother. Everything I do is for you. Do you even believe that? Pei Jinhui countered. Sang Lan's lips twitched as she questioned. What wrong have I done? I never wished to marry him. It was the family's pressure. I had no choice. Did my father have a choice? He was a man. Why did he not resist? He could have refused. Pei Jinhui felt dizzy. You're utterly unreasonable. Sang Lan's hatred for Pei Guangyan had become ingrained in her very being, as stubborn as a malignant tumor, impossible to remove unless it claimed her life. Amidst this tense atmosphere, the police arrived. The lead officer was taken aback upon seeing Meng Shichu. She seemed quite fond of calling for the authorities. Meng Shichu had requested the surveillance footage that showed Sang Lan inexplicably vandalizing property and uttering personal attacks. Upon recognizing Sang Lan's identity, the police aimed for a conciliatory approach, implying that if Sang Lan provided compensation, the matter could be resolved. Meng Shichu shook her head, declaring no reconciliation. Sang Lan, upon hearing this, coldly warned Meng Shichu, you better think this through. Opposing the Sang family comes at a cost. Meng Shichu remained steadfast, unperturbed, reiterating no reconciliation. She then addressed the leading officer. Arrest her, otherwise, I will sue all of you. Sang Lan was consumed by rage and humiliation. Meng Shichu, do you wish to be ostracized in Beijing? At worst, I shall leave Beijing for Yucheng or Lucheng. Her tone was dismissive, yet carried an air of provocation. Furthermore, Meng Shichu instructed her assistant Jiang Wan, gather the lawyers and prepare to sue Sang Lan. Understood, Mississippi. The police were in a difficult position, as Meng Shichu was unyielding. At this point, they could only ask Sang Lan to sit down for further discussions. Sang Lan, thoroughly exasperated, laughed bitterly. Fine, fine, fine. Meng Shichu, you wait. Very well. Meng Shichu raised her hand. Please. As Sang Lan followed the police out, the room fell silent. Hocheng was about to speak to Meng Shichu when she interrupted. She insulted my mother. This matter cannot be overlooked. Apologies, but the Meng family is taking action. Without waiting for Pei Jinhui's response, Meng Shichu stepped outside. Hocheng was at a loss for words. Just as he intended to follow her, he suddenly saw Pei Jinhui collapse to the ground. He hurried to support him while shouting, Someone, Pei Deshao has fainted. In the office, Jiang Wu rushed in. Miss, Pei Deshao has fainted. Send someone to the hospital, Meng Shichu ordered. Already dispatched people. Very well. At this moment, Meng Shichu's expression darkened as she continued instructing Jiang Wan. Package up the video recordings and send them back. Do not send them to my mother. Ning Chuan was known for his vindictiveness and protectiveness. His security group was distinctly different from ordinary business ventures, with connections sprawling across vast networks and ties to the military. The mere political connections of the Sang family would not warrant his attention. While Jiangwen recorded Meng Shichu's directives, she continued, "Send the bill for damages to the Sang family. Utilize the information channels from Hocheng to investigate the man Sang Lan eloped with back then. If he is alive, bring him back. Clarify the locations where Sang Lan lived after her elopement, and investigate the specifics of her 2 children's births to substantiate her bigamy." As she spoke of the Sang family's political ties, a fierce glint of danger flickered in Meng Shichu's eyes. "I'm quite curious as to whether they're truly as clean as they claim." Jiangwen meticulously noted down Meng Shichu's commands, while Jiang Wu beside her revealed an expression of excitement. "Is the young lady planning to stir up a storm? I can hardly wait." Having completed the record, Jiangwen inquired, "Miss, do you have anything to add? Sang Lan is causing me trouble. Does she not have a pair of children? Perhaps we could assign them some tasks as well." Chapter 64. "I am quite useless." Hua Che assisted his aide in placing the unconscious Pei Jinhua into the vehicle. The bodyguard and assistant who accompanied Pei Jinhua were also present, so Hua Che refrained from entering the car. After giving his instructions, the vehicle sped away. Hua Che promptly turned back, heading straight for Meng Shichu's office. The door was closed. Instead of pushing it open, he politely knocked. The door was cracked open, revealing Jiang Wu and Appo's face. "Miss and Appo's the son-in-law. Please let him in." The door swung wide, and Jiang Wu stepped aside to allow Hua Che entry. Hua Che strode forward directly toward Meng Shichu, who was seated at her desk. Jiang Wen was in the process of jotting something down in a notebook. As Hua Che approached Meng Shichu, Jiang Wen finished his notes, closed the notebook, and addressed her. "Miss, shall I make arrangements now?" "Go ahead," she replied. Jiang Wen and Jiang Wu left, leaving Hua Che curious about the matter that warranted the use of paper and pen instead of a tablet. Once the door closed, silence enveloped the office. "Shichu," Hua Che began, but was abruptly interrupted by Meng Shichu, who stated, "I do not intend to reconcile with the Sang family. A fierce battle is inevitable in the coming days. Do you wish to protect yourself?" Hua Che frowned immediately, asking, "What do you mean?" Meng Shichu replied candidly, "To distance yourself from me, so that the wrath of the Sang family does not spill onto the Hua family. So, in times of trouble, you think to distance yourself from me?" Hua Che's tone grew rigid, his displeasure evident. Meng Shichu remarked, "Under normal circumstances, those in business do not oppose those in politics. It is a thankless endeavor." This reality struck a chord with Hua Che, and he fixed his gaze on Meng Shichu, bluntly asking, "In your eyes, am I truly such a cowardly, selfish man without any sense of responsibility?" "I merely believe that there's no need to drag the Hua family into this," Meng Shichu replied, meeting Hua Che's gaze as she set down her pen. "The moment you proposed to me, our union was based on mutual benefit, and we have indeed created considerable value during this time. Now that I am facing some difficulties, it will inevitably affect both our interests. I am simply analyzing this rationally. The pursuit of profit requires forward momentum. There is no basis for retreat." Her logical analysis, focused on weighing gains and losses, filled Hua Che with suppressed frustration. He crouched before Meng Shichu, grasping her casually hanging hand. "Meng Shichu, I confess that when I proposed, it was driven by our shared interests, and perhaps a selfish desire to secure my own future. I envisioned a marriage akin to that of my parents, where we respected each other for a lifetime, never once considering separation. My proposal was an impulsive act, but I shall take responsibility for that impulse. It has been 3 months since our marriage. Excluding the initial half month you were away on business, we have spent a full 2 months together. In your eyes, do you truly see me as a weak, selfish, and irresponsible fool? You misunderstand." Meng Shichu shook her head. "Of course not. Hua Che is wonderful. He is gentle, bright, straightforward, meticulous, like a spring breeze that gently penetrates my previously tranquil life. Even I, in my ignorance, have felt life become much more vibrant. The occasional disagreements we have are refreshing. I do not resent that feeling. Experiencing joy and anger makes me feel alive, no longer dull." However, she perceived that self-preservation in times of trouble was a perfectly normal choice. In the face of interests, it is acceptable to step back. After all, her connection with Hua Che was not one of profound dependency where life could not continue without the other. Hua Che still crouched, looked up at her with a pained expression, a mix of grievance and anger. Meng Shichu added, "You are quite remarkable, better than the two I encountered before. So why push me away?" Hocheng inquired. Meng Shichu clarified, Sang Lan was not entirely wrong. The Hua family is ill-suited to take the lead. Perhaps I should ask my brother to temporarily expel me from the Hua family. As Hocheng reached for his phone, ready to make a call, Meng Shichu snatched it away, exclaiming, "You are overthinking this." Hocheng grasped Meng Shichu's hand tightly, stating, "I know my background pales in comparison to yours. My ability to handle matters and my decisiveness are not on par with yours. I may even lack the intellect you possess. My connections are nowhere near as extensive as yours. I am acutely aware that the Hua family alone cannot contend with the Sang family. It would inevitably lead to mutual destruction, or at the very least, a significant injury to the Hua family. I cannot guarantee that I can persuade my parents to unite with me without hesitation. I have committed too many mistakes in the past. I am not the head of the Hua family, and I lack the power to command them. I am quite useless. Yet, I will do everything within my power to assist you, though you may not need it." His sincerity and seriousness conveyed that he had no intention of distancing himself. Meng Shichu found her previously tense expression softening at his words, and a smile began to curve her lips, her eyes losing their chill. She reached out to cup Hocheng's chin, saying, "Why take it so seriously? It's not the end of the world. You are the one who wants to distance yourself from me." Hocheng replied, "You do not regard me as your husband." Meng Shichu laughed, "I am merely giving you a chance to choose. Do I need that opportunity?" Hocheng retorted. Meng Shichu did not respond directly, but instead recounted a different incident. "When I was 19, a senior confessed to me. Having never been in a relationship, I thought, why not give it a try?" Though unsure of her sudden nostalgia, Hocheng was intrigued. "And then?" he prompted. Meng Shichu continued, "We dated for 2 months. But after an altercation, I accidentally broke his rib. He was the son of a local dignitary, and knowing I was merely the daughter of Ning, he ended the relationship." "Did it upset you?" Hocheng asked. "Not at all," she replied, shaking her head. "He said that an equitable relationship must offer both parties the choice. Just as he chose to confess and then chose to break up, he could not let my actions drag him down, even though the primary fault did not lie with me." Hocheng remarked, "He was unworthy. He lacked responsibility." "Incorrect," Meng Shichu countered. "Avoiding responsibility is human instinct, much like how sometimes people lie to protect themselves." Hocheng's face twitched. "Meng Shichu, your rationality is terrifying. You remain so composed that it is almost frightening. You must have never lost control of your emotions, have you?" "Many have said so," Meng Shichu confirmed with a nod. "I never considered changing. It is quite beneficial. Remaining clear-headed greatly reduces the chances of being hurt." Hocheng nodded, "Yet sometimes it can inadvertently harm those closest to you. That is acceptable. He can withstand it." Hocheng's chin sank into Meng Shichu's hand. "In the future, do not think of distancing yourself in times of trouble. I am already quite useless. Do not make me incapable of being there for you during difficult times." Meng Shichu felt a sudden warmth and pain in her heart, as if something had filled a void. She smiled brightly, thinking, such a silver-tongued man. What a shame he does not practice kissing properly. Chapter 065. If you help her. I want an oppose. T-stop you the moonlight bathed the room, and the stars sparkled brilliantly. At the window of a single room in the hospital, Meng Shichu sat in a chair, her computer suddenly alerting her of low battery. Pausing her fingers, she exited the page, closed the computer, and set it aside. She then casually picked up the tablet on the nearby table and continued her work. Suddenly, a sound emanated from the hospital bed, drawing Meng Shichu's attention. Pei Jinhui had awakened. Pei Jinhui felt dizzy, as if his head were about to explode. Meng Shichu set down her tablet, rose to pour a glass of warm water, and approached the bedside. As Pei Jinhui propped himself up, she reached out to assist him, and once he was seated comfortably, she offered him the glass. Pei Jinhui accepted the glass, noticing the intravenous needle on the back of his hand. "What happened to me?" he inquired like Dad. Meng Shichu's reply was straightforward and direct. "It an oppose. That's the same as your father." Pei Jinhui and oppose. S eyes widened in shock, the glass in his hand trembling, spilling some water. His expression was one of disbelief. "It can't be true," he exclaimed. "It is true," Meng Shichu reassured him. "It's not serious. You will recover." In that moment, Pei Jinhui felt as though he had been struck by lightning, engulfed in profound sorrow. He dared not meet Meng Shichu's gaze, lowering his head and eyes. Meng Shichu pulled over a wooden chair and sat down. "Unless you address the root of the problem, you will never heal." Pei Jinhui lowered his head even further, remaining silent. Meng Shichu pressed on. "How long has Sanglan been bothering you?" Pei Jinhui shook his head, his voice hoarse. "I stopped paying attention to her after a while." "Avoidance is not a solution," Meng Shichu interjected. "Did you really think I called you to retaliate against her?" Upon hearing this, Pei Jinhui's head shot up, his eyes wide with incredulity, staring at Meng Shichu. Meng Shichu continued without reservation. "The doctor approached me privately and mentioned that your condition was concerning. Having been abandoned by his mother in childhood, raised by Meng Ling for a few years only to be disrupted by his biological mother, Pei Jinhui had always been the peculiar child among his peers. Later, after being repeatedly jilted due to his mother's interference, he became known as the eccentric young master, withdrawn and hard to approach. With Pei Guangnian's recent health crisis, he was now engulfed in guilt and self-reproach, compounded by Sanglan's incessant provocations. If this malignant influence were not eradicated, Pei Jinhui was destined to follow in Pei Guangnian's footsteps. "I'm sorry." Pei Jinhui's voice was distant, like a drifting leaf. Meng Shichu narrowed her eyes. "What are you apologizing for? Does it concern you? She did this for me." "She did not." Meng Shichu and Appo's voice sharpened. "She has managed to establish herself in the Sang family because your half-siblings are exceptionally capable, and the Sang family, being short on manpower, can utilize her. Do you think they would allow her to bring an unacknowledged mistress home otherwise?" "Pei Jinhui, she is retaliating against you for acknowledging my mother, for not siding with her, for not being useful to her. If you constantly believe that you owe her for giving birth to you, then one day you will find yourself lying there unresponsive, just like your father. I advise you this once, for I have called you brother for so long and genuinely hope you can rise above your father's path." With that, Meng Shichu stood up. "I will definitely settle the score with Sanglan. If you choose to help her, I will not interfere. Let it be a matter of merit. If he truly intends to assist, it will be a test of his resilience against her ferocity." She felt a sense of anticipation. Pei Jinhui remained silent, and Meng Shichu did not linger, taking her notebook and tablet before leaving the room. As the door closed, Pei Jinhui cradled the water cup in his hands. The warmth of the liquid seeped through the glass, reminiscent of the warmth he once felt, blossoming within his desolate heart. A knock echoed, and an assistant entered, carrying a food container. "Young master, the family has prepared porridge for you. The doctor said you must take good care of your stomach and maintain a regular diet." The assistant poured the porridge into a bowl, arranged some small dishes, and handed over chopsticks. Pei Jinhui did not reach for them, still holding the cup of water. The assistant, concerned, urged him, "Young master, please eat a little. The young lady just reminded me to ensure your proper recovery. The Pei family has many matters that require your attention." Pei Jinhui suddenly looked up, his eyes brimming with fervent hope. "Did she really say that?" The assistant nodded. "Yes. She asked me to provide you with ample nutrition and mentioned finding the best doctor for you." Seeing the assistant's earnest demeanor, Pei Jinhui managed a faint smile, as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. "Bring me the food." He intended to set down the cup, but hesitated, draining the warm water in one go. After finishing his meal, Pei Jinhui opened his laptop, diving into the backlog of work from the day. However, as soon as his phone rang, his expression darkened. Upon answering, a furious voice erupted from the receiver. "Pei Jinhui, how could you allow that outsider to send your mother to the police station? What kind of son are you?" The call was from his grandfather. Years ago, Sanglan had eloped from Kyoto, and the Sang family had pressured them to keep the elopement under wraps. Since then, the relations between the Sang and Pei families had gradually withered, and the mutual benefits had diminished. The ties were completely severed 2 years later when Pei Guangnian filed for divorce, marking the definitive end of their relationship. In recent years, Sanglan had intermittently lost her sanity, and the Sang family had turned a blind eye. When questioned, they would simply say she was ill and advised him to endure. To put it plainly, His grandfather was furious about Pei Guangyan's divorce filing. But who was truly to blame? Furthermore, given the incidents involving the Sang family in recent years, the elderly man, having lost children and grandchildren to misfortune, was becoming increasingly unreasonable. At this moment, he was blaming others for Sang Lan's own provocations. Pei Jinhui answered. It was she who came to Xiaochu's company to cause a ruckus and insult others. Xiaochu called the police through proper channels. Upon hearing this, the voice on the other end erupted in fury. Pei Jinhui, do you have no conscience? Your mother is doing this for whom? She is doing it all for you. I don't care what means you use. Make that illegitimate daughter retract her claim. Do you hear me? Faced with such an unreasonable demand, Pei Jinhui's chest heaved violently, his suppressed emotions boiling from within, his expression and gaze turning dark and fierce. His fingers clenched tightly, as if he wished to crush the phone. Pei Jinhui stood on the edge of losing control. When silence ensued from the other end, the voice grew more agitated. Are you even listening to me? If your mother is not home in 2 hours, you will pay for this. I will make the Pei family suffer like the He family did. Pei Jinhui, incensed, gritted his teeth and replied, I cannot comply. Pei Jinhui, you are being outrageous, you. The call was abruptly cut off. Ignoring the furious shouts from the other end, Pei Jinhui hung up, then angrily threw the phone across the room. Go to hell, all of you. With a low growl, Pei Jinhui's fury caught the attention of the bodyguard stationed at the door, who rushed in to intervene. The assistant hurriedly arrived and called Meng Shichu. After much effort, the assistant and the doctor managed to calm Pei Jinhui down. He instructed the assistant, find a lawyer, draft a lawsuit. I want to sue her. I want to sue her. The assistant was bewildered. Who are we suing? Pei Jinhui gritted his teeth. Sue her for bigamy. Sue her for abandonment. I want to sue her. A once harmonious home had been torn apart by a madwoman, and he could no longer endure it. Outside the ward, Meng Shichu, having just arrived, halted upon hearing Pei Jinhui's furious outburst. After a moment, the commotion inside gradually subsided. Meng Shichu turned to leave. Accompanying her, Hocheng asked, Aren't you going to check on your brother? Meng Shichu took Hocheng's hand and stepped into the elevator, stating, as long as the poison is extracted, he will recover. Her words fell on Hocheng's ears, and he glanced at her, noting the calmness that perpetually graced her countenance. In that very moment, he perceived her profound wisdom and foresight. What appeared to be coldness was, in fact, not entirely devoid of warmth. In his eyes, she resembled a radiant star, her brilliance shining resplendently. Chapter 66. The reward of unwavering companionship. That evening, the Sang family was unable to persuade the Pei family to withdraw the case. After several rounds of negotiations with lawyers, they finally brought Sang Lan back home. Sang Lan's expression was one of utter despair, due to Meng Shichu's involvement. The police could not easily release her and had to follow due process. As soon as she entered the house, Sang Lan exclaimed, Pei Jinhui is nothing but an ingrate. I bore him and devoted so much to him, and since he shows no gratitude, I shall no longer acknowledge him as my son. Seating herself beside the elderly Sang Ruda, she took a sip of water and, in a fit of rage, declared, Father, the Pei family consists entirely of ungrateful people. We must teach them a lesson and not let them off easily. Not satisfied with this, she added, this includes Pei Jinhui. Let him not escape unscathed. She had tirelessly worked for Pei Jinhui, yet this ungrateful son could not even utter a word in her defense. Such an unfilial wretch must suffer some hardship. Otherwise, he would think her role as his mother merely ornamental. Elder Sang Ruda, who had been awake until now, wore an even grimmer expression than Sang Lan. Upon hearing her words, he rose, leaning on his cane, and without a moment's hesitation, slapped Sang Lan across the face. The sound of the slap echoed in the stillness of a night, stark and jarring. Sang Lan was thrown back onto the sofa, her head spinning. Leaning on his cane, Sang Ruda pointed at her and said, Sang Lan, do you even use your brain? What foolishness have you engaged in? You are tarnishing my reputation. In a fit of rage, he slapped his own cheek. All the honor I've strived for in my life has been ruined by you. Hearing her father's words, Sang Lan propped herself up, retorting, You blame me? It was you who said that if the Pei family could be of use to the Sang family, it would be for the best. Otherwise, would I need to please Pei Jinhai? Do you know how much I detest this son of mine? When I was pregnant with him, it was your insistence that I give birth, claiming he would inherit the Pei family and be part of the Sang family. You know how much I loathe. Before she could finish, Sang Ruda slapped her again, leaving her utterly speechless. If you want to cause a scene at the Pei family, I'll 1T stop you, but I warned you not to provoke Meng Shichu. Have you lost your mind? Tomorrow, you must go find Meng Shichu. I don't care if you kneel or plead, if you cannot earn her forgiveness. You and your 2 children are to leave the Sang family. Still in shock, Sang Lan watched as Sang Ruda, his face set in anger, left the room. The next morning, news of Sang Lan's ruckus at Lin Shin Design and her arrest spread through the circles, even making it onto the media. This left Sang Lan, who was about to seek out Meng Shichu to apologize, utterly bewildered. Such rumors circulating in the circles were not unusual. But making it to the media was another matter entirely. Those media outlets were sharp. They knew the Sang family dared to publish such news only if someone with greater power had intervened. Sang Ruda was once again furious. On the large screen on the wall, the local news channel was broadcasting the incident. The news anchor shifted to a live report from a field reporter. The screen changed to an interview with Meng Shichu. In front of the camera, Meng Shichu's long hair was neatly tied up, and she wore a striking red blouse that accentuated her originally cool demeanor, making her appear somewhat flamboyant and assertive. The reporter asked Ms. Meng, "Could you please elaborate on the events that transpired?" Meng Shichu maintained a calm expression, her voice remarkably steady. "My father is critically ill, and my family is at the hospital. I arrived late to a meeting and received a call saying that Ms. Sang was looking for me. When I returned to the company, the room had already been vandalized, and Ms. Sang began hurling insults at me, slandering both myself and my family, including my husband. Her words were exceedingly harsh, and I cannot condone such behavior. Contacting the police was merely one legal recourse." The reporter, taken aback, inquired, "Does this mean you will continue to pursue your rights?" Meng Shichu nodded, "Of course. Not long ago, Ms. Sang vandalized the Pei family's hall, causing millions in damages. While I can understand that she might be going through a rough patch, her bullying behavior cannot be tolerated." In the broadcast, Meng Shichu spoke with an uncharacteristic poise and strength for someone her age, embodying a defiance against malevolent forces. This demeanor provoked Sang Lan to hurl an object she was holding at the screen. The sound echoed as it struck the monitor, yet it remained intact, continuing to play. In the next moment, a teacup flew through the air and struck Sang Lan on the forehead. "Look at what you've done." Sang Ruda, clenching his chest in fury, was nearly breathless. After sending off the reporters, Meng Shichu received a message from Hocheng. "Queen, you're stunning." It was evident that the Sang family would soon realize the weight of Meng Shichu's seemingly casual remark about bullying. Meng Shichu instinctively replied with a smiling emoji. She did not relish being ostentatious, but that did not mean she could not be. Following the news, the situation surrounding the Sang family surged back into the spotlight, leading to rampant discussions within the circles. People were astonished by Sang Lan's actions, especially after her divorce from Pei Guangyin, as she dared to vandalize another's home, an outrageous act. Yet, one could not entirely blame Sang Lan. After all, she had merely vanished for a few years, and Pei Guangyin had proceeded with the divorce. If it were me, I would have caused a scene too. Whether she truly disappeared remains a matter of debate. The 2 children she brought back were said to belong to the family that saved her life. Were they indeed the children of her benefactor, or were they her own? Only she knew. I heard a rumor that she had run away, that she never wanted to marry Pei Guangyin in the first place, but was pressured by her family. Is that true? Wazti had said that the Pei family claimed she was missing. If that were true, how did Pei Guangyin's lover manage to escape when Sang Lan caused a commotion? In the heyday of the Sang family, their connections were so intricate that Pei Guangyin would not dare to cross them. The online discussions were equally vibrant. "Wow, this lady is so impressive. She sits there like a queen. Is Ms. Sang out of her mind? It's been over 20 years since the divorce, and she's still causing a ruckus. What does she mean by that? What could it mean? It means she's leveraging her connections, as Ms. Meng herself stated. At the last wedding, I thought this lady was impressive, and now I think she's even more so. I really like her. Amidst the uproar generated online, Meng Shichu remained unfazed, calmly attending a lengthy meeting all morning. At noon, Hocheng came to take her out for lunch. At that moment, Jiang, when approached, "Miss, everything is prepared here. Shall I send it over now, or shall we wait a bit?" Meng Shichu replied, "No need to wait. Send out the company's official statement." Understood. As she descended with Hocheng, he remarked, "I had my friends lend a helping hand. I hope it proves useful to you." Meng Shichu turned to him and asked, "After this matter, let us treat those friends to a meal." Thinking she was going to express gratitude for their efforts, he was pleasantly surprised when she didn't tea, feeling a sense of satisfaction. They had passed the point of formality. "All right." Just as he replied, Meng Shichu added, "How should I reward you?" "What reward?" Hocheng was momentarily caught off guard. Meng Shichu clarified, "The reward for unwavering companionship." Hocheng's eyes lit up as he realized she was indeed expressing gratitude, albeit in a different manner, and he found no discomfort in it. With a smile, he replied, "Let us keep it on hold for now." "Very well," Meng Shichu nodded, feeling confident that Hocheng would not betray her trust. Chapter 067. Entering the fray, listening to it sounds quite cool, yet I find it rather foolish. After lunch, Meng Shichu and Hocheng arrived at the hospital. Pei Jinhua had been there for a while. "Have you eaten?" They simultaneously inquired, leaving Hocheng unable to even utter the word brother. "I have." Meng Shichu nodded, then asked, "How are you?" "I've eaten on time for breakfast and lunch. And I've already scheduled an appointment with the doctor." Pei Jinhua paused before adding, "I've contacted Hocheng to hand over his work and return to the headquarters." Pei Hocheng, the eldest son of her second uncle Pei Guangyuan, had been living abroad for years and had returned to Kyoto in 2. That place was his main battlefield. If he returned, it would mean starting from scratch, a significant disadvantage for him. Thus, Meng Shichu asked, "What did your second brother say?" "He has no issues." "That's good." Hocheng conversed with Pei Jinhua, while Meng Shichu lingered outside the monitoring room. She recalled that she hadn't replied to Meng Ling's WeChat message. She picked up her phone and opened the chat with Meng Ling. "How is he?" "After all, he is your biological father. Whatever you do is justified, and Mom supports you." Meng Shichu, "He is not well." Possibly just as she intended to finish her sentence, she accidentally pressed send. As she prepared to elaborate, Meng Ling sent a new message. "Do you blame Mom?" Perhaps if they had met in Kyoto that day, Pei Guangyan wouldn't be in such a state. He could have held on a little longer. Meng Shichu sent 4 words, "Everyone has their fate." Only after sending did she realize the gravity of her words. She had never been one to believe in fate. How could she express such sentiments? It seemed she had experienced some subtle, yet profound changes within herself. She typed again, sending, "There's nothing wrong. Don't blame yourself or take on others' responsibilities." Meng Ling replied, "Don't worry. Mom isn't the type to engage in internal strife." When a doctor arrived, Meng Shichu put her phone away. After hearing the doctor's assessment of Pei Guangyan's condition, the expressions of the 3 grew particularly grave. The walls had collapsed, and the land they protected lay in ruin. Just like Pei Guangyan, his body had deteriorated and his inner world had crumbled. How could they save him? As the 3 departed, Pei Jinhua suddenly declared in the elevator, "I plan to sue." Meng Shichu nodded. "For bigamy and abandonment," he continued. "That's fine." Pei Jinhua paused before adding, "Even if I can't win, it'll still annoy her." Meng Shichu reassured him, "You can win." The elevator doors opened as they stepped outside the hospital, where their bodyguards had parked the car and were waiting. Pei Jinhua called out to Meng Shichu, prompting Hocheng to step away a few paces. "What do you want to say?" Meng Shichu asked, noticing something amiss in Pei Jinhua's gaze, which seemed dark and desperate like a cornered rogue. Pei Jinhua said, "If I can't fight back, I'll kill her. I won't let her disturb you again. You must take care of yourself." Meng Shichu's tone turned icy, urging him to calm down. Pei Jinhua averted his gaze, shadows of malice clouding his brow. "That is how I feel." Meng Shichu took 2 steps back, creating distance. Pei Jinhua was taken aback. "Xiaochu, are you afraid of me? If you cannot rid yourself of such dangerous thoughts, then we should cease our interactions." Meng Shichu's words were tinged with harshness. Pei Jinhua lowered his head. observing his clenched fists. He wanted to explain, but found himself at a loss. Finally, he muttered, "I fear failure." If he failed, Sang Lan would only escalate her actions, possibly driving Meng Shichu away from Kyoto once more. He couldn't bear to witness such a scenario unfold. Failure is not a reason to resort to extremes. Meng Shichu stepped closer, lifting her gaze to meet his. "Pei Jinhua, listen to me. You are not in the wrong. You need not bear the weight of anyone else's mistakes. Entering the fray may sound cool, but I find it foolish." Her solemn voice echoed in his ears, overlapping with another voice in his mind. "Xiao Huai, remember, if they don't play with you, it's their problem, not yours. You can play with other children. But I don't want to play with other children anymore." Well, that is still their problem." The child, bewildered and even shocked, looked on as the woman nodded, affirming, "Yes, if they don't like you, it's undoubtedly their issue." As she observed the rage dissipating from Pei Jinhua's eyes, Meng Shichu spoke again, "Brother, you're unwell. You need to see a doctor immediately." Pei Jinhua's consciousness returned to the present as he nodded. "All right. Shall I arrange it for you?" "Yes." As Meng Shichu and Hua Che drove away, Pei Jinhua's hands alternated between clenching and relaxing repeatedly. His assistant approached. "Young master, the young lady has already left." "I know." Pei Jinhua nodded. Noting that he remained motionless, the assistant continued, "Young master, I believe what she said is correct. She truly values you." Pei Jinhua remained silent, but the assistant, emboldened, pressed on. "Given her personality, if she didn't recognize you, she wouldn't call you brother or engage in so much conversation." Meng Shichu had returned to the Pei family for over half a year, and the assistant, frequently working alongside Pei Jinhua, had discerned the character of the young lady. If she didn't acknowledge someone, she wouldn't waste her breath on them. Having engaged in such lengthy dialogue, it was clear she regarded Pei Jinhua as family. Concern naturally led to more words. "I know." Pei Jinhua nodded, a soft expression settling on his face as he finally boarded the car bound for the company. Meng Shichu's interview stirred considerable commotion, not only within Kyoto, but across the entire internet. The ex-wife wreaked havoc, bullying at will, and Sang Lan became the target of widespread criticism. It was at this moment that the official account of Linson Design Company released a statement, a lawyer's letter. Meng Shichu was suing Sang Lan for malicious damage to property and personal attacks. Though Linson Design held little renown in Kyoto, its reputation soared as prominent figures rallied in support. The Pei family S1 Hai, Hua family S Rongchun, and Hocheng's Sizhaochuang Technology were among the first to share the news, establishing a foothold in the Kyoto business circle. Shortly thereafter, the Xiao family S Yunding, the Gu family S Weishan Yuan Xing, and the Duan family S Bo Li Lai also joined the fray, amplifying the momentum for Linson Design. Additionally, the century-old aristocratic Liu family S Hongbo and the Chung family S Shengjin by Tai unexpectedly made appearances. Although they did not reshare Linson Design's original post, they tagged Linson Design's official account and Meng Shichu's private blog, announcing, "Hongbo Shengjin by Tai welcomes General Manager Meng to showcase her talents in the Kyoto business circle." If Meng Shichu's interview had merely opened the door and stirred the waters without causing the Sang family to panic, the involvement of several well-known and influential groups from Kyoto catapulted the Sang family into a precarious position. And this was merely the beginning. At 3 in the afternoon, the official account of the Pei family S1 High Group released a statement, a lawyer's letter. Pei Jinhua retweeted it, accompanied by a succinct message referencing bigamy and abandonment. Sang Lan attempted to reach Pei Jinhua by phone, but he did not answer. Sang Rudao called again. Pei Jinhua ignored all attempts. This time, he was resolute in seeking justice for his father, the Pei family, and for Meng Yi, who had left in anger years ago, and for himself. By 4 o'clock, the situation had escalated to an extreme degree. Coincidentally, the Sang family faced a severe blow. Boya Security, a renowned name in the country, published 2 consecutive posts. The first tagged all the groups and individuals who had supported Linson Design, expressing gratitude. The second boldly declared, "Sang S Feng Rue, see you in court." This segment of the plot is dense and requires careful attention to avoid becoming overly verbose, hence the slower pace of writing. I will strive to complete and update it promptly tomorrow. Chapter 068. The tide has turned. Sang Lan received 3 letters from lawyers. In a fit of rage, she berated Meng Shichu and Meng Ling, not anticipating that they would separately sue her. The surveillance footage left no room for doubt. She had named them directly, and the lawyer informed her that separate lawsuits were indeed permissible. Moreover, Meng Ling was suing under the name of Boyang Security. At that moment, Sang Lan realized that Meng Ling's current husband was the CEO and founder of Boyang Security. She finally understood why Sang Ruda advised her against provoking Meng Shichu. But it was too late. What shattered her the most was the fact that Pei Jinhua had also filed a lawsuit against her, accusations of abandonment and bigamy. This was a truth that she and the Sang family had concealed for over 20 years. Once exposed, she could hardly bear to imagine how much of her dignity would remain. Swiftly, she retrieved her phone and dialed a frequently contacted number that had no notes attached. Before the person on the other end could speak, she ordered, "Leave that place immediately, go abroad, and as far away as possible. Never return to this country. Do you hear me?" Receiving no response, she grew frantic. "Hocheng, you, are you listening to me? You must leave. If you don't, you'll endanger both our lives and the children's." Hocheng, you replied, "I am enduring humiliation here just to wait for a reunion with our son and daughter. If you tell me to leave and not return, are you planning to sever ties with me for someone else? San Lan Zhao, sever ties. Can't you see my current predicament? They're accusing me of bigamy. If they find you, it's all over for us, including the children. Do you want to see your kids cast out from the Sang family and left on the streets? Think carefully," Hocheng, you warned. "If you don't leave, your dreams of grandeur will crumble." After a brief silence on the line, Hocheng, you added, "I can leave, but I have no money. You need to send me some." Sang Lan erupted in fury. "Didn't I transfer 800,000 to you just half a month ago? I spent it all," he confessed. Sang Lan could guess the outcome. "Did you gamble it away again? How could I be so blind as to choose a worthless gambler like you? Hocheng, you, don't blame me. You were the one who told me that gambling was a guaranteed profit, and I learned from you. If you want me to leave, send me money. Without it, I can't go anywhere. And you need to increase my monthly allowance to 1 million. Living abroad is expensive. 800,000 won suffice." Fuming, Sang Lan clenched her teeth and reluctantly transferred the money. Meanwhile, in a cheap rental unit in a remote town, Hocheng, you checked his bank account and quickly showed the balance to the burly man beside him. "Look, brother, I didn't raise any suspicions, did I?" "Doesn't matter," replied Tang Yin, who was older yet still called brother. With a smile, he asked, "Do you want to earn even more money? Is that really possible?" Hocheng, you's eyes lit up. Tang Yin explained, "Sang Lan has been living the life of a wealthy lady in Kyoto, enjoying herself. She has been supporting 3 young men, one of whom has designs on marrying into a rich family. If that young man succeeds, your dreams of grandeur will be dashed, and your children will have to call someone else father." "What?" "Hocheng et gleam, ziding Sang Lan et ditzloy. I knew that vile woman couldn't be trusted. She has been sleeping with other men behind my back." As he seethed with anger, Tang Yin took out his phone and messaged Meng Shichu. "Miss, it's all set here." After work, Meng Shichu stepped outside to find 2 cars waiting, one belonging to her and the other to Hocheng. He waved as he approached her. In the past, she might have thought this gesture unnecessary since she could walk to him in under 2 minutes. But now, a smile graced her lips, and as he neared, she instinctively reached out her hand. Hocheng grasped her hand, turning to walk side by side towards the car, saying, "My brother invited us for dinner tonight." I accepted. "Which brother?" Meng Shichu inquired. Hocheng paused for a moment before clarifying, "The Pei family." "Oh," she replied just as her phone rang. Pei Jinhua was calling. "Xiao Chu, come home for dinner. Mangu is back." "All right," Meng Shichu nodded. "I'll stop by my place first." "Okay," I already informed Hocheng. Upon reaching the car, she hung up, and Hocheng opened the door for her, asking, "Are there guests at home?" Meng Shichu hesitated before replying, "Yes and no." "What does that mean?" Curious, Hocheng raised his hand to shield her from potential collisions. "Pei Mangu, my uncle's daughter. I should call her sister." "Oh," Hocheng responded. still not fully grasping her cryptic remark. As he settled into the car, Meng Shichu elaborated, the Pei family split long ago, so they're considered two separate families. But they maintain a close relationship without any animosity. Understanding dawned on Hocheng. Got it. Just as the car started, a crowd suddenly approached, surrounding the vehicle. Hocheng's assistant, Yemo, locked the doors upon seeing the commotion. At the same time, two other groups rushed in, clashing with the crowd around the car, creating instant chaos. Meng Shichu checked her phone for incoming messages while Hocheng observed the turmoil outside until a tall figure obstructed his view. Turning, he recognized Jiang Wu standing outside the other door, a bodyguard he knew. After about 3 minutes, Jiang Wu knocked on the window and made an okay gesture. Only then did Yemo unlock the doors and step out to assess the situation. I'll go take a look, Hocheng said, following suit. The crowd that had surrounded the vehicle was subdued, with Hocheng noticing that 2 of his bodyguards were injured, while Meng Shichu's were unharmed. The attackers were led by Sang Lan, whose face turned pale upon seeing her bodyguards restrained. Spotting Hocheng, she called out, "Where's Meng Shichu? I need to speak with her." Hocheng found her request amusing. Her approach seemed more akin to an abduction than a conversation. "Let Meng Shichu come down." Sang Lan dismissed his sarcasm, insisting, "I mean no harm. I'm here to negotiate peace." For 3 consecutive days, the Sang family had been embroiled in turmoil. The powerful families in Kyoto, fiercely protective of Meng Shichu and the Pei family, had begun to overwhelm the Sang family. Additionally, an enigmatic entity like Boyong Security loomed in the background. With 3 lawsuits hanging over her head, Sang Lan began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Initially, she intended to approach Meng Shichu for reconciliation, but her son had encountered trouble during a business negotiation. He was caught with a woman and arrested by the police for solicitation, just as she managed to settle her son's issues. Her daughter faced a lawsuit for patent infringement, which was deemed plagiarism. The Sang family, under her elder brother's management for years without incident, was now embroiled in tax issues and allegations of faked testing results, leading to a potential manslaughter case. While the political branch of the family was secretly investigated following an anonymous tip-off, the Sang family was suffering severe blows, and it didn't end there. Her elder brother's incapacitated son was served divorce papers, and her younger son faced expulsion from school due to bullying. As her brother attempted to address the younger son's situation, he was taken away by economic investigation officers. Elder Sang Ruda suffered a heart attack from stress and collapsed, leaving Sang Lan in a state of shock. Within just 3 days, the Sang family, which had thrived for over a century, faced utter devastation. The opponent strikes with both swiftness and ferocity, one blow following another, seemingly relentless. Indeed, today her twin offspring have been unilaterally jilted. The Sang family has become the subject of ridicule within the circle, their fortunes irretrievably diminished. Chapter 69. Unable to resist her sudden inspiration, Meng Shichu did not exit the vehicle, nor did the bodyguard allow Sang Lan to approach. With great fervor, Sang Lan was left without even a glimpse of Meng Shichu as the car drove away from her. "Must you be so resolute, Meng Shichu?" Sang Lan shouted from behind. "Leave a line for future encounters." Inside the car, Meng Shichu was oblivious, engrossed in her phone, while the head of her security team, Jiang Wu, retorted to Sang Lan, "There will be no future." He then entered the vehicle, leading 3 cars in pursuit of Meng Shichu's. In the car, Hocheng curiously inquired about the number of bodyguards that typically surrounded Meng Shichu. Without lifting her head, she replied, 6 to 8 when I am out and about. "And when it's not the usual?" he pressed. 2 teams, she answered. "How many in each team?" 10, she stated, finally looking up at Hocheng with a playful smile. "What's with the inquiry? Planning something?" Hocheng raised an eyebrow. "Kidnap you, perhaps? Have you not already bound me through marriage? What more do you seek?" Hocheng was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had been teased by Meng Shichu, his ears burning with embarrassment. It was amusing to Meng Shichu, a man who had chased after his white moonlight for years, blushing at the slightest provocation. In a light-hearted mood, Meng Shichu reached out to touch Hocheng's flushed ear. He instinctively recoiled slightly before grasping her hand, exclaiming, "You are always so direct in your flirtations. It's not how one typically operates. Shouldn't he be the seasoned player in love? His careful planning paled in comparison to Meng Shichu's spontaneous wit. Meng Shichu chuckled, finding no fault in her actions. Her responses flowed naturally, and her desire to touch his warm ear was merely innocent curiosity. Why should he complain about her playful demeanor? Hocheng hastily shifted the topic, and they engaged in casual conversation until they reached Xiangshan Plum Garden. Upon entering, they unexpectedly encountered Xiao Yunxuo, who had just finished work. The two vehicles parked side by side, and as Xiao Yunxuo exited his car, Meng Shichu and Hocheng followed suit. "How are you both?" Xiao Yunxuo initiated. "Quite well. Thank you," Meng Shichu replied with a nod. Xiao Yunxuo remarked, "Just a small effort on my part. I'm also looking out for my company's shareholders." Hocheng recalled Meng Shichu mentioning her shares in Xiao Yunxuo's company during a previous family banquet. He suddenly remembered Hocheng's comment. "This soft rice is something you've managed to enjoy." He admitted that he had underestimated the connections and influence Meng Shichu could wield, initially believing that opposing the Sang family would be a formidable battle. It now seemed trivial. His wife was indeed far more capable than he had assumed, and he found himself genuinely benefiting from her prowess. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Yunxuo inquired, "Do you two have plans for dinner tonight? If not, we could dine together. I can invite Sheng. I must return to the Pei family. My cousin has come back," Xiao Yunxuo acknowledged. "All right, next time then. Goodbye, Mr. Xiao," Hocheng waved. Xiao Yunxuo returned the gesture. "Goodbye, young Master Hua, and good luck." Huh? Hocheng was left puzzled. What luck? Once back in the car, Hocheng asked Meng Shichu, "What did Mr. Xiao mean?" "He praised you for being a good man," she replied. Hocheng looked bewildered. "Why is that?" "You stand by me unwaveringly and offer your unwavering support." "Ah." Hocheng scratched his ear. "This little help of mine hardly counts." "How could it not be significant?" Meng Shichu insisted earnestly. "The difference between giving me 1 out of 100 and giving me 100 is monumental." "How do you perceive me?" he inquired. "The latter," she answered with a smile. Hocheng, feeling bashful, scratched the back of his head. "I'm not that remarkable. Your praise is excessive." Receiving recognition from someone he cared about brought him inexplicable joy. Since Pei Guangyin fell ill, Meng Shichu had been dividing her time to visit the hospital, neglecting her little animals. Upon her return, Thor, the raven, fluttered its wings and followed her inside, playfully flitting from her left shoulder to her right, nuzzling against her ear and pecking at her earrings. After frolicking for a while, Thor turned to Hocheng, flapping its wings as if in mock aggression or playful jest. "What is it doing?" Hocheng was utterly baffled by the peculiar bird. "Perhaps it's in a good mood and wants to entertain you," Meng Shichu suggested. Hocheng found the bird's antics amusing and extended his finger. Thor pecked gently, not painful at all, before hopping onto Hocheng's hand. Hocheng recognized this as a sign of the bird's acceptance, which inexplicably made him happy. Naturally, he took out his phone to capture the moment and share it on social media, captioning it, "New friend. Haven't been away for so long." The animals greeted Meng Shichu with enthusiasm. The dogs and cats clung to her, and the brooding female hawk emerged from her nest. The butler promptly turned on the heating lamp to prevent the eggs from cooling down. However, the hawk did not forget its duties. After receiving a scratch from Meng Shichu, it returned to its nest, only to step on Hocheng's foot on the way out, glancing back with an indignant look and spreading its feathers in a defensive posture. As if to say, "Human, you are the one who has taken my companion." It glared at me. Hocheng pointed at the departing hawk, seeking Meng Shichu's sympathy. "Then glare back at it," she suggested. The butler couldn't help but laugh, and Hocheng joined in the amusement. After a short while, they returned to the car to head to the Pei family home. This time, Hocheng drove Meng Shichu's vehicle, having dismissed his assistant Yemo. As they exited the neighborhood, Meng Shichu instructed him to stop in front of the shopping mall. "Need to buy something?" While operating her phone from the passenger seat, she typed 3 words, "daily necessities." Hocheng replied, "If you need anything at home, I can have the butler handle it. You need not concern yourself." Suddenly feeling a piercing gaze, Hocheng glanced back at Meng Shichu, who wore a knowing smile. In an instant, Hocheng's face flushed crimson. He could never again look at the term daily necessities the same way. To dispel the awkwardness, he asked, "Aren't we staying at the Pei family home tonight?" No, not staying there, she replied. Oh, Meng Shichu continued. Given your difficulty adjusting to new beds, what will you do on business trips? Will you not sleep? I don't go on business trips, Hocheng replied. I've yet to go on one. If necessary, I'll send someone else. You are quite the young master. She teased. Are you mocking me? Not at all. I'm complimenting you. Then I accept it. As they chatted, the car parked in an empty spot outside the mall. The two entered the establishment and wandered until they reached the personal care section. As Meng Shichu reached for an item, Hocheng caught her hand. Under her puzzled gaze, he swapped it for a different box beside it, suggesting, how about trying this one? Meng Shichu raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Hocheng began to feel embarrassed. Don't you think it feels restrictive and lacks depth? Is it not because of excessive hair that it gets stuck? Meng Shichu questioned earnestly. In a relatively empty aisle, Hocheng leaned closer, whispering, could it be that the size you previously purchased for me was too small? Previously, Meng Shichu had always been considerate, ensuring to replenish supplies as they dwindled. Hocheng was unsure if the issues he experienced were typical or due to an improper size, so he planned to try a different one. Meng Shichu's gaze shifted downward, her lips curving into a smile as she nodded. Oh, okay. Chapter 070. Meng Shichu must like him having returned to the Pei family for over half a year. Meng Shichu had only encountered Pei Meng twice. The first was at the welcome banquet held upon her arrival, where Pei Meng gifted her an exquisite set of jewelry. The second occasion was at her wedding banquet with He Xingyi, which later transformed into her wedding with Hocheng. On that occasion, Pei Meng presented her with a magnificent ship, a gesture of grandiosity. Hocheng did not hold a strong impression of Pei Meng. Having spent many years away from the capital, he recalled her only briefly from the toasts exchanged at Meng Shichu and Appo's wedding, where she simply advised him to take care in the future. In truth, Hocheng understood that Pei Meng's words were meant to consider the other guests present, subtly reminding him to refrain from erratic behavior post-marriage and to sever any lingering ties with his ex. It was not overt, yet the implication lingered. Before they could step inside, they heard the voice of their second uncle grumbling, followed by Pei Meng's attempts to soothe him. As they entered, the uncle chastised Pei Guangyuan of the Sang family, urging him to be quiet, as Xiao Chu and Xiao Che have returned. Come, sit down and have tea. We have just arrived. With that, he opened the teacup and poured tea for both of them. Pei Meng stood up, and it was Meng Shichu and Hocheng who first called out to her cousin. I apologize. I and Appo's. Vik had some issues on my end and couldn't and Appo's to assist with family matters. Pei Meng expressed regretfully, handing a red pouch to Meng Shichu. I brought you a little something. There and amp. Appo's. Has no need for such formality. The second uncle has always been here. Meng Shichu replied as she accepted the pouch, which contained 2 boxes, likely watches or similar items. Pei Meng reassured her, Uncle will be fine. As they sat and chatted casually, Hocheng did not feel excluded. He had utilized some connections for this matter, and the whole family had lent considerable support. The Pei family had never held any objections against him, and now his standing had only improved. He felt increasingly grateful to Meng Shichu. Without her, the Pei family would not have been able to confront the Sang family so effortlessly. Mention of the Sang family stirred Pei Guangyuan's ire. We must not let that woman off the hook. Just as he spoke, Pei Jinhai descended from upstairs, freshly bathed and dressed in casual homewear, his hair still damp. The second uncle once again fell silent unwillingly. Pei Jinhai approached, and Hocheng poured him tea. Pei Jinhai interjected, I can manage on my own. It's only right. Taking a seat, Pei Jinhai calmly stated, I do not intend to withdraw the lawsuit, addressing the earlier remarks of the second uncle. This time, he was resolute. The Pei family need not fear the Sang family any longer, and it was essential to eliminate any future threats. Dinner was lavish, missing only Pei Xiaohong, who had not yet returned, and Pei Guangnian, who lay in a coma in the hospital. The second uncle had no objections to inviting Pei Xiaohong back. Pei Meng also suggested, why don't we all gather together? Brother, what do you think? Now, the family was effectively under Pei Jinhai's command. Following the recent upheaval, many things had changed from the past. If he can return, that would be splendid. Pei Jinhai expressed genuine delight. For years, The Pei family had relied solely on Pei Guangyan. The second uncle, with his irascible temperament and limited capabilities, had stepped back from management to avoid creating further complications. Additionally, due to the division of the family, Pei Xiaohong was developing abroad, while Pei Meng pursued her own career. The recent crisis had united the family in their endeavor to advance the Pei family business, which was undoubtedly a fortuitous turn of events. With your words, I will tidy up and return. Let us seize this opportunity to work together. He was cautious not to claim that the Pei family would never face adversity again, but at the very least, they could reduce the constraints they encountered. After all, there were many in the world far more formidable than themselves. After dinner, the group brewed tea and continued their leisurely conversation. Suddenly, Pei Meng inquired, Shichu, you ought to join the company. She was aware that the elder had granted Meng Shichu shares, but Meng Shichu was somewhat hesitant. Although Pei Meng did not share a deep sisterly bond with her cousin, she felt a sincere gratitude towards her. Had it not been for Meng Shichu, the Pei family would not have navigated this crisis with such ease. Though young and lacking memories, she had heard from Pei Xiaohong that Meng's mother had treated her uncle well during their time together, and Meng's daughter was exceptionally talented. I currently have no plans to take on additional work, Meng Shichu replied candidly, pausing before adding, moreover, in the next couple of years, I am considering having a child at an appropriate time. Extra work would not be suitable for me. At this pronouncement, the room fell into a hush. Several pairs of eyes turned toward her. Though it was Meng Shichu who spoke, it was Hocheng who blushed, feeling exposed under the collective gaze. The topic of having children seemed rather intimate. Meng Shichu had never broached it with him, nor had he ever hinted at it. Even the Hua family had not alluded to such matters. After all, they had only recently married, devoid of parental arrangements or matchmaking, merely a spontaneous union of interests. Discussing such long-term considerations felt somewhat impractical and premature. Yet, it was surprising that Meng Shichu herself was already contemplating it. Hocheng instinctively reached for her hand, his own trembling with excitement and astonishment, his palm damp with perspiration. Pei Meng chimed in, I envy how well you two get along. Who says that a marriage of convenience cannot yield genuine affection? Is it not evident before us? Without affection, could one conceive a child? It was also because Meng Shichu had initiated this topic that Hocheng felt a surge of emotions, his heart inexplicably soaring. After living 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had encountered such words, and he felt an overwhelming urge to embrace Meng Shichu and spin her around in joy. She is willing to bear his child. Surely, Meng Shichu must harbor feelings for him. It must be true. Absolutely. As the time drew near, the second uncle and Pei Meng prepared to take their leave, and Meng Shichu and Hocheng also bid farewell to Pei Jinhai. Pei Jinhai frowned and asked, The second uncle and Meng do not live far. It takes less than 10 minutes by car. Why must you two travel such a distance? Hocheng was about to fabricate an excuse, but Meng Shichu interjected. Hocheng is particular about his sleeping arrangements. He finds it difficult to rest in a different place. Oh, Pei Jinhai responded, no longer insisting, patting Hocheng on the arm. You have worked hard during this time. Hocheng had been visiting the hospital daily, shuttling Meng Shichu to and from work, and engaging her in conversation to alleviate her solitude. To Pei Jinhai's eyes, the two appeared inseparable. He retracted his initial prejudgments against Hocheng, finding him quite agreeable. It is only what I ought to do. We are family, Hocheng replied, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. After living 2 lifetimes, he had never received so many compliments. Everyone praised him as exceptional, and even the perception within his circle had notably improved. He recalled how he had once been labeled as erratic, and neurotic, and love-stricken. His family often criticized him for being disobedient, rebellious, and lacking a sense of responsibility. Since his marriage, everything had begun to change for the better. He, too, had been evolving. Surrounded by supportive companions, friends, and family, he naturally flourished, casting aside all negativity. Now, he had traveled far beyond those past shadows, leaving all negativity behind. On the return journey, Hocheng drove with a buoyant spirit, playing a cheerful tune. Meng Shichu was busy managing messages on her phone and noticed Hocheng glancing at her several times, prompting her to admonish, focus on the road, drive carefully, right? Hocheng nodded, feeling elated. Unable to contain his excitement, he asked, Shichu, does your plan to have children with me indicate that you have developed feelings for me? Chapter 071. Are you trying to make a living off me? Startled by Hocheng's unexpected question, Meng Shichu looked up. Is that so? Hocheng appeared momentarily bewildered. Otherwise, how do you plan on having children? Meng Shichu replied, children are inevitable. Otherwise, do you intend for our assets to be given away or confiscated in the future? Hocheng stammered, this. Meng Shichu continued, the child cannot emerge from you. It must be me who bears it, hence my early planning. Hocheng, understood. His enthusiasm waned, and a hint of disappointment crept in. The pleasant music turned into a cacophony, prompting him to silence it. Noticing his discontent, Meng Shichu added, living with you has been quite delightful. You are attentive, and I truly relish this feeling. Life has been rather enjoyable, and I must admit, I harbor some feelings for you. Hocheng, gripping the steering wheel, gazed ahead, helplessly nodding. Thank you for your kind consolation, my dear wife. He had assumed that his recent conduct was commendable, believing that the warmth of their shared life had kindled her feelings for him. However, he had overlooked the fact that his wife was a pragmatic businesswoman. At the very least, her plans for their child to inherit their joint assets indicated that she envisioned a future with him. Finding solace in the situation, Hocheng reassured himself, slowly but surely. Affection grows over time. After taking a shower and settling onto the bed, Meng Shichu received a call from her assistant, Jiang Wan. Miss Meng, we have encountered some issues with an overseas project. Would you be available for a brief meeting? Meng Shichu replied, sure. It was likely urgent. Otherwise, Jiang Wan would not have called her so late. After reviewing the materials sent by Jiang Wan and grasping the details, she entered the conference call. Voices clashed on the other end, creating a heated argument. When Hocheng emerged from the bathroom, he overheard Meng Shichu's calm voice, pause the project. We need to conduct a review and risk assessment. Clearly preoccupied, Hocheng approached and sat beside her on the bed. Since Meng Shichu was wearing headphones, he could not hear the discussions, but it was evident that tensions were high. Well, if we insist on pushing forward, let us sign a risk-sharing agreement. Should any unexpected consequences arise, your company will bear the responsibility and compensate my company for the losses. If the project succeeds, your share will increase by 7 percentage points. Hocheng sat beside her, only hearing her decisive voice. Soon, she concluded the call and set her phone down. Your work truly keeps you busy. Hocheng commented. Meng Shichu smiled. I occasionally take on urgent work to accommodate the time difference. I am already scouting for personnel to send as a permanent manager, and I will only need to review the summary reports periodically. Hocheng took her hand, resting on her lap, seriously inquiring, with your capabilities, it only highlights my reliance on you. That is a misconception, Meng Shichu countered. I have only Lin Shin design that is entirely my own. Everything else has been bestowed by our elders. You also have Sanzhou technology. Hocheng replied, those gifts from the elders are also for you. Meng Shichu chuckled. It seems you have resigned yourself to being a kept man. Initially, she thought he would be offended, so she attempted to uplift him. However, it appeared he found delight in the notion instead. Hocheng pondered and declared earnestly, I don't know. I just feel inexplicably pleased. Her amusement at his demeanor prompted Meng Shichu to interlace their hands, placing them between them. Then shall we see if you can truly live off me? As she spoke, he playfully tossed the thin blanket aside and rolled on top of her. Meng Shichu instinctively reached to wrap her arms around his neck, but Hocheng seized her wrists, pinning them against the headboard. His palms were warm, contrasting with the coolness of the wall. The juxtaposition of the cold and heat was quite exhilarating. Meng Shichu arched her back, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and commanded, come, kiss me. It was a provocation worthy of a superior, igniting Hocheng's primal instincts and sending a rush of exhilaration through him. He leaned down, delivering a fervent and assertive kiss, filled with an aggressive fervor. The past few days had been hectic, and they had not indulged in intimacy for some time. This encounter was as explosive as a meteor colliding with Earth. They lost themselves in the fervor of passion. As they neared the conclusion, Hocheng handed Meng Shichu the necessary items. "Be a dear and help me out." Meng Shichu did not decline, eager to discern whether Hocheng's blind confidence stemmed from her previous choices or something deeper. The reality proved she had indeed miscalculated before. After their passionate encounter, Hocheng held Meng Shichu close, gasping. That was exhilarating. Meng Shichu traced circles on his abdomen with her fingers before preparing to wash up, only to be pulled back by Hocheng. "Wait a moment. Let us wash and sleep. Allow me to hold you for a while." Meng Shichu replied, "Isn't it better to hug after being cleaned? You wouldn't understand. It enhances our bond," Hocheng stated, adding, "It's what the books say." Meng Shichu remarked that she had never seen such a claim in any book she had read. Perhaps it was one she had yet to encounter. Though confused, she respected his perspective. Thus, they embraced, sharing conversation and reflecting on the events that transpired, both feeling satisfied and harmonious in their lives. Naturally, Hocheng took the opportunity to tease Meng Shichu for underestimating him. Meng Shichu acknowledged her fault. "Yes, that was my mistake. But why didn't you voice your discomfort sooner?" Hocheng replied, "How was I to know? I had never measured nor used such a thing. I assumed that was the effect." Meng Shichu could not help but laugh at his response. They both proceeded to wash up, returning to tidy up and then embracing as they drifted into slumber. The animosity between the Pei and Sang families concluded with the latter's utter defeat. 2 weeks passed, and the Sang family still faced numerous unresolved issues. Sang Shifeng was rife with turmoil, and many former friends and partners had chosen to distance themselves, severing ties. Elder Sang Ruda, had been hospitalized multiple times due to stress. The Sang family struggled to keep afloat, and Sang Lan faced expulsion alongside her children. Sang Lan was unwilling to accept this fate and had unsuccessfully sought Meng Shichu's assistance several times, leading her to approach Pei Jinhui once more. Initially, Pei Jinhui ignored her, but her persistent disturbances and threats of retribution due to their shared past compelled him to meet her. Upon their meeting, Sang Lan directly stated, "Tell Meng Shichu to cease her actions, and I will refrain from causing you trouble. I am unable to assist." Pei Jinhui firmly declined. Sang Lan retorted angrily, "I am your mother. Do you truly wish to see me destitute and expelled from the Sang family?" Pei Jinhui countered, "You are my mother, and yet you abandoned me. I have endured years of being pointed at as an orphan. Where were you then?" Sang Lan was momentarily speechless, but quickly shot back, "Pei Jinhui, don't forget that I gave you life. If I truly fall into misfortune, I will come to you for support, and you cannot refuse." "Very well," Pei Jinhui nodded. Thinking he had agreed to withdraw the lawsuit, she prepared to negotiate, only to hear Pei Jinhui add, "I will first sue you for bigamy and abandonment. Should you lose your capacity to support yourself, I'll provide for you." "Repeat that," Sang Lan exclaimed. Pei Jinhui explained, "I consulted a lawyer. The so-called support can amount to a few hundred to 1,000 a month, or I could place you in a nursing home to spend your twilight years. How would you be so heartless? You're not my only son. The other 2 are adults. The court-ordered support will be 1/3 for me. You can seek assistance from your Sang children for the remainder." Sang Lan was taken aback by Pei Jinhui's attitude, realizing he was indeed serious and capable of following through. This time, she had truly lost everything. Pei Jinhui stood to leave, stating, "Do not come to me again. I will not withdraw the lawsuit." Chapter 072, The Barking Dog. Unattended, the tale end of summer has passed, and autumn has arrived. The weather seems to remain unchanged, still a bit oppressive. The political faction of the Sang family has failed to pass even the first round of inspections, embroiling several prominent figures in scandal. The internal strife within the Sang family has cast a shadow over their fortunes, and Sang Lan's elder brother is overwhelmed with responsibilities, compounded by frequent visits from the police and economic investigation teams, rendering him incapable of steering the family through turbulent waters. The Sang family's pinnacle has ended, ushering them into a steep decline. With a lawsuit looming, Sang Lan finds herself in a position of importance due to the elder Sang's illness. Yet, she has not been cast out of the family, as she has repeatedly assured them that the charges of bigamy and abandonment will not hold. In fact, she plans to countersue Pei Guangyin. Success may be uncertain, but the prospect of causing discomfort is enticing. She is unwilling to concede defeat. Before returning to Kyoto years ago, she had already arranged for Han Qingyu to change cities, and over the years, she has continued to relocate him every couple of years. She harbors doubts that the Pei family can unearth traces of their life together from over 2 decades ago. Furthermore, she has ensured that Han Qingyu is currently abroad, making it impossible for them to conduct a paternity test without her consent. There will be no evidence to contradict her claims. With the situation reaching this point, she is prepared to gamble everything. As for the lawsuit against Meng Shichu and Meng Ling, she can always issue a public apology and pay some compensation for emotional distress. If all else fails, a brief stint in jail is inconsequential. It's not life-threatening. She feels liberated, unencumbered by fear. Old Master Sang has placed his faith in Sang Lan, granting her this final opportunity. On the eve of the court proceedings, Sang Lan learns that Pei Guangyin is once again gravely ill. A twisted sense of excitement courses through her. His death would be the best outcome. She is aware that Pei Guangyin has been in critical condition several times recently, with reports suggesting he may not survive the week. In the hospital, Pei Guangyin has once more been pulled back from the brink of death, confined to the intensive care unit, connected to numerous machines. The removal of any one apparatus would spell his demise. As he observes Meng Shichu and Pei Jinhai conversing with the doctor, Pei Guangyin and Appos, S. gaze narrows. It is Pei Meng who inquires, "Brother Shichu, what did the doctor say?" Before either can respond, Pei Guangyin turns on his heel and storms away, unwilling to hear a single word. "I'll check on Uncle Air." Hocheng follows after him. Pei Jinhai is weighed down by a heavy silence, his eyes bloodshot. Meng Shichu shakes her head at Pei Meng, whispering, "The doctor said it doesn't look good. He has at most 3 days." Pei Guangyin's condition is akin to a dam that has burst, flooding without the possibility of repair. He is a living corpse, devoid of action or awareness, relying on machines for breath. Pei Meng's eyes fill with tears as she leans against the wall, lamenting, "Uncle has suffered too much in this life. My father has a bad temper and limited abilities. It has always been Uncle who shielded us. He doesn't deserve this." Her voice falters, choked with sorrow. Uncle should not meet such a fate. It is simply not right. Meng Shichu exhales deeply, her phone vibrating urgently. It is another assistant, Tang Yin, calling. Stepping a few paces away to take the call, she hears Tang Yin's furious voice. "Miss, I sent you a video. I can't hold back any longer. I want to deal with that wretched woman." "Hold on," Meng Shichu replies, watching the video Tang Yin sent. It captures Sang Lan clandestinely meeting a young man at a bar, where he expresses concern for her current predicament. Sang Lan, with unwavering conviction, reassures him that everything is fine, all the while hurling curses and insults at her ex-husband. The language is vile and offensive, causing Meng Shichu to grit her teeth in anger. Pei Meng approaches, asking, "What happened, Shichu?" "There's a dog barking that needs to be dealt with," Meng Shichu states, her tone chillingly calm. Pei Meng, returned from work a few days prior, has never seen Meng Shichu wear such a grim expression. Meng Shichu holds up her phone, declaring, "There's no need to wait for the court. Let her scurry like a rat." Tang Yin inquires, "Shall we take action now?" Meng Shichu pauses for a moment, gauging the situation. Tang Yin responds, "Rest assured, miss, I won't dirty my hands with this filth." "Very well," Meng Shichu concedes, putting away her phone. Pei Meng asks, "Has Sang Lan caused trouble again?" Though autumn has only just begun, it seems unlikely that she will enjoy it for long. Just then, Pei Meng's phone rings. It's Pei Xiaohong. "I'm en route. Are you at the hospital or home?" she inquires. Pei Meng replies, "Uncle is in critical condition. We are all at the hospital." "I'll head straight to the hospital," Pei Xiaohong responds. "Is second brother arriving?" Meng Shichu asks. Pei Meng nods. He was supposed to stay longer, but given Uncle's unstable condition, he has left the subsequent work to his assistant and returned. Meng Shichu nods, choosing not to elaborate. After all these years, their father has safeguarded the Pei family, and in the end, all the brothers, children, and nieces and nephews should feel grateful. The hospital is eerily quiet at night, especially on this floor. The stairwell at the end of the corridor is so silent that even breathing can be heard. Pei Guanyin sits on the stairs, clutching his neck, his head bowed deeply between his legs, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Hocheng, unsure of how to console him, sits quietly beside him for a while before getting up to leave. He soon returns, holding a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. Pei Guanyin remains in the same position, and Hocheng sits down again, quietly offering his presence without uttering a word. After a long while, Pei Guanyin raises his head, rummaging through his pockets. Suddenly, a tissue is extended to him. "Thank you," he murmurs, his voice thick with emotion as he accepts the tissue, turning his gaze away to wipe his tears and nose. Once he has composed himself, Hocheng speaks. "Uncle, I bought a pack of cigarettes." Earlier, during casual conversation, Pei Guanyin had mentioned he used to smoke but had quit. Now, he is the only elder left in the Pei family, and he is reluctant to express his feelings in front of the younger generation. He needs a means to vent. "Give me one." Pei Guanyin accepts the offer. Hocheng agrees, but hesitates to open the pack. "You've never smoked before, have you?" Pei Guanyin remarks, taking the pack from Hocheng's hands. Nowadays, young people are less inclined to indulge. Many don't smoke or drink at all. Times have changed. In our day, smoking and drinking were essential to appear cool. Now, the youth prioritize health, avoiding late nights and parties. Wellness is their definition of cool. As they reflect on the passage of time and the nearing end of his elder brother's life, Pei Guanyin feels a tightening sensation in his nostrils. With practiced ease, he opens the cigarette pack, extracts a cigarette, and places it between his lips. Hocheng promptly ignites the lighter, shielding the flame with his other hand. It has been many years since Pei Guanyin last smoked, and he coughs violently as the harsh smoke assaults his throat. Hocheng gently pats his back. Pei Guanyin's eyes turn redder, veins pulsing with distress. Chapter 073, Bigamy, Abandonment, and Losing the Case once calmed. Pei Guanyin gazed at the cigarette in his hand and remarked to Hocheng, "It has been so many years since I last smoked. I've almost forgotten how." Before Hocheng could respond, he continued, "I used to smoke excessively, which led to issues with my lungs. My elder brother accompanied me in quitting, and it has been 17 years since then. At that time, his wife had already passed away 3 years prior, and the most arduous days had faded. Yet his health deteriorated, compelling doctors to insist on cessation of smoking. As a habitual smoker, quitting proved to be a formidable challenge. But his elder brother remained by his side throughout the process. He pondered why, despite his health issues manifesting so early, he allowed his brother to take the lead. The more he thought about it, the more distressed Pei Guanyin became, tears welling in his eyes. He turned his face away in an attempt to hide, only to find Hocheng offering him a tissue once more. He took it and roughly dabbed at his eyes. When he lowered the tissue, his vision remained obscured, prompting him to press it against his eyes. Not taking another drag from the cigarette, Pei Guanyin, in a hoarse voice, confessed, "I am foolish, incompetent, and useless. I failed to help him and only caused trouble. He had to care for Jean Hui while also looking after me. All the burdens fell solely on him, and he dared not confide in anyone. During that time, any minor misstep by Pei Guanyin would spell disaster for the entire Pei family. He bore the weight of every issue alone, even while battling his own illness. Though he faced immense difficulties with no escape in sight, he nonetheless managed the family well, bringing them to the present and beyond. The cost, however, was that he remained stagnant." Pei Guanyin, filled with remorse, shook his head in guilt, lamenting, "If only I had known. If only I had studied diligently back then, I could have alleviated his burdens. It is all my fault." Pei Hocheng arrived shortly after midnight, appearing weary and travel-worn. It was evident that he had not enjoyed a proper rest in quite some time. Over the past couple of months, he had been preoccupied with concerns for his family, managing affairs related to their overseas ventures, and overseeing work transitions, all while undertaking this long journey. The dark circles under his eyes seemed to whisper of his limits being tested. "Shichu, Hocheng, greetings. I am Pei Hocheng." He introduced himself succinctly before inquiring about Pei Jean Hui. "Brother, how is uncle doing? Is there any hope with the new medical team?" Pei Jean Hui shook his head in silence. Pei Hocheng turned to his father, who had also turned away, staring blankly at the wall, appearing utterly dejected. It was Meng Shichu who spoke next, noting that they had engaged the top talents from both traditional and Western medicine, all of whom had delivered grim verdicts. Pei Guangnian's illness had persisted for too long, and when it finally escalated, there was no room for recovery. Pei Hocheng fell silent, genuinely unaware of how dire the family situation had become. He reflected that his uncle, though relatively young and capable, had always been a pillar of strength for the family. Aware that their branch had thrived due to his uncle's unwavering support, he had intentionally distanced himself from competition with his brother, wishing to ease his brother's worries. Little did he know that the outcome would be this tragic. Both his uncle and brother were in despair. How could fate be so cruel to target both father and son? Silence enveloped them until dawn broke. Throughout the night, the doctors conducted multiple examinations on Pei Guangnian, each time their expressions growing graver. Today was the day of the court hearing. Originally, the lawsuit involving Sang Lan had already garnered considerable attention, but as day broke, the scandal escalated to new heights. Accusations of bigamy and abandonment emerged, with evidence surfacing seemingly of its own accord. A man revealing himself as Sang Lan's partner for 8 years claimed that the children she brought back were not orphans saved from peril, but rather their own offspring. Han Qingyu, filled with righteous indignation, accused Sang Lan of promising to return to the Sang family with him and their 2 children when the time was right. Yet, after all these years, not only did Sang Lan refuse to marry him or reunite with the children, but she also led a double life, deceiving him. Now, as Sang Lan prepared to marry a younger man, Han Qingyu was understandably displeased. He presented chat logs and recorded conversations between himself and Sang Lan, even divulging details of their elopement and subsequent life together. An avalanche of evidence flooded in, leaving onlookers stunned and insiders aghast. The once missing lady of the Pei family was now revealed to have run away with her first love rather than having simply disappeared on a trip. Pei Guangnian's restraint was remarkable. His wife had vanished under claims of being lost, and the scandal had pointedly implicated him. Yet, one must consider that the Sang family had once wielded great power, and had events unfolded differently, the Pei family may have faced ruin. Sang Lan spun a tale of being lost while out traveling, claiming to have rescued children in need, but how benevolent could one truly be? If the children were not hers, would the elder Sang have accepted them back into the family? Upon learning of Han Qingyu's revelations, Sang Lan felt a rush of blood surge to her head. How could that scoundrel still be around? Did he not realize that both would face imprisonment for bigamy? The consequences of their actions would not be easily dismissed. Inside the courtroom, Sang Lan confronted the evidence laid bare before her. Her bruised visage could no longer mask her emotions. Last night, she had reveled in Pei Guangnian's deteriorating condition, only for unforeseen events to unfold. The young ones she nurtured discovered one another and conspired, each seeking recognition. The ensuing chaos turned violent. Among them were 2 young individuals, both of whom had connections outside of her, one entangled with a blonde-haired foreigner who had business dealings in Kyoto, seemingly at odds with the Sang family. They accused her of stealing both business and affection, and they struck her down. Her arm was broken, her face marred. Already in pain, she was further wounded by Han Qingyu's betrayal. With evidence mounting against her, she found herself unable to retaliate against Pei Guangnian, who had once stood by her side. Initially, she could have claimed to be the victim of a disappearance, only to return and find her husband had unilaterally filed for divorce. However, Han Qingyu's foolishness had dashed those hopes. The verdict was all but sealed, abandonment was confirmed, and the charge of bigamy stood firm. Following a professional assessment by doctors, Sang Lan was taken into custody. The outcome had been anticipated since Han Qingyu's expose that morning. Sang Lan, filled with indignation, lashed out at him, calling him a fool and a pawn. She firmly believed that he had orchestrated the evidence against her. Refusing to accept that Pei Jinhui and Meng Shichu could uncover traces of her life with Han Qingyu from over 20 years ago, which had long since faded into obscurity. In a few days, 2 more lawsuits awaited her, but Sang Lan felt indifferent, resigned to whatever fate awaited her. Apologies were not forthcoming. She sought no compensation for emotional distress. She had become utterly destitute. As she was escorted away, Her gaze met Pei Jin Huai's approach. A calm smile graced her face. "My dear son, you truly are something else, treating your own mother this way." Pei Jin Huai, devoid of expression, retorted. "You reap what you sow. I should never have given you life." Sang Lan hissed through clenched teeth. "Perhaps you should have suffocated me at birth." Such words failed to shake Pei Jin Huai, who, bolstered by the support of mental health professionals and family, remained steadfast through this turmoil. It is merely to say to Sang Lan that had you not stirred up trouble with Aunt Meng upon your return years ago, my father and Aunt Meng would have been just fine, and thus you would not find yourself in your current predicament. The Pei family lacks the capability to contend with the Sang family, and Pei Guangyin dares not to gamble, while the outsider Meng Ling is even less equipped to resist. However, upon leaving Pei Guangyin, Meng Ling encountered the formidable mercenary leader Ning Chuan, leading to a dramatic upheaval in the gears of fate. In those years, Pei Guangyin, in his effort to protect his family, endured the loss of his beloved and bore the weight of unspoken grievances. Yet, it is precisely due to his earlier sacrifice that Meng Shichu made a powerful return, pulling the Pei family from the depths of despair. From that moment onward, the three great families of the capital will soon regard the Pei family as their leader. All that transpires is preordained, with destiny having already set its price and arranged the finest outcomes. Chapter 074, Bitter Trials and Sweet Rewards. On this fateful day, Sang Lan's reputation lay in ruins, and she found herself incarcerated. The already precarious Sang family was dragged into the abyss, suffering a complete downfall. Sang Ruda, enraged, coughed up blood and fell gravely ill, during which his only command in moments of lucidity was to expel Sang Lan and her 2 children from the family. As a result, the entire Sang family became akin to a pariah, reviled by all. In the ensuing legal battles, despite the absence of the plaintiffs, Sang Lan lost every case, culminating in a sentence of 3 years and 10 months in prison, accompanied by a hefty fine and subsequent probation upon release. The anticipated defeat only fueled her fury, leading her to vent her frustrations on her lawyer, whom she derisively labeled as useless. The lawyer, bewildered, questioned her sanity. Following the final verdict, the lawyer promptly relayed the news to Meng Shichu. During these days, Meng Shichu remained in the hospital, with her assistant managing most of her work, though she found time to handle some matters personally. Upon receiving the news, she remarked to Pei Jin Hui that the sentence was close to 4 years. This was largely due to Sang Lan and Appo's egregious act of bigamy, which had caused significant social repercussions and immense harm to her lawful husband and innocent children, resulting in a harsher penalty. She brought this upon herself, Pei Jin Hui remarked. Before long, Pei Guangyin was wheeled out of the intensive care unit and transferred to the high dependency unit. The medical staff, meeting the Meng family's gaze, sighed, indicating they had done all they could. They suggested that the family members should enter and keep him company, the meaning of which was all too clear. The limits of endurance had been reached. He might not survive the day. Had it been anyone else without such a stellar medical team and cutting-edge treatment, the outcome might have been far graver. Despite the Pei family's relentless efforts, Pei Guangyin had never regained consciousness. He merely clung to the fragile essence of life. Now, even it seemed to be slipping away. He resembled a person utterly exhausted, resting in slumber, unwilling to awaken. As the high dependency unit opened, the family stepped inside, the atmosphere heavy with an almost suffocating tension. Each machine flickered, displaying numbers or lines. Pei Jinhui knelt by the bedside, resting his head against the edge. "Father," he choked out, while Pei Guangyuan turned away, attempting to mask his grief. Pei Jinhui clutched the blanket covering Pei Guangyin, his voice hoarse and intermittent. "Please don't leave us without a word. Open your eyes and look at us." No matter how he pleaded, there was no response. The family remained at the bedside, Pei Jinhui continuing to speak, hoping the man lying there could hear him. He had heard that in the final moments of existence, the last sense to fade was hearing. "Father, you have devoted your life to the Pei family. We will uphold it. Thanks to Xiao Chu, she avenged you, and those who wronged you have faced their punishment. Wake up and tell me not to bully your daughter. Only your words will suffice." He reassured, "Rest assured, I will never mistreat her. As the sun descended, its crimson rays permeated the glass, casting a warm glow over the hospital room, falling gently upon the bed. The man lying in silence for nearly 3 months appeared pale, as if merely asleep, his features gentle. Suddenly, a tear rolled down from the corner of his unresponsive eye, trailing into his graying hair. As the family, filled with hope, believed a miracle was unfolding, the heart monitor emitted alarming sounds. In that moment, it was as if a front-runner surged ahead, obliterating all obstacles in its path. The machines shrieked, and those kneeling at the bedside were overwhelmed. The doctors recorded the final moments in the medical chart. Pei Guangyin, unable to contain his emotions, rushed forward, grasping the bedclothes, shaking the man. "Brother, why did you leave me? What will I do without you? Who will take care of me now?" Pei Guangyin passed away, marking a day of both bitter trials and sweet rewards for the Pei family. It was also the day when years of grievances were finally avenged. The Wanhai Corporation officially announced the passing of Chairman Pei Guangyin, stirring a wave of lament within the industry. The once mighty leader of the Pei family succumbed unexpectedly to illness at a relatively young age, leaving many in disbelief. The Pei ancestral home was draped in white, the atmosphere solemn and reverent. Before the memorial altar, the eternal lamp flickered. Pei Jinhui had been kneeling since his return, continuously casting yellow paper into the offering bowl, the incense burning steadily. Pei Guangyin also kept vigil, kneeling without yielding to the pleas of the younger generation. To him, his elder brother had always been a fatherly figure. As long as he was present, no problem was insurmountable. The sudden loss of his brother felt like the collapse of his spiritual support. No longer would he have the protective presence of his elder brother. In moments of uncertainty or mistakes, there would be no one to offer whispered guidance. Pei Jinhui vowed to mourn, while Pei Guangyin remained engulfed in sorrow. The arrangements for Pei Guangyin's funeral were taken over by Meng Shichu, with Pei Hocheng and Pei Meng assisting wholeheartedly. As Meng Shichu's husband, Hocheng naturally bore his responsibilities, tirelessly attending to the myriad details. After 3 days of mourning, a grand funeral was held, with numerous friends and colleagues from the industry coming to pay their respects. The eulogy for Pei Guangyin eloquently recounted his remarkable achievements in managing the Pei family, dismissing his failed marriage as insignificant. As guests filled the venue, the ground was carpeted with white chrysanthemums. Amidst the attendees, an unexpected guest arrived, Ning Chuan, causing a stir among the mourners due to the delicate nature of his presence. Pei Guangyin's beloved was Meng Ling, for whom he had devoted half his life. Yet Meng Ling's husband was Ning Chuan. Moreover, Ning Chuan had raised the daughter of Meng Ling and Pei Guangyin. The intricacies of these relationships were palpably sensitive. While many speculated that Meng Ling would attend, it was Ning Chuan who appeared. Ning Chuan approached, holding 2 bouquets, one of white chrysanthemums and the other of sunflowers. He paused before the altar, placing the flowers among the offerings, lighting incense, and bowing deeply. Pei Jinhui and Meng Shichu, as dutiful children, reciprocated the gesture. Ning Chuan placed a comforting hand on Pei Jinhui's shoulder, offering his condolences. Pei Jinhui bowed again in response. Ning Chuan then turned to Meng Shichu, saying, "Ling Ling is in a meeting. You know how strictly the entertainment industry is regulated this year, especially with the new policies. She has not been able to leave." "Yes, I understand," Meng Shichu nodded. Ning Chuan added, "She should be able to attend the 7th day of Mr. Pei's passing." Implicitly, he indicated that Meng Ling would come, but for now, she was bound by obligations. As Ning Chuan exited the memorial hall, he encountered the members of the Hua family in the outer hall. Pei Jinhui's gaze lingered on the ground strewn with white chrysanthemums, noticing the solitary burst of yellow. The sunflower was his father's favorite flower, one he had only come to cherish after meeting Meng Ling. For Pei Guangyin, it was never the flower itself he adored, but rather the radiant, vibrant, and graceful person it represented. Pei Jinhui knew that the bouquet was a gift from Aunt Meng. If his father were watching from above, he would surely find solace in that flower. Chapter 075. The unsent letter. Pei Guangyin has been laid to rest, and after the friends and family have paid their respects, they gradually disperse. The atmosphere in the Pei household remains somber. Everyone appears worn out, Even Meng Shichu, who is usually adept at self-encouragement, shows signs of fatigue. In the evening, Hocheng's parents and his brother, Hocheng, dine at the Pei residence along with Ning Chuan, as the presence of loved ones provides solace and guidance to the living. Life must go on. After dinner, the Hua family lingers for a while before rising to take their leave. Ning Chuan also prepares to depart. He has a flight scheduled for the next afternoon and intends to meet a friend in the morning before heading to a hotel tonight. Pei Jinhai urges him to stay, but Ning Chuan politely declines, suggesting they save it for another time. He then advises Pei Jinhai and Pei Hocheng to look forward, not to squander the path that Pei Dong has paved for them over the years. To be frank, he holds Pei Guangyan in high regard. While some may perceive his past restraint as a sign of weakness, Ning Chuan believes it is essential for one to adapt to circumstances. Pei Guangyan's forbearance and concessions preserved the Pei family, granting them an opportunity for a remarkable comeback in today's world. In his eyes, Pei Guangyan is a formidable and powerful man. The opinions of others do not matter. For the Pei family, he bears responsibility and accountability, leaving a significant mark in their history. Ning Chuan did not wish to say more, as this was the Pei family, but upon seeing Meng Shichu and Pei Mangao approaching, he added, "The deceased have moved on, and the living must strive forward. A harmonious family is the foundation of prosperity. I look forward to you younger generations collaborating to create a new era for the Pei family." "Thank you, Uncle Ning. We will," Pei Jinhai responded, and Pei Hocheng nodded in agreement. After a brief exchange, Pei Jinhai suddenly mentioned, "Uncle Ning, my father left a letter for Aunt Meng, and I would appreciate it if you could help deliver it." This was a carefully considered decision on Pei Jinhai's part. As he turned to retrieve the letter, Ning Chuan called out to him, "During the morning period, Aunt Meng will be coming. You can give it to her directly then. You are Aunt Meng's husband." "So it's the same," Pei Jinhai replied. Ning Chuan nodded in acquiescence. Pei Jinhai returned with the letter and handed it over with both hands. Ning Chuan accepted it, saying, "I will ensure it reaches her. I also thank you, Uncle Ning, for making this long journey. My father will bless you and Aunt Meng with a life of happiness and stability. Take care and rest well. Don't overexert yourselves. Once you recover, I will present you with a gift," Ning Chuan said as he exited. The driver had been waiting outside. After Ning Chuan left, the remaining few returned to the house only to find Pei Guangyuan sitting on the sofa, smoking one cigarette after another. Pei Hocheng stepped forward and took away the half-burnt cigarette from him, insisting, "Stop smoking. Uncle will be upset." With his head lowered, Pei Guangyan's eyes were red-rimmed, and his voice was hoarse as he muttered, "Then why doesn't he come and speak to me himself?" This retort left Pei Hocheng momentarily speechless. It was purely unreasonable. Pei Guangyuan reached for the cigarette box once more, pulling out another stick to light it. At that moment, Hocheng spoke up, "Uncle, I've heard that if a person passes away with unresolved thoughts or attachments, their soul cannot find peace and will linger around those they are concerned about. If they cannot let go over time, they may miss the opportunity for rebirth and become a wandering spirit without roots, forever lost to the next life." As Hocheng's words settled, Pei Guangyuan's lighter slipped from his fingers, extinguishing the flame, and he instinctively removed the cigarette from his mouth. He looked up questioning. "Is that true?" "I don't know. I heard it from the older generation," Hocheng replied. "False," Pei Guangyuan interjected. He understood that wandering spirits gradually lose all human emotions, becoming invisible entities that drift aimlessly. He was uncertain about the process of rebirth. However, when it comes to comforting others, perhaps a little white Lai Wu tea invoked divine wrath. Moreover, during his own transformation into a spirit, he had not encountered other spirits. It felt as if each spirit existed in its own world. He did not know what loneliness was, nor did he feel anxious or fearful. It was simply a bit dull. "Uncle," Hocheng called out, moving closer to take the cigarette from Pei Guangyuan's hand, extinguishing it in the ashtray, and also confiscating his lighter. "Dad laid a solid foundation for the Pei family. We must also pave the way for him to find peace. Wouldn't you agree?" Pei Guangyuan gazed at him, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He parted his lips, his voice still hoarse. You little rascal, if you dare to bully your elder brother's daughter, I'll teach you a lesson on his behalf. With that, he hastily left. His voice choked as he called back, Jinhai, Shichu, you should rest early. I'm heading back. His steps were hurried, and tears streamed down his face. Pei Xiaohong and Pei Mangao quickly bid farewell and followed him. In the hall, only Pei Jinhai, Meng Shichu, and Hocheng remained. Tonight, Meng Shichu and Hocheng would stay over, primarily due to their concern for Pei Jinhai. The psychological intervention, they had previously started showing signs of improvement, but with Pei Guangyuan's departure, they felt uneasy. For Pei Jinhai, his father's presence had never wavered throughout his life, from childhood to youth and into adulthood. This paternal love was unmasked, direct, and heavy. Meng Shichu poured a glass of water for Pei Jinhai, asking, Have you read Dad's letter? Yes, Pei Jinhai nodded. Dad never intended to interfere with Aunt Meng and Uncle Ning's marriage, nor did he seek to reclaim anything. He simply owes Aunt Meng an apology. They were truly in love back then. It was his own inadequacies that led to the end of Meng Ling's passionate feelings, pushing her to leave in anger. He also feels fortunate that Meng Ling chose to depart. Otherwise, his future would have been hindered by her. Meng Ling deserves better, and she has indeed found it. He is grateful to her for bringing sunshine into his life and for giving birth to their child, as well as for Ning Chuan's kindness towards his daughter. He feels remorse for Meng Ling, but also gratitude for fate's arrangements, sincerely wishing for her happiness and well-being. Pei Jinhai took a sip of water and continued. This letter was written by Dad as soon as he learned of your existence. He simply never had the chance to deliver it because Aunt Meng avoided him. When Ning Chuan and Meng Ling came to Kyoto last time, Pei Guangyan wanted to meet them to personally hand over the letter and reassure Meng Ling that she need not avoid him, as he would not interfere with her current happiness. Unfortunately, a commotion caused by Sang Lan delayed him, and that opportunity was lost. Sorry. Meng Shichu set down her glass, feeling a sense of guilt. Perhaps if she had asked a few more questions, things might have turned out differently. What are you apologizing for? Pei Jinhai shook his head. Dad never taught me to be unreasonable. The affairs of the elders have nothing to do with the younger generation. If Aunt Meng allowed you to return to the Pei family, it must be an answer to the letter Dad never delivered. Pei Guangyan's apology was always meant to be forgiven. Meng Shichu replied, My mother never spoke ill of your father. When I was young, I asked her about him, and she said my biological father was a gentle gentleman, an exceptionally excellent man. She also inquired about Meng Ling, asking why they didn't end up together if he was so admirable. Meng Ling replied, As we grow up, we often have no choice. Gaining and losing are part of life. Not being together is merely a matter of fate. At that time, I was too young to fully comprehend her words, but now, having matured, I understand much of their meaning. After hearing Meng Shichu's words, Pei Jinhai smiled faintly. I believe Dad, in the afterlife, will understand. Oh, by the way, Xiaochu, Dad made a will 10 years ago, and he revised it when he wrote that letter. His estate will be divided equally between us. Do you have any objections? Without giving Meng Shichu a chance to respond, Pei Jinhai continued, I owe Aunt Meng a great deal. In my eyes, you're like my sister, and I can offer you more as long as she desires it, as long as he has it. Chapter 76. No debts to settle. Meng Shichu felt utterly exhausted. Yet as she lay in bed after washing up, sleep eluded her. Hocheng held her close, gently caressing her silky hair, enveloped in silence. The stillness of the room and the weighty silence created a heavy atmosphere. Meng Shichu harbored unspoken thoughts, and Hocheng was aware of her turmoil. However, the timing was not right for inquiry. Meng Shichu was typically confident, bordering on arrogance, and her emotions were tightly restrained. If anyone probed into her reluctance to speak, it would only provoke her annoyance, for he was all too familiar with this from his previous life. Yet, he lacked her rationality and decisiveness. Meng Shichu kept her eyes wide open, even in the encompassing darkness. Hocheng's hand continued its tender strokes through her hair, and he too remained awake. With a deep breath, Meng Shichu clasped Hocheng's hand. She broke the silence, expressing her gratitude for his support during these trying days, which led her to speak in a rather muddled manner. Hocheng gently reproached her, reminding her that as husband and wife, her burdens were his as well. In such crucial moments, it was his duty to stand by her side and assist her, a responsibility he willingly embraced. Fortunately, having witnessed the whole family's arrangements for his own funeral in his past life, he had gained a modicum of experience. Meng Shichu nestled closer to him and reiterated her appreciation for his presence during this time. She felt fortunate to have him by her side, especially since her uncle was consumed by grief and her elder brother was preoccupied with the vigil. Both she and her uncle's children lacked the experience for such matters. Thankfully, Hocheng had meticulously organized everything, ensuring that they could honor Pei Guangnian in a dignified and smooth manner. Hocheng's friends attended the grand funeral, which stirred considerable waves within their social circle, inadvertently boosting the Pei family's reputation. Meng Shichu sensed she was beginning to perceive the outline of a sincere heart. Hocheng tightened his grip on her hand, assuring her that he would always be by her side, ready to be present whenever she needed him. Meng Shichu inhaled his comforting scent and closed her eyes, feeling that Hocheng was indeed a remarkable man. Pei Guangyuan had fallen ill but was cooperating with the doctors, receiving intravenous treatment and medication as prescribed. He agreed to be hospitalized, and the accumulated workload during this busy period weighed heavily on him. Pei Xiaohong and Pei Meng had taken up positions at Wanhai, tirelessly working day and night. Hocheng, too, found little respite, with barely 20 minutes for meals before plunging into meetings and consultations. The overwhelming sensation of needing to relieve oneself became quite unbearable. In contrast, Meng Shichu's situation was somewhat better. Her numerous enterprises were managed by capable individuals, allowing her to delegate much of her workload. After 3 days of relentless busyness, they arrived at the 7th day, following Pei Guangnian's passing. Meng Ling arrived in Kyoto at noon, accompanied by her aide, while Ming Chuan was abroad this time and did not join. Pei Jinhai greeted her warmly at the airport, calling out, "Aunt Meng." "Hello, Xiao Huai," Meng Ling replied, gazing up at Pei Jinhai with a gentle smile. He had grown so much since the last time they met. "Yes," he nodded, his voice unexpectedly nasal. When Meng Ling had left, he was no taller than her shoulder. On the day of her departure, he and his father had seen her off, and she had held his small hand, saying, "Xiao Huai, grow up well, you are the best." More than 20 years had passed in the blink of an eye. "Mother." Both Meng Shichu and Hocheng spoke simultaneously. "You didn't need to come pick me up. I know the way." Meng Ling replied as they made their way to the car. She explained that Chuan had gone abroad, so he could not join them, urging them not to take offense. Ning Chuan was gradually relinquishing control, having become a relatively unburdened CO, yet some matters still required his direct oversight. In the car, Meng Ling told Pei Jinhai, "I read the letter your father sent me. I bear him no grudge, and you mustn't dwell on it either. There are no debts between us." At that time, both she and Pei Guangnian were adults, faced with different choices. Conflicts of interest were inevitable, and whether together or apart, it was mutual consent without any unpleasantness, simply the result of careful consideration. "I understand," Pei Jinhai nodded, believing wholeheartedly that Meng Ling had once loved his father deeply. If not for profound love, how could she have endured a lifelong wound for the sake of his son? Love was genuine, and so was the separation, an authentic reflection of fate intertwined yet unattainable. With Meng Ling's consent, they headed directly to the Pei residence. Uncle Pei Guangyuan emerged from the hospital, looking pale and unwell. Upon seeing Meng Ling, he managed a weak smile, welcoming her warmly. "I heard from Xiao Huai that you are unwell. Please take good care of yourself." "I'm just seeing the doctor," Pei Guangyuan replied, raising his hand to show the 4-line on his wrist. The Pei family estate had been renovated, yet its layout remained unchanged, reminiscent of days gone by. Meng Ling felt no need to be overly formal. She had met the 3 Pei children before, now grown into striking adults, with the girls beautiful and the boys handsome, an undeniable testament to the Pei family's commendable genes. Meng Ling brought gifts for them all, including one for Pei Guangyuan, a token of her goodwill. She refrained from mentioning her absence during his illness, and no one in the Pei family broached the subject. Each individual was independent, with their own considerations, and it was not as if her failure to visit Pei Guangyuan indicated any fault on her part. No one in the Pei family perceived her negatively. After lunch, they enjoyed some tea before making their way to the cemetery. Meng Ling's aide had prepared incense, paper offerings, firecrackers, and flowers as per her request. At the cemetery, the freshly dug grave was adorned with a thick layer of firecracker remnants, and as Meng Ling gazed across the scene, it resembled the blooming red spider lilies along the road to the afterlife, guiding the newly departed souls towards a new realm and a fresh existence. Everyone arranged the items they brought, with white and yellow chrysanthemums blanketing the grave. Meng Ling had purchased an abundance of yellow chrysanthemums and even brought a bouquet of sunflowers. Pei Guangyan had once expressed his yearning for brightness, wishing to live like a sunflower, always seeking the light. She had previously asked Ning Chuan to assist in bringing a bouquet for him. As someone in the entertainment industry, Meng Ling often pondered deeply, and given her busy schedule, it was evident she was avoiding Pei Guangyan's sentiments. Others might see it as, look, Pei Guangyan lived a solitary life for Meng Ling. Yet she thought, if it were over, then it should be severed cleanly. What would a reunion accomplish? They already shared a child. Would this meeting lead Pei Guangyan to mistakenly believe her feelings lingered, that there was still a chance for reconciliation? Such a notion would be irresponsible to both Pei Guangyan and her current marriage. She had once loved Pei Guangyan sincerely, and now loved Ning Chuan with equal fervor. Whether others deemed her fickle or heartless, she believed she had acted honorably in the past and found peace in her present. As she lit the incense and paper offerings, more people began to arrive, including Hocheng and his son. In this region, customs placed great importance on the rituals of the seventh day and the 100-day memorial, prompting many friends and relatives to come in remembrance. The ceremony continued from 2:30 in the afternoon until 7:30 in the evening, with flowers piling thickly, the incense burning steadily, and remnants of firecrackers layered with fresh traces. As they departed, Meng Ling glanced back at the new gravestone, silently wishing, "May you find peace in your next life and experience true happiness." Pei Guangyan and Appo's life had been arduous, burdened by the responsibilities and future of the Pei family. Every step he took was laden with weight, and despite his brilliance, his journey was fraught with hardship. May he endure all the suffering in this life, only to savor sweetness in the next. Chapter 077. You lured me without a trace that evening, under the warm invitation of Pei Jinhui. Meng Ling stayed overnight at the Pei residence. Meng Shichu and Hocheng were also present. No one mentioned past events or future prospects. On Saturday noon, the Hua family reserved a restaurant for the three families to dine together, and Pei Guangyuan had rushed over from the hospital once again. After the meal, Meng Ling visited the matriarch of the Hua family, who was overjoyed and insisted that they visit Hocheng during the new year. Meng Ling warmly invited her to celebrate the new year together. Yes, yes, the matriarch replied, her eyes filled with affection as she regarded Meng Ling as her own daughter. At 5 in the afternoon, Meng Ling was to fly to Hocheng. Hocheng and Meng Shichu accompanied her, and unexpectedly, Pei Jinhui and his uncle Pei Guangyuan arrived at the airport as well. They had prepared some gifts for Meng Ling and had already checked in her luggage. You shouldn't have gone through all that trouble, Meng Ling said, not refusing their kindness. She told Pei Guangyuan to take good care of his health, as the Pei family still needed him to oversee things. I know, Pei Guangyuan replied. The children are all more capable than I am. I feel rather inadequate. Understanding Pei Guangyuan, Meng Ling directly asked, Uncle Pei, do you have something to say? Upon hearing this, Pei Jinhui stepped aside, and Meng Shichu and Hocheng also withdrew. Pei Guangyuan sighed, I shouldn't meddle, but I've seen the news. Don't take the opinions to heart. We are all very grateful for your presence. My brother and Appo's illness is not your fault. Perhaps it is due to the light you brought when my brother and Jinhui needed support the most. Without you, my brother Wooden and Appo's have made it this far, and Jinhui Wooden and Appo's be the outstanding person he is today. He sighed again, in the toughest times, you were there. It is not as those people online say. Meng Ling smiled gently and replied, I am not concerned. Those words cannot hurt me. That's good, Pei Guangyuan said. Not particularly adept at expressing himself, a rough but well-meaning man. He pulled at the corners of his mouth, saying, Do come back to the Pei residence when you are in Kyoto. We are family. Of course, Meng Ling nodded, knowing that Xiao Chu was a daughter of the Pei family and also her own daughter. She had taken care of Pei Jinhui as well. Saying they were family was not mere words. Before parting, Meng Ling told Pei Jinhui, "If you encounter any difficulties, seek Aunt Meng. I will certainly help in any way I can." After Meng Ling left, Pei Jinhui greeted Meng Shichu and Hocheng before escorting Pei Guangyuan back to the hospital. Hocheng held Meng Shichu's hand and asked, "Dear wife, do you still have work to attend to today?" "No." Meng Shichu shook her head. "I am utterly exhausted and have yet to recover. Shall I make arrangements then?" Hocheng's eyes sparkled with delight. As they walked toward the car, Meng Shichu inquired, "What do you plan to arrange? How about we go soak in a hot spring?" Hocheng suggested, gently squeezing her hand. "You've been so tired lately, and the weather has cooled down. It would be perfect." "Sounds good." Meng Shichu accepted the proposal. Hocheng drove Meng Shichu to their destination, where he had already reserved a private hot spring pool, mist swirling around them. After changing into their swimwear, Meng Shichu soon felt drowsy. Hocheng massaged her arms to help her relax. Meng Shichu opened her eyes and said, "No need. I'm not the only one who is tired. Everyone is. You need it." Hocheng replied, continuing to massage her. "Relax. I wanted Appos. T harm you. Trust me, I wanted Appos. T be reckless." Meng Shichu chuckled, yielding to him. Hocheng was truly wonderful. She could never tire of expressing it. In a state of drowsiness, Meng Shichu felt Hocheng lift her up. With her eyes half open, she asked, "Are we leaving?" "We're going to the room for a proper rest," he replied. "All right," she murmured as Hocheng wrapped her in a towel and carried her to the guest room. Completely unguarded with her husband, Meng Shichu soon fell asleep again. The next time she awoke, it was to the sound of a hairdryer. Hocheng was drying her hair, his movements skillful and gentle, his fingers caressing her scalp, which felt utterly delightful. Before her hair was fully dried, she drifted back into slumber. Once her hair was dried, Hocheng carefully placed the hairdryer down, gently lifted her, and positioned her head on the pillow to avoid any discomfort when she awoke. He donned a bathrobe from the guest room, stepped outside to attend to some matters, and then returned to the room, lying down quietly and wrapping Meng Shichu in his embrace. Meng Shichu was deeply asleep, her slumber undisturbed by his closeness. Noticing her furrowed brow, Hocheng gently smoothed it out with his thumb and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. His wife, at times, carried heavy thoughts. Despite the chaos of recent times, she had not shed a single tear, appearing to handle everything with grace. Yet the sorrow beneath her facade was undeniable. She was strong, her emotions tightly restrained, adept at concealing her inner turmoil. Like Pei Guangyuan, she had inherited the trait of digesting her negative feelings in solitude. Pei Jinhui was the same. Hocheng inhaled sharply, holding her close as he accompanied her into dreams. When Meng Shichu finally awoke, it felt as though a century had passed, and the fatigue that had weighed on her was nearly gone. Her neck rested on Hocheng's arm, their hands intertwined, while his other arm encircled her waist. Her back pressed against his chest, his embrace shielding her like a safe harbor. Suddenly, Hocheng's voice broke the silence. "Awake?" Meng Shichu turned to meet his smiling face. "Did you not sleep?" "I just woke up not long ago," he replied, tightening his embrace around her. "How do you feel? Any lighter?" She nodded, then asked, "Are you hungry?" "Seeing you feel better has eased my hunger," he responded, though he still sat up, lifting her along with him. "I had some food prepared earlier. Should we go downstairs to eat or have it brought up?" he inquired. Meng Shichu glanced around, wanted to check the time on her phone, but Hocheng said, "It's around 10:30. She turned back, perplexed. Hocheng chuckled, explaining, "It's 10:30 in the evening, not the next day." Meng Shichu laughed. "I thought I'd slept through the night. Let's go downstairs," she decided, getting out of bed to freshen up. When she emerged, she saw Hocheng approaching the door, carrying a bag containing their clothes. Hocheng handed her the items, which were all clean and new, from top to bottom, inside and out. "When did these arrive?" she asked. "I arranged for them right after I finished drying your hair," he replied, his thoughtfulness making her smile. By the time Hocheng returned from washing up, Meng Shichu was already dressed. She wore a thin, lacy sweater with slim, straight pants, topped with an over-the-knee trench coat, and her hair was neatly pulled back. She looked unusually gentle, embodying an elegance that resonated with Hocheng. He remarked, "My wife looks beautiful. What are you staring at?" Meng Shichu asked, noticing his gaze. "My wife is stunning," he replied. She smiled, suddenly turning serious. "What S in your hair?" "Huh?" Hocheng, puzzled, reached up to touch it, but found nothing. Meng Shichu leaned in closer, raising her hand as she said, "Look down." Hocheng complied, as she held the back of his neck. Thinking there might actually be something stuck to him, he was surprised when she placed a kiss near his ear. The warmth of her lips lingered, and she gently nibbled on his earlobe. Meng Shichu pulled away, responding with a soft hum, and said lightly, "It's nothing. I must have seen it wrong." Just as she turned to leave, Hocheng embraced her from behind, drawing out a long hum. He whispered in her ear, playfully lamenting, "Wife, you lured me without a trace." It has always begun with a zero frame, directly initiating the flirtation. Meng Shichu inquired, "So, will you bite?" Hocheng turned to face her, saying, "What do you perceive as different between me and Xiaozhe? Are you still considering?" In an instant, she dove headfirst into his net, taking the initiative. Chapter 078. The Serious Meng After a Delightful Dinner. It was already 11:30 when Hocheng drove Meng Shichu back to the city center. The weather was perfect, and even at this late hour, the streets were bustling with life. Many shops remained open, including several nightclubs that operated around the clock. Hocheng parked the car in an open-air parking lot, alighted, and walked around to open the door for Meng Shichu. "Is there anything you wish to buy?" he inquired, noticing the puzzled expression on her face. Nevertheless, she stepped out of the car and extended her hand to him as he reached out. Hocheng took her hand, closed the car door with a decisive click, and locked it. "I took a long nap this afternoon, and now I can't sleep. Would you accompany me for a stroll?" His tone was playful, as if still negotiating, despite the situation being quite settled. Instead of stating that he would take her out, he insisted on her accompanying him. Meng Shichu and Appo's lips curled into a smile. "All right, I will accompany you." "Ah, my dear wife, you are simply wonderful," Hocheng replied, nodding enthusiastically while still holding her hand. Swinging it back and forth like a young couple in love, their excitement palpable. The evening breeze was gentle and soothing. Suddenly, Hocheng halted, his gaze drawn to the nearby all-night shopping mall. Meng Shichu recalled their last visit where they had a splendid time, even encountering a little ruffian. What lingered most vividly in her memory, however, was the countless times Hocheng failed to win a toy from the claw machine. "I want to play," Meng Shichu announced. Hocheng, misunderstanding her intent, nodded enthusiastically. "You want to play?" "No, I want to play," she clarified. "Oh," Hocheng elongated the sound, realization dawning upon him. "Then I will accompany you." They exchanged knowing smiles, their understanding unspoken. They entered the mall and headed straight for the claw machine. Meng Shichu pulled out her phone to scan the code, purchasing 100 attempts. Hocheng raised an eyebrow. "Did you intend to waste that many?" With a calm demeanor, Meng Shichu explained, "I meant to buy 10 but accidentally added an extra 0. Hocheng looked at her, his heart swelling with sweetness, feeling cherished by her consideration for his feelings. However, as they failed to win a toy, frustration set in. "This machine is faulty," Hocheng exclaimed, giving the machine a light kick. Meng Shichu, leaning against the claw machine with a serene smile, encouraged him. "Perhaps the next time will be lucky." "You've said that 4 times already," Hocheng replied, disheartened as he glanced at the dwindling attempts. He pulled Meng Shichu closer. "No, you must share in this embarrassment with me." "All right," she agreed without hesitation. Having observed the process multiple times, she confidently maneuvered the joystick and pressed the button. They watched the claw descend, seemingly grasping the toy, yet it failed to lift it. Even the position of the toy remained unchanged, with all attempts exhausted. Hocheng voiced his frustration. "This can't be right. Aren't couples in dramas supposed to have at least one skilled partner who can achieve something?" Meng Shichu pondered. "It must be a flaw in the machine. I'll report it to the mall for repairs." She immediately began dialing the number displayed. Seeing her determination, Hocheng interjected, "Let us not make a fuss. It might just be my lack of skill." But Meng Shichu was resolute. "This machine has a probability issue. It's not about skill. It's either misconfigured or malfunctioning." "My dear," It's merely a game machine, he replied. It has a problem and should be fixed, she insisted stubbornly. Soon, a staff member arrived to assess the situation. After inspection, he apologized. I'm sorry, it seems the screws on the claw are loose, which is why I can't grab the toys. Would you like us to refund your attempts or offer you 100 new ones? Meng Shichu turned to Hocheng, who looked astonished, and said, See, it's not your skill, it's the machine. Hocheng gazed deeply into her eyes, realizing her insistence stemmed from his earlier comment about his own skill. She was defending him. The inability to win a toy was not his fault. The technician, sensing the tension, feared that the couple might escalate the issue, which could lead to repercussions for the staff. In reality, the claw had not been malfunctioning. Rather, the settings had been misconfigured and no one had won a toy from that machine for months. Understanding the technician's anxious demeanor, Meng Shichu pointed. Can we have that toy in the machine? The Blu-ray's car plush? Hocheng had tried for that toy countless times. Of course, the technician replied, retrieving the plush and handing it to her. Meng Shichu accepted it, and the technician offered, We'll refund your recent charges. No need, she said, taking Hocheng's hand as they exited. They enjoyed other attractions before leaving the mall. I really like this, Meng Shichu said, handing the plush to Hocheng. It's for you. Hocheng interpreted her words as, I give you something I cherish, which translates to my affection for you. Though he understood that she had advocated for him, the sweetness in his heart rippled like gentle waves, an endless resonance. By the time they returned home, it was already 1 a.m. After a quick wash, Meng Shichu lay on the bed while Hocheng continued in the bathroom. She faintly heard cheerful humming, suggesting he was in a particularly good mood. Unable to contain herself, she chuckled softly, surprised by her own laughter. The thought of Hocheng's happiness lifted her spirits as well. When Hocheng emerged, his hair was damp and tousled, and he was singing a cheerful yet off-key tune. Suddenly, he felt her gaze upon him. He looked up to find Meng Shichu watching him with a smile that seemed to convey countless unspoken words. Is something wrong? He asked, halting in his tracks. No, she shook her head. Hocheng was skeptical. Something's up. Meng Shichu smiled. I just think you look particularly adorable. His eyebrows shot up in surprise. Adorable, not handsome? Adorable, she affirmed, gesturing to the mirror. Unconvinced, he approached the mirror, adjusting his towel. Water droplets clung to his skin, showcasing his well-defined physique. Though his hair hung a little unruly, he still exuded charm. Hocheng turned away from the mirror and approached Meng Shichu, placing a hand over his chest, teasingly highlighting his physique. Clearly, I am handsome. Meng Shichu laughed. You actually want to check the mirror? How adorable. Reaching the bedside, Hocheng paused, then playfully knelt on the edge of the bed, his hands resting on the sheets, leaning closer to her. Why do you keep setting traps for me? His tone was feigned sorrow, yet his voice betrayed a hint of amusement. Meng Shichu gently grasped his chin, her thumb tracing his lips. With a playful smile, she said, Husband, you are both handsome and innocent. It would be a shame not to tease you. In response, Hocheng leaned closer to her neck. Then can I tease you back? He spoke deliberately, emphasizing that this playful interaction was unlike any other. As long as Meng Shichu declined, he would not insist. After all, the circumstances had been quite extraordinary lately. In the next moment, her chin was lifted by Meng Shichu, and she leaned in for a direct kiss. Chapter 79. I sense he wishes to encroach upon my territory. Life has once again returned to its regular rhythm, with work consuming the majority of everyone's time. The Pei family's standing within the circle has markedly risen, as Pei Jinhui, Pei Xiaohong, and Pei Manga unite their efforts to steadily develop Wanhai. The strategic cooperation letter from Boyang Security has astounded and enviously captivated the industry, undoubtedly further solidifying their position within Wanhai. As autumn deepens, Kyoto is met with a significant drop in temperature. Hocheng appears somewhat lethargic. He is particularly sensitive to the cold. Outside of the confines of his home or vehicle, he has already wrapped a scarf around his neck. After finishing work, he picks up Meng Shichu and stops by to grab 2 cups of milk tea. Having already indulged in one himself, he specifically requested the tea shop to heat it to the utmost, as only then does it warm his insides. Upon stepping out of the car, he is greeted by a gust of wind, causing him to squint and roll his eyes. He detests winter. He hastily enters the building and reaches the floor where Meng Shichu is located. As he steps into the office, the warmth of the heating system envelopes him, prompting Hocheng to finally unwind his scarf and, after a brief pause, remove his outer coat. The workday has already concluded, and his cup of milk tea is empty, while Meng Shichu's cup is nearly cold, and she has yet to arrive. As Hocheng steps outside, he encounters Jiangwan. "ISN, Miss Meng off work yet? Please wait a moment, young master. The miss is finalizing a contract. It will be done shortly." Jiangwan takes some documents from Meng Shichu's office and heads to the reception room. Hocheng waits in the corridor, where the air conditioning keeps the chill at bay. When Meng Shichu emerges, he intends to be the first to congratulate her on securing the partnership. 10 minutes later, the door to the reception room swings open once more. Meng Shichu walks out, followed by a man who smiles amiably. General Manager Meng is quite forthright. "In our recent interactions, I have felt a sense of familiarity. It and oppose. As a pity, I have only just returned to the country to take over the group." Had it been earlier, the man deliberately leaves his statement unfinished. Meng Shichu, maintaining her composure, replies, "Had we become partners sooner, perhaps the project would already be yielding profits." As they step outside, Meng Shichu notices Hocheng standing thoughtfully, his expression contemplative. She turns to Jiangwan, saying, "Assistant Jiang, please escort Mr. Yin." Mr. Yin Jiangwan begins, but Yin Su interrupts, "No rush." He strides toward Hocheng. "Young Master Hua, it's a pleasure to finally meet you." Hocheng snaps back to attention and takes a couple of steps forward. When Yin Su greets him and extends his hand, Hocheng does not refuse. "Congratulations on your ascension within the Yin family. Another diamond bachelor in Kyoto has been added to the list. To think young Master Hua would take an interest in me." Yin Su chuckles, his grip tightening slightly. "However, you jest. Being a bachelor has its downsides. It is you, young Master Hua, who garners envy, managing both career and love so adeptly. Truly, I am envious." Hocheng smiles with hidden intent, reciprocating the grip. Perhaps Mr. Yin should attend a few weddings to observe which groom might engage in unscrupulous behavior. Who knows? It might present an opportunity for advancement. Their exchange continues, resembling a negotiation that has gone on for numerous rounds, neither party conceding. Sensing Hocheng's hostility, Yin Su also exhibits a defensive demeanor. "Young Master Hua, are you jesting? I am quite sensitive about such matters." Yet, the implication is clear. Hocheng has thick skin. Hocheng laughs, saying, "One must choose between face and espouse. Mr. Yin will come to understand this distinction in due time." With that, Hocheng concludes the handshake and glances at Meng Shichu, who is frowning. He approaches her with a radiant smile. "Darling, I've been waiting for you for quite some time." Upon reaching Meng Shichu, Hocheng playfully wraps his arm around her waist. "Is the work done? Shall we head home?" Meng Shichu nods, stepping forward to face Yin Su. "Mr. Yin, I wish for our partnership to be fruitful." "Indeed." Yin Su responds with a smile. "Since young Master Hua is awaiting General Manager Meng's return home, I shall refrain from hosting a dinner this evening. We can arrange for tomorrow. Let us have the individuals involved in our negotiations meet as well." "General Manager Meng, please do not decline." "Very well." Meng Shichu agrees. A partnership often warrants a celebratory meal, and she would have suggested it even without Yin Su's prompting. Many collaborations and long-term benefits arise from diverse social interactions. "Then I shall see you tomorrow." Yin Su waves, departing with a smile. Back in the office, Hocheng hands Meng Shichu the still warm milk tea. "Do you have any unresolved issues with Mr. Yin?" "None. I have never even met him," Meng Shichu replies, shaking her head. His hostility was quite apparent. Meng Shichu takes a sip of the sweet milk tea. Hocheng comments, "His tone was overly familiar. It unsettled me." Indeed, Meng Shichu is momentarily at a loss for words. She, too, sensed something amiss. However, she attributed it to their previous discussions, which had gone smoothly. Today, upon signing the contract, Yin Su's demeanor changed. She assumed he did not mean anything untoward, hence her silence in response. Now that the contract is signed and the project is underway, the matter is resolved. Hocheng puffs his cheeks. "Darling, I feel he wishes to encroach upon my territory. It is not merely a figment of his imagination. In his previous life, Yin Su was indeed the scoundrel who hastily married Meng Shichu. After a year of marriage, He betrayed her, leading to their divorce, during which he languished for 6 months. This man is fundamentally unscrupulous, seeking to exploit worldly benefits while indulging in debauchery. The time is also nearing when Meng Shichu and Yin Su hastily wed in her past life. Hocheng speaks with utmost seriousness, his demeanor indicating he is not jesting. Meng Shichu places the milk tea in his hands. Do you believe me so easily swayed? Il est confidente, o que admits candidly. He is the head of the Yin family, while I am merely the least capable young master of the Hua family. Though my technology company is commendable, it has only been in operation for a few years. How can I compete with the Yin family? You did not even mention the Hua family that stands behind you. The Hua family does not belong solely to me. I cannot claim to be its leader, Hocheng replies, placing the milk tea down and wrapping his arms around Meng Shichu's waist. Darling, you wouldn't abandon me, would you? Meng Shichu gazes at him, a smile playing on her lips. You may stop acting. The performance is sufficient. Please do not reveal my ruse. Hocheng clears his throat, his ears flushed. How about letting your third brother introduce you to the entertainment industry? Hocheng straightens, his expression regaining its seriousness. Shall we make a wager, my dear? A wager on what? Yin Su will undoubtedly attempt to seduce you. Meng Shichu raises an eyebrow. Hocheng continues. If he does attempt to seduce you and you are swayed, I shall perform a seductive dance for you. I seriously suspect you are merely eager to dance. Meng Shichu retorts, amused. Indeed, she finds his antics entertaining, as they capture her attention. Hocheng insists, I am serious. Let us wager. Meng Shichu nods affirmatively, her confidence unwavering. She is not driven by a desire to win or lose, but finds delight in adding such little entertainment to their otherwise mundane days. She is more than willing to indulge Hocheng in his playful endeavors. Before they exit, Meng Shichu helps Hocheng wrap his scarf snugly, and they hold hands as they leave. As they make their way out of the office building's lobby, they are approached by 2 police officers who block their path. Are you Mr. Hocheng? Yes, I am Hocheng. Is there something amiss? Hocheng wonders if he has inadvertently committed any legal infractions. No, please do not misunderstand. We wish to inquire about Xia Yinxian. Would you be able to accompany us for a moment? That name has not crossed his mind in quite some time, and being reminded of it unexpectedly unsettles Hocheng. I have lost all contact with her. Do not involve me in her affairs. Upon hearing this, the officers hastily clarify. Mr. Hua, please do not misunderstand. We are investigating Xia Yunqian's phone. She sent you many distress messages. She has now passed away, and we simply wish to gather any information you may have.